Chapter 1. Without abilities. The trial is concluded. Contestant Li Chang'an, confirmed as a survivor but not the ultimate victor, will have all rewards from this trial nullified. The transmission is about to commence. Please remain still. 5. For 0.5 minutes later, Li Chang'an rubbed his dazzled eyes as he adjusted to the transition. Without needing to survey his surroundings, his body instinctively turned left, taking a path he had traversed more than 7 times familiarity beyond measure. After deftly collecting his survival compensation in the trial center, Li Chang'an disregarded the peculiar gaze of the staff and departed with purpose. Such scrutiny was not unfamiliar within the trial grounds. Points were awarded for kills, and only when 3 or more individuals survived would the points determine the victor. However, in most instances, only one individual emerged alive. Thus, he, who survived without being the victor, was akin to a rare creature confined in a cage. As he stepped out the door, blinding sunlight cascaded down from the sky. Despite having visited numerous times, Li Chang'an could not resist glancing back at the imposing structure. Although the 9 trial centers bore slight differences, the awe they inspired remained unchanged, resembling a cathedral from the days before the apocalypse. Yet more grandiose and magnificent, it sprawled over 20,000 square meters, as if crafted by divine hands. To this day, no one could recall how the trial centers came into existence. It was as though they had descended from the heavens, appearing suddenly, as if dropped from the sky. The humanity of the pre-apocalyptic era had relegated their fantasies of supernatural powers to paper, unaware that a calamity would obliterate 1/3 of the population overnight. Transforming their imaginations into stark reality, the world after the apocalypse defied reason. The first superhuman emerged, breaking some unspoken taboo, followed by the second, third. Like mushrooms after rain. In just over 20 years, the entire world was turned upside down. The knowledge once held as common became mere relics of the past. Humans could fly, breathing fire became commonplace, and one need not be astonished upon encountering individuals jogging while bearing 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. Yet, one day, as you stroll down the street with your girlfriend, a rat the size of a truck suddenly devours her, and while you may not be surprised, tears would undoubtedly follow. Evolution was not confined to humanity. Moreover, the disparities within humanity were more pronounced. Some wielded the power to command tsunamis, while others could only conjure beads of water the size of a fingertip. Those creatures, living on the same planet, evolved solely towards becoming apex predators. There was no question of innate talent to this day. No one understood why lesser beings evolved more thoroughly than humans. 20-meter-long tigers, winged colossal wolves, 2-headed lions, such beings were countless, and, remarkably, possessed supernatural abilities. The apocalypse had not ended, it had merely transformed. Perhaps I should return home, Li Chang'an mused, glancing at the meager survival compensation in his hand, a wry smile escaping his lips. In comparison to the perils he had faced over the last 6 months, this sum of 10,000 yuan seemed almost laughable. At his age, he could easily earn that much in less than a month working in a tunnel. Yet he had to go. The trial center might alter his destiny. The strength gained from each survival instilled within him a glimmer of hope. For he possessed no abilities. The trials had made him acutely aware that he might very well be the last remaining human devoid of any supernatural power. The class distinctions abolished before the apocalypse had resurfaced, now openly acknowledged, delineating ranks through various standards, following the pre-apocalyptic Western model. For tiers S, A, C, and DAD emerged, with those below D classified as mere producers, devoid of combat capabilities, living like ants. The missing middle tier had been the result of a voting session years ago, where a mother objected to the connotation of the number 13, believing it to symbolize obscenity and hinder her child's growth, ultimately leading to its dismissal. Li Chang'an was of a status lower than even a tier individual. Only within the trial center could victors receive a precious baptism, the only known method capable of enhancing one's talent limit with absolute certainty. Some even awakened new abilities during this baptism. Those deemed extraordinary, categorized as steer, were merely fined for slaying a few producers if provoked. When the law began to differentiate, it signified that the world was already half corrupted. At least one had to reach a tier to be recognized as human. Some individuals awakened their powers at birth. Their potential often surpassed those who awakened later, with the prevailing belief being that the later one awakened, the more inept they became. Rankings were not immutable. Even those deemed inept had room for evolution, be it through prolonged practice or explosive reactions to certain stimuli. Yet, Talent possessed a ceiling. One could ascertain their limits by spending 100 yuan at the trial center. Even if their current abilities were meager, as long as their potential was sufficient, they would be revered by many. A societal hierarchy emerged, grotesque and terrifying in comparison to the A-tier producers, who lived in abject humility. Li Chang'an was akin to a miner digging holes in the earth. No one held a status lower than his, nor desired elevation more fervently than he. Even if it meant repeatedly courting death, he understood his uniqueness. Perhaps after 9 trials, he would experience a breakthrough, propelling him to heights above others. Survive all 9 trials. Upon opening the door to his home, he met his mother's gaze, instinctively lowering his head as he stepped inside. His mother, Huang Shanlu, cast a cold glance at her disappointing son and extended her hand. Where have you been this time? What about the household expenses for the last 6 months? Mom, can I just owe it for now? Li Chang'an replied with a wry smile, which only incited his mother's fury. Huang Shanlu abruptly rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Chang'an, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? We have worked tirelessly to support your education, yet you have achieved nothing noteworthy. Your father, in his ignorance, ventured to the trial center and lost his life. You hardly return home, and the burden falls solely on your sister and me. Is water and electricity free? Are food and clothing free? If you could achieve something, I would have nothing to say, but just look at yourself. After all these years, what have you contributed to the family? Is 10,000 yuan a year for household expenses too much for you?" Li Chang'an sighed as he pulled out a stack of money from his pocket and handed it to his mother with a wry smile. "Mom, please take this 2,000 for now. I'm truly not in a good financial situation." With that, he bypassed his mother and headed toward his room. Behind him, his mother's voice trailed after him, persistent and unyielding. "What good is just 2,000 yuan? I could earn more by renting out your room. Your sister has at least secured a stable job and will marry well in the future. And you? Are you destined to be a lifelong failure? Why don't you just die out there? The insurance payout could serve as a dowry for your sister." Upon closing the door, the sound of his mother's voice diminished significantly. Li Chang'an finally exhaled a long breath, feeling as if all support had vanished from his body, and he collapsed onto his bed. The world he once knew had faded away now. Only the collective federation of the world remained. The advantage was the reduction of national conflicts and rapid technological advancements. Autonomous taxis had emerged several years ago, and a single identity card could take one anywhere across the globe. The disadvantage was that prejudices, such as those based on skin color, had not disappeared, adding a foul odor to this already ravaged world. There were 9 trial grounds in total. He had successfully navigated 7 of them. Only 2 remained to validate his hypothesis. I am special. Yet, even though the combined dangers of the first 6 trials paled in comparison to the peril of this most recent one, nearly half a year of near-death experiences had drained all of his vitality. Returning home, he was met with his mother's relentless grievances, and his taut nerves were on the verge of snapping. What he desperately needed now was a good night's sleep. Using his clothes as a pillow, Li Chang'an reflected on the struggles he had endured over the past 6 months, each moment a battle against the brink of death, gradually succumbing to slumber. With each breath, his pores rhythmically opened and closed. A crimson light emanated from his brow, radiating throughout his body, and faint flashes of lightning danced across his skin. Chapter 2. A meal first. The ominous sound echoed once more in his ears, and Li Chang'an jolted upright, his right fist striking the air before him with an almost imperceptible speed, causing a crackling sound to resonate in the stillness. "Are you going to sleep or not? Your sister has to work tomorrow, and if you want to sleep, you want to let others sleep either." His mother's furious voice carried from the next room, jolting Li Chang'an from his stupor, making him realize he had escaped that hellish place. With a sigh of relief, he leaned against the wall, gazing at the night sky outside, murmuring to himself, "That fellow with the surname Hua is truly formidable. I wonder where he hails from." Unfortunately, he was ultimately felled by a single punch. If predictions hold, the one claiming the title of mighty god will be the victor. To instill fear with a mere shout of "Die," even I nearly lost my composure. Yet, he possesses an intimidating physique. Could he possibly be a dual ability user? Li Chang'an instinctively clutched his chest, and in the moonlight, he could faintly discern what appeared to be a hollow beneath his clothing. Approaching the window and leaning on the sill, he beheld the vast expanse of stars. After experiencing destruction, perhaps the greatest boon for humanity on Earth is the change in environment. Even on a night that is not summer, the stars twinkle brightly, a sight once deemed unimaginable. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was already 1 in the morning. After a moment, he confirmed that his mother and his civil servant sister had fallen asleep, and he quietly pushed open the door, departing from his home. He hailed an empty hovering taxi at the doorstep, inputting his destination, and sped off toward it. After a brief journey of over 10 minutes, the taxi came to a halt, and Li Chang'an entered an unassuming small building by the roadside. Within the building, a world of complexity awaited him. After navigating several twists and turns in the corridor, he knocked on a door ahead. When the door opened, and no one was visible, Li Chang'an was unfazed and stepped inside. The room, though small, was well equipped for a clinic. Back again, a middle-aged man in a white coat emerged from around the corner. After casting a glance at Li Chang'an, he extinguished his cigarette and casually placed a toothpick in his mouth, frowning in displeasure. Did you go to Wuxuan? Li Chang'an nodded, opting for brevity as he removed his shirt, revealing a torso marred by intersecting scars, a patch of festering flesh on his chest, as if something had pierced through, leaving a fresh wound. Remarkable, the man remarked. Did the trial conclude in the morning? You dare to wait until night to seek me out with such injuries? If you wish to perish, why not die in the testing ground? The man's frown deepened with dissatisfaction. Yet he gestured for Li Chang'an to lie down on the rudimentary operating table behind him. Once Li Chang'an reclined, the man approached with a medical kit, tending to Li Chang'an's wounds without regard for his clenched teeth and stifled pain, while commenting, "Is it nearly sufficient? Are you truly intent on visiting all the testing grounds? If it weren't for the fact that I find you somewhat likable, this amount wouldn't even cover my stitching costs. I always operate at a loss. How many patrons does this shabby clinic receive in a year? Earning such a pittance is an injustice to you." Li Chang'an gritted through his teeth. "Oh, you still have some spirit left?" the middle-aged man said, applying more pressure, prompting Li Chang'an to inhale sharply, no longer daring to speak. After a moment, the chest wound was bandaged, and based on past experience, it would heal completely in about 2 days. Li Chang'an couldn't help but marvel at the medical skills of this quack. "I'll settle the medical fees later. I must rush to the next trial, worried that funds may be insufficient," Li Chang'an said as he dressed, planning to slip away before the man could become irate. "Why the rush? Did I say I would charge you? If I'm in a good mood, I might just give you a complimentary treatment." The middle-aged man grumbled as he tidied up, spitting out the toothpick. "Next time? How many next times does life afford? You might find it's the last one." Surprised, Li Chang'an refrained from pretense, stuffing the money back into his pocket. With the pressure to leave lifted, he decided to linger and enjoy a cup of tea while the quack was in good spirits. As if reading Li Chang'an's thoughts, the man poured 2 cups of tea, handing one to Li Chang'an before sitting on a nearby sofa, his gaze distant, almost as if speaking to himself. Is such a place truly justifiable? Of course, it is justifiable. Understanding the middle-aged man was referring to a specific location, Li Chang'an spoke passionately. This city has a population of 7 million. How many tiers are there? How many producers, worse than pigs and dogs? The death of 10,000 producers for the birth of one elite is deemed worthwhile by those above, and by us as well. If there were other means to enhance one's abilities, no one would choose the testing ground. Thus, the existence of the trial ground is our last hope. Even if everyone considers it unreasonable, I find it reasonable. Casting a glance at Li Chang'an, the middle-aged man retorted, "You find it reasonable? As if the testing ground is akin to your home, where you can come and go as you please. You've survived 7 trials without a single victory. In the entire history of the testing grounds, you are the sole individual to do so. Tell me, compared to those who have triumphed, who is stronger? Do not attempt to deceive me." "Certainly, they are stronger," Li Chang'an replied without hesitation. "I want to try it out this time. Without relying on what I might gain from the testing ground, I've exchanged blows with those likely to win, and as you witnessed, I nearly perished. Still, it's not enough. Wait, is the testing ground owned by you? How can you assert I am the only one? I suspect there are many like me. It's just unclear how formidable they might be." Ignoring Li Chang'an's inquiries, the middle-aged man lit a cigarette for himself. "Get lost, if you keep babbling. Don't expect me to treat your injuries next time. Fine, you're the boss. Can I leave now?" Li Chang'an rose, pushing open the door, but just before stepping out, he turned back with a radiant smile. "Thank you, Brother Lin. Get out." The man grunted as Li Chang'an closed the door behind him, his smile fading, for even with those closest to him, there were secrets he could not share. In the eyes of outsiders, he is merely a formidable enhancer, possessing greater strength and speed. Even Lin's closest friends perceive him as a mere combat fanatic, engaging in brutal skirmishes within the trial grounds to gain power. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, He entered the trial grounds as a powerless youth, a fact overlooked even by his parents, who believed his abilities were simply awakening late, fueling their expectations and contributing to his mother's grievances. Entering the trial grounds as an ordinary human, he fortuitously managed to ambush and slay 2 adversaries. Rather than feeling discomfort, Li Chang'an found his mind growing clearer. He then used the corpses of his victims as bait to eliminate a 3rd foe, from whom he discovered a potion that induced a state of false death. This elixir allowed him to survive until the end. Upon exiting the trial grounds, he realized he had transformed, not through super-evolution or ultimate evolution, but rather his muscle fibers had become more resilient, his strength multiplied, his agility enhanced, and his cognitive function sharpened. While the extent of his evolution was modest, it was sufficient for him. Any sign of progress signified hope. As long as he could endure, he could grow stronger. Having survived the 2nd trial, he prepared for the 3rd and 4th, becoming increasingly formidable, yet his abilities remained dormant. He speculated that true transformation would only emerge after the 9th trial, perhaps requiring victory in that final contest. Reflecting on the exceptional individuals he had witnessed triumph, a smile crept across Li Chang'an's face. One day, I too shall stand at your heights, perhaps even higher. But until then, I must first satisfy my hunger. Chapter 3. The path awaits you. The trial grounds, open to all, exist as a separate realm, akin to a tangible world, or perhaps it is a tangible world. Within, myriad adventures await. Some discover legendary weapons and techniques, while others encounter advanced technological armaments. Doubts arise regarding its true origin, sparking various theologies, with many believing the apocalypse to be divine retribution, and the trial grounds serving as a beacon of hope akin to Noah's Arkansas. However, this seemingly boundless realm is, in truth, a veritable hell on earth, where one must kill to accrue points. Victory is defined by either being the sole survivor or, in cases of multiple survivors, by accumulating the highest score. The size of each trial ground varies, often comparable to several cities. Thus, eliminating all opponents becomes the most viable strategy. Reminiscent of a pre-apocalyptic survival game, a breeding ground for treachery. Inside lies a hell. Does the outside not reflect the same? The weak find no refuge, regardless of their surroundings. A young man polishing a glass glanced coldly at Li Chang'an, who was sipping cola at his stall. Li Chang'an grimaced. Among the few he could call friends, Jiang Shubu's demeanor was the least endearing. Yet, in the black market, charm holds little value for survival. Setting aside the gleaming glass, Jiang Shubu picked up another, his obsessive cleanliness compelling him to remain constantly active. Victors must serve in the military, although they dine on royal provisions. They are subject to state oversight. Are you truly certain that is your aspiration? Li Chang'an nodded, replying with a smile. Of course, who wouldn't want royal provisions? Let them oversee me. Jiang Shubu scoffed, his usual disdain evident. Times have changed. The new era has transformed society. You know well what those with abilities are up to now. After the apocalypse, as monsters ravaged the land, the Federation established a hunters' guild to encourage the empowered to combat these beasts and maintain societal stability, offering points in exchange for their efforts, which could be redeemed for weapons and, crucially, gene serums. Gene serums can provide a permanent, albeit slight, enhancement to one's abilities and significantly boost physical attributes. Most empowered individuals, aside from enhancers, possess frail physiques. With gene serums, their strength improves, yet resistance develops, placing limits on their use. This has led to low-tier enhancers being undervalued. Rumors circulate about individuals advancing after using gene serums, but such tales are often dismissed. Aside from the victors emerging from the trials, powerful hunters have also drawn the Federation's attention, being summoned back to the military to form its backbone. Those unwilling to join are not compelled, but will be subjected to lifelong surveillance. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, the new city of Fongbei rose from the ruins. Initially just a small town in Jiangnan, chosen as a post-apocalyptic rescue site, the street commonly referred to as the Black Market is a remnant of history. As Jiang Shubu slammed the glass onto the table, Li Chang'an returned to reality, awkwardly glancing around, unsure how to respond to his friend's concerns. He understood the underlying care. Flattering it as vigilance, less kindly, it could be termed as a watchful hound. Look over there. So many people. He feigned innocence, relieved that the commotion around the corner offered an opportunity to divert the conversation. Jiang Shubu, disinterested in the clumsy evasion, glanced in that direction and coldly remarked, "Someone's defaulting on their debts, using their wife and daughter as collateral. That woman was ruthless enough to end her own life, leaving behind a teenage daughter. Without awakening her abilities, her life is doomed to be bleak, her frail physique ensuring an early demise to spare her suffering. Don't be so heartless. Once pride and dignity are cast aside, even the weak can manage quite well. Li Chang'an chuckled, eliciting an unfiltered eye roll from Jiang Shubu. What difference is there between abandoning one's pride and face, and death? Disposing of a rag in the trash. Jiang Shubu retrieved a pristine white towel and began to wipe his glass cup from the top. If you wish to see, then see, do not dawdle. Li Chang'an offered a sheepish smile and boldly stepped forward, unhesitant as he parted the crowd to reach the center. At the heart of the throng stood several imposing figures, one of whom held a chain, the other tethered to the neck of a small girl kneeling on the ground. The girl appeared frail, her tattered clothing barely providing coverage, and her hanging strands of hair obscured her features. You must be joking, Slim Dog. For such a wretched creature. You're asking for 10,000? Even a virgin isn't worth that much. I'll offer 3,000. I can take her home with a mask on and still enjoy myself. A man in the crowd was negotiating with the one holding the girl. The so-called Slim Dog was a towering figure, yet he was not paying heed to the man's attempts to haggle. His attention was solely on the suddenly appearing Li Chang'an. A sense of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. Look at me. Li Chang'an crouched down, lifting the girl's chin to direct her gaze towards him. A terrifying reddish-brown birthmark marred much of his face, rendering his youthful features unsettling beneath its shadow. More striking were his dull, lifeless eyes, devoid of any glimmer. Yet within them, Li Chang'an perceived a reflection of himself. Do you need my help? As soon as Li Chang'an uttered these words, Slim Dog furrowed his brow. The girl did not respond verbally. Instead, she smiled, her face contorting further with the grotesque birthmark as her lips curled. Li Chang'an nodded, stating coolly, "It seems you wish for death. However, compared to the agony of dying here, it would be much simpler and swifter to die alongside me. Would you reconsider? This time?" The girl did not smile, her eyes appearing to gain a hint of color. After a brief moment of hesitation, she softly inquired, "Is it troublesome?" At last, Li Chang'an smiled, shook his head, and stood up, addressing Slim Dog. "I intend to take her with me. Name your price." After careful consideration, Slim Dog gritted his teeth and replied, "Brother, you seem somewhat familiar. You know our rules. We only sell, no bartering. However, as a favor, her father owes us 50,000. Taking her as collateral is worth 20,000. If you can part with 30,000, she is yours to do with as you please, and we will have no further ties." Agreed. Li Chang'an nodded, effortlessly snapping the iron chain around the girl's neck and helping her up. He pointed toward Jiang Shuabu's stall, saying, "Go sit over there and let that big brother prepare something for you to eat." As the crowd parted to allow the girl to leave, they marveled at Li Chang'an's display of strength. Slim Dog relieved he hadn't set a higher price. Breaking and tearing were not equivalent concepts, and the ease with which Li Chang'an could snap a neck was alarming. Yet, in the next moment, Slim Dog's relief vanished. "I have no money. How about credit?" Li Chang'an spread his hands, adopting a rogue's demeanor. Slim Dog simmered in silent fury. "Are you mocking us, dog brother? Have you lost your mind?" A diligent subordinate shouted, swinging his fist with all his might. The punch lacked the force of a hammer or the speed of lightning, yet its intention was clear, crashing against Li Chang'an's chest with a dull thud followed by the sound of cracking bones. Onlookers gasped, astonished that Li Chang'an did not dodge or flinch, while the man, intending to impress his boss, clutched his wrist in agony, staggering back. They noticed his wrist twisted at an unnatural angle, evidently broken. "What's 30,000 worth? If not, shall we all come at you?" As he spoke, Li Chang'an slightly raised his head, locking eyes with the man, causing an uncomfortable sting in the gazes of those who dared meet his. Slim Dog was momentarily stunned, unable to call off his men in time. 4 or 5 of his subordinates rushed at him, only to collapse in rapid succession, their knees shattered, blood seeping through torn flesh, while their leader was lifted by Li Chang'an, who gripped his skull. "San Sanyi." Slim Dog managed to utter a word before feeling the pressure on his head intensify, and with his last breath, he shouted loudly, only to feel his body lighten as he fell to the ground. "Had I known, I would have killed you first to remain unrecognized." Li Chang'an sighed in resignation, surprised that this fool had identified him. Continuing would serve no purpose. He would treat it as a loan of 30,000. "You cover it for me now, and I'll repay you next time." All right. Slim Dog, drenched in cold sweat, nodded fervently, grateful to have salvaged his life. 2 years prior, this youth, perceived as a mere waste by outsiders, had nearly wiped out everything that moved on this street, and as such, few knew his name. Li Chang'an waved casually as he exited the parted crowd. Oblivious to Slim Dog's thoughts, he truly had no money. Being called Sen Yi yet unable to muster 30,000 was a disgrace. He was eager to flee the scene. Upon returning to the stall, Jiang Shubu grinned mischievously. "Oh, Sen Yi, when will you repay me for the drinks?" Li Chang'an dismissed Jiang Shubu's banter with a scoff. It was for saving Jiang Shubu, the scoundrel who had killed the boss, that he had spent an entire night eliminating a formidable gang, thus solidifying his own reputation when Jiang Shubu opened his expansive tavern. "I want to discuss this now. I have matters to attend to. The little girl will stay with you for a few days," Li Chang'an declared as he stood up to leave. Just then, he met the girl's pale gray eyes and recalled something, gently ruffling her hair, smiling. "You'll follow this uncle for now, and later assist me. Dying is quite simple. By the way, what's your name?" "Wu Luyan." The girl replied with a blank expression. "Wu, my name is Li Chang'an. You may call me whatever you wish." After a brief pause, Li Chang'an continued, "If you wish to abandon this name, would you consider taking my surname?" "Li, I could help you choose another name. Your current one is rather peculiar." The girl, momentarily taken aback, resolutely shook her head. Li Chang'an had no choice but to relent and departed swiftly. The earlier utterance of uncle had caused the veins on Jiang Shui's forehead to bulge ominously. Lingering any longer might lead to unforeseen consequences. As she gazed at Li Chang'an's retreating figure, the girl with the odd name suddenly felt an urge to speak with him. In truth, life was not as unbearable as it seemed. Chapter 4. The world cannot be entirely bright. Your name is Manshin? Yes. Inside the room, the youth answered promptly. While he was referred to as a boy, he stood tall, nearly brushing against the ceiling. An elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a crisp military uniform, sat at the table, holding the youth's resume in his hands. Compared to an ordinary person's resume, this one was decidedly unsettling. "Are you certain you want me to register this name instead of your real one? You must realize that even if you are a genius, this place is rife with genius." The character Shin could be seen as a provocation. The old man scrutinized the youth, who stood tall enough to reach his chest, and chose not to lift his weary gaze to meet the rebellious countenance before him. "Yes," came the boy's unwavering reply, accompanied by a grin that revealed sharp teeth akin to those of a beast. "I intend to provoke." The elder chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "Off you go then. Any damages will be deducted from your stipend." The youth paid no heed, his eyes ablaze as he strode towards the door, beyond which awaited a throng of madmen representing the Federation's utmost combat prowess. "Another troublemaker, remarked a middle-aged man who had remained silent until now, chuckling as he offered a cup of tea to the elder. The elder accepted the tea, smiling as he replied, "Which one here I send, TA troublemaker? Yet, this lad certainly has the credentials. Just look at this dossier." He handed over the youth's resume. The middle-aged man perused the document and, after a cursory glance, exclaimed, "In this trial of 150 participants, he alone has eliminated 103? This is no mere troublemaker. This is a ticking time bomb." "A ticking time bomb?" "Indeed." The elder laughed heartily. "However, such individuals are often preferable. Times have changed, and as long as he is a bomb, we shall embrace him." The elder's expression grew serious. Time was of the essence. Nodding in agreement, the middle-aged man flipped through the resume again before suddenly widening his eyes in surprise. "This fellow isn't the sole survivor. There's another lad who made it through. Wait, when Man Shun was teleported out, he was injured. Could the other survivor also be a monster?" "Indeed." The elder nodded. "I had someone investigate and confirm that another individual survived. The trial site found no corpses, indicating that he did not barely escape. He did not win, so we lack information on his actions during the trial or whether he even faced Man Shun. We cannot jump to conclusions." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement before recalling something. "I remember that in recent trials, there hasn't been a single sole survivor. It seems there are always a few lucky ones. Do you think they could be the same person?" The elder suddenly rose, his expression grave, and vigorously nodded. "It is possible. We may have overlooked this. He might not be lacking in strength, but simply encountered a stronger genius. However, if he has survived each time, he is undoubtedly a talent. We must act immediately to locate him. If he is alive, he will surely participate in the next trial. And what if he perishes in the next trial? Then so be it. A dead genius is no longer a genius. A dead genius no longer counts as a genius? But does a dead pig cease to be a pig? If you possess the ability, don't consume meat." The stooped elder scolded and grumbled. Yet Li Chang'an merely offered a smile, refraining from expressing any discontent. Please, calm down. That wasn't my intention. We've known each other for 6 years. You understand me. I truly cannot afford more. Those geniuses didn't bring money into the trials. I really need this, and besides, there is a certain risk involved. Could you perhaps consider a discount? Li Chang'an felt that he must appear quite sycophantic at that moment. The elder regarded Li Chang'an coldly. The value of this item depends on to whom it is sold. Perhaps it may not be worth much to others. But I know it can fetch a higher price from you. Brother, please have mercy. I genuinely need it. Li Chang'an's expression turned serious. He had collaborated with this elderly man for 6 years, though collaborated was a generous term, as it had mostly entailed delivering funds. Over 7 million had been funneled into this endeavor over the years, and now he still owed 2,000. The elder remained unyielding, disdainfully saying, "Do not bother me. Do you truly believe you are short 2,000? We agreed on a price, and I conduct business with a straightforward exchange. I have kept this for you for so long out of principle, but bargaining would violate that principle. I genuinely lack this 2,000. Li Chang'an said with a bitter smile, revealing his predicament. Tonight, I will leave for the Tae trial. As you know, I have sustained increasingly severe injuries. In this upcoming Wu Xian trial, I encountered a newcomer with dual abilities. I cannot predict whether I will survive the next trial, so this item is crucial for me." The 8th time, the elder frowned, prompting Li Chang'an to nod with a rueful smile. The elder contemplated for a moment before producing 2 small bird-shaped sculptures from his tattered clothing and handing them to Li Chang'an. This, Li Chang'an was taken aback. "Didn't you say that this would violate your principles? Remember, principles are meant to be broken," the elder stated solemnly, then added with a smile. "This is not a gift. If you survive, strive to be successful. A dead genius is still a genius, but if you perish, then you will no longer be one." With that, the elder unexpectedly retrieved a slender dagger from somewhere and, before Li Chang'an's astonished gaze, slowly plunged it into his own chest, piercing directly through his heart. In this world, only the deceased can truly keep secrets. Li Chang'an remained silent throughout, even as the lifeless form of the elder before him disintegrated into ash. He bowed to the spot where the elder had vanished before turning to leave. From the very first day of their transaction, he had known that once the deal was sealed, the elder would choose to take his own life. Li Chang'an was unaware of the reasons behind this. Yet he believed that a person capable of negotiating a price would not simply perish. However, had the elder not orchestrated such an act, Li Chang'an would not have hesitated to test whether he could indeed facilitate the departure of this seemingly amiable old man from this world. After all, the fewer individuals who survived his trials, the better. Human nature? A little is sufficient. Too much becomes a burden. Upon returning to the tavern, he found a little girl picking at the remnants of her meal, with 3 large bowls stacked beside her, each as wide as her face. Li Chang'an couldn't help but smile. While her will to survive seemed lacking, her appetite was quite remarkable. "Jiang Jiang, catch," he called, tossing an object into the air. Jiang Shubu, without glancing, effortlessly caught it with one hand. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small copper sparrow, unremarkable except for its delicate craftsmanship. After a brief moment of surprise, Jiang Shubu regained her composure and looked at the identical copper sparrow in Li Chang'an's grasp, inquiring, "Is this what you spent nearly 6 years earning? What do you mean thing?" "This is a token of longing, a potent artifact. Once referred to as a treasure before the apocalypse," Li Chang'an replied, cherishing the small copper sparrow in his hands. "It's worth 699,800. Seeing Jiang Shubu carelessly toying with it, Li Chang'an, feeling a pang of distress, snatched it back and chided, "Could you please be more careful? This represents all my savings." Jiang Shubu scoffed, deftly tossing the bowls and plates into the water basin, cleaning them with swift motions while fixing her gaze on Li Chang'an. "You wager all your possessions on such a trinket. What if you lose?" "If I lose, then I lose," he shrugged. "When the time comes, what does it matter how much I possess? Should I leave it as an inheritance for you? You're not my child." No sooner had he spoken than he tilted his head, catching a flying plate that had been thrown at him. Jiang Shubu wordlessly scrubbed the plate multiple times. "Little Wu," Li Chang'an called, lifting the girl who had been quietly observing the scene and placing her on a chair beside him. He smiled at her, wiping away the grains of rice that clung to her mouth. "As for me, I'm not particularly accomplished. I might have a bit of talent, but I discovered it too late, so now I am striving to reclaim it. You possess greater talent than I, but I won't grant you much time. I must leave soon, and you will remain with this uncle." "Hey, I never agreed to take her in," Jiang Shivu interjected, clearly displeased, but Li Chang'an continued, unfazed. I will give you a year to learn. How much you absorb depends on your ability. After a year, regardless of whether I am alive or dead, you must participate in the trials, but you must not win, merely survive. You must attend every trial. And the final one is yours to decide whether to win or simply live. Unfortunately, my time is limited. Otherwise, I would have much more to teach you. Though this decision was a sudden whim, I eagerly anticipate the surprises you will bring me in the future. If I perish, I hope you can shine brightly in my stead. With that, Li Chang'an stood, aware that the girl would need time to process his words. But he had little time left. If he could survive this time, perhaps he would gain more time. If not, the girl named Wu Luyan would need to face the realities appropriate for her age. Finally, he ruffled her withered hair, smiling. Do your best. In a few years, you'll be a young lady, and if you fall in love, it might hinder your growth. He tossed the copper sparrow to Jiang Shubu, leaving with a smile, his figure gradually fading. Once Li Chang'an's silhouette vanished completely, Wu Luyan turned to Jiang Shubu, who had always intimidated her with their androgynous beauty. He entrusted you to me, but I never intended to take you in. I have no need for a burden. Jiang Shubu paused in her cleaning for the first time. Wu Luyan remained silent, but nodded in understanding. Learning to work with me will be exhausting, far beyond what your frail body can endure. I can eat more. Working with me can lead to death. Are you afraid of dying? Wu Luyan glanced towards the direction Li Chang'an had vanished, then looked back at Jiang Shubu, nodding earnestly. Yes, then stay here. Go upstairs and take a bath. Wear my clothes for now. Jiang Shubu resumed her cleaning, albeit with gentler motions. Learn to respect death, and I need not worry about you causing trouble for Chang'an. Otherwise, if I were to kill you and it displeased him, that would be unfortunate. With a wry smile, Jiang Shu mused to herself about how unlikely it was for any woman to keep pace with Chang'an. Perhaps she had been overthinking it. Chapter 5. Insufficient pink hair. After the unification, there were no longer any nation names, only the Federation. The northern city, where Li Chang'an resided, belonged to the eastern continent, while the next trial site lay within the 12 cities of the western continent, previously known as Europe before the apocalypse. With the dissolution of national barriers, technological advancement surged beyond human imagination. In response to the threats posed by avian monstrosities, aircraft had become relics of the past, a luxury only the elite could afford, as travel required a full security detail. However, the newly developed electromagnetic trains were not slow. They could travel at supersonic speeds without the risk of derailment. Though the construction and maintenance of the railways posed significant challenges, each train journey is accompanied by 7 extraordinary individuals, consisting of 6 of the same rank and 1 of a higher tier, ensuring safety throughout the voyage. Among the 6, there is invariably a rare information seeker, endowed with abilities akin to clairvoyance or heightened auditory perception. Excuse me, please make way, called out a train attendant pushing a small cart laden with sunflower seeds, peanuts, and 8 treasure porridge. Li Chang'an leaned quietly against the window, a small device resembling an ear clip resting on his ear. This technological marvel, developed 5 years prior, is no larger than a fingernail and operates through neural signals to deliver music without being inserted into the ear. Civilian technology lags behind military and commercial advancements. The phone and headphones were gifts from Jiang Shuib in celebration of his birthday, the very year he first undertook the trials. At this high speed, the outside world appeared as a mere blur. Although Li Chang'an could discern it clearly, he deemed it a waste of energy to focus on the scenery. His attention was drawn to the figure perched atop the train. Since the last station, another individual had joined the roof, their presence undetectable to others. Though Li Chang'an's keen ears caught the faintest sounds, the music from the ear clip had ceased, a deliberate act to ascertain the intentions of the person above. In this world, there remained those with extreme tendencies, seeking to validate their futile beliefs through the harm of others, proving to be more perilous than the beasts lurking outside the city, for they possess the capacity for critical thought. Among the thousands of passengers aboard, the majority are ordinary producers, with a few at the extraordinary level. Even without special abilities, a mere explosion could claim the lives of everyone on board. I wonder what kind of ability the seeker possesses on this journey, Li Chang'an mused quietly, furrowing his brow. If they possessed the clairvoyance ability, it would not be surprising if they failed to detect the individual above. He could only hope for a trouble-free journey, while he had means for self-defense. Time wasted would result in missing this trial and having to wait until the next, which could be as long as 6 months. A young man, engrossed in his book beside him, overheard Li Chang'an's murmurs and interjected with a smile. I happen to know about that. It's the foreknowledge ability. I heard they are a newcomer, but quite reliable. Foreknowledge, you say? That brings some assurance, Li Chang'an replied, turning with a smile. Foreknowledge is a mysterious ability that detects imminent dangers. Depending on the rank of the user, the forewarning time varies. Reportedly, a high-tier seeker can sense danger a day in advance. With such an ability present, this journey should be relatively secure. Indeed, foreknowledge is quite rare. I have had the fortune of meeting a few. Where are you headed, young man? The man set his book aside, his smile unwavering. To the West Continent. I have heard that Luoqing has a pleasant environment, and I seek to make a living there. Li Chang'an, recognizing the man's intentions, did not rebuff him entirely, as he anticipated a shift in demeanor soon. The man nodded. Yes, Luoqing is the most suitable city for human habitation among the 12 cities. Here is my business card. I own a small company in Luoqing dedicated to connecting aspiring individuals like yourself with job opportunities. You have quite the impressive presence. Perhaps we shall collaborate often. I appreciate it, but I am merely a producer, Li Chang'an replied with a slight smile, narrowing his eyes. The man quickly retracted his card and picked up his book, muttering, I seem to be feeling a bit drowsy. Li Chang'an chuckled softly. Such is society. Upon hearing the word producer, some individuals waste no time, scarcely questioning the truth of the statement, for who wishes to be perceived as the lowest of the low? Just as he turned back to the window, he noted that the figure above had fallen silent. While conversing with the man, it seemed the individual had departed. He shrugged it off. Over 2 hours later, the train arrived in Luoqing. Li Chang'an alighted, his small backpack slung over his shoulder. Before exiting, he merely needed to scan his identity card at the entrance. As a survivor of the trials, he enjoyed the privilege of 3 complimentary train journeys annually, requiring only a few seconds to record when collecting his compensation. Standing amidst the bustling streets, the golden-haired, blue-eyed populace did little to evoke a sense of alienation. The towering spire of the trial facility served as the city's most prominent landmark, visible from afar, guiding him in the right direction. Perhaps I should eat first. The food on the train was exorbitantly priced, Li Chang'an suddenly realized, clutching his stomach. He had given 2,000 to his mother and the remaining 8,000 to his father. Since he had utilized his complimentary rides, how much money did he have left? He fished out his translucent identity card and noted the balance, 15. I have no money for food. With an appetite tenfold that of an average person, Li Chang'an finally felt the sting of being in a foreign land. A nearby restaurant, emanating the mouth-watering aroma of meat, resembled a provocatively dressed woman twisting her slender waist, waving a handkerchief while enticingly calling, Come, dear guests. Li Chang'an, however, felt like a eunuch, longing yet powerless. Help me. The sudden cry, fragrant with the scent of freshly minted banknotes, prompted Li Chang'an to turn. Several burly men were dragging a girl down an alley, each clad in brightly colored vests adorned with identical tattoos on their shoulders. How splendid. Organized crime. This must be quite lucrative. His spirits lifted, Li Chang'an hurriedly approached. The passers-by ignored the men's actions, confirming his suspicions. Where the hell is your husband? If you don't speak up, I'll take matters into my own hands right here. As he drew nearer, he could hear the shouts and curses from within the alley. Stop. Let that woman go. The voice did not belong to Li Chang'an, but to a pink-haired girl who, looking to be in her 20s, charged into the alley ahead of him, her vibrant locks trailing behind her. Wait. Li Chang'an hesitated, wondering if she was trying to steal his thunder. He leaned forward, peering into the alley. The more vibrant the hair, the fiercer the assault. Without even having the chance to hear what the young woman had to say, the confrontation erupted. 3 burly men, 2 of whom were enhanced with extraordinary abilities, and one who appeared to wield elemental powers, though the flames that barely enveloped his fists were hardly intimidating. By the time all 3 lay sprawled on the ground, the woman with the pink hair had not even resorted to her own powers. Relying solely on a pair of nunchaku. With an air of nonchalance, she stored the nunchaku at her waist and helped the pallid woman rise from the ground. As she exited the alley, she cast a lingering glance at Li Chang'an, who was crouched by the roadside, smoking a cigarette. His perception was remarkably sharp. With a wry smile, Li Chang'an extinguished the cigarette and turned to enter the alley. Despite the ferocity of the pink-haired woman, the 2 enhanced individuals had only sustained superficial injuries. One enhanced strength, the other hardened skin, while the elemental fire wielder appeared to suffer a bone fracture. Clutching his shin in agony, Brothers, I ventured out without any money and find myself in a bit of a pinch. Would you kindly assist me? Li Chang'an stood before the 3, his not particularly imposing physique casting a shadow that seemed to obscure the sunlight streaming into the alley. The hardened-skinned man, realizing Li Chang'an was not the pink-haired woman, immediately erupted in curses. "Get lost! You're extorting me!" Before he could finish his sentence, blood sprayed as his head jerked sideways. He hadn't even seen how Li Chang'an struck before half of his teeth shattered. "Are you in cahoots with that expletive?" asked the enhanced strength wielder, cautiously stepping back 2 paces. He was certain that his opponent was of the same ilk, but considerably stronger. Unfortunately, enhanced strength had little future, making it difficult to instill fear. He was all too aware of his own limitations. "Don't misinterpret. She merely got the jump on me. Thankfully, she was only after people, while I seek money. Otherwise, I would have had to battle her, which would have been a headache." As he spoke, Li Chang'an extended his hand, his smile fading. Though he clearly saw the hand approaching, the unfortunate man realized he could not evade it, and soon found his elbow grasped. Watching helplessly as it was twisted into a pretzel shape, a cry of pain erupted from his throat, only to be abruptly silenced by his shattered jaw. Li Chang'an's smile vanished, replaced by a menacing glare. "I've left you one hand to transfer the funds. Do you understand?" The man, trembling, extended his remaining hand, revealing his identity card. For a face-to-face transfer, one merely needed to overlap their identity cards, placing the recipients on top. In mere seconds, any sum, no matter how vast, could be processed. Very obedient. Now on to the next. Li Chang'an's smile returned, making his fists appear almost gentle. Within a minute, all the money from the 3 accounts had been transferred to Li Chang'an, though he felt a tinge of disappointment as their combined total barely exceeded 100,000. The 3 hulking figures huddled together, gazing at the demon before them, hoping for his swift departure. "All right, the money is in hand," Li Chang'an declared, pocketing the identity cards and smiling lightly. "Since I have taken your money, I shall not harm your lives." The 3 simultaneously exhaled in relief. "As long as you ensure you won't seek revenge, I have no taste for trouble." "No, we would never seek revenge." The thought echoed in their minds. Even a temporary plea for survival could not lead them to admit the possibility of future retribution. Yet, as those words left their mouths, Li Chang'an had already made his move. None had the time to utter a pained scream before succumbing to the depths of agony. Upon exiting the alley, Li Chang'an clutched a white tank top he had stripped from one of the men, methodically wiping the thick blood from his hands. Even as the once pristine shirt turned crimson, traces of bright red remained stubbornly embedded in his palm and fingers. Should my future abilities awaken as water, it would certainly ease the task of cleansing my hands. Discarding the tank top into a nearby trash bin, Li Chang'an turned and entered a nearby eatery, appearing as an innocuous uncle. "Boss, 5 servings of fried noodles, 2 bowls of pig offal soup, and a pork knuckle for dining in." The chef, peering out from behind the meat counter, frowned slightly. "Are we consuming fat or devouring it?" "Neither," Li Chang'an chuckled, shaking his head. "I possess enhanced strength." "Oh, I'll give you a larger portion but charge you for a small one. Eat more to gain strength for your work." Despite his fearsome visage, the boss exhibited unexpected kindness. Li Chang'an felt somewhat disoriented, managing a sheepish thank you after a prolonged silence. Should the boss have barked, "Get out, I do not serve the likes of you," Li Chang'an would have found that more familiar. The lowest tier, aside from producers, consisted solely of strength-enhanced individuals, brute force that once could have earned a place on construction sites. However, nowadays, only a few Earth-type abilities suffice for such labor, while more upscale constructions invite the enigmatic powers of other extraordinary beings for reinforcement. Akin to a ritual before the end of days, a bowl of pig offal soup was placed before him, its size comparable to that of a basketball. Though the flavor was unremarkable, the generous portion sufficed for a hearty meal. "How intriguing," Li Chang'an mused, lifting the bowl. After consuming the soup, a melodic chime resonated outside, ceasing after 3 tolls. The restaurant owner set a large plate of fried noodles in front of Li Chang'an, glancing out the door with a furrowed brow. "The bell for trials sounds like a death knell. I wonder how many will perish this time. Fortunately, it's only the 3rd toll. By the 12th, it truly becomes deadly." Li Chang'an picked up his chopsticks, slurping the noodles with gusto. "Eat slowly. The flavor of my establishment may not be exceptional, but I ensure ample portions." The owner chuckled, retreating into the kitchen. Alone in the modest establishment, he lacked even a server. Yet, the taste was indeed average. Both the fried noodles and pig offal soup bore the distinct flavor of a military kitchen. These days, military personnel likely received better rations than those in eateries. The owner seemed to carry a story of his own. Not long after, the stacked plates reached a height of half a person. Li Chang'an, feeling content, set down his chopsticks. Nothing brought him greater happiness than the sensation of a full stomach, a sense of security that was unparalleled. At the corner of the table sat a censor. A tap of the identity card would suffice for payment. Yet, Li Chang'an still inclined his head slightly towards the kitchen, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. "You are here for the trial, aren't you?" The boss emerged from the kitchen, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He paused before Li Chang'an and slowly continued. "If you don't mind, have a seat for a while. I can share some insights about the opponents you will face." "Oh." Li Chang'an turned back, smiling lightly. "Why?" The sturdy boss patted the table beside him. "You just taught a lesson to those 3 troublemakers, right? I merely hope individuals like you can survive." Li Chang'an, maintaining his composure, nodded and took a seat at the table, his mind racing with thoughts. He wondered if he should silence the boss. Chapter 7. Life is more than just chicken soup from the city of law. A genius with red hair and blue eyes emerged, wielding lightning powers within the elemental category. His strength hovered above level A, and perhaps this trial would propel him to level S. In the black market, his odds were the highest. Second in line was a girl from Sakura City in the east, carrying a conspicuous knife. Alone, she had traversed the ocean, fully aware of its dangers. Yet her abilities remained unknown, placing her second in terms of winning potential. The third contender hailed from the same region as you. He awakened his powers at 13. They belonged to the combat category, but specifics were unknown. Emerging from the slums, he was ruthless, leaving no survivors. Li Chang'an listened silently, well aware of the third contestant's background, being from the east himself. It had been over 20 years since powers manifested in humans, leading to various classifications based on their characteristics. The combat category was widely recognized as the most suited for battle. This category included abilities like biological lock and guaranteed hit, which lacked any basis, and even featured beings immune to elements, a natural nemesis to elemental types. However, Li Chang'an's curiosity did not lie with these individuals' profiles, but rather in why this unfamiliar boss chose to divulge such information. Sensing Li Chang'an's confusion, the boss chuckled and shook his head. "Don't let my current demeanor fool you. I was quite formidable in my time. You must have noticed I was once a soldier. During a mission, I encountered a second evolution beast, and I was the only one to survive. Since then, I have been unable to engage in combat." As he spoke, the boss rolled up his sleeves, revealing a pair of mechanical arms. "Are you also a strength enhancer?" Li Chang'an realized, understanding that the loss of his arms had rendered his once notable enhancement utterly useless. Indeed, the boss responded with a hearty laugh, lowering his sleeves. "That's why I find you particularly agreeable. So what if I'm only a level B? I've personally slain a second evolution beast." With a firm clap on Li Chang'an's shoulder, the somewhat portly boss turned serious. "You're quite impressive, don't perish in there. Though I wish I could advise you to take it easy. There's no need to risk yourself now. Perhaps the trial is your best path forward. There are no worthless powers. It's merely that their time has yet to arrive. So, survive and wait, or venture forth and forge your own path." He laughed heartily, adding, "Just kidding. Although you're as handsome as I was in my youth, how could you possibly usher in a new era?" After a prolonged moment, Li Chang'an nodded, stood, and turned towards the exit. He paused momentarily, then said casually, "My name is Li Chang'an." The boss, staring blankly at Li Chang'an's departing figure, shook his head with a wry smile. "Are you trying to make me remember your name, so I can witness you usher in a new era? Are all young people this audacious nowadays? Youth is truly a blessing." Having filled his stomach, Li Chang'an, as was customary, intended to visit the underground market. The city was a melting pot of various factions, yet no one could escape the watchful eyes of information brokers. The trial did not mandate participants to enter bare. Capable families would certainly bring superior equipment. However, the trial operated under its own set of rules. Excessive reliance on external forces had proven to diminish the intensity of the final baptism. Yet, preparations targeting weaknesses fell under the realm of personal strength. In this world, absolute fairness does not exist. Only relative fairness prevails. In the underground market, gamblers gathered, collecting participant data to inform their bets. They could only operate a few times a year, but did so for substantial stakes. The house was also keen to sell information to other contestants. As unexpected outcomes could yield profit, this was not something that could be manipulated behind closed doors. However, today, Li Chang'an decided to head directly to the trial venue. Data could wait. He preferred to witness firsthand the terrifying opponents that awaited him, as facing them in reality was an entirely different experience compared to mere reports. The trial venue housed ample rooms for participants to rest. As long as one registered, free food and lodging were provided. If anyone attempted to flee midway, they would be pursued by local guards. Mocking the Federation could lead to imprisonment. The towering five-zhang door stood wide open, never closing, adorned with intricate carvings, yet lacking refinement. Exuding a rugged beauty, akin to a giant beast gaping, awaiting its prey. Despite the throng of hopefuls entering, there were always those who envisioned themselves as dragon-slaying warriors. From a distance, Li Chang'an spotted an informant from the black market station nearby. The individual, lacking professionalism, had set up a fruit stall. Even though it was situated far from the trial venue, it was inconsequential. In the apocalypse, food was abundant, and high yields drove prices down. Nevertheless, most ability users had substantial appetites, akin to how fast cars consumed fuel, yet this only applied to the common fare. Exquisite fruits were not produced or sold in the apocalypse. They were luxuries reserved for the affluent. Setting up a fruit stall on the street was akin to displaying a sign that read, "I have issues." Every individual who enters the trial ground will be recorded and subsequently scrutinized by these individuals. Li Chang'an, for the time being, does not wish to become the target of others' bets. Thus he lingers outside for a brief moment before heading towards a fruit stall. "How much for this apple?" Li Chang'an inquires with a slight smile. The portly stall owner, resembling a butcher, momentarily dons a charming grin and replies, 270 for one. "Would you like to take a few, handsome?" Apples are a powerful tool for confessing feelings, especially before the end of days. One apple could earn you a room for the night. "That sounds delightful, but I merely wish to indulge myself," Li Chang'an says as he picks up an apple, wipes it, and takes a bite, finding it pleasantly sweet. The owner furrows his brow slightly. "Brother, you haven't paid yet. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Observing the owner reaching beneath the stall, Li Chang'an chuckles. "No need to be alarmed. I never said I wouldn't pay. How about this? You provide me with the information on the top 3 competitors, and I will cover the cost." The owner's expression relaxes as he responds. "If you had mentioned that earlier, it would have been simpler. An apple is nothing. Consider it a refreshment for you. I have the information, but we can't conduct transactions here. Would you follow me?" "Sure, but what about your stall?" Li Chang'an's gaze settles on the oranges. "These aren't just my goods. They belong to us collectively, and someone will be watching." Following Li Chang'an's line of sight, the owner ponders momentarily, but then generously hands him 2 oranges. "Fair enough." Li Chang'an nods in agreement, noting that this seemingly simple individual is quite astute in business. The black market in this city is thriving, likely dominated by a single entity, which implies that outsiders must tread carefully. However, the paltry sum remaining on his identity card leaves Li Chang'an somewhat vexed. He blames the restaurant owner for engaging him in nonsensical conversation, thus wasting valuable time that could have been spent earning. The copper bell atop the trial ground tolls 4 times. Chapter 8. The killing machine. Li Chang'an had not anticipated that a supposedly secure location would be situated so close to the trial ground. After the apocalypse, the unified federation grappled with which nation's laws to adopt, ultimately opting for a vote to distill the essence from various legal systems. Information protection became a focal point, as personal power had emerged as a critical factor influencing politics, prompting everyone to conceal their true capabilities, especially the influential figures. The trading of information is deemed illegal, explicitly prohibited, and if discovered, one can be apprehended without a warrant. Yet, these individuals were operating in proximity to the most heavily guarded trial ground, raising suspicions about their true motives. Upon entering a relatively concealed room, the self-proclaimed proprietor, Longda, closed the door, instantly silencing the street's cacophony. 2 others, bespectacled, were busily transcribing documents at a table. Longda picked up several sheets, flicking off the ash from the surface, and remarked, "Brother, the information on the top 3 competitors is all here. Sharing it via identity card poses a risk of leakage, so we only deal in hard copies. The 3 with the highest win rates, detailing each individual's combat style and characteristics, is available for 70,000. If you require more intricate details, that will incur an additional cost. I only have 80,000 on me," Li Chang'an replied with a slight smile. "You're not offering a new client discount. Rather, it seems you intend to extract every last cent." "Ah, I see you are a perceptive individual," Longda responded, dropping the pretense. "Everyone is aware that entering the trial is a gamble with life and death. Those listed in the documents will soon meet their demise, leaving no opportunity for a second sale, thus necessitating a higher price. However, for those seeking to escape death, this information could be invaluable. So, brother, Will you take it or not? Li Chang'an sighed in resignation. Of course, I want it, but I find your price unappealing. 3,000 will suffice, including their identified weaknesses, habits, and preferences. Longda erupted in laughter, pointing towards the door. I no longer wish to conduct business with you. It's unwise to foster enmity before exiting, so kindly make your own way out. As he spoke, the door was suddenly thrust open, and Li Chang'an, who had been gazing up at the ceiling, was unceremoniously shoved aside and crashed against the wall by a towering, dark-skinned man. The brute, akin to swatting a fly, tossed Li Chang'an aside and grumbled. Where's the information I requested? It's all right here, Longda hastily replied, adopting a fawning demeanor as he handed over a thick stack of documents detailing the top 3 competitors, including their birthdays, preferences, combat habits, and exploitable weaknesses, totaling 100,000. After deducting the advance payment, you still owe me 300,000. The giant flipped through the documents, nodded in approval, and tossed an inconspicuous black bag in return. Longda opened it to find 300,000 in cash, secured with a special anti-counterfeiting ability. Safe travels, Longda grinned, finding this type of clientele far easier to deal with, as they pay promptly. The giant, silent and frowning, was about to leave when he noticed the young man he had just shoved aside blocking his path. Don't be in such a rush to depart, Li Chang'an said, adjusting his shoulders. You just knocked into me. How about an apology and a small token of goodwill? Huh, what do you expect as restitution? The giant sneered. But in an instant, he unleashed a powerful blow, his fist the size of a human head crashing down. Li Chang'an stepped forward, his finger poised like a sword, allowing the giant's fist to collide with his right shoulder, the sound of cracking bones audible. Seizing the moment, he closed the distance, piercing through the giant's ribcage with his left hand, gripping a rib and forcefully yanking it outward. With a resounding snap, Li Chang'an held the broken rib like a dagger. Stifling a grunt, the giant's expression twisted in rage as he attempted to smash both hands against Li Chang'an's head, which would surely result in a catastrophic outcome. Just as a layer of earthy armor began to materialize around the giant's body. Earth armor? Unfortunately, it comes too late. Li Chang'an crouched and sidestepped, ready for the ensuing confrontation. The rib penetrated the burly man's armpit, precisely piercing the axillary artery. Before the man could mount a defense, Li Chang'an withdrew the rib, skillfully evading the spurting blood. He knelt and leapt, driving the rib through the man's jaw and all the way to his brain. The earth-based ability user, upon engaging with a human, shockingly failed to protect his head and heart. How weak. The battle concluded in an instant, and Li Chang'an rubbed his aching shoulder, silently observing the giant's collapse. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining half the wall crimson. Bending down, he snatched the documents from the still-breathing giant. Wiping the bloodstains with his sleeve, he casually flipped through the papers, ensuring the blood wouldn't obscure his view, before turning to leave and beginning to remove his coat as he closed the door. A killing machine. Without even showcasing his abilities, he had slain a high-level ability user, the strongest in defense, an earth type. Longda felt an uncontrollable surge of fear welling up inside him. After years of navigating the black market, he now felt a chilling unease in his limbs. Investigate. Quickly find out who this kid is. He is undoubtedly this year's dark horse. Longda envisioned a fortune beckoning to him. Glancing down at the corpse on the ground, he frowned and said, "We can't stay here. Set fire to this place. We need to move. And don't forget to take the identity card of the deceased. Find a way to transfer the funds." His subordinates sprang into action, while Longda stepped out of the room and carefully dialed a number on his phone. "Boss, I've discovered a dark horse. We can make a fortune." On the other end, Li Chang'an discarded his coat into a roadside trash bin, which connected to the city's waste decomposition channel. Unless it was special waste, it would be directly processed. The documents in his hand were worth $1 million. He had memorized all the details, also storing them in his phone's gallery. It was challenging to rely solely on memory, and he refused to waste the documents. 100,000 for me, 50,000 for him. I refuse to believe I can't sell it. With his small backpack slung over his shoulder, Li Chang'an approached the registration desk of the trial center. "Are you here to register for the trial?" The young woman at the desk glanced up briefly and quickly lowered her gaze, intimidated by his fierce demeanor. "Yes." Li Chang'an nodded, familiar with the routine. "Name?" "Li Chang'an, as in long-lasting peace." "Age?" 29. "Do you want to disclose your type and rank?" "Enhanced abilities. No need for anything else." "All right. Do you require accommodation and meals?" "Yes. No smoking rooms, windows away from the street, and I avoid spicy food, cilantro, celery, and carrots." "Understood." She thought to herself, "Is this place a hotel?" But the poor girl dared not voice her thoughts, wishing to complete the process quickly to rid herself of his intimidating presence. Chapter 9. The talented youth deserves a chance. Whistling as he walked into the backyard, Li Chang'an felt a sense of peace wash over him, akin to returning home, though he knew it was a sickness. The vast trial center was divided into 3 zones, a grand fade, a living area tucked away in the northwest corner, and the true essence of the trial center in the northeast corner. Having entered numerous times, Li Chang'an observed that the fade and living area were likely human constructions built around the core of the trial center. The internal style diverged significantly from the exterior aesthetic. The living area and fade seemed to mimic the trial center's design, lacking any semblance of humanity. There were no chairs, and everyone had to stand or sit on the ground. At the registration desk, names were recorded, not via an identity card, but on a stone tablet. When the trial commenced, a stone screen at the entrance displayed a number, concealing the names until the corresponding individual perished, at which point the number would transform into a name. Li Chang'an was not concerned about his information being accessed. He was confident that the Empire could not control the trial center. He had attempted to use an alias at the registration desk, and no one had noticed, an indication enough of the situation. Perhaps the trial center was indeed a creation of some existence, a concept that extended beyond mere deities, as no one could clearly define what a deity truly was. Wow, this room is quite nice. Li Chang'an collapsed onto the soft mattress, which welcomed him warmly. Although each trial center's living area was fundamentally similar, the details were imbued with their unique character. Luocheng, one of the oldest cities in the world, had retained its charm through the apocalypse, much to the relief of scholars. Today, Luocheng had changed little, still brimming with the elegance of its ancient capital roots. Reflected even in this room. Lighting a cigarette, Li Chang'an stared blankly at the ceiling, contemplating the distant future, a habit he rarely indulged in. Yet, moments of peace often led him to dream. The 9th trial, the federal hound. What do I truly desire? Can I purchase a home here and live like an ordinary person, becoming a hunter, earning a modest living, marrying a gentle wife, and raising 2 children? What utter nonsense. The bells would continue to toll, and at dawn tomorrow, the trial would commence. No one could predict their survival, not even Li Chang'an, who had participated 7 times. With each trial, he sensed a palpable increase in the strength of his opponents. This was no illusion. The Empire had confirmed that each year's infants were slightly stronger than those of the past, both in terms of abilities and innate talent. Humanity's potential was on the rise, and it would not be long before new levels emerged above the current ranks. As participants grew stronger year after year, this was not good news for Li Chang'an. Life offered no margin for error. One failure meant eternal defeat. After treating his recently injured shoulder, Li Chang'an retrieved the copper sparrow he carried with him from his backpack, leaving the rest of his belongings behind in the room, as they were of little value. Before the trial begins, one must ensure they are well rested and nourished, for once the trial commences, such favorable moments may never return. The endless cycle of pursuit and evasion defines the essence of the trial, a reality he is all too familiar with, having once endured 7 days without a moment's respite. The dining hall can accommodate 500 patrons simultaneously, yet at this hour, only a handful occupy the space, each maintaining a wary distance, separated by several tables. Li Chang'an paid little heed to the palpable tension in the air. After selecting his meal, he found a seat, knowing that shortly, a server would bring his food. The Empire's emphasis on talent is evident, even if ultimately only one will remain. Not long after he settled, Li Chang'an felt a piercing gaze directed at him. He looked up to meet the sharp eyes of someone not far off. "You reek of blood." From the shape of the stranger's lips, Li Chang'an discerned the words. But what truly captured his attention were the beast-like teeth of the individual. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, was this person an enhancer or a beast type? A few years prior, the Empire announced a significant breakthrough, an experimental serum derived from the genes of monsters outside the city, capable of augmenting human physiques and awakening unique beast-like abilities, allowing individuals to inherit traits such as the eagle's vision, the bear's strength, and the leopard's agility. This innovation could potentially reshape the world's dynamics, granting even the weakest of ability users a glimmer of hope for empowerment. However, due to certain shortcomings, this method had yet to be widely adopted, remaining confined to military applications. In other words, if this individual belonged to the beast category, it would imply he was indeed a soldier, a rare occurrence for someone from the military to participate in the trial. Moreover, such a precious serum is not available to everyone. Only the elite are deemed worthy. Would the military truly permit such a valuable elite to enter the fray? It seemed the stakes had risen considerably. Li Chang'an sighed as he accepted the food tray from the server. As he dined, a pang of regret struck him. He had originally intended to reserve the copper sparrow for the 9th trial, but it now appeared he would need to utilize it this time, a significant financial burden. Today he had garnered 80,000. Should he risk his dignity for a potential heist? 80,000 over 10 days could translate to 800,000 in 100 days. Lost in these thoughts, he remained oblivious to the approach of another until the figure sat beside him, prompting an instinctual reaction as he thrust his chopsticks toward the intruder's throat. Wait. The newcomer narrowly dodged the attack, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. What do you want? Li Chang'an frowned. Even in his distraction, not just anyone could approach him, and this individual radiated danger. A glance at the stranger's face confirmed his suspicions. A formidable opponent, the third-ranked youth from the eastern continent. Dining alone is rather lonely. Why not share company? The youth suggested, casually shifting a roasted lamb from beside him in front of Li Chang'an. Try it. I roasted it myself. Li Chang'an surveyed the room and snorted derisively. Out of all these people, why choose me? Because you exude a murderous aura while you eat, and besides, we are fellow countrymen. I can't share a meal with those colorful-haired individuals, the youth retorted, tearing off a leg of lamb and offering it to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an declined. Although the dining hall allowed patrons to prepare their own meals, he had no way of knowing what had been added to this dish. He dared not eat it. Noticing Li Chang'an's rejection of his hospitality, the youth remained unfazed, chomping down on the lamb leg with a grin. You're Li Chang'an, right? The one whose name means long-lasting peace. I heard you yesterday. You came in with a hint of blood on you. I turned to look because there was a fire in an alley behind you. I knew it was a black market information exchange. There was a corpse, an earth element ability user known as the Gravedigger. Did you kill him? I saw the body before it was burned. The method was swift and decisive. Each strike aimed to kill, quite inconsistent with your outward appearance as an enhancer. Additionally, you should have figured out who I am, given that you purchased information, perhaps even stolen data, yet you remain on guard. If I were you, I would feel a tinge of fear. Li Chang'an set down his chopsticks. Indeed, those who could not be defeated were the most troublesome. Hey, I mean you no harm. Do not entertain thoughts of killing me, the youth said innocently, inching closer to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow. When Anren, 19 years old, hailing from the northern part of the eastern continent, GeoCity, standing at 1.71 meters, weighing 53 kilograms, with a penchant for roasting meat and shopping. Physically robust, he has single-handedly eliminated a team of marauders eyeing his spoils. The information they provided you is unreliable, lacking any mention of my abilities. For instance, my power belongs to the mysterious category known as averting misfortune and attracting good fortune. While it does not reveal the imminent dangers, it is most suitable for forming alliances. Li Chang'an continued to eat, seemingly unfazed by the conversation. How cold you are, when Anren remarked with a hint of disappointment as he gnawed on the lamb leg. Are you suggesting that among these people, I am the safest? That certainly won't be a comforting thought. Li Chang'an tilted his head slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. When Anren's expression faltered for a moment before he resumed his laughter. It is curious, your demeanor does not align with your facade. A mere low-level ability user. Yet you consistently exhibit dominance and unabashed murderous intent in my presence. Your persona is bound to crumble. Isn't a persona meant to be broken? Li Chang'an replied, placing his chopsticks down. Having finished his meal, he saw no reason to linger. However, before departing, he approached a tall, slender youth in the corner and lowered his voice. Friend, do you have the information on the top 3? The complete version, mind you. I am the sole provider in the market. Did you see that youth over there? The one ranked 3rd, when Anren? His abilities are known only to me. You noticed our conversation, did you not? A few minutes later, as the identity card made contact, 500,000 was credited to Li Chang'an's account. He felt a sense of satisfaction, considering he lacked any innate talent for business. Managing to sell at the initially desired price was already commendable. Returning to the table, Li Chang'an placed several stacks of cash down. I sold your information for 100,000. We shall split it 50-50. Here is your share. So, we are officially allied now. When Anren eagerly accepted the money, watching Li Chang'an depart in silence before disdainfully spitting out a bone. Selling my information right before my eyes. What an atrocious act. Rather than a collapse of character. It felt more like his dialogue was a facade, deliberately crafted to force me to confront him. Yet, did my information truly only fetch 100,000? That seems rather implausible. Upon returning to his room, Li Chang'an transferred the cash from his card to Jiang Shubu's account. Within moments, as anticipated, a call from Jiang Shubu came through. "Hey, you haven't gone off to commit murder again, have you?" Li Chang'an reclined on the edge of his bed, replying with a chuckle, "Not at all. This is money I've earned from selling goods." "Nonsense. While you were helping me, you couldn't even sell a single drink. Luo City is too far. I can't rush over. Just don't kill anyone. I'm worried I won't make it in time." Accustomed to Jiang Shubu's incessant rambling, Li Chang'an nodded repeatedly. "All right, rest assured, I'm behaving myself. Even if I were to kill someone, I'd make sure to clean up afterward." He could distinctly hear Jiang Shubu sigh on the other end. "You really have gone off to kill someone, haven't you? Fine. How long do you think you'll be in there? I'll come to pick you up." Calculating in his mind, Li Chang'an continued, "There are quite a few skilled individuals now. Since entering, I've already encountered 4 of them. Unless the trial grounds are exceptionally vast, I should be able to emerge in just over a month, at most 2. That is not too shabby. I'll take that girl you left behind and show her the world." Jiang Shubu had unwavering faith in Li Chang'an's judgment. If he said 2 months, it would not exceed even a single day. "Oh, speaking of which," Li Chang'an straightened up, "was it Xiao Wu or Xiao Lu? How is she doing? You better remember her name if you're leaving her with me. Actually, she seems quite talented. The things I taught her, she picked up in no time. In just a day, she can already make an omelet rice." For a moment, Li Chang'an was at a loss whether to be amazed or to scoff. "All right, if you have the time, teach her something else too, and make sure she eats well. She is too thin, skin and bones." "Rest assured, I've got that covered," Jiang Shubu replied, understanding. After a brief exchange, Li Chang'an ended the call, settling cross-legged on the floor and allowing the sunlight streaming through the window to bathe him. In the trial grounds, true alliances were non-existent. What was termed an alliance was merely individual actions. When 2 people encountered each other, they could share intelligence and exchange resources, yet they would not collaborate. Even if one party were on the brink of death, the best outcome would be a swift end to their suffering. There were those who once considered gathering a host of subordinates to severely injure other participants, only to swoop in for the kill and earn points. However, such victories were ultimately hollow, akin to taking a bath, merely cleansing the body without any tangible benefit. Moreover, it would invite a collective assault from all participants. Once it was discovered that participants were banding together, news would spread like wildfire, uniting everyone against them. In such battles, any injured participant would not be left vulnerable to opportunistic killers. They would be granted a brief recovery period. This was a customary rule established by the initial few victors of the trial, even publicly acknowledged by a prominent figure who emerged from the trials. Now a high-ranking official in the empire. "Does the power behind you surpass the might of my fists?" Thus, the alliances formed in the trial grounds remained merely formalities, as only one victor would emerge, who would genuinely wish to be the garment for another. Li Chang'an, however, welcomed this notion. He would gladly accept an invincible prodigy to sweep through the trials, as long as he himself could survive. Once one's points reached half of the total score, barring a bloodthirsty nature, most individuals would cease their killings. When Anren's abilities were even more extraordinary than they sounded, to put it simply, she was a fortunate one. Outside of battle, she could identify the best paths to victory, and within combat, she could effortlessly discern the openings in her opponent's attacks. If he aligned himself with Anren, this trial might just afford him a simpler path to survival. What a delightful surprise! Maintaining his cross-legged posture, Li Chang'an sank into a deep slumber amidst his contemplations. As night deepened and the clock struck 11, he awoke, grabbed his backpack, and headed towards the dining hall. With little to occupy his day, he figured it best to enjoy a hearty meal and a proper rest. The 3 individuals deemed to have the highest chance of victory were perceived as such primarily due to the wealth of information available about them. The scant knowledge of others rendered them seemingly weak. Thus, there was no need to squander time investigating the rest. Besides, with hundreds of participants, it was impossible for Li Chang'an to research each one individually. Genuine understanding emerged only through the life and death struggles of combat, while other forms of comprehension were mere theoretical musings. With 4 hours remaining until the next toll of the bell, the sound would herald the commencement of the trials. The entire trial ground would be shrouded in an atmosphere of impending bloodshed. As the final moments would unleash true pressure, some would succumb to madness, while others would descend into insanity. Chapter 11. I am homeward bound. The dining hall was filled to capacity, with perhaps only a handful of individuals like Li Chang'an among them. The rest were first-time participants. Yet they all understood the significance of the 11 chimes and had gathered in the hall. They needed to prepare a portion of food. The combat arena was still habitually referred to as the trial grounds. It was not an empty expanse devoid of resources, but rather akin to the real world, where various terrains and elements could be found, be it mountains or rivers. This further convinced Li Chang'an that the trial grounds were not constructed by the Empire, as current human capabilities did not extend to such feats. Everything present in the human world could be found within the trial grounds, and conversely, there were things absent from the human realm that existed within. Regrettably, no matter how precious these items were, only the victors could bring them out, and their size could not exceed certain limits. The surviving participants would be transported away by a beam of light, and any items they carried could not exceed the confines of this light. Anything that extended beyond its boundaries would be forcibly intercepted, even something as vital as one's head. This rule, a grim lesson passed down from those who came before, demanded strict adherence for all items brought in and out. Consequently, excess food could not be brought along. Most opted for the military rations sold by the Empire, remarkable innovations where a morsel the size of a tooth could meet an adult's daily nutritional requirements, albeit at a rather exorbitant price. For those with appetites that exceeded the ordinary, acquiring these rations became a nightmare, as a single tiny pellet could cost 3,000 yuan, leading someone like Li Chang'an to spend 30,000 yuan daily. For survival, even ordinary hunters would purchase a few, let alone those participating in the trials. Military rations were available at the cafeteria, where the insatiable machine of capitalism ensured that everyone's needs were met. This situation revealed the financial standings of the participants. For instance, a certain youth ordered 3 large bottles, summing up to 300 pellets. Li Chang'an inwardly lamented having given him 50,000. A mere 10,000 would have sufficed. He purchased 20 pellets at the counter, though even that number was unnecessary since he had a full bottle of rations in his small backpack. However, not buying a few might draw undue attention. In a corner sat several individuals who had no intention of purchasing military rations, brazenly flaunting their arrogance as they scanned each participant, occasionally licking their lips like predators eyeing their prey. When Amran caught their gaze, anyone would notice him, young, frail, and evidently affluent. He was nothing short of a fat sheep. Li Chang'an shook his head in resignation. He could not compete with this fellow's cunning, deliberately drawing attention. These individuals would only fall victim to his ability to turn the tables on them. The second floor of the trial venue resembled a waiting hall at a station, with chairs spaced about half a meter apart, devoid of any other furnishings, save for the massive stone screen on the front wall. With 2 levels, Li Chang'an estimated around 500 seats, meaning at most 500 participants could engage, yet today the lower level remained less than full. He randomly selected a chair, leaned back, and prepared for a brief rest. Just before closing his eyes, something flashed before him, and upon blinking, he smiled. The pink-haired girl he had seen yesterday was also present, presumably not residing in the trial venue, which explained the delay in their encounter. What does it matter to me? Li Chang'an mused, smiling as he closed his eyes, awaiting the tolling of the bell. Many others, like Li Chang'an, shut their eyes for a brief respite, while some scanned their surroundings, keenly observing potential opponents. As the bell tolled, Li Chang'an slowly opened his eyes, the familiar beam of light descending upon him, though there were no visible lamps overhead, leaving him to ponder the source of this illumination. The TIA trials have commenced. Participants must remain within the beam's range. 5, 4, 3. The familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over him as he stretched, preparing to embark on his journey. The doors of the trial venue swung open, and a young woman at the front desk entered, clutching a tablet the thickness of a fingernail, followed closely by a middle-aged man clad in a deep green uniform. From today until the conclusion, ensure every name is recorded. We cannot connect to the Empire's network, so each of you must register individually, he instructed, glancing at the screen. The previously dull stone screen now displayed a myriad of names, each representing a participant's registration, some perhaps aliases, others their true names. However, should they perish in the trial, the formerly green names would turn red, revealing their real identities. The only remnant a defeated contender could leave behind was their name. The young woman nodded vigorously, showing no signs of complacency. The man's gaze swept across the names until suddenly halting with a smile. Li Chang'an, is this the one you mentioned? Yes. The girl replied hurriedly, her nervousness nearly causing her to hiccup. She managed to swallow it down before continuing. His appearance closely resembles the photo you provided, though it is somewhat blurred, so I cannot be certain. No matter, This is likely an alias, so little can be gleaned. When we reach the final 10. If he remains alive, be sure to inform me, the middle-aged man said, turning to leave. Bowing deeply to bid farewell to him, the young woman abruptly changed her expression, hastily beginning to record on her tablet. In an instant, 197 green names transformed to red, marking the demise of over 10 individuals. As the sensation of ground contact registered beneath him, Li Chang'an opened his eyes and instinctively rolled to the side, seeking refuge behind the nearest concrete pillar. After a few seconds, he began to assess his surroundings. All participants had been randomly allocated to a designated area, the size of which corresponded to the scale of the trial venue, meaning it was possible for several individuals to land in close proximity. Fortunately for him, he found himself alone. At least, no one was visible within his immediate line of sight. However, he remained vigilant against any perceptive abilities among the participants, as lingering in one spot was ill-advised. This location appeared to be an urban setting. After a thorough examination, Li Chang'an realized he was not amidst mere rubble, but within the ruins of an entire city. Some buildings stood in the distance, partially collapsed, reminiscent of a metropolis ravaged by war, yet the vegetation crawling over them signified that this place had lain in ruin for quite some time. A city, how splendid! Li Chang'an thought cheerfully, stepping into the shadows. An urban environment promised access to water and food, albeit much of it likely spoiled. Foraging would still be easier here. And if worse came to worst, he could always resort to eating leaves. His movements were utterly silent, each muscle in his body flexing with the agility and stealth of a feline. With everyone gathered in a confined area, he need not contemplate escape. If he could evade the initial onslaught, the rest would naturally vacate the vicinity, for such is the nature of shadows beneath the light. After just a few steps, Li Chang'an came to an unusual halt, gazing at the corner ahead while murmuring to himself. A delicatessen should be located just around the right turn. A couple of paces further lies a monument left from before the apocalypse. To the left is the road, and at the end of it stands a residential complex. With a grave expression, Li Chang'an finished his mutterings and peered around the corner, instantly freezing in place. It wasn't that he possessed foresight. Rather, he had once lived here. Not only had he visited, but he had resided here for 2 decades. This was the North City of Dongzhou. Chapter 12. The Ubiquitous Crisis. How could it be North City? As he surveyed his surroundings, Li Chang'an could not deceive himself, even though most places had succumbed to ruin. The familiarity was undeniable. There used to be a stationery store here, a welfare shop under the empire, offering free supplies. Standing before the collapsed storefront, he brushed away the dust from the sign, frowning at its altered appearance. The sign read grocery store, differing slightly from his memories, and upon closer inspection, he noticed numerous subtle discrepancies. Suddenly, an ominous realization struck him. Without hesitation, Li Chang'an leaped upward. An arrow pierced through his calf. The enemy was distant, the arrow having come from the south. He swiftly deduced the situation, his body instinctively lunging into the partially collapsed shop, where he hoisted a large stone slab to barricade the door, shrinking into a corner. As he contemplated a retreat, he fumbled for a bundle of bandages in his backpack, tearing off a lengthy strip to secure around his knee for staunching the bleeding. Grasping the arrow shaft protruding from his calf, he applied pressure to snap it, leaving a portion embedded within. This was the only way to avoid hindering his movements. As for the pain, it was entirely bearable. The long-range assailant wielded a bow and arrow rather than firearms, suggesting a strong likelihood of being skilled in weapon mastery, particularly archery, rather than possessing perceptive abilities. Li Chang'an quickly assessed the situation, pushing through a small door at the back of the shop, entering a shadowy alleyway. After taking a few more steps, he relied on memory to locate a manhole cover, ensuring no blood trailed behind him before lifting it. Upon entering the sewer, he remembered to close the lid. 700 meters away, a girl waited for a moment, yet still saw no sign of her target emerging from the ruins. With a sigh of resignation, she retracted her arrow. The first target proved troublesome. Surely the others were not as elusive? It seemed she had indeed brought fewer arrows than necessary. Li Chang'an pressed against the sewer wall, navigating silently and swiftly until he had turned 7 corners before pausing. Based on past experience, the pursuers would lose track after 4 forks. For now, he deemed himself safe. What a stroke of bad luck. Another wealthy adversary, yet not possessing perceptive abilities, indicated the possibility of a single person targeting aid, the cheapest of which still cost over 600,000. Li Chang'an sighed with envy. After merely 2 minutes of rest, he produced a palm-sized dagger, using a lighter to sterilize it momentarily before slicing open his calf. With 2 fingers, he extracted the arrow shaft. His suturing and application of ointment was nearly as skilled as that of a surgeon. After all, prolonged injury makes one a proficient healer. Sighing, he resolved to minimize movement for now, hiding below as this injury would indeed affect his mobility. Leaning against the wall for a brief respite, Li Chang'an was suddenly struck by the absence of any foul odor typical of sewers. It dawned on him that he had interrupted his own reasoning while above ground. Right. This should still be North City, albeit a North City destroyed by disaster. Upon recognizing the discrepancies between the present ground and his memories, he entertained this notion. The current North City had been reconstructed after the apocalypse, modified from the foundations of the old city, which explained the blend of familiarity and strangeness he felt. Parallel universe. The well-read Li Chang'an thought of this phrase. Perhaps the authentic space to which the trial had transported them was indeed the much-discussed parallel universe, where the apocalypse had obliterated the world entirely, rather than leaving a portion of humanity intact. This would explain the site of the grocery store that should have been destroyed, and consequently, the sewer was now devoid of its original stench. Some facilities still operated, and the water flowing through the sewers was now clean. A surge of excitement ignited within Li Chang'an, as if he had unearthed a grand secret, only to be doused in cold water moments later. What was he thinking? He was here to participate in the trial. He couldn't linger. It was time to change locations. Rising, he felt a tingling sensation in his calf, a sign that the wound was healing. Indeed, he was correct in claiming to possess enhancement abilities, but rather than strength enhancement, it was a holistic enhancement, including self-healing capabilities. This injury would likely mend within half a day. As a product of the post-apocalyptic era, Li Chang'an's understanding of the world prior to the apocalypse was limited to new textbooks, gleaned mostly from a previous trial where a dying participant had uttered a few words to him. What you know is false. Well, regardless of the truth, or what the past had been like, at least he recognized that the creature before him, measuring over 2 meters in length, was a rat. A rat, with a pointed snout, ambled around the corner, as leisurely as a duck, towering at chest height for an adult, with immensely stout limbs and claws glinting with a cold sheen. Fortune was undeniably unfavorable. Shaking his head, Li Chang'an struck first, stepping forward 2 paces to deliver a punch to the rat's eye. In a situation where size was equal, most creatures would surpass humans, and the terrifying rat was no exception. In the crucial moment, the rat calmly evaded his attack, its eyes reflecting a hint of human-like disdain. Its tail, long as its body, striking like a steel whip, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Despite the tail's approach from behind, Li Chang'an seemed to perceive it. Sinking his shoulder as the tail grazed past him, he instinctively raised his knee. The confined space forced the rat to claw upward, piercing the cement wall. Here, the divide between animal instinct and human intellect became evident. What was meant to be a knee strike transformed as Li Chang'an twisted his waist, converting the knee into a striking leg, akin to a war axe's upward swing. A sharp crack echoed as the mouse's skull caved in, yet astonishingly, it still possessed the strength to flee. Unfortunately, it was far too late to consider escape at this point, especially in the narrow confines of a sewer where turning back was impractical. The only option was to charge ahead, but Li Chang'an kept pace with it, and before it could dash a few meters, he struck its cervical vertebra with a palm. The creature convulsed and collapsed, its eyes still glimmering with life. What a nuisance! Had you not resisted, I could have granted you a more merciful end, avoiding the bloodshed that now stains this place. Li Chang'an sighed. Blood signified evaporation. Its scent would eventually disperse, inevitably attracting attention. Moreover, in any confrontation, silence is a rare luxury. The heightened senses of the superhumans surpassed those of ordinary individuals, albeit to varying degrees. The sewer, once seemingly safe, had morphed into a perilous environment. Who could fathom how many more of such rodents lurked in the shadows? Rubbing against the mouse's fur to absorb its scent, Li Chang'an unsheathed a dagger, slicing open its back to extract the tenderloin, rinsing it in the nearby clear water before devouring it heartily. There was nothing more foolish than grilling food. The smoke and aroma would betray him. But it was regrettable that he had forgotten to bring salt this time. He could not discard the bloodied fur either. He carried it along. And after walking several hundred meters, he found a fork in the path to dispose of it into the water, creating a diversion. It was time to return to the surface. Gods, if you exist, please spare me from ambush. With a casual prayer, Li Chang'an pushed open the manhole cover above. Chapter 13. Everyone is prey. The wind swirled past, carrying a cloud of yellow dust, and the woman traversing the steel ruins resembled a flower reborn from devastation. Radiant and striking in this desolate city, yet fundamentally out of place. She strolled gracefully down the street, one hand resting on her blade, and the other brushing against the remnants of shattered walls. In her eyes, everything around her was a testament to history, a reflection of how humanity ought to be. She paused, noticing a sign just a step away, its dust wiped away by a hand, leaving faint impressions of fingerprints. A step closer revealed a few drops of relatively fresh blood, prompting her to glance southward. An arrow lodged in her calf. She entered the store, muttering to herself as she pushed aside a large stone blocking the entrance, taking refuge in the very spot where Li Chang'an had once concealed himself. Here, she bandaged her wound, snapping the arrow, and with remarkable composure, assessed her injuries while deducing the location and potential abilities of her adversary. Her gaze flickered to a small door on the opposite side. Had Li Chang'an been present, he would have recognized that each step she took mirrored his own previous path. Standing by the manhole, she hesitated. Moments later, she shook her head, deciding against descending into the filthy depths, opting instead to spare this individual. With no lingering attachment, she turned and glided away, her movements light and fluid, reminiscent of a hunter, yet also akin to a flower gatherer. Perhaps the gods truly exist. Li Chang'an shrugged as he emerged from the sewer, confronting a supermarket. Expired food typically posed little threat to superhumans, especially not to someone like Li Chang'an, whose physical condition was exceptional. Yet, what delighted him most was not the prospect of food or water, but rather the passage of time. By examining the timestamps on the food packaging, he could estimate when this place had met its demise. No, wait, I am here for trials. I must curb my curiosity and grab some water before hastily departing. With a rueful smile, he shook his head and cautiously stepped into the supermarket. First, distilled water? What is this? Not sterile water. Never mind, I'll take a can of braised pork. Did humanity eat this well before the apocalypse? Even amidst his shopping, Li Chang'an remained vigilant, ensuring not a sound escaped him. His small backpack could hold little, so he meticulously selected what was useful. Though many items here had become extinct in the current world, requiring additional time for selection. Leading my beloved little donkey, gently peeling away its skin. It is soft and tender with a faint fragrance. A voice hummed as someone entered the supermarket, seemingly dragging something heavy, the sound of fabric scraping against the floor audible. Li Chang'an crouched low, resembling a spider, silently scuttling across the ground, straining to discern the shifting direction of the sound. He climbed the wall from an unseen angle, concealing himself among the intersecting iron pipes of the ceiling. The voice seemed youthful, yet it was not Wan'anren. Li Chang'an refrained from direct observation to avoid detection, stealing glances from the periphery. Strangely, it felt as though someone had glanced his way. A pure, youthful voice emerged from the mouth of a grotesque dwarf. Standing approximately 1 meter tall, his face marred by intersecting scars, barely revealing any facial features. The dwarf dragged a comatose young woman with him, surveying the surroundings but failing to notice anyone, dismissing it as an illusion. After all, such occurrences were not uncommon. His perception was astute, but it could be ruled out as a sensory-type ability. Li Chang'an pressed himself further behind the steel pipe, fortunate that the dwarf's stature made it difficult for him to see him. He had observed the pair in the hall earlier. The dwarf had worn a mask, while the young woman had been quietly engrossed in a book. It was baffling why such individuals would participate in trials. Is this merely a game? The dwarf hummed a tune, dragging the girl to the edge of the kitchenware cabinet, where the stainless steel utensils remained pristine, untouched by rust, as if sealed away from time. Wake up! The dwarf, likely smiling, attempted to rouse the girl. MMM. The girl, just regaining consciousness, thrashed in panic, only to find her limbs and mouth bound. The dwarf grinned, revealing his teeth. I intended to free you, but I fear your screams might attract unwanted attention, so I must inconvenience you a bit. You need not seek salvation here. This is a trial. Each kill earns you a point. And who do you think will spare you? Just endure it. At the very least, I shall leave you with a pure body. Though I wonder if you still remain untainted. I shall see for myself shortly. With that, the gnome perused the kitchen utensils, ultimately selecting a bone cleaver. He unwrapped it, weighing it in his hand, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Well then, let us commence. Living is a torment, and I shall assist you in shortening this suffering. You need not thank me, but do savor the experience. The blade fell, plunging into the girl's knee. She had no time to contemplate, only to experience excruciating pain. Her cries were muffled by the rag in her mouth, leaving only rapid breaths and a rolling throat. The knife lodged itself within her bone, and the gnome pressed his foot against her calf, wrenching the knife free, blood splattering in every direction. As he withdrew the blade, it fell again, severing her leg from her body. At this moment, the girl still clung to hope, perhaps desiring a swift end, struggling to crawl forward. The gnome followed her with his blade, reveling in the scene, warm blood on his face, the sight of her crawling in desperation. The only lament was the absence of her screams. Blood stained the ground, thickening rapidly upon contact with the air, forming a layer resembling cream. The gnome raised his grotesque fingers, counting down, 5, 4, 3. As the last number fell, he lifted the bone cleaver once more. The girl, pale as death, suddenly felt a surge of pain that arched her body. In the next moment, she crawled forward with renewed urgency, though her legs were lost. All her struggles were in vain. Once you perish, I shall cleanse your body with pristine water. Fear not, not a drop of blood shall remain. I know you loathe me, so I shall take your eyes, allowing you to gaze upon me forever, just as you do now. The gnome unsheathed a sharp knife, plunging it into the girl's back. The keen blade sliced through skin, revealing the spine beneath. Now is the moment. Li Chang'an leaped down, twisting in midair. Alas, the gnome was too short, and his kick missed its target, striking the gnome's shoulder instead. Nonetheless, the diminutive figure flew like a cannonball, crashing into several shelves before landing with a muffled thud. A pity, I missed the head. Li Chang'an shook his head in disappointment. The kick had merely shattered the gnome's shoulder. A missed strike, time to maneuver. Hee hee. Laughter, tinged with delight, echoed from among the shelves. The gnome, brushing off the debris, struggled to stand, one arm hanging limply at his side. Do you know why this woman does not resist? Even the most basic of ability users should possess some capacity for defiance. It is because I am the protagonist of this world. I suppress all abilities. Oh, you suppress all abilities? Li Chang'an was taken aback. If you are the protagonist, then what am I? Chapter 14. Survival. The gnome coughed, spitting blood, swallowing what he had not managed to expel. Step by step, he approached Li Chang'an. No matter your status as a favored child of destiny, once you touch me, you shall lose everything. You will soon feel your limbs grow weak. Your once proud abilities will be rendered useless. Soon, you shall be akin to the swine on the ground. Saving the damsel shall have to wait for another life. Li Chang'an clapped his hands, chuckling. You reminded me. I had almost forgotten. He looked down, locking eyes with the girl on the ground. She huddled behind him, pressing closely to his heels, tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes alight with hope. She awaited salvation, yet feared that Li Chang'an might ultimately become like her. Do not cry, do not cry. It is all over. You shall no longer suffer. Li Chang'an knelt, cupping the girl's face in his hands, gently snapping her neck. The gnome halted, astonished by the unfolding events. Not only did Li Chang'an display no expected panic, but he even had the presence of mind to claim the points. This lad was not here to rescue the maiden after all. Thank you for the point you have gifted me. No, it should be 2 points. Li Chang'an bent down, his feet striking the ground, propelling him forward like a bullet. The gnome intended to dodge, but he was caught off guard, his speed insufficient. A solid punch connected with his abdomen, launching him over 1/2 meter into the air. His insides rendered to pulp, his spine cracking under the strain. How could this be? Was your ability not supposed to be sealed? Blood gushed forth. The gnome coughed. His face drained of color as he stared at Li Chang'an. He sought to witness panic, to see the frailty that followed bravado, to glimpse a glimmer of hope for his own survival. Li Chang'an tilted his head, seizing the gnome's small leg and slamming his diminutive frame against the ground. A tremendous crash followed, the tiles shattering, the gnome's body equally fragmented. Once he confirmed the gnome was beyond recovery, Li Chang'an smiled slightly. I apologize. I never possessed any abilities. However, what a terrifying foe he was. Regardless of whether it was temporary or permanent, the gnome's abilities were of strategic weapon caliber. A pity. Li Chang'an chuckled as he bent down, scavenging for spoils from the gnome's corpse. In a mere 10 seconds, he looted one body. Half a minute later, Li Chang'an's figure vanished at the supermarket's entrance, only to reappear again. As long as one remains unaware of the gnome's abilities, the majority will likely encounter him. After all, Li Chang'an's attacks had been delivered through clothing. Yet, the gnome still believed it would take effect, suggesting that contact was indeed literal and did not necessitate a physical collision. If the weapon were long enough, it might prove useful. Half a minute after Li Chang'an departed, 3 extraordinary beings appeared at the entrance of the supermarket. entering from 3 distinct directions. Moments later, one of them launched a surprise attack, while 2 engaged in combat. The remaining individual pursuing the direction in which Li Chang'an had vanished. It is no wonder that some refer to this as a new world, filled with an abundance of peculiar abilities. A youth with red hair and azure eyes stood beside the corpse of a gnome, electricity crackling at his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, silvery currents surged onto the gnome's lifeless form. He showed no mercy even to the girl's body, revealing his true nature as a scoundrel. The boy walked away with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly indifferent to the escalating chaos outside, leaving behind 2 charred corpses. Li Chang'an moved with the agility of a monkey, deftly navigating the concrete jungle. Within a mere few minutes, he had distanced himself several kilometers from the scene of the incident, landing without a hint of breathlessness. It was unfortunate that these individuals were unarmed. Shaking his head, he reflected on the importance of a good weapon in this era, something not everyone could wield. The girl was likely a pauper, yet the gnome, with his ruthless and somewhat deranged demeanor, should not have been impoverished. He must have hoarded all his wealth, otherwise he would not have gone unarmed. Lacking supernatural abilities, Li Chang'an relied on close combat tactics. Should he encounter a distant sniper, he would indeed be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the urban landscape provided ample hiding spots. Nevertheless, most extraordinary beings prefer long-range attacks. A high-quality sniper rifle, paired with extensive training, suffices to deal with the majority of them, as most cannot withstand a single shot. Save for those specialized in enhancement abilities. Particularly, perceptive abilities render one nearly invulnerable to bullets, leaving them with little refuge. With the distant sound of an explosion, Li Chang'an's hair stood on end as he swiftly retreated in the opposite direction. The noise had emanated from an anti-material sniper rifle, likely fired from over 1,000 meters away, placing him within the sniper's kill zone. No wonder that area had been eerily silent. It had been designated a no-go zone. Shaking his head, he began to descend, weaving through the high rises. Only in narrow spaces did he feel at ease. In other scenarios, his priority was merely to escape. As dusk settled, the sun had set, and the city had long been deprived of electricity, plunging it into an abyss of darkness. Yet, under the luminous moonlight, the path remained somewhat discernible. Within a completely collapsed building, Li Chang'an nestled amidst the rubble, his body concealed beneath debris and rebar, even his heartbeat slowing to a near halt. Should someone tread upon him, they would remain oblivious to his presence, save for the perceptive beings, who served as nightmares for all assassins. "I see you. Come out," a voice taunted as it approached. Li Chang'an remained motionless. After a moment, when the anticipated sight did not materialize, the speaker continued, "I truly see you. Stop hiding." Still, Li Chang'an did not budge. "Fine, if you won't come out. I shall drag you out." The individual feigned an attack, yet moments later, silence ensued. After a considerable wait, Li Chang'an heard someone crouching before him, muttering to themselves, "This is strange. I clearly came this way. How could I not find you? An attack? No, the atmosphere feels off." Li Chang'an, who had just opened his eyes, promptly closed them again. A flicker of cold light passed, followed by the sound of a body collapsing. Blood seeped through the cracks, dripping onto Li Chang'an's face, trickling down his cheek. The sound of fabric brushing overhead signaled that someone was stepping away from the debris on his head, gradually retreating. Li Chang'an kept his eyes tightly shut. Chapter 15. A decisive moment. Though Li Chang'an often jested that Jiang Shubu's establishment was merely a stall, it was, in truth, a sizable tavern. Despite the exorbitant prices of the drinks, it never lacked for generous patrons, as it was considered the safest haven in the northern city. The tavern's walls bore a sign declaring that raucous behavior and fighting were prohibited, and none dared to contravene this rule. For it had once belonged to the largest gang in the northern city, which had been obliterated overnight due to the actions of 3 individuals. Among the 3, one had gone to face trials, leaving the remaining 2 seated across from one another, their expressions more akin to adversaries than friends. "How dare you come here for free drinks?" Jiang Shubu scoffed, rolling his eyes as he lazily leaned back in his chair, his legs propped up. Opposite him, Brother Lin maintained his disheveled appearance, shaking a bottle of liquor as he glanced at Wu Luyan, who busied herself behind the counter. Annoyed, Jiang Shubu rapped the table. "Is that the little girl Chang'an brought back? If you can't teach her, just hand her over to me." Brother Lin's opening remark ignited Jiang Shubu's ire. "You think I can't teach her?" He shot back, leaning over the table with a frigid glare. Brother Lin calmly nodded. "With your temperament, I fear you might misguide her." Wasn't it you who advised Chang'an on how to interact with others? What was the outcome? At the mention of this, Jiang Shubu's bravado dissipated, his head bowed in silence. Muttering under his breath, "You always bring this up. You're quite tiresome." If you hadn't eliminated the former leader, would Chang'an have stealthily infiltrated another gang to annihilate them? It is indeed my fault for placing too much trust in your ability to teach him how to interact with others. As a result, he now resorts to either killing or sparing strangers, entirely incapable of forming friendships. Brother Lin persists in his reproach, his own frustration simmering beneath the surface. Enough with the scolding. I acknowledge my mistake. I am actively seeking to make amends. Besides, there is no real issue here. You know how treacherous human nature can be. Jiang Shuabu's defense is feeble and unconvincing. After a long pause, Brother Lin sighs, reflecting on the time when the three of us first met. Shortly after he had completed his third trial. Now, years have passed, and he is facing his eighth trial. Let us not dwell on the past. It bodes ill. It's already ominous enough that I've set up my shop in a place where so many have perished. Please refrain from further ill omens. As a drink is poured into Brother Lin's glass, Jiang Shubu feigns an intention to leave. Brother Lin, however, rises first, pressing Jiang Shubu back down, shaking his head. I'm not jesting. I intend to return home. I cannot agree to that. Jiang Shubu interrupts decisively. Let us discuss this when Chang'an returns. In his absence, I will not acquiesce to anything you say. You brat, am I seeking your approval? Regardless, he longs to steal a glance back at home. Consider this my farewell. He pats Jiang Shubu on the shoulder, lights a cigarette, and steps outside. Jiang Shubu, without turning back, calls out, "At least leave me the glass." As dawn broke, Li Chang'an crawled out from the rubble. Beside him lay a headless corpse, its head 10 paces away, frozen in shock and bearing a footprint. To speak at such a late hour, one must truly be fearless, Li Chang'an mused, shaking his head as he rummaged through the corpse, discovering only an empty water bottle. Likely rifled through by the killer. After consuming a few military rations, Li Chang'an prepared to leave when he suddenly halted, pulling out a copper sparrow from his pocket. The sparrow's tail trembled slightly, and with a gentle flick, Jiang Shubu's voice emanated from its beak. "Chang'an, can you hear me?" "I can hear you," he replied, lowering his voice with a faint smile. This contraption indeed proved useful. The trials were isolated from the outside world, and no means of communication was effective except for this copper sparrow, the only known method of transmitting messages. Of course, exhausting all his copper sparrows was not solely for the sake of communication. Good to know. Brother Lin intends to return home. You should be aware of the implications. I cannot stop him. How soon can you get out? Is there any way to expedite it? Brother Lin wishes to go home. Has he lost his mind? Li Chang'an furrowed his brow. I will do my best. There are nearly 200 people this time, and a few fierce characters among them. You need to find a way to delay. All right, then do your best. Li Chang'an stowed the copper sparrow, stretching his limbs as the sound of cracking bones resonated throughout his body. With no other options, he resolved to accelerate his pace. This time, he must take the initiative. Navigating through the concrete jungle, Li Chang'an focused intently, attuned to any suspicious sounds. Suddenly, he twisted his waist, charging northward without hesitation, having just heard a sound akin to an arrow slicing through the air. If there were no archers in this trial ground, it would be a narrow path for enemies to cross. With his hands pressed against the concrete wall, he climbed upward, crouching atop a building like a dog or a rat, slightly tilting his head to sniff the air. No one could rival his sensitivity to the scent of blood. Jiang Shubu had once jested that Li Chang'an possessed the ability of blood mastery. Shaking his head, he discerned no trace of blood nearby, at least not within 500 meters. The scent of blood dissipated beyond that distance, easily mingling with other odors. Just as he prepared to rise, Li Chang'an rolled away, narrowly escaping as the spot he had occupied was obliterated by a tremendous force. I found a little mouse. A coarse voice boomed from below. Li Chang'an swiftly kicked the debris beside him into the gaping hole below, flipping back to the ground, punching the already damaged surface. His strikes caused it to crack further, supported only by the concrete's solidity and the rebar within. A wave of searing heat washed over him, an advanced fire manipulation user. In an instant, Li Chang'an deduced that only a user of such caliber could compress and detonate flames. Given the term advanced, it was reasonable to assume that his opponent was at least a high-level ability user. Thinking of escaping? The man below taunted as crimson flames surged around him. Li Chang'an stomped down hard, causing the ground to collapse, sending stones crashing down to suppress the flames, ignoring the debris falling upon him. He lowered his body and charged toward the source of the voice. Ahead, the flames roared, the intense heat pushing smaller rocks aside, while larger stones demanded avoidance. In the chaos, I can hear your attempts to ambush me. As Li Chang'an dodged the boulders, he spotted a flaming fist hurtling toward him. He bent his knees and knelt, the flames brushing past his scalp, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed hair. The man, clearly unprepared for Li Chang'an's kneeling maneuver, found himself caught off guard as Li Chang'an closed the distance. In an instant, the orange flames engulfed him. If you want to get close, you'd better burn first. Just as that thought crossed the man's mind, he witnessed Li Chang'an, kneeling, lunging forward to seize his leg, causing him to stagger backward. Is this brat not afraid of death? In a fleeting glance, the man noticed Li Chang'an's sleeves igniting and the burns on his arms, indicating the beginning of charring. With a swift action, Li Chang'an toppled the man, raising his hand. Now let it be decisive. The anguished cries that echoed moments ago should have undoubtedly attracted the attention of others, especially considering there were already combatants present. Time was of the essence. With perhaps only 2 minutes remaining, contemplation would not deter Li Chang'an. Discarding the gruesome remnants of flesh and blood from his hands, remnants of the man's vital parts, he once again lunged forward, nearly skimming the ground, moving with the agility of a wild beast. I will kill you, the man bellowed, sweeping his hand before him, conjuring a wall of flames just 2 steps ahead, while he swiftly retreated against the wall. Those daring to enter the trial possessed either unwavering confidence in their abilities or a resolute willingness to fight to the death. It was rare for anyone to consider this place a sanctuary for self-destruction. Out of the corner of his eye, the man caught sight of Li Chang'an's form advancing from the left. He hastily maneuvered to conceal himself within the flames, then clenched his fist, engulfing his left shoulder and upper body in fire. Elementalization, the most potent means of self-preservation for elemental ability users upon leveling up, allowed the transformation of the body into the element they commanded, thereby nullifying all tangible attacks. Although the man could not discern his opponent's powers, he understood that a foe willing to exchange injury for injury likely possessed abilities ill-suited for the current confrontation. However, as seconds ticked by, Li Chang'an did not materialize as the man had anticipated. The flames continued to blaze, and if this persisted, it might be he who first succumbed to the fight. The exceptional defensive capabilities of elementalization also entailed substantial consumption of energy. Where is he? Has he fled? The man incessantly scanned his surroundings. Yet the wall of flames obstructed his view, preventing him from keeping a constant watch on Li Chang'an. When the man finally sensed something amiss, a fierce wind bore down upon him from above, leaving him no time to look up. Instinctively, he shifted the area of elementalization to his head. A sharp crack resonated. His elbow collided with his skull. In a hurried moment, his head's elementalization was only partially complete, while the elbow merely needed a slight adjustment in direction. Stars danced before his eyes, the scene spun, and clarity eluded him. Even his bodily reactions grew sluggish. Yet, as a leveled ability user, he instinctively poured all his strength into an explosion, fire erupting outward from his chest. Within this confined space, the force of the explosion reached its zenith. With a thunderous roar, an unending torrent of flames filled the entire area. The tremendous shockwave obliterated the surrounding walls, and the already precarious building began to crumble. Debris and dust scattering through the air. The man curled into a ball, shielding his head with his arms, eyes shut as he felt himself buried beneath various heavy objects. Only when the tremors ceased did he sweep his hand, using the force of the flames to dislodge the debris. Wiping the blood from his lips and forehead, the severely injured man struggled to rise. That brat must be dead. What a loss. I need to hurry. I've been waiting for you. A voice echoed in his ear like a death knell. With a swift turn of his head, he spotted the youth behind him, a detestable grin adorning his face. Li Chang'an discarded the man's coat, wrapping it around himself without a moment's pause, leaping down from the mound of rubble, rolling on the adjacent rooftop to dissipate the impact, and then executed a few agile maneuvers, completely vanishing from sight. In a different part of the sewer, Li Chang'an crouched in a corner, tending to his wounds. His hands, from fingertips to halfway up his arms, bore severe burns. The skin had charred into ash, which he tore away and discarded, applying a skin replacement foam. This new product, a result of advancements in imperial medical technology now available for civilian use, catered to all skin ailments. Within seconds of application, it solidified to replace the skin, shielding muscles and blood vessels from exposure. The components within stimulated the growth of new skin. The trouble lay in the burns on his left jaw, making even drinking a challenge. What a loss. That guy hid his supplies elsewhere. Killing him yielded nothing. He sighed, feeling the airflow escape from his battered cheek, a smile unconsciously forming. The sound of footsteps echoed increasingly closer in the darkness. Li Chang'an stood, aware of the approaching figure, yet he could not afford to let his guard down. Trust was a rare commodity. You needn't be so wary of me. I've gone through great lengths to find you. A lamp flickered to life in the darkness, illuminating Wen Anren's youthful visage. Li Chang'an returned a cold smile. Wen Anren could overlook Li Chang'an's indifference, but he could not disregard his caution. Growing up in the lower tiers, Wen Anren understood that every beast has its territory. Trespassing could lead to a fight to the death. He halted 2 meters away from Li Chang'an, the optimal distance determined by his abilities. What brings you here? Li Chang'an finally inquired. I thought you might have damaged your vocal cords, Wen Anren replied with a slight smile, tossing a bottle of spray towards him. This is military-grade skin foam. Far more useful than what you have. The spray was pristine, sealed in packaging, which Li Chang'an glanced at but did not immediately pick up. Come on, I have no reason to deceive you. Wen Anren took 2 steps back, raising his hands in a gesture of non-aggression. After a moment's hesitation, Li Chang'an bent down to retrieve the spray, frowning as he cautioned, do not come within 2 steps of me. Thank you. I will remember this advice, Wen Anren nodded, pleased to have garnered a modicum of trust. Once Li Chang'an had finished applying the foam, Wen Anren resumed speaking. How many points have you accumulated? 3. I encountered a flame control ability user and lost considerable time. Li Chang'an spoke truthfully. There was no need for deceit, as 3 points could foster trust without inciting hostility. Wen Anren nodded. I saw that level of flame control. I'm surprised you managed to defeat him. I'm quite curious about your abilities. How many points did you acquire? Unwilling to linger on this topic, Li Chang'an redirected the conversation. 17. Wen Anren shrugged, acknowledging her unique abilities. Noting that she had only encountered adversaries she could defeat. However, she lamented that her options had significantly dwindled from this day forward. Dwindled significantly? Li Chang'an furrowed his brow momentarily before quickly restoring his impassive demeanor. There's no need to feign ignorance. I'm certain you've already contemplated this, haven't you? Wen Anren leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. I have researched previous records, and the rate of participant fatalities this time is alarmingly swift, almost suspiciously so. I fear that both you and I have become prey for someone. Chapter 17. I am torn asunder predator? Prey? Everyone here embodies both roles. Yet if one individual possesses overwhelming power, Li Chang'an shook his head. Not necessarily. The first day holds little significance. The city's confines are limited, and many will be eliminated early on. Those with insufficient strength, scant combat experience, or those who recklessly aim to score points on the first day will perish swiftly. Like you, who has already amassed 17 points. If memory serves, there are 197 participants. Together, we account for 1/10 of the total score. Wen Anren suddenly wore a peculiar smile, scrutinizing Li Chang'an. Who would have thought you could be so verbose? Don't be angry, I speak sincerely. Do you recall the individual ranked first in win probability from the records? The one named Charles. He entered yesterday, and his storm claimed at least 20 lives, with a coverage radius of no less than 500 meters. Wow. Li Chang'an exhaled deeply and looked down at the ground. Do you feel a bit numb? I do. But it's inconsequential, Wen Anren shrugged. My abilities assure me that we are safe right now, so it is prudent not to act recklessly. Very well. But I must ascend and observe. Let us hope that in the end, it is only you and I remaining. Li Chang'an stood, shouldered his small backpack, and turned to leave. What a pity. Wen Anren shook her head, suddenly realizing something amiss. Isn't this place safe? Is the safe zone moving with him? Is he surrounded by safety? Could it be that his ability is akin to rubber, providing insulation? I feel an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. To evade the dangers overhead, Li Chang'an deliberately took a few extra steps, opting to traverse a different street. During his earlier bandaging, he had already noticed signs of others having passed through the sewers. Now, even the sewers were no longer secure. Abilities could augment environmental advantages. For instance, the mastery of water elements near rivers or lakes could render sewers a stronghold for some. The surroundings remained eerily silent as Li Chang'an replaced the manhole cover and cautiously navigated through the gaps between towering buildings. This time, he could see the silver lightning illuminating the skyline even without climbing high, sparkling vividly against the azure sky. A young man hovered midair, akin to a deity of thunder, basking in the radiance of the lightning beneath the vast sky, with nothing but emptiness beneath him. Is that magnetism? Li Chang'an mused, frowning as he retreated. He had heard that those who mastered lightning elements could sense magnetic fields at a certain level. However, the notion of levitating oneself seemed scientifically implausible. Could it be due to metallic clothing and shoes? Li Chang'an had no intention of engaging. To do so would be tantamount to courting death. He merely wished to witness the caliber of combat at this level, preparing for any potential pursuit that may come. After observing for a while and estimating the opponent's combat capabilities, he multiplied that figure by 3 before turning to leave. He was uncertain who Charles's adversary might be, but he surmised there would be no escape for them. The towering buildings served as Li Chang'an's prime hunting grounds, their intricate layouts facilitating his approach to enemies. He now hoped that Charles would attract more unwitting challengers, as those contemplating ambushes would surely be numerous. Perhaps he need not devise a strategy. This trial could conclude swiftly. A nearby 3-story building collapsed, halting Li Chang'an in his tracks. With dust swirling around him, he swiftly retreated, concealing himself behind the fallen wall, peering through the crevice to assess the situation, hoping for an opportunity to seize ahead. From the dust emerged a woman, rolling twice before landing on the street not far from Li Chang'an. Her pink hair and form-fitting athletic attire bore multiple tears, stained with blood. Pink hair? I've seen her before. Li Chang'an smiled, recognizing her as a rather charming girl, albeit with a hint of fierceness. I wonder if she would curse me if I were to end her life. I'm quite curious. Close behind her. A figure clad in green dashed out, a man in a tight green suit, slender in build, resembling a sentient aloe vera plant. Don't run, he called, seemingly in no rush to strike. My ability is poison. Once you're injured, escape is impossible. Surrender. How reckless. Li Chang'an shook his head, contemplating his departure. Lingering too long might draw Charles's attention, potentially provoking another storm. However, just before he left, a glance caught his eye, prompting him to stay momentarily, not out of any heroic intent, but because he noticed the pink-haired girl discreetly clutching a handful of sand in her right hand. As Li Chang'an had anticipated, when the aloe vera man advanced a couple of steps closer, the pink-haired girl abruptly flung the sand at him and sprinted toward the building where Li Chang'an was hidden. Taken by surprise, the aloe vera man was struck squarely in the face with the sand, momentarily blinding him. Despite hastily rubbing his eyes, he lagged behind the girl, who dashed into the building. With an angry shout, he leaped several meters high to pursue her upstairs. The pink-haired girl, already injured and hindered in her movement, faced obstacles on the ground floor, while the rooftop was open and clear. As long as she was not afraid of heights, that trajectory would offer a quicker escape. As he contemplated how to torment this woman later, the aloe vera man suddenly froze, glancing down at the arm protruding from his chest. Fearing that the aloe vera man might not die swiftly enough, Li Chang'an delivered another punch. His the strength was somewhat lacking, and it did not tear apart completely. However, it did create a gaping wound in the chest, causing the entrails to spill onto the ground. I was initially prepared to leave. Li Chang'an, feeling helpless, crouched down to pick up aloe vera man's dagger, then secured a prominent pouch from his waist and leaped down the stairs. There was still a moment to act. I could not let this opportunity slip away. Just as he steadied himself, Li Chang'an collided with the pink-haired woman below, ready to take action. It's you. The pink-haired woman recognized Li Chang'an's identity. She glanced up, immediately understanding, and softly said, "Thank you." Li Chang'an smiled and shook his head. "No need for thanks. I am merely. I know, you were just passing by, not intentionally here to save me," the pink-haired woman replied with a gentle smile. "My name is Lin Yubai. If it weren't for you, I would have surely perished today. However, I am already poisoned and must forfeit." No. You need not forfeit," Li Chang'an insisted, stepping forward with the dagger in hand. His body relaxed like drifting willow fluff, yet with another step, he would spring like a tightly wound spring, ready to kill in an instant. Lin Yubai stepped forward, arms outstretched, embracing Li Chang'an. With a smile that trembled slightly, she said, "Thank you for encouraging me, but I was wrong. I truly do not belong here. You must survive. I will wait for you outside. It is too dangerous here. I should not have put you in harm's way. I cannot hold you back. Actually, you wanted to save that sister the other day, right? I apologize for glaring at you. You are indeed a good person. Good luck." As Li Chang'an watched Lin Yubai dissolve into a cascade of light within his embrace, he understood she had chosen to forfeit. He looked down at the dagger in his hand, feeling a sense of confusion. The judgment of the trial site was quite strict. One could only forfeit under absolute safety. Even if someone nearby exuded murderous intent, one could not forfeit. So why did I not kill her? Chapter 18. Not proficient in combat, could this woman's ability be to eliminate murderous intent? The sudden perplexity led Li Chang'an to momentarily refrain from considering escape, opting instead to crouch beside Aloe Vera Man and examine his wounds. Was the catalyst for this ability contact? From the moment she touched me, I unconsciously forgot to kill her. Perhaps it was not the elimination of murderous intent, but rather a sense of relaxation. Li Chang'an muttered to himself as he rose, turning to see Wen Anren emerging from around the corner, shrugging her shoulders. I still feel safer sticking close to you. I do not know why, but I promise to leave soon. All right, he replied. There exists an ability in the mind system that can help treat psychological disorders, allowing patients to lower their defenses. Do you know its name? Estimating the distance between them, Li Chang'an acquiesced. There is indeed such an ability, called mind soothing. It is relatively rare. When Anren hesitated but could not resist her youthful curiosity and added, I believe her ability is unrelated to mind soothing. By the way, have you ever interacted with girls before? Li Chang'an frowned and nodded, affirming that he had indeed interacted with them. Well, perhaps I am overthinking it. When Anren ceased speaking and retreated a couple of steps into the ruins. Following this idle conversation, Li Chang'an found himself no longer entangled in doubts. After all, the person had already fled, and Wen Anren's words held some merit. Meanwhile, the thunderous clash continued unabated, and the overwhelming scent of blood wafted into Li Chang'an's nostrils. He could imagine how many sought to seize the opportunity for a sneak attack, only to meet their demise. This was not a battle in which ordinary ability users could intervene. Charles was far too powerful, his thunderous presence transforming the very air into a tempest. However, Charles's opponent was no weakling either. A colossal dragon, over 100 meters long, swooped down with its wings spread wide, its claws grazing just above Charles's head. Yet each time it was deflected by a barrier of lightning. Fantasy manifestation, Li Chang'an exclaimed, marveling at the ability deemed to possess the highest potential, yet also the most stringent limitations among all abilities. To manifest imagination into reality was akin to divine prowess. But the combat prowess and intricacies of the manifested entities were crucial. Judging by the dragon's might, its master must possess a rich imagination. Regrettably, only one entity could be manifested at a time, otherwise, the world would belong to them. Well then, this is no concern of mine. Li Chang'an chose to depart. When gods clashed, anyone attempting to mediate was certain to meet a grim fate, and he occasionally witnessed individuals being blasted skyward by the thunder. There seemed to be an abundance of those unaware of the dangers. Li Chang'an shook his head and halted. Across the street, a woman wielding a sword was approaching. This is troublesome, he muttered, turning to say, do you still think it's safe to stay by my side? No response followed. What an unreliable companion. She fled at such a critical moment. Li Chang'an frowned and turned to run. There was no way to fight. His opponent was the formidable Sakura City woman, Sanjingha, a terrifying individual capable of traversing great distances with her small boat, even more daunting than the godlike Charles. Li Chang'an held disdain for anyone carrying a blade. He excelled in close combat, and so did Sanjingha. Li Chang'an would not waste time looking back, as long as the pursuer continued the chase. The murderous intent lingered like a parasite, detectable even to an ordinary person. At times, he slithered beneath towering buildings like a reptile. At others, he swung across the remnants of stone pillars like a monkey. Li Chang'an exerted all his effort, but this time he did not enter the sewers, as such an open space was difficult to evade in. In most instances, the intricate labyrinth of sewers provided an escape from pursuers, yet now it was the opposite. The vast emptiness amplified even the faintest sound, and the pervasive moss left traces of his passage. After spending a full half-hour avoiding other ability users, Li Chang'an, with his stamina depleted, paused to catch his breath, a long-forgotten weariness weighing on him. In half an hour, he had crossed 3 districts, and soon he would reach the outskirts of the city. Of course, he could not leave. An invisible barrier encircled the city, and any step beyond it would be considered a violation. No one knew the consequences, for those who crossed the boundary vanished without a trace. Phew. Exhaling the fetid air from his lungs, Li Chang'an stepped into a dilapidated convenience store nearby, rummaging through the ruins until he unearthed 2 intact bottles of mineral water, which he downed in quick succession. The chilling presence of the parasitic frost had finally dissipated, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, this was Beijing, a place I am intimately familiar with. Not far from the border, he would likely rest here for the day. Even though the sounds of battle still echoed several kilometers away, the thunder of conflict had not subsided. Instead, it intensified, leaving him to ponder the limits of those exceptional warriors. Just as he closed his eyes, Li Chang'an abruptly reopened them, spotting San Zhenghe approaching slowly from 200 meters away. "Are you familiar with this place?" San Zhenghe inquired, his pace unhurried and steady, as was customary. Li Chang'an rose to his feet, choosing not to flee this time. If he could not escape after traversing half the city, it was clear that his adversary possessed a method of pursuit. Thus, he resolved to fight to the death. As Li Chang'an retreated into the shadows, San Zhenghe sensed a frigid aura of murderous intent wash over him, akin to a swarm of ants crawling over his skin, sending shivers down his spine. "I won't kill you immediately. Your familiarity with this place suggests you have lived here before, which intrigues me," San Zhenghe said, drawing his blade. The distance between them was already less than 50 meters, and as Li Chang'an vanished into the darkness, the space rapidly closed and then widened again in a swift back and forth. A fragment of rubble hurtled towards San Zhenghe like an arrow, only to be shattered into dust by his swift strike. Standing at just under 1.7 meters, with arms exceeding 65 centimeters and a blade approximately 80 centimeters long, San Zhenghe possessed an attack range of about 150 centimeters. Li Chang'an silently calculated the distance while shifting his position. Like a specter in the shadows, every concealed corner was a potential strike point for him. Yet, not a single stone could graze San Zhenghe, as each fragment was obliterated once it approached within the calculated distance. Without relying on the blade's body, merely the tip, Li Chang'an had yet to discern San Zhenghe's unique abilities, but he had gained a rough estimation of his swordsmanship. "Are you testing my abilities?" San Zhenghe suddenly spoke, his tone soft yet devoid of emotion. "Your attempts are futile. Step out and answer my questions, and I will gladly divulge the truth." Impressive strength was Li Chang'an's assessment of San Zhenghe. Yet, rather naive, was another thought that crossed his mind, finding the deceptive tactic rather lacking in sophistication. The probing should soon come to an end. In an instant, the solitary stone launched at San Zhenghe transformed into a barrage of dozens, with several larger fragments hurtling towards him. Following the thrown debris, Li Chang'an leaped down from above, concealing himself entirely behind the stones, resembling a ball with limbs. Grasping a dagger he had purchased for 15 yuan from a roadside vendor, this dagger, primarily a kitchen tool, was now being repurposed as a weapon. As the stones failed to approach San Zhenghe once again, they were crushed, revealing Li Chang'an concealed behind them. Before he could thrust the dagger forward, a chill of sweat drenched his back, an overwhelming sense of impending doom pressed upon him. He could not afford to attack, risking injury. He twisted his waist to alter his footing. Just as he landed, Li Chang'an rolled instinctively, a sound of tearing flesh echoing from his ankle. San Zhenghe did not pursue immediately. As she had stated, she did not intend to kill him right away. Holding her blade casually, she frowned. "You move like a wild beast, devoid of a warrior's grace, driven solely by the instinct to hunt." Li Chang'an rose steadily, taking advantage of her momentary inaction to recover slightly. Blood had yet to seep out, but he understood the nature of his injury. It felt like being grazed by a thin sheet of paper. Upon standing, the wounds across his body began to bleed profusely, soaking his tattered clothing. The pain in his ankles surged as he began to retreat. Though perhaps imprecise, he had started to form a judgment. It was not the blade itself. No matter how swift, a blade leaves traces when swung. Yet, in that moment, it felt as though I had collided with the edge of your blade. "Is your ability to leave an aura of your blade's presence when you strike?" Li Chang'an finally spoke, though his defensive posture remained unchanged. San Zhenghe appeared surprised. "You are indeed unlike any human. You deduced part of the truth from a single injury." "Part of the truth? So, I have yet to grasp the entirety?" Li Chang'an mused, gently twisting his ankle to confirm his mobility before swiftly retreating. San Zhenghe's blade struck first, skimming past Li Chang'an's chest, shredding what remained of his already tattered clothing, the wind from the blade sending a chill to his heart. Escaping her attack range, Li Chang'an darted into the nearby ruins, climbing through a window void of glass and pressing against the wall to await his next move. He was certain that his path of escape had entered her blind spot, making it improbable for her to pursue him directly. Moments later, San Zhenghe leaped through the window, her expression shifting from surprise to a smile as she regarded Li Chang'an standing within. "Are you testing me?" "Indeed," Li Chang'an replied, slamming his elbow into the wall behind him and stepping back. "You can see the traces I left when I departed, can't you? You followed my footsteps to find me." Even my injuries are the marks left by your blade. You can not only perceive these traces, but also convert them into harm, which means no matter how I flee, you will always find me. San Jinghe nodded slightly, the admiration in her eyes growing more intense, and with a serious demeanor, she remarked, "To discern my extraordinary abilities in such a brief time speaks volumes of your excellence, exceeding my expectations. I shall not hold back any longer. A true warrior deserves a dignified demise." With a slight bend, like a spring coiled to its limit, San Jinghe lunged forward, her blade piercing straight ahead. The concrete wall was effortlessly penetrated as if it were mere tofu, the tip of her sword breaking through the barrier, followed by a violent gust of wind that sent dust swirling. Yet, the figure of Li Chang'an had vanished from behind the wall, having scaled it away. Furrowing her brow, San Jinghe noticed marks on the wall visible only to her. Li Chang'an was climbing the outer wall towards the rooftop. This was an unwinnable confrontation. In the confined space, the traces left by her strikes would restrict his movements. While she herself needed no mobility, the marks alone could gradually force him into a corner. As for ranged attacks, unless equipped with a decisive weapon like a 20mm anti-material sniper rifle, it was unlikely he could defeat San Jinghe. "Is escape all you can do?" came San Jinghe's voice from behind. Li Chang'an did not look back. Indeed, he could only flee, for a battle devoid of prospects was nothing but a farce. Bang! Though sensing imminent danger, Li Chang'an managed to tilt his body, yet a bullet still grazed his shoulder. San Jinghe, one hand wielding a sword and the other gripping a large-caliber handgun, cast a cold gaze upon Li Chang'an. "You have compelled me to this." Li Chang'an cursed under his breath, astonished that San Jinghe could produce a firearm. Aside from a long-range sniper rifle, other firearms were generally ineffective against him. Moreover, firearms remained under imperial regulation, and acquiring them involved a cumbersome process. Every bullet used required registration, and the prices on the black market were exorbitant, unaffordable for most. However, trials were inherently perilous, and some would wager everything. Thus, the presence of a gun was not surprising, even with years of combat experience. Li Chang'an had not anticipated San Jinghe would wield a firearm. "As long as you do not flee, I can assure you I will not use my gun. It is an external force I do not particularly favor." To demonstrate her sincerity, San Jinghe holstered her weapon. "I have undergone 7 years of firearms training. At this distance, there is no escape for you." Li Chang'an, clutching his wound, smirked coldly. "I have always been curious about individuals like you, endowed with talent. Are you also Na'vi?" "No, it is precisely because we possess talent and strength that we are permitted to be so." San Jinghe lifted her sword to head height, adopting a stance indicative of a particular school of martial arts. Coughing lightly, Li Chang'an smirked and suddenly charged at San Jinghe, staying low to the ground as he hurled his dagger. San Jinghe deflected the dagger with a swift slash, but Li Chang'an, who had been grounded, leapt up, evading her strike and catching the rebounding dagger in midair, gripping it firmly with his right hand. San Jinghe's strikes were relentless, a true close-quarters deathmatch. With each swing of her blade, she retreated a step, leaving behind traces that sealed off her opponent's escape routes. No matter the direction, forward or backward, no one could evade her sword. This was her domain. Li Chang'an swung his dagger, colliding with San Jinghe's upward thrust, a significant notch forming on his blade, yet he used the recoil to momentarily suspend himself in the air. "Gotcha," he blurted out impulsively, planting a foot on San Jinghe's blade and rapidly retreating. San Jinghe regained her footing and charged once more. Behind Li Chang'an lay the marks she had left, leaving him with no retreat. Either he would collide with the blade marks or confront her sword directly. "What?" San Jinghe exclaimed in shock. Li Chang'an had chosen to collide with the blade marks behind him, the flesh on his shoulder tearing apart. "Are you willing to sustain serious injury just to escape?" "No." San Jinghe's eyes turned crimson as she pivoted sharply, delivering a powerful slash backward. An arrow zipped through the air, slicing through the incoming projectile and narrowly missing her cheek. But closely following it was a second arrow. Unable to swing her sword, she could only tilt her head to evade, but the arrowhead pierced her earlobe, tearing away half of it as it flew past. Is this cooperation? No, it was a gambit, using oneself as bait. Wagering that the opponent would strike first at the second most likely target. Me? You beast, I shall slay you. Chapter 20. The temperature drops. There was no time to worry about the blood revealing his whereabouts. Li Chang'an sprinted wildly. To maintain his speed, he hastily bent a needle into a hook-like shape, forcibly drawing his wound together, relying on his self-healing abilities to catch his breath. He was certain that the archer was positioned above and would undoubtedly notice the battle occurring below, thus shifting the battlefield to the rooftop, convinced that his foresight of danger would allow him to evade it. However, San Jinghe drawing her gun became the first variable. He could not ascertain whether he could escape from its barrel and was left with no choice but to confront her. In their entangled struggle, it was uncertain who the distant enemy would prioritize as their first target. He could only hope that this despicable marksman would choose San Jinghe first. After all, she was the second most likely victor in this trial, while he was merely an unnamed pawn. Anyone who had purchased information from the black market would make the same choice. There was also the possibility that the opponent was foolish, seeking to harvest points, and thus would target the weaker Li Chang'an. Before the archer made a move, whether he could survive in San Jinghe's grasp remained another variable. In summary, this was a high-stakes gamble, wagering the life of Li Chang'an. In past battles, there had been moments where one had to fight desperately, yet this instance was different. This time, it was a matter of risking his life based on the intellect of others. However, I emerged victorious. A slight smile graced Li Chang'an's lips as he continued to stuff military rations into his mouth. He had lost considerable blood, and an ordinary person would have long since lost the ability to move, yet he persisted solely due to his physical conditioning. There were no hospitals for blood transfusions in the trial grounds. He relied on his body's innate ability to generate blood, and thankfully, his regenerative capacity was commendable. The sewer was no longer accessible. The thick stench of blood would undoubtedly attract rats, along with other lurking threats. Relying on his memory, Li Chang'an swiftly entered a nearby building, which had once been a hotel, now largely collapsed, leaving only 3 floors intact. This detail, however, was of little consequence. He randomly chose a room, pushed the door open, and dashed towards the bathroom, turning on the faucet of the bathtub. Moments later, murky water gushed forth. Fortunately, it was usable. Li Chang'an pivoted and exited, deducing from the packaging of groceries in the supermarket that this place had likely been devastated 3 years prior. Thus, some facilities might still be functional. With the bathtub filled, Li Chang'an gathered all combustible materials in the vicinity and ignited them, the flames spreading voraciously. Combined with the grease and dry timber, a roaring fire consumed the path he had taken. Returning to the room he had just vacated, he noticed that his backpack had sustained damage during the previous skirmish. Nonetheless, he had been quick to salvage some items, such as the purification stones. He entered the bathtub with the stones and closed his eyes. A great fire would not attract attention, as the city was ablaze with chaos. Charles's battle was far from over, merely shifting its battleground. The azure dragon, charred and shedding its once glimmering scales, fought with renewed vigor, its blood staining the heavens before vanishing moments later. Charles, drenched in thunder, sought not only to vanquish his adversaries, but to obliterate the world itself. The already decaying city was on the brink of ruin. Where he tread, not a blade of grass remained, the very essence of life extinguished in his wake. Charles, what say you to a truce? The dragon spoke. I concede that I am no match for you, but at this rate, neither will you emerge unscathed. Rather than allowing others to reap the benefits of our conflict, shall we not pause? Despite his tattered attire, Charles's composure and nobility were undiminished. He smiled faintly. You suggest that when we are the last two standing, we settle our score then, is that correct? Indeed, we are entitled to such a resolution, are we not? It is merely the second day of the trial. There is no need for us to determine life and death amongst ourselves. Allow me to decline. That contradicts the spirit of nobility, Charles replied, shaking his head. I bear the blood of royalty, which permits no compromise. I shall stand and perish, rather than live in shame. As thunder rumbled once more, the dragon could only curse under his breath and confront it head-on. This was not the trial he had envisioned. With his strength, he should have been the center of attention, having bided his time for this very moment. Why? Li Chang'an sat up in the bathtub, surveying his own condition. The speed of his recovery exceeded his expectations. Even with a bullet wound through his shoulder, pink flesh had begun to regrow. This was unlike any previous experience. Struggling to his feet, he examined the wounds that were now regenerating. What have I done to provoke this change? Or have I come into contact with something? Is it the water? No, it can't be. This isn't the first time my wounds have met water. Perhaps this is my latent ability, too weak to be discerned? Impossible. I should have sensed my own powers. This is merely enhanced healing. Or perhaps I've grown stronger. In disbelief, Li Chang'an threw a punch, reopening the shoulder wound and spilling blood anew. Well, I haven't grown stronger. He pressed his hand against his chest and sank back into the bathtub, feeling the accelerated healing. It seemed only his self-repairing capacity had improved slightly. Indeed, his initial hypothesis was correct. Li Chang'an mused, tilting his head in frustration. During previous trials, he had suspected that his growth was not solely due to the trials, but also related to his relentless battles. Yet, the extent of his growth was subtle, only becoming apparent when teetering on the brink of death. This time, he had narrowly escaped death rather than fighting to the end, resulting only in a slight enhancement of his healing ability. Damn it, everyone can grow stronger through desperate battles. Can't I be granted a useful ability? Li Chang'an rose. Noticing the flames outside were nearly extinguished, he could linger no longer. If I were to awaken an ability, what would it be? Should I choose the elemental path or the combat-oriented one? The mysterious type has its allure as well. He tore away his tattered pants and wrung them out, wiping the water from his body, preparing to change clothes. Where are my clothes? Right, my backpack was also destroyed. What a predicament. For the first time since entering the trial, Li Chang'an felt overwhelmed. Suddenly, a head much larger than ordinary poked through the door, licking its lips. Looks like you've been through quite a bit. Best not to resist. The large-headed figure pushed the door open, its head and shoulders of equal width, its bizarrely muscled body emanating an ominous aura. In its hand, it wielded a massive cleaver. I'll make quick work of you. Before Li Chang'an could finish, the creature lunged at him, brandishing the cleaver. Sidestepping the blade, Li Chang'an countered with a heavy punch, witnessing the large-headed figure vanish before him. Teleportation? So it's behind me. Feeling a chill on his back, Li Chang'an crouched and swept his leg. Their shins collided, producing a simultaneous and sharp crack of breaking bones. The large-headed creature howled in pain, charging again despite its own injury. No, does he not feel pain? Another punch went astray as Li Chang'an rolled to the side, narrowly evading another strike from the cleaver. The large-headed figure stumbled back, fixated on Li Chang'an's every movement, perplexed by how someone who appeared gravely injured could be so formidable, questioning why he wasn't utilizing any abilities. Does he look down on me? Or is his ability to fight enhanced by being unclothed? Li Chang'an gritted his teeth. The pain in his shins negligible, though the lack of clothing made him feel a bit cold. Chapter 21. No time for rest. Having encountered numerous perilous abilities, few are as troublesome as teleportation, the danger of which hinges upon the user's proficiency. This is precisely why teleportation, despite its formidable nature, is categorized under the auxiliary abilities, often referred to as non-direct combat skills. Although devoid of lethality, it possesses the potential to overturn the tide of battle, placing it firmly within this classification. Undoubtedly, those endowed with teleportation abilities qualify as the executioners in any confrontation. However, this individual, rather pedestrian in skill, merely utilizes teleportation for evasion and relocation, failing to unlock its true offensive potential. Were it a typical scenario, he would have already succumbed to Li Chang'an's prowess multiple times. Yet today stands apart. To outsiders, Li Chang'an merely awakened his abilities later than his peers, who exhibited their talents during childhood, while he remained an ordinary human child, consequently enduring significant bullying. One winter, after being drained of blood, he was intercepted by classmates who stripped him of his clothing, forcing him to flee home, bare and exposed in the heavy snowfall. Upon his return, he faced a severe beating from his mother for the lost garments, ultimately kneeling on the frigid balcony until midnight. Since then, Li Chang'an has been unable to tolerate the cold. Even a towel would have been a comfort, yet he had removed all flammable items from the hotel. As the large-headed individual wielded a knife, curiosity arose regarding why his opponent had suddenly ceased his assault. After a brief encounter, fear began to grip him, and he chose not to continue the fight. Your fighting spirit has vanished, Li Chang'an smirked, picking up a shard of tile, suppressing the chill as he lunged forward. When one's fear is laid bare, the typical response might be to abandon all restraint, perhaps leading to a complete loss of combat motivation. The large-headed man embodied this latter reaction, possessing teleportation abilities, yet he excelled primarily in stealthy strikes. Unexpectedly, he found himself facing a reckless fool, one who, despite bleeding from grievous wounds, charged forward with reckless abandon. This realization only heightened the large-headed man's desire to retreat, and he vanished from the room in an instant. He should have fled long ago. Outside, he dashed downstairs, where flames still flickered in various locations. Perhaps he could utilize teleportation to traverse the fire. A fierce gust of wind bore down upon him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. In a desperate moment, He teleported backwards to evade the oncoming threat, yet before he could regain his footing, a sharp sensation pierced his forehead. Despite possessing such formidable abilities, his ineptitude in their application was truly enviable. Gritting his teeth, Li Chang'an realized the tile shard was inadequate, fracturing before it could penetrate the large-headed man's skull. It was only at this moment that the large-headed man remembered to scream, clumsily raising his knife to strike. He could dodge, but should he evade again? He feared he might lose track of his opponent. Li Chang'an suppressed his instinctive urge to retreat, striking with his hand like a blade, driving it forcefully into the large-headed man's neck, ultimately seizing his vertebrae just before the knife could reach him. Moments later, panting heavily, Li Chang'an crouched beside the corpse. Tearing off the large-headed man's clothing, the knife lodged deep within his thigh, penetrating half an inch into the bone. Wrapping himself in the fabric, he felt a slight reduction in the chill enveloping him. Gritting his teeth, he finally extracted the knife, muttering in jealousy. How is it that even scum like you can possess abilities? After hastily bandaging himself, Li Chang'an departed without a backward glance. His supplies were dwindling, and the military rations had been significantly depleted during previous battles, making it imperative to locate sufficient resources, with medicinal supplies being the highest priority. No matter how resilient his self-healing might be, it could not withstand such relentless conflict. Although his right tibia remained intact, it was riddled with fine cracks. While his left thigh required immediate medical attention due to a deep gash, the hospital was still a distance away, and he could no longer afford to evade all dangers. His injuries would hinder his mobility. To rush forward recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. He could only hope he could endure until he reached the hospital, and that the medicines there would still be effective. The clash of thunder and dragons continued unabated, as towering buildings collapsed, their ruins cloaked in freshly stirred dust. Under such overwhelming might, even the most exceptional beings were rendered insignificant. Yet, in comparison to Charles, Li Chang'an was even less inclined to confront Sanjinghe. Oh no! Li Chang'an's legs buckled, the world before him began to sway, and he stumbled into a corner by the roadside. His body temperature surged, the wound on his thigh radiating an intense heat. The rust-laden knife had been contaminated with an unknown multitude of bacteria, and within less than an hour, signs of inflammation had begun to manifest. Am I running a fever? Feeling the cold sweat pooling on his brow, Li Chang'an managed a rueful smile. With severe injuries and a fever, he found himself in a true deadlock. If only he had sufficient food, he might rely on his metabolism to expedite recovery. Yet only a pitiful few military rations remained. It's all that wretched woman's fault. All the food and medicine were left behind, and there are no supermarkets or general stores near the hospital. Tossing the remaining military rations into his mouth, Li Chang'an gulped down the last of his clean water and pushed himself onward towards the hospital. Perhaps it was an illusion or a fleeting surge of energy. Regardless, he felt a modicum of strength returning to his body. The alarm bells of impending danger rang once more, yet Li Chang'an lacked the strength to evade. Collapsing sideways as the world tilted around him, a fierce gust of wind whipped past, tearing flesh from his shoulder. Ah, it's you. A tall figure stood not far from Li Chang'an, their limbs and head obscured beneath a layer of light yellow fur, resembling the features of a wild beast. Beastification? Li Chang'an rose, retrieving the large knife from his waist, though the scene before him still swayed slightly. The newcomer paused, a smile creeping across a face that resembled a beast more than a human. You recognize beastification. Therefore, you must know where I come from. Li Chang'an offered no reply, his grip tightening around the knife's handle. The military's beastification serum has indeed been applied to humans. The speed exhibited during the ambush, along with the claws and that feline visage, unmistakably reveals a connection to felids, though it remains indeterminate whether it is a leopard or a tiger. It is perplexing that individuals of such high value to the military, particularly those in specialized departments with the authority to act first and justify later, would willingly venture into a trial to meet their demise. I can see your confusion. Allow me to elucidate. Some perceive the serum extracted from these monstrous beings as perilously dangerous, while others believe it to be the key to human evolution. Thus, I have become their test subject. The peculiar individual shrugged. You may call me number 11. Number 11? This implies there are 10 others. Could they also be part of this trial? Li Chang'an inhaled deeply, recognizing that the opponent was merely biding time, waiting for his condition to deteriorate further. However, he could not afford to wait. Chapter 22. Death is not lonely with each strike of the sevenfold blade. Li Chang'an unleashed his utmost speed, yet each blow narrowly missed, as if number 11 were toying with him. It felt akin to a game of cat and mouse, with Li Chang'an cast in the role of the hapless mouse. Number 11 stood but a step outside of Li Chang'an's reach, a mocking smile dancing on his lips as he taunted, "You must be running a fever, bleeding profusely from your wounds. Please don't expire before I make my move." Li Chang'an, grasping his blade, slowly turned around, a look of bewilderment on his face. "You are beastified as a felid, and you appear to be male. May I inquire something? You seem to be stalling for time. Ask away." "I don't mind wasting a bit more time on you," number 11 replied, arms crossed, seemingly unguarded. Li Chang'an smiled slightly. "I am simply curious. When you see a female cat, do you feel aroused? Or have those creatures you've created been neutered already?" The smile gradually faded from number 11's face, replaced by a chilling sneer. "I had intended to conserve my strength and exhaust you, while luring in some prey. However, since you are so eager to depart, I shall escort you." In an instant, Li Chang'an felt himself lifted off the ground, a sharp pain spreading across his chest. He coughed violently, blood spewing forth, signaling broken ribs. Fortunately, his lung and heart remained intact. Before he could plummet, another force struck him, and though he braced himself, he could only manage to shield his side with a bent elbow. The impact of his back against the broken wall was immense, and amidst the agony, he crawled away, blood still gushing from his mouth. In the next moment, sharp claws pierced through the rubble. Had he hesitated even slightly, those claws would have pierced his heart. Such formidable battle instinct. "You have likely endured more combat than I have," number 11 remarked, extracting his claws from the wall and observing Li Chang'an rise once more. A hint of admiration in his voice. "Though feeble, this awareness is indeed rare. However, I am curious, what is your special ability? Why have you not employed it thus far? Is it too burdensome for your grievously injured body?" Li Chang'an spat, deriding, "You are not worthy to witness my ability. When you do, it will herald your demise." "I see. Your ability relies on your words, does it not?" Number 11 vanished from Li Chang'an's sight again, intent on tearing his mouth apart to nullify his powers. "Left? No, right." Li Chang'an crouched, twisting his waist, and with both hands gripped the knife, he executed a horizontal slash. Yet, in the empty air, number 11's form appeared, and the blade passed right through him. "Apologies, that was merely an afterimage left in your vision," a voice echoed near his ear, followed by the searing pain of claws piercing his body. Number 11 stood behind him, confident that he had punctured Li Chang'an's lung. Even if he refrained from further action, Li Chang'an would succumb to pain and slowly perish. "I am aware it was an afterimage." Number 11 was taken aback as Li Chang'an turned to face him. Realizing that Li Chang'an had seized his claw, disregarding his injuries, despite the claws tearing through his flesh, with a half-meter-long cleaver descending toward him. Number 11 sought to withdraw his claw, but Li Chang'an's grip was like iron, rendering him unable to escape. He had no time to waste. He aimed for Li Chang'an's temple, gambling that Li Chang'an would hesitate to share his fate. The cleaver drew nearer, and number 11 fixated on Li Chang'an's eyes, aware that the feline genes granted him reactions far superior to a human's. He could see no fear in those eyes, only a wild madness in the face of death. "Damn!" Number 11 cursed internally, feeling his claws graze Li Chang'an's scalp before seizing Li Chang'an's wrist instead. With claws like blades, they sliced into Li Chang'an's flesh, reaching the bone. At that moment, Li Chang'an released his grip, and the massive cleaver fell, aimed at number 11's shoulder. Could it be that he had planned this from the start? Nevertheless, such a descending blade could not harm me. A cold smile crept across number 11's lips, and merely tilting his head was sufficient to evade the blow. All of this transpired in less than 2 seconds, and neither was aware of the multitude of thoughts racing through their minds during that brief interval. In the next moment, Li Chang'an suddenly spread his arms wide, embracing number 11. The latter had not anticipated such a move, bewildered by its significance, and thus failed to resist as Li Chang'an drew near. Only then did number 11 realize that Li Chang'an's speed and reflexes were not significantly inferior to his own. A sharp pain surged through his neck. His heightened reflexes allowed him to discern the source of the agony: compression, followed by tearing, and then gnawing. With a piercing roar, 11 forcefully flung Li Chang'an aside. Yet, as his wrist was tugged, he realized that Li Chang'an had not relinquished his grip. Swallowing the blood and flesh in his mouth, Li Chang'an yanked 11 back, stabilizing himself before lunging at 11 once more. Madman, beast, filth. An unprecedented terror surged within 11's heart. His freed left claw darted towards Li Chang'an's wrist. Severing it would create distance, ensuring he would not be the first to perish. This man was on the brink of death. There was no need for him to exchange injuries. He merely needed to shake him off. As this thought took root, the desire to escape Li Chang'an consumed him. "You are afraid of me," Li Chang'an's voice echoed in Eleven's ears, tinged with weakness and hunger. Before releasing Eleven's wrist, Li Chang'an used the momentum to draw closer, then let go, only to wrap his arms around Eleven's shoulders, encircling his neck. The two embraced like lovers, yet an insatiable killing intent lingered. Eleven felt his claws pierce Li Chang'an's chest, yet the agony in his neck intensified. Li Chang'an clung desperately to Eleven, preventing any retreat of his claws. As the blood gushing from Eleven's neck splattered across him, he seemed tireless, gnawing at Eleven's flesh with fervor. "I never anticipated that I would perish alongside you without witnessing your powers." Eleven surrendered to despair, life ebbing from his form. He knew he could not survive. The blood loss was relentless, and within 2 minutes, he would succumb to it. "In truth, I possess no special abilities." Li Chang'an's words fell like the final straw on Eleven's already frayed nerves. "I refuse to accept this. Why must I perish alongside such a worthless being?" Chapter 23. Surviving Together. Chang'an, you are the eldest son of the family. If one day father is no longer here, you must take on the responsibilities of this household. Remember? Father, why would you not be here? Everyone faces that day. Perhaps mine will come sooner. You are my only son, the family's hope. I may not be capable. Even if you doubt your capabilities, you must strive. I have fought all my life. If I fall, I will rise and continue to fight. Even if my bones break, I will crawl forward. If one day you must face death, you must stand firm. Gazing at the azure sky, Li Chang'an forced a bitter smile. "I am sorry, father. I can no longer stand." He struggled to keep his eyes open, yet darkness still enveloped him. His heart grew weaker, feeble, yet he desperately wished for it to beat a moment longer. "Xiao Jiang, I apologize for not being able to bid farewell in person. I could not stop Lin Gu from returning home. Forgive me. Xiao Wu, I truly wonder how far you can go. Whether you can accomplish the 9 trials I could not. Mother, I am sorry. Please rent out my room. I hope the insurance money can serve as a dowry for my sister. I have forgotten what my sister looks like. I am such a wretched brother. I suppose there will be no more fighting." In the moment he closed his eyes. The last visage that floated in Li Chang'an's mind was that of a somewhat unfamiliar face. Ah, yes, it was the restaurant owner, spouting nonsensical words like a fool, leaving people utterly perplexed, and he never understood why he felt compelled to share my name. "Throughout my life, I have always engaged in inexplicable actions. Since arriving at Jiang Shuabu's establishment, aside from sleeping and eating, Wu Luyan had little leisure time. Yet, in just a few days, she had become accustomed to the life within the shop. As she washed a cup, she casually asked, 'Uncle Jiang, when will Chang'an return?' 'It might still be a few days.' 'Why do you call me that?' Jiang Shubu turned his head, glass in hand. 'You call me uncle, yet you address him by his name?' Wu Luyan nodded, lacking her former shyness. As for timidity, she had never possessed it. Carefully stacking the cups, she continued, 'I intend to marry him, so it is fine to call him by name, right?' 'What?' Jiang Shubu stood, shock, disdain, and jealousy flitting across his features. 'I am female, and Chang'an is male. Is it strange to marry him? I am aware that my appearance is not appealing, even somewhat frightening, but all I seek is that title. After all, there is no law against polygamy now. I would not mind if he chose to wed other wives.' Wu Luyan spoke these earth-shattering words with an air of indifference. Jiang Shubu opened his mouth, unable to find a rebuttal. Such a humble request seemed beyond reproach. Yet it left a sour taste in his mouth. 'Uncle Jiang, you harbor feelings for my Chang'an too, don't you? The kind that wishes to be lovers,' Wu Luyan insisted. Unyielding, a gentle breeze swept through, leaving behind only a shadow of Jiang Shubu, as he swiftly grasped Wu Luyan by the throat, rage contorting his face. 'What did you say? Did I speak incorrectly? Since childhood, I have been able to discern affection and aversion in others' eyes. Uncle Jiang, please be gentle. My neck is going to break.' Wu Luyan clutched Jiang Shubu's wrist, unfazed by the threat to her life. Jiang Shubu hesitated, releasing Wu Luyan, momentarily at a loss for words. Though this was not a secret to him, hearing it from her lips felt unsettling. Rubbing her neck, Wu Luyan picked up an unwashed cup and continued, 'If Uncle Jiang teaches me well, beyond cooking and washing dishes, perhaps I can assist you in the future. Do not speak of such odd matters. Do not bring this up again. I have no such intentions toward Chang'an. Forget about the dishes. I shall teach you self-defense. Is it true that after death, one goes to the underworld? But why does it smell like disinfectant there?' Li Chang'an slowly opened his eyes, greeted by a dim and formless void. Beneath him was a soft surface, his nostrils filled with a peculiar blend of medicinal scents. So, the underworld does not smell like disinfectant, he mused, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he felt the gaze of those around him. One Anren stifled a yawn as he removed the damp towel from Li Chang'an's head. You, my friend, are rather hefty, standing at 176 centimeters. You must weigh over 80 kilograms. Truly a monster's body fat percentage. Thank you, Li Chang'an replied, casting a glance at Wen Anren. This expression of gratitude lacked the usual sharpness and the distant coldness that characterized his demeanor. Wen Anren found the tone of Li Chang'an's voice somewhat unfamiliar, causing him to fumble and drop the freshly wrung towel back into the basin. Cough, cough, no need to thank me. Rescuing you also serves my own interests. It's dictated by our abilities, and I wouldn't have chosen this path otherwise. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Li Chang'an felt an urge to smile, a grin forming at the corners of his mouth as he responded, I thought I was a goner this time. I even reminisced about the past. I owe you a significant favor, and you may request one task of me. Are you suggesting I could have you risk your life for me? Wen Anren jested lightly, fully aware that Li Chang'an would likely decline. To his astonishment, Li Chang'an nodded, sure, as long as it's not a venture with certain death. If there's even a slim chance of survival, I'm willing to assist you, just this once. Instinctively, Wen Anren sensed the gravity in Li Chang'an's promise. The weight of his words was as formidable as a mountain. He understood that should he voice a request, Li Chang'an would not refuse. After a prolonged silence, Wen Anren contemplated deeply before finally lifting his head and saying earnestly, I wish to win, not merely to survive. With my capabilities, I could shine brightly within the military. I might even become a legend, but that hinges on my victory. Agreed, Li Chang'an replied without hesitation. Do you believe this is feasible? Wen Anren's composure faltered. Li Chang'an nodded. Charles will eliminate that manifestation of fantasy. Most formidable opponents will be found and dispatched by him. With your abilities, we shall undoubtedly endure until the end. By diminishing our competitors and leaving only a select few strong adversaries, we still hold hope. However, prior to that, we require some weaponry. Wen Anren stared blankly at Li Chang'an, bewildered. And what about you? Don't you wish to prevail? Without you, my victory would be impossible. Thus, I shall concede the opportunity to you. You pursue your dreams while I seek my own path. Li Chang'an raised his hand, offering a fist to Wen Anren. Shall we not share a fist bump? After their fists met, Wen Anren lowered his gaze and quietly inquired, why do you choose to trust me? Truth be told, I contemplated killing you if it came down to just the two of us, to prevent any last-minute betrayal. Li Chang'an replied with a hint of humor. Is that so? Wen Anren instinctively retorted. Gazing at the starry sky, Li Chang'an chuckled softly. It's always about dying, you know? The first thing that crosses your mind upon waking from death is the contemplation of what you thought about in your final moments. Only then do you realize what you truly desire. Years ago, I took a gamble and gained 2 friends. Before them, the sole purpose of my existence was mere survival. After meeting them, I discovered that living could indeed hold meaning. Wen Anren pondered for a moment before extending his hand. Do you know the concept of a pinky promise? The boy who began living alone after witnessing his family slaughtered at the age of 11 entwined his pinky with that of the youth who had turned into a beast after surviving until 16. They sealed their bond with their thumbs pressed together. Chapter 24. Simpler than expected in recent years, Li Chang'an had rarely spoken at such length, perhaps due to his brush with death. He had faced near-death experiences more than once, yet this time was truly a resurrection. When Wen Anren found him, his heartbeat was barely perceptible, as if Wen Anren had injected him with a surging dose of adrenaline. After a frantic dash to the hospital, Wen Anren employed a stun gun in place of a defibrillator. Following a series of frantic maneuvers, Li Chang'an's heartbeat was restored, leading to medication and bandaging. You have a sturdy constitution. Even after losing that much blood, you managed to pull through. I had no blood to spare for you, Wen Anren remarked as he heated water and dissolved military rations into a slurry. What exactly is your ability? I have yet to see you utilize it. I'm not sure, Li Chang'an shrugged, accepting the concoction. I haven't awakened any abilities yet. Wen Anren's hands trembled in disbelief as he scrutinized Li Chang'an. Are you serious? You must be in your 20s. I've never heard of anyone your age who hasn't awakened. Perhaps you have, but you just don't realize it? I've had an assessment, and it confirmed I lack any abilities. Li Chang'an sipped the hot porridge, feeling his body prickling with sensations as his wounds healed at a terrifying pace. Wen Anren was left speechless, shocked by the sight before him. After a long pause, he finally managed to swallow and asked, If you possess no abilities, how did you defeat your previous opponents? Or perhaps you come from a wealthy family and purchased numerous genetic enhancements. Well, my family is quite poor. My father has been missing for many years, likely deceased, leaving my mother to fend for herself. She is a producer, but earns little. With the empire's support and my mother's meager income, I barely managed to study for a few years. Later, when my sister awakened her plant growth ability, she coincidentally qualified for the Empire University's program. To alleviate our family's burden, I dropped out to work. When Anren frowned, "How is it that you, with a family, seem to have it worse than I do? Shouldn't someone without abilities struggle to find work?" Indeed, Li Chang'an nodded. In a society that values abilities, individuals like me do find it challenging. Yet, as long as one is willing to toil, it is possible to scrape by. As they spoke, Li Chang'an glanced toward the door, sensing someone approaching. He rose from the bed, noting the rhythmic footsteps indicating that the newcomer was likely an ability user attuned to perception, making their way toward them. "Otherwise, I will go. Your injuries have yet to heal." When Anren's face bore an expression of difficulty. "To be honest, I find it truly impressive that you have survived until now. However, it makes me somewhat uneasy." With a chuckle, Li Chang'an donned his clothes. "Since we are collaborating, you should gauge my abilities. Do you think that the beastly powered individual perished by mere chance? Initially, I assumed it was you who killed him. However, upon realizing you possess no powers, I thought he must have been consumed by a mutated beast." This thought remained unspoken by Wen Anren as she followed Li Chang'an out the door. Their footsteps halted at the corner, clearly having noticed Li Chang'an at the end of the corridor. Another individual lurking in the shadows. "Are you violating the rules of team formation?" The voice from the corner belonged to a youth, but after encountering the dwarf, Li Chang'an had learned not to judge solely by voice. Stretching his neck and wrists, Li Chang'an remarked, "You are not merely a sensory type, or at least you possess more than just that." "Oh, what makes you say so?" came the curious reply from the corner. When Anren rolled her eyes at the back, thinking that this individual was far too easily led off topic, Li Chang'an continued with a smile, "The advantages of a sensory type do not lie in close combat. They either excel in long-range sniping or cunning strategies. You charged at me without concern for revealing your position, thus close combat must be your reliance. Therefore, you either depend on expensive thermal equipment or you possess dual abilities, one being sensory, the other suited for close combat." There was a moment of silence from the corner before applause erupted, and a towering figure emerged, his youthful voice exclaiming, "Impressive. I am quite curious about your reasoning. Experience. Of course, you are not the first dual ability user I have encountered." As soon as Li Chang'an finished speaking, he lunged forward into the narrow corridor. The man's romanticism lay in the raw power of his fists, capable of delivering devastating blows. The giant must have shared Li Chang'an's thoughts, as he displayed a moment of astonishment, followed by a fervor that propelled him forward, bracing himself with his massive arm against Li Chang'an's punch. Such strength. The giant grunted, feeling a slight numbness in his arm, before countering with a palm strike. Li Chang'an deftly leaned back to evade, flipping backward as his feet entwined around the giant's arm. His 176-meter frame hanging from the giant's limb. With a powerful twist of his waist, he managed to sit atop the giant's arm. When Anren, observing from the shadows, was left speechless. It was remarkable that Li Chang'an, devoid of any powers, had not only avoided being overpowered in their first exchange, but was gradually gaining the upper hand. However, the giant's second ability had yet to be revealed, leaving the outcome uncertain. With a swift elbow strike, Li Chang'an felt as though he had collided with steel, the giant's muscle not resembling that of a human. Countless pieces of information flashed before him, recalling all the abilities he had learned about. Any ability identified in the testing grounds would be recorded on a stone tablet, easily accessible at any testing station. New abilities were meticulously documented and sent to the taverns of Jiangshuibu. Thus, Li Chang'an was well acquainted with all abilities, able to deduce specifics based on the opponent's characteristics. Evading the giant's grasp, he flipped backward, pressed his palms and feet to the ground, and slipped through the giant's legs while hoisting up his right leg, causing the giant to lose his balance. With the giant leaning forward, Li Chang'an seized the opportunity to stomp on his waist, wrapping his hands around the giant's throat, using his knee to press against his waist, exerting all his strength to pull back. After a grueling 2 minutes, the giant finally released his grip, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Only after another half-minute did Li Chang'an relinquish his hold, panting heavily as he sat to the side. When Anren emerged from the room, staring in disbelief at the astonishing scene before her, A powerless individual had taken down a dual ability user in less than 10 minutes. Fortunately, this fellow isn't too strong. His fiber reinforcement can merely withstand bullets. Li Chang'an wiped the sweat from his brow, asking, "Did I perform adequately?" When Anren gazed at him, flabbergasted. Is this even humanly possible? Chapter 25. Who is the prey to engage in combat? Aside from certain extraordinary abilities, one cannot discern specific data from mere observation. After identifying an opponent's ability, one must exploit its weaknesses to secure a victory. It's quite simple. Li Chang'an stated matter-of-factly. When Anren, like a marionette, blinked in astonishment before shaking her head and responding with a bittersweet smile, it is hardly simple, especially when it comes to abilities lacking flamboyant manifestations. How could one deduce such information in such a brief time? Everyone understands the importance of targeting an opponent's weaknesses, but merely guessing their abilities is already a considerable challenge, let alone recalling their vulnerabilities. Are you a genius, or perhaps possess photographic memory? Li Chang'an furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. If one cannot remember, then engage in battle. As long as you fight enough times, it will surely imprint in your memory. For example, fiber reinforcement. Hardened fibers rival steel, impervious to bullets, with significant blunt force impact. Yet they also hinder joint flexibility. Softened fibers grant immunity to blunt impacts, making them ineffective against sharp cutting. They enhance muscle activity, allowing for blood clotting and recovery. Yet they provide no defense against strangulation. Therefore, when locking the throat and pressing the waist, he must soften the muscles of his waist and chest to avoid compressing the organs, while hardening the muscles near the neck to prevent being choked to death. One Anren sighed, continuing Li Chang'an's thoughts. Thus, his waist would lack strength, rendering him unable to escape, but the muscle hardening would quickly fatigue under such pressure, ultimately resulting in his unconsciousness. Li Chang'an nodded. Isn't it quite simple? Not in the slightest. When Anren struggled to refute. From Li Chang'an's perspective, it sounded effortless. Yet the practical application was exceedingly difficult. This battle was a testament to mental fortitude and experience. Li Chang'an's prowess demonstrated that one need not possess abilities to be deemed worthless. However, the prevailing societal mindset revered powers, viewing those without them as inferior. However, there are limits. Relying solely on the human physique is insufficient. This is not merely the human form, as the strength has already reached the level of ordinary power enhancement. Depending on the tier, Esper possess unique abilities even without activating their powers. For instance, Fire Element Mastery grants immunity to certain high temperatures once awakened. As the tier increases, the threshold of immunity rises as well. It is said that at the level of Flame Mastery, one can walk upon molten lava without engaging their abilities. Li Chang'an's strength has already attained the norm of level, power enhancement, and his formidable physical prowess is crucial for executing the plan. When Anren sipped water, lost in myriad thoughts, nearly 30 years have passed since the emergence of abilities, resulting in over 3,000 types. And even the producers possess physical attributes surpassing those of pre-apocalyptic humanity, indicative of an evolution. Yet, no one seems to regard physical quality as a benefit in the enhancement of abilities. The mindset is also Li Chang'an's weapon. No one has contemplated the ramifications of pushing physical capabilities to their limits. Perhaps Li Chang'an's emergence signifies a paradigm shift. However, he is destined never to truly step into the limelight. Should his uniqueness be unveiled, he would likely be whisked away for research or subjected to ridicule. When Anren paused, realizing he had become one of the informed, if he were to spread the word that Li Chang'an was not an Esper, just a promise. Do you trust me this much? You should eat your fill. We must be on our way. With this guy's points added in, you should still be leading. When the death toll exceeds half, a counter will appear in the sky. Its absence indicates that deaths have yet to surpass half. Li Chang'an finished his portion. Oh, very well. When Anren nodded, somewhat distracted. In his not-so-long life, such a simple acquisition of trust seemed unprecedented. The battles in the city never ceased. When all participants first entered the trial, most were preoccupied with mere survival. If a quick resolution was unattainable, they would retreat swiftly. The clash between Charles and the Esper with fantasy manifestation resembled a fiery oil tanker colliding with a gas station, igniting the entire trial ground. The vast storm region transformed into a no-man's land, compelling encounters among other Espers. Therefore, shortly after Li Chang'an and when Anren exited the hospital, they beheld the counter Li Chang'an had mentioned. The sky appeared as a screen, displaying the words Survivors 88, which steadily diminished, likely decreasing by one every half hour. There were 197 participants, and the remaining count would display when half were left, while the top 3 scores would be revealed once only a quarter remained. Li Chang'an was quietly explaining to Wen Anren. When Anren nodded, all this information could be readily found outside, and nearly every participant was aware of it. What Li Chang'an was about to say was certainly not trivial. He continued, most participants are aware of this. Yet not everyone knows that when your name appears among the top 3, you can spend a point to discover the location of a random opponent. What? When Anren furrowed his brow, genuinely oblivious to this detail. How did Li Chang'an come by this knowledge? Had he participated more than once? Instinctively. The first guess is often the closest to the truth. Oblivious to the shift in Wen Anren's expression, Li Chang'an proceeded, thus. We must ensure you remain in the top 3. Then, when only a quarter of the participants remain, we can make our move. Charles will undoubtedly be among the top 3. His ability may not be particularly remarkable, but his mental fortitude is extraordinary. After over 4 hours of battle, he remains unfazed. As for me, I engage in close combat. Even if he refrains from attacking, his aerial maneuvers render me powerless. Hence, we must first seek a weapon. I know you possess a handgun, but that will be of little use. Auspicious avoidance is both a passive and active ability, allowing Wen Anren to actively invoke it to discern the fortune or misfortune of his judgments. This is not trivial. It is an external advantage. Whatever Wen Anren desires, he can determine the direction through the auspices of his ability, always finding a path toward what represents good fortune. Li Chang'an sought the 20mm anti-material sniper rifle. Its owner had yet to reveal themselves, and the weapon had scarcely been discharged. An adept marksman, they would serve as the most significant variable in this trial. Eliminating this individual would not only yield a weapon, but also mitigate uncertainty. What's not to gain? Of course, had it not been for Wen Anren, Li Chang'an would not have targeted this person, as he had always navigated the buildings to avoid him. But now, everything had changed. For the first time, Li Chang'an aspired to become the hunter. Chapter 26. The human heart is unfathomable. Releasing the trigger, Zhao Yi shifted his gaze from the scope, rubbing his somewhat sore eyes, and picked up a stone to etch a line on the floor, completing the final stroke of the character. It is time to depart. Over the past 3 days, 5 individuals have perished at his hands. 4 of them posed considerable trouble, while the last was merely collateral. After all, ammunition is precious, and his ability is merely penetration. Not the legendary guaranteed hit among ranged abilities. Penetration may not match guaranteed hit in accurately striking any target within sight, yet its strength lies in versatility. No matter the opponent's abilities or formidable defenses, his attacks are certain to breach any barrier. Suspended in midair, Charles was enveloped in a protective shield of lightning. Yet, should Zhao Yi desire, it would be but a matter of a single shot. Both tangible and intangible defenses could not hinder him. However, Charles must not perish just yet. He is needed to eliminate other participants. Only when it is just he and Charles remaining will the gun's muzzle be aimed at Charles, and at that moment, he shall emerge as the ultimate victor. With meticulous care, Zhao Yi skillfully disassembled the sniper rifle and placed it into its case. Every movement he made was deliberate, for he had expended all his savings to acquire this weapon, which had cost a staggering 50 million, with each bullet priced at an exorbitant 150,000. Additionally, substantial sums had been spent on the intricate web of connections that facilitated its procurement. Originally from a modest background, Zhao Yi had fortuitously married into a wealthy family, which had required considerable effort to ensure that the entire clan met their demise without raising suspicion. Before departing, Zhao Yi cast one last glance at the spot where he had previously taken cover. The building had lost a floor, yet the severed edge appeared unnaturally smooth, as though it had been sliced with surgical precision, leaving an unsettling impression. At 34 years of age, Zhao Yi had witnessed the apocalypse firsthand and understood the paramount importance of strength. Years of rigorous training had honed him into a capable sniper, consuming every penny he possessed on gene serums and training, leaving no avenue for self-enhancement neglected. Descending the 60-story edifice felt effortless. He believed that physicality was fundamental, asserting that while guns were mere instruments, the human body was the true weapon. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he paused, hastily discarding the case, drawing twin pistols as the door before him exploded inward. A figure charged at him, using the door as a shield. Unfazed, Zhao Yi unleashed a volley of shots, each aimed with precision at a singular point, calculating the height of his adversary concealed behind the door. If he could penetrate the barrier, the bullets would surely find their mark in the target's chest. In the face of his extraordinary abilities, nothing was impenetrable. The assailant moved with remarkable speed, and before Zhao Yi could finish firing 2 rounds, the distance between them had diminished to mere meters. He quickly rolled to the side to evade and repositioned his aim to fire again. Yet the intruder seemed to possess a form of foresight, turning to face him despite the door obstructing his view, still utilizing the door as a shield. Through the bullet holes, Zhao Yi glimpsed a faint trace of crimson, indicating that the foe had sustained at least 3 hits, non-fatal, yet sufficient to impede their actions. You didn't expect my bullets would pierce through that door, Zhao Yi mused coldly, raising his gun to target the opponent's head, having calculated their height accurately. In the next instant, the door was hurled towards him. Zhao Yi rolled aside just in time, maintaining his composure, firmly recalling the position of his adversary, and continued firing even while in motion. The sound of bullets striking flesh echoed in his ears, and though he smirked at his success, he remained uncertain where the bullets had struck. As he steadied himself, half kneeling, he suddenly noticed a figure looming dangerously close, stirring a flicker of alarm within him. He aimed at the assailant's head without hesitation and pulled the trigger. In a heartbeat, the enemy managed to grasp his gun, diverting its aim. The bullet pierced through their palm, yet they appeared unfazed, retaliating with a devastating punch. The question of whether a fist or a firearm held greater strength was clear, with no means of evasion. Zhao Yi braced himself to absorb the blow while simultaneously firing his other gun. The fist collided with his cheekbone, and he felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, accompanied by the sickening sound of his own bone fracturing. Strangely, he did not hear the anticipated sound of a bullet embedding itself into flesh. As he turned his head, the world around him swayed, and he witnessed a bloodied fist rapidly enlarging before him. One powerful strike had caved in the skull of the gunman, yet Li Chang'an showed no signs of stopping. He first snapped the opponent's arms before mercilessly pummeling the skull into a pulp. Only then did he communicate through his earpiece, stating, "It's done." Downstairs, Wan Anren inhaled deeply and ascended the stairs briskly, arriving just in time to see Li Chang'an removing his tattered shirt. "You're here. Come help me stitch up the wound on my back. I can't reach it," Li Chang'an beckoned. If only he possessed the ability to conjure clothing from thin air. "Is this place safe?" Wan Anren closed his eyes and activated his powers for a moment, nodding as he accepted the needle and thread from Li Chang'an. "Twisting his neck is preferable to smashing his head. That looks rather gruesome," he remarked, glancing at the headless corpse with a frown. He did not shy away from killing, but found the sight of such bloodshed unsettling. Turning to Li Chang'an, he pondered before nodding. "All right. I will be more mindful in the future." Wan Anren's hand trembled slightly, nearly piercing Li Chang'an's back with the needle. "Damn it. Does this guy really consider me a friend? Does he not think?" Once the wound was stitched, Li Chang'an donned a shirt he had found on the roadside and handed the case containing the sniper rifle to Wan Anren. "Your abilities are remarkable. Even if it's not your first time, I can't help but admire your talent. Just aim for the target and rely on your powers to sense the right moment to fire. Once you master it, you'll undoubtedly become an exceptional individual." Wan Anren stood in stunned silence, feeling no malice in Li Chang'an's praise, no jealousy, no sarcasm, only genuine happiness for him. Li Chang'an pulled Wan Anren close. "Let's go. From here on out, it's up to you. Besides shooting, you need to guide me to safety. Unfortunately, this walkie-talkie only works within 100 meters, which makes it rather perilous for you. Be grateful. Finding batteries is already a stroke of luck," Wan Anren replied, rolling his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "But you can't solely depend on my guidance. It's not always accurate. Sometimes I may sense danger, but your experience could be more reliable. Rest assured, I understand. You were spot on when you told me to duck earlier. Otherwise, that bullet would have lodged itself in my skull." Li Chang'an grinned, displaying his bright white teeth. "This is a complete transformation." Wan Anren sighed inwardly, reflecting on how Li Chang'an seemed to have shed his initial wariness, like a soldier emerging from an armored vehicle and shedding his bulletproof vest. "Perhaps you are merely acting?" Chapter 27, Preemptive Showdown. Despite sustaining 3 gunshot wounds and 1 to his palm, within a mere 2 hours, the injury on his palm had faded to a mere pink scar, and he felt no signs of abnormality whatsoever. Li Chang'an was acutely aware that after narrowly escaping death, he had significantly strengthened his abilities. His reflexes and hearing had markedly improved, enabling him to evade the gunman's attacks, with none of the bullets striking a vital area. His physical strength remained largely unchanged, still comparable to before, and although his speed had slightly increased, the difference was negligible. The most notable enhancement was his self-healing capacity, even to the naked eye. One could observe his wounds mending. Perhaps I need to face death a few more times to grow stronger? The thought took root in his mind. And as he reflected on each battle he had fought, he felt an unsettling sense of validation in his conjecture. The closer one was to death, the greater the potential for growth. Should I give it a try? What a perilous notion. Yet, why could he not restrain himself? Just this once. If I fail, there will be no second chance. But what if I succeed? What are you thinking? The voice of one Anren interrupted Li Chang'an's reverie. He managed a wry smile and replied, "It's nothing. Charles is about to win. Stay focused and observe whether his level of danger has diminished." 90 meters away, when Anren crouched inside a metallic crate, peering through the scope of his sniper rifle at the distant Charles. The feedback from his ability indicated that he was one of the most dangerous individuals in the vicinity. Given the prowess Charles had demonstrated, there were still 3 others in the city whose threat level was comparable to his. The once mighty dragon had long since lost its formidable presence. A day and a night had passed, and it was now at its weakest. Even its wings appeared feeble, as it descended from the sky to the ground. The battle had effectively reached its conclusion, leaving only a futile resistance behind. "Charles, spare me. I cannot perish here." The dragon's mouth uttered human words, revealing a figure standing within it, an ability user who had concealed himself within the dragon's belly to ensure his safety. Charles remained silent, unleashing bolts of lightning from his hands that seemed inexhaustible. This monstrous youth appeared tireless, showing no signs of fatigue from the onset of battle to the present. "Please." The dragon raised its tattered wings in defense. "I can serve you as a master. If you allow me to grow, I will undoubtedly be your strength. I cannot die here. I still have a vendetta to fulfill. My parents and brothers were slain by that man. I can forfeit and leave. I beg you, spare me. I cannot die here." Listening to the chaotic pleas, Charles hesitated momentarily. The bolts of lightning in his hands grew even thicker. He then raised his hand, responding coldly. "What does that have to do with me?" The silver lightning erupted, accompanied by the anguished roar of the dragon, like a soundtrack to a firework display. The fireworks had yet to dissipate, yet the music had ceased. The 100-meter-long dragon's body was charred black, and within its unclosed maw lay a human corpse, the remnants of which still bore traces of resentment and ferocity. "Everyone possesses their own narrative, but what relevance do your stories hold for me? You and I are merely adversaries destined to confront each other in life and death." Charles spread his arms wide, resembling a crucifix, then placed his right hand against his chest and bowed slightly. "It is an honor to battle you, but that is all." At this moment, countless gazes were fixated on Charles, each person awaiting a sign of exhaustion or vulnerability. Li Chang'an concealed himself within a large fish tank, submerged in water with only half his head exposed, whispering, "How is it?" In the distance, when Anren, still gripping his sniper rifle, responded quietly, "No." The sense of danger has not decreased. In fact, it has intensified. His threat level is rising steadily, more dangerous than at the beginning. Li Chang'an frowned, emerging silently from the fish tank and carefully making his way into a nearby windowless storage room. After drying himself and changing clothes, he confirmed that the surroundings were clear before responding darkly. He is most likely a dual or even triple ability user. The battle has exceeded 24 hours. This cannot be attributed to mere talent. According to records, Charles's family had been noble before the apocalypse, and the cataclysm had little impact on them. He awakened his abilities at birth, and his mental strength was extraordinarily high, far exceeding that of ordinary ability users. However, based on my calculations, the mental energy he has expended during this day and night of fighting could incapacitate 20-level users. This is beyond mere talent. He must possess additional abilities to sustain himself. When Anren set down his sniper rifle while shifting positions, inquiring, "Do you have any guesses?" Indeed, Li Chang'an instinctively nodded, then recalled their long-distance communication. There were 2 possibilities. One was a support-type ability related to healing, and the other was a mythological-type ability known as the God of Law. I hope it is not the latter. The God of Law from the mythological category. Hearing those words sent when Anren's heart racing, and he struggled to regain his composure. The most widely recognized strongest category was the combat category, where every ability was exceptionally suited for battle. However, the mythological category still held the highest potential ceiling, rumored to yield only 1 in 100,000 ability users. It was termed mythological because the abilities within this category were linked to mythological tales. Before the apocalypse, there were no ability users in the world, Yet various mythologies persisted. From the east, there were tales of Anwa mending the sky and Shiha bathing the sun. From the west, the creation myths, and from the north, the world serpent, all belonged to the realm of mythology. After the apocalypse, abilities began to manifest, and some individuals awakened powers resembling those of mythological figures, giving rise to the mythological category, regarded as limitless abilities. A certain ability user known as Gabriel from the West emerged at level 1 and was said to be under the secret protection of the Empire. The god of law mentioned by Li Chang'an leaned towards support, endowing the user with nearly infinite mental energy and exceptional resistance to any elemental abilities. There is only one known ability of this type. Perhaps Charles is the second. Just as Li Chang'an intended to depart, he turned back. A figure leaped from the rooftop, unfurling a pair of dual wings of ice and fire behind him. With a mere gesture, he transformed the air into a fiery inferno, sending crimson flames, almost black, surging towards Charles, while an armor of ice encased his form. Another wielder of dual abilities, and one particularly suited for combat. Li Chang'an swallowed hard, sensing an ominous premonition. Despite a third of their number remaining, the final confrontation seemed imminent. Chapter 28. Together with me the flames obscured the sky, yet paradoxically illuminated the entire city. The assailant, with golden hair and azure eyes, resembled a deity descending from the heavens. No one had ever noticed him. Since entering the trial arena, he had endeavored to minimize his presence. Though a near-level extraordinary being, he had avoided any conflict until this moment when he unleashed his formidable might. Charles, do you remember me? 3 years ago, I fell to your hand, and you took away my Aisha. Today, I come for vengeance. Upon hearing this furious declaration, Charles frowned. You are Salman. I did not take your woman. She pursued me of her own accord, and I rejected her advances. She attempted to drug me, but I thwarted her. Enough, Salman roared, flames flickering above his head. My Aisha is pure and kind. How dare you slander her? She is an angel descended from the heavens, tainted only by the likes of you. Charles retorted with displeasure. I speak no lie. If memory serves, she claimed her skills were exceptional, promising me a wonderful evening. My attendant informed me she typically charges 3,000. Enough. You dare say more. Salman, seething with rage, hurled ice spears from behind him. Li Chang'an listened, wide-eyed, while he maneuvered, speaking into his earpiece. The plan may have changed. This Charles uses words to provoke his opponents, not merely brute force. When Anran, equally stunned by the unfolding events, wondered why she felt he was merely innocently Navi. Though no formal alliance existed, an unspoken understanding emerged, with Salman as the vanguard. Those lurking in the shadows began to prepare for their strike. Charles was overwhelmingly powerful, tipping the balance of the trial in his favor and instilling fear in most participants. His strength was unabashedly evident, much like his extraordinary abilities, bright, imposing, and grand. From the outset, Charles had no intention of concealing his prowess. His objective was to obliterate all in his path, emerging victorious in an indomitable display of might. For someone like him, subtlety was an impediment to clarity. The next attacker was an eccentric, extraordinary being, appearing abruptly behind Charles, wielding a serrated, curved blade that he brought down with ferocity. The blade struck just outside the protective barrier surrounding Charles, intercepted by a translucent electric shield. The currents danced along the weapon, yet did not hinder the assailant. When Charles turned, the attacker had vanished without a sound, leaving no trace of his presence. The shadow ability rendered Charles' lightning aura invisible, allowing the strike to emerge from the shadows cast by Salman's ice spears. Li Chang'an halted, realizing that the assailant was operating from his corporeal form, indicating a maximum level of extraordinary ability. When Anran asked what next, Li Chang'an smirked. A level shadow has a limited range. He must act within 200 meters of his target. I can approximate his location. I understand, when Anran sighed quietly. Moments later, she added, to the south, appearing intermittently. He is likely repositioning. Li Chang'an grinned. A sub-level shadow was akin to free points. Minutes later, he arrived near the location when Anran had indicated, finding a suitable corner to observe the sky. The battle between Charles and Salman raged on. Salman was formidable, the heat of the flames palpable even hundreds of meters away, causing Charles to sustain his first injury. His hair had singed. In such extreme heat, while Charles remained unscathed, he could not entirely evade the effects. As beads of sweat began to soak his clothing, and his once sleek golden hair started to curl and darken, Li Chang'an waited. The moment the shadow made another move, he would pinpoint the assailant's location. His patience was not tested long. After yet another ice spear shattered against the shield, the same figure reappeared beside Charles, attempting another horizontal strike, still unsuccessful. I found you. Li Chang'an beamed as the shadow ability activated. The caster's gaze must align with the direction of the strike. And as it was a momentary ability, altering his stance in that instant was challenging. Thus, by observing the direction the shadow faced upon manifestation, Li Chang'an could ascertain the assailant's hiding spot. Following that direction, as the acrid scent of burning hair filled the air, Li Chang'an knew he was close. Not far ahead. The extraordinary being, shifting positions, turned to see Li Chang'an trailing him. There was no sign of panic. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Li Chang'an pivoted, delivering a powerful elbow strike that landed solidly against the adversary's ribcage, eliciting a muffled grunt. Without pausing, he surged forward. As the shadow ability dissipated, Li Chang'an arrived at the assailant's position. With a single punch, he caved in the opponent's chest, smiling as he uttered, "Goodbye." It was all too simple, so effortless it might lead one to believe in their own strength. Yet, Li Chang'an recognized the foe's weakness. The extraordinary being maintained a commendable mindset, but his use of abilities was overly simplistic. Having observed the shadow in action twice, Li Chang'an discerned the assailant's understanding of his power. A competent shadow wielder should continuously shift within shadows rather than returning to a fixed position after each use. Hoisting the still-breathing enemy, Li Chang'an sprinted towards the fray between Charles and Salman, navigating the most perilous yet safest route beneath their feet. Half a minute later, Li Chang'an found Wan'anren, who had come to meet him. "Hurry, he's about to breathe his last. You need to act quickly." Li Chang'an tossed the person aside and urgently handed the knife to Wan'anren. Under pressure, Wan'anren, though bewildered, instinctively brought the knife down, instantly hearing the score notification that only he could perceive. "Phew, I made it just in time," Li Chang'an sighed in relief. Wan'anren, still dazed, asked, "You rushed over just to let me score?" "Indeed, your points should now be leading. If you can't eliminate the others, as long as you survive, you can still win." Patting Wan'anren on the shoulder, Li Chang'an secured the knife at his waist. Despite its unappealing appearance, the blade was remarkably sharp. While Wan'anren remained lost in thought, Li Chang'an quickly scavenged the area and urged him to flee. "We must leave. It's no longer safe here. Salman is losing his mind, and I fear he might resort to a mutually destructive strategy. We need to get far away." As they ran, Li Chang'an shook his head, lamenting the scarcity of bullets for the sniper rifle. Only 3 rounds left to use sparingly. Charles's shield can block knives and Salman's ice spears, but I'm uncertain if this gun's bullets can withstand an attack. Do your best to keep hidden and conserve the ammunition. Wan'anren nodded, his mind elsewhere, lost in contemplation. Chapter 29. The situation clarified. The latest intelligence was being relayed in layers, bypassing the 4 major cities of the eastern continent, and focusing on the current capital of the empire, Tongtian City, situated at the confluence of 3 continents. The entire city consisted of a single towering structure, soaring into the clouds, covering 600,000 square kilometers and continuously expanding. It was both Tongtian City and Tongtian Tower, with the military headquarters located in the middle of the tower. General Wang Jianjun, one of the 3 marshals and the eldest among them, was stationed there, and no one questioned his combat prowess. The common knowledge of the post-apocalyptic world did not apply to this venerable man. "Marshal, we have reports from the northwest." A soldier adorned with 3 flowers on his shoulder knocked on the door, his palms slick with nervous sweat. "Come in." Inside, Wang Jianjun held a steaming cup of tea, taking the battle report from his subordinate with a smile. "The winged tiger. It must be the one that escaped 10 years ago. It has grown bolder and dares to invade again. Marshal, the northwest front has been breached by 30 miles. Our brothers there may not hold out much longer." Lieutenant Lung, a high-level ability user stationed there, was ambushed and has succumbed to his injuries. The soldier was anxious but restrained. Such trivial matters should be sent directly to the Special Operations Department from now on. We allocate so much funding for their upkeep. They can't expect me to manage every little issue. Wang Jianjun tossed the report aside, adding, "Tell that brat. What use is it to come out from the trial grounds? I won't tolerate harming our own. If they have the capability, they should go out and slay beasts. Give them 3 days, 2 days for travel, leaving 1 day to resolve the issue. Otherwise, they should pack up and leave the entire Special Operations Department." As he exited, the soldier slapped himself twice, thinking, "What was I thinking, taking on this burden? Could you slow down?" The radio signal is weak. If we go out of range, I won't be able to hear you. Listening to Anren's voice through the earpiece, Li Chang'an hesitated for a few seconds, but eventually slowed his pace, whispering, "Your speed is too slow. I can't stay too close. If others discover our alliance, they will prioritize targeting us." "You're talking nonsense." Anren was displeased. He was trailing behind, panting. And most normal people would move at this pace. "I'm not a strength type." "I am too," Li Chang'an replied nonchalantly. Anren was exasperated, left speechless. On the radio, Li Chang'an continued, "You are an ability user. Your physical capabilities surpass those of ordinary people. Moreover, fortune favors the bold does not directly enhance your combat strength. You must learn to maximize your body's potential. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to protect you." "All right, what do you suggest?" Faced with an expert, Anren chose not to argue. Li Chang'an was the best example, a non-ability user triumphing over an ability user. "This is a trial. I can't train you now. Stay close to me, pretend to be tracking me, and learn my movements. After we leave the trial, I will teach you," Li Chang'an instructed, pausing to allow Anren to catch up. Since the apocalypse, abilities had flourished, replacing previous modes of human existence, while the average lifespan had increased. The limits of the human body had expanded. With prolonged training, running 100 meters in under 7 seconds had become a breeze. This was a comprehensive evolution, though few, like Li Chang'an, relentlessly honed their bodies. He had no other choice. If there were alternatives, no one would choose hardship. 3 days had passed since obtaining the sniper rifle, and Salman had predictably met his demise at Charles's hands. This was a choice he had made, perhaps harboring thoughts of mutual destruction from the outset. Consequently, his self-detonation darkened half the sky, while the other half descended into a frozen hell. In his final moments, Salman had unexpectedly broken through to a higher level. Had he achieved it sooner, he might have had a better chance. Fate can be cruel. Salman's death was akin to a calamity, further devastating a city already in ruins. Coupled with the destruction wrought by Charles, the city now lacked buildings above 3 stories. The space available for survival continued to shrink, though many had perished. Salman's explosion claimed 20 innocent bystanders who believed they were safe at 100 meters away. Now, the counter in the sky displayed survivors, 31, with the rankings below showing the top 3. First place, Charles, with 34 points. Second place, Anren, with 22 points. Third place, Li Chang'an, with 7 points. A dramatic ranking shift. Li Chang'an could hardly believe he was among the top 3. Initially, the third position belonged to someone named Brun, who had 11 points. However, after encountering a dual ability user and expending considerable effort to eliminate him, Li Chang'an found his name had risen to third. "So, your name is Brun?" The combination of invisibility and wind element mastery genuinely justifies the title of third place, yet Li Chang'an is unworthy of such a ranking. Were it not for Charles's 2 battles causing extensive collateral damage, he would not have garnered 7 points to secure third place. There is no room for celebration. One can only hope that Charles will not squander points to ascertain his position. The fact that Charles remains alive is Li Chang'an's greatest source of distress. Rising onto his toes and then kneeling, Li Chang'an instructed Anren on the technique, emphasizing the need to push upwards with both hands halfway through the descent, using the ground to propel himself skyward. Anren followed the steps, managing to exert slightly less effort, but more importantly, alleviating the strain on his joints. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that this posture resembled that of a locust. With a sigh, Anren paused, resting his forehead on his hand. "How did you learn this method?" "From studying zoology, transitioning from digitigrade to plantigrade or unguligrade locomotion. If your flexibility were a bit better, this technique would be even less taxing," Li Chang'an replied, a hint of joy in his tone. "As the books say, nature is the finest teacher. I find this to be quite true." "Are you a feral child? Why would someone raised in human society learn from beasts?" Anren pondered, striving to embrace his humanity, Li Chang'an considered, "Shouldn't we aspire to learn from the stronger? Many wild beasts lack special abilities yet can hunt us down, indicating that their methods are effective. If abilities could be acquired through learning, I would certainly pursue them, but since they cannot, I must resort to studying the creatures before us." The two halted in unison, with Li Chang'an slowing his breath until his voice became a mere whisper. Even the rhythm of his heartbeat faded. Approximately 50 meters away stood a woman wielding a knife, surrounded by a scattered array of corpses, though they were too fragmented to ascertain the exact number. The leaderboard in the sky remained unchanged. That was Sanjingha. Her previous scheming had not led to her demise, while the archer had long since fallen silent, the woman with the second highest win rate. Indeed, Li Chang'an replied softly. I have encountered her. She is exceptionally formidable. Her ability is unlike anything I've seen, related to traces, allowing her to perceive the remnants of anything that has left a mark. The wounds she inflicts also bear her signature. Hearing Li Chang'an describe her as exceptionally formidable for the first time unnerved Wen Anren, prompting him to lower his voice further. Should we proceed cautiously in our retreat? Li Chang'an hesitated, contemplating a gamble. In the end, both quietly withdrew, Li Chang'an deciding against taking the risk. Wen Anren, not overthinking the situation, felt that since the opponent was undeniably strong, it was wise to retreat. His ability had not sensed any immediate danger, and he unconditionally trusted Li Chang'an's judgment. Through their time together, Li Chang'an had proven himself, his almost beast-like instincts repeatedly guiding them away from peril. Despite having killed more than a dozen individuals himself, even surpassing Li Chang'an, Wen Anren couldn't muster a sense of superiority. Li Chang'an's nonchalant recounting of his encounters lingered in Wen Anren's mind. The first was a dwarf with a tyrannical ability to seal others' powers. It was ineffective against me, thus easily dispatched. The second was a fire manipulator who ambushed me, quite strong. The third could teleport, but was not very clever, making him relatively easy to handle. The fourth possessed a beast transformation ability. I was gravely injured and feverish at the time, and he nearly killed me. Not a single coherent thought. Wen Anren began to doubt Li Chang'an's luck. Aside from the first dwarf, the subsequent three adversaries were formidable, particularly for someone lacking special abilities. While Wen Anren spiraled into unfounded thoughts, Li Chang'an contemplated Sanjungha. Among the scattered bodies, there were likely 3 left hands, indicating at least 3 individuals. Yet, even with these points accounted for, Sanjungha had not reached the 7 points necessary for third place. In Li Chang'an's mind, the greatest threat was Charles, followed by Sanjungha. However, if the two were to engage in combat within a 10-meter radius, he believed the latter would have a higher chance of victory. This instinct bore no need for rehearsal. Sanjungha's prowess was indisputable. Those who first encountered her might harbor doubts, but after a personal confrontation, Li Chang'an regarded her as the most undesirable opponent to meet, without exception. Whatever weapon she wielded, the scars she left were indomitable, as long as she struck swiftly enough. Those scars could become an unyielding shield. What could such a powerful being be occupied with if not taking lives? Surely, it could not be out of compassion. That would be implausible. The remnants of her victims spoke volumes of her mental fortitude. Li Chang'an was lost in thought when Wen Anren finally broke the silence he had held for days. Have you participated in more than one trial? Li Chang'an halted suddenly, his momentary hesitation serving as an answer. He replied directly, yes, more than once. No wonder you possess such an adept understanding of how to guard against others. If you were a hunter, you should be more familiar with beasts, Wen Anren noted, though he withheld a final thought. Li Chang'an bore no psychological burden regarding killing. Devoid of any guilt. Unless one is psychologically impaired, most individuals cannot suppress the guilt that arises within. Yet Li Chang'an was different. He struck without hesitation or remorse. Akin to a monster. Why don't you share the details of the trials you participated in? We're idle at the moment, and I can assure you there is no danger. The journey had rendered Wen Anren so bored that he began yawning. Sighing at the sound of yawns echoing through his earphones, Li Chang'an recounted. The last trial was the Wuxuan trial, wherein the ultimate victor was a giant who referred to himself as the barbarian god. He captured a sensory ability user, severing his limbs to use as a guide. In the end, over 100 lives perished at his hands. He was a madman. If you emerge victorious and find yourself in the military afterward, you may encounter him. Wen Anren curled her lips in disdain, expressing her desire to avoid such a person. However, the fact that you managed to survive is quite impressive. Just barely, Li Chang'an replied, recalling how his chest had nearly been pierced, yet his heart remained unharmed. He had also inflicted significant damage on his opponent, breaking 2 of his ribs and shattering a kidney. If you do happen to meet him, please do not mention me. I fear he might turn his wrath upon you. Li Chang'an expressed his concern, reiterating his warning. Wen Anren nodded in agreement, though it seemed she took little of it to heart. The pair navigated along the city's edge, where a dark boundary lay adjacent. In Wen Anren's perception, there was no imminent danger, making it an ideal path for their endeavor. However, after pausing for a brief moment, they witnessed a figure stagger out from an alley, drenched in blood, clutching something and struggling to crawl, seemingly pursued by a great terror. It seems your abilities have faltered, A battle has unfolded here, Li Chang'an observed, pressing against the wall to catch a better glimpse. Wen Anren, taken aback, quickly countered, "No, my powers do not fail me in such a manner. If they did, I would have perished long ago. Even a single misstep could have cost me my life." "Then what is going on? Come closer and see," Li Chang'an urged. As he looked again, the man lay motionless, as if life had fled him. Had he succumbed to blood loss? The imagined pursuer was nowhere to be seen. Moments later, Wen Anren stood beside Li Chang'an, unguarded, boldly occupying the center of the street. "Come, allow me to demonstrate. My abilities are intact, and there is no danger here," she proclaimed, hands on her hips. Reluctantly, Li Chang'an pulled her closer, whispering, "You cannot overly rely on your powers. They are merely tools. One must differentiate between the weapon and oneself. I will investigate. You stay here." Without further ado, he left Wen Anren behind, scaling the wall and creeping along the barely 5-meter-high ledge like a gecko. From his vantage point, he spotted a massive rat, approximately 9 meters long, lifeless on the ground. Its belly slashed open, innards strewn about. The earth surrounding it bore signs of corrosion, and upon closer inspection, blood was present in each trace. Once he confirmed the absence of any threat, he beckoned Wen Anren closer, mentally reconstructing the scene of the battle. First, something must have lured the creature here. Then, a person had descended from above, striking the rat's head, followed by a final blow that split its belly open, resulting in a gushing of blood with corrosive properties, leading to mutual destruction. No evidence of a third party remained. Li Chang'an picked up a steel bar and approached the man's corpse. "What are you doing? That blood could be toxic. Don't touch it," Wen Anren hurriedly interjected. "Think it through," Li Chang'an replied, refraining from rushing forward. This was a trial. Slaying beasts did not yield additional points. If he were hungry, he could hunt smaller rats. Why target this large one unless it possessed value? Gently pushing Wen Anren aside, Li Chang'an approached the body, using the steel bar to probe, saying, "In trials, one occasionally discovers peculiar items. There have been instances where weapons from other eras appeared, and some have even found flying swords. If I am not mistaken, this fellow was clutching something similar, a treasure indeed. If I can bring this back with me, it will enhance your standing in the military upon your victory." This was Li Chang'an's first encounter with a treasure from the trials, and his excitement blinded him to what lay behind. Wen Anren raised her hand, pointing at Li Chang'an, trembling slightly at his last words before ultimately lowering her hand. Chapter 31. Youthful passion. Li Chang'an snapped off the corpse's arm and fingers, seizing what the man had clutched in his dying moments, a glove. Upon further inspection, he realized, to his dismay, that it was merely a single half-fingered glove, adorned with a peculiar circular pattern that resembled a closed eye. He tugged at it, surprised by its remarkable resilience. His strength could not even bend it. How strange. This seems to be a treasure, yet I cannot discern its unique qualities. While it is durable, even ordinary gloves can achieve similar sturdiness, he remarked, offering the glove to Wen Anren. She hesitated to accept it, shaking her head. "You need this treasure more than I do. Regardless of its function, it is far superior to relying solely on your fists." "Absolutely not," Li Chang'an insisted, placing it firmly in her hand. "You have no idea how fierce the competition is within the military. To secure better resources and greater power, one must exhibit undeniable strength. Your ability, fortune, and folly is commendable, yet you are too vulnerable. In the military, you could easily become a target, and there may be those who would seek to undermine you. We must investigate the glove's capabilities further." Wen Anren shook her head, declaring, "There is no need for further investigation. I already know how that man met his end." She handed the glove back to Li Chang'an, spreading her palm and frowning. "As long as I hold this glove, I sense a disruption in the flow of my abilities. Even if I remove it now, the sensation remains. Let us wait a moment. I will see if my intuition is correct." Not long after, approximately half a minute passed, and the strange obstruction dissipated. Wen Anren conducted several tests, ultimately arriving at a definitive conclusion. Anyone who came into contact with the glove would experience a temporary disruption in their powers, rendering them unable to wield their abilities freely, resulting in a delay and diminished strength, which would return to normal after half a minute. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an donned the glove, exclaiming, "I understand now. Once we have dealt with Charles, I will return this to you. You must keep it. It may very well become your trump card. You are quite stubborn." "I have no desire for it," Wen Anren retorted, turning away to crouch beside the enormous rat. "Tell me, do you think this man discovered the treasure purely by chance?" Crouching beside Wen Anren, Li Chang'an furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. After a moment, he shook his head, expressing his belief that it wasn't mere luck. He had long suspected that the trial ground was a genuine space, a parallel realm akin to their own world, evidenced by its striking resemblance to his hometown. Reflecting on the bronze sparrow cradled in his arms, Li Chang'an continued, suggesting that perhaps the players had known of this place even before their arrival in the trial ground. They possessed far greater knowledge of it than they did. He might indeed be one of the informed, though Li Chang'an did not complete his thought. When Anren understood that the borders of the trial ground, the mutated rat, and all else did not possess any extraordinary qualities. What appeared to be coincidence was merely an accumulation of inevitability. Subsequently, Li Chang'an shared his speculations with Wen Anren regarding the similarities between this place and North City, recounting experiences from other trial grounds. What should have been a tense and terrifying slaughter became somewhat leisurely after their encounter, with Li Chang'an even finding time to impart his survival skills to Wen Anren. Truly, like a wild beast, Wen Anren could only weakly remark, acknowledging that Li Chang'an's survival skills were entirely derived from the wilderness. Lacking any supernatural powers, he found hunting monsters considerably more challenging than those endowed with abilities. Li Chang'an ignited a campfire and heated up a can of food, while not far away, Wen Anren lay on the ground, accustomed to crawling on all fours. "Stop practicing," Li Chang'an suddenly interjected, removing the can from the fire and placing it in a bowl of cool water to temper it for Wen Anren. "What's the matter?" "I just found a little trick." In truth, Wen Anren would have preferred to cease practicing, as the posture was quite humiliating. Li Chang'an stood and gazed into the distance. "Sanjinghe is coming. I didn't expect her to target us. She may have discovered me. Aren't you going to flee?" Wen Anren raised his gaze to the sky, noting that the counter displayed fewer than 20 individuals, while Li Chang'an had fallen from third place, now occupied by Sanjinghe. 13 killed. In merely half a day, the number of those who perished at her hands surged dramatically. There's no escaping. This confrontation is inevitable. I will engage her. "You need to eat quickly," Li Chang'an declared, vaulting over the wall towards Sanjinghe's direction, deciding it better to ambush than confront her face to face. It should be fine, Wen Anren thought, gathering the bowl. His abilities did not sense significant danger, yet they only worked for himself. He could not discern whether Li Chang'an's endeavor would lead to fortune or calamity. He could only rely on the reverse deduction that Li Chang'an's safety implied his own. Sanjinghe strolled through the underbrush, well aware that she could use points to locate her opponents. However, discovering Li Chang'an's whereabouts did not require points. After eliminating several adversaries, she fortuitously stumbled upon his trail and pursued it, dispatching over 10 would-be ambushers along the way, thereby ascending to third place. Now, Charles was on the other side of the city, and no one would disturb her. As she continued, Sanjinghe halted, surveying her surroundings, smiling sweetly. "You must have realized I'm searching for you. Such an ideal ambush location surely hasn't gone unnoticed by you?" Hiding like a corpse in the corner, Li Chang'an remained silent. A competent hunter should not reveal themselves before securing a successful strike, even if the opponent seemed aware of their presence. Until the final moment, a hunter's weapon should remain concealed. "Stop hiding. You know I can see traces. Thanks to you, I've grown slightly stronger while hunting that archer, enabling me to perceive the lingering traces in the air," Sanjinghe proclaimed, drawing her knife and advancing toward Li Chang'an's hiding spot. "My limit is 2 steps. Roughly 1 meter. Once this woman unsheaths her knife, her reach will ensure she strikes first. I must evade her initial attack." Li Chang'an halted his breath. His heart momentarily stilled. Strange, Sanjinghe paused, noticing that the traces had suddenly vanished. Yet in that fleeting moment of confusion, the presence re-emerged, and before she could react, Li Chang'an darted out from the pile of rubble. 3 steps. Li Chang'an fixated on Sanjinghe, daring not to blink, determined to memorize the trajectory of her every strike. "I can win. Even without powers, without the advantages of lineage, despite being regarded as less than human, I can still slay you." A surge of vitality coursed through him, an overwhelming sensation he had never experienced before. For the first time in his life, Li Chang'an embraced the fervor of youthful blood. Chapter 32. What grief and death! A figure crashed through the wall, landing amidst the dust. It was not Sanjinghe, as she was not clad in a skirt. Even as his body slid backward from the impact, Li Chang'an's mental acuity remained intact, with fingers digging into the ground. He halted his motion just as Sanjinghe passed through the broken wall. Despite the strain on his arm muscles, he managed to stop himself. Had Sanjinghe not pursued immediately, he might have relished the slight a moment longer. However, she was already upon him, intent on delivering a finishing blow. He had no choice but to regain control of his body, for uncontrolled sliding would lead to his demise. "You're truly formidable," Li Chang'an remarked, licking the split on his lip, a wound inflicted by the back of San Jinghe's knife. "You as well," she replied, gripping her knife with both hands, exhibiting a caution she did not show against other opponents. A crimson line marred her shoulder, a remnant of the first ambush Li Chang'an had executed. A palm-sized shard of rock had embedded itself 3 centimeters into her shoulder blade. Had she not intentionally collided at the critical moment, it would have pierced her heart. Li Chang'an bent low, arms hanging, his gaze cold, devoid of any human emotion. In those eyes, San Jinghe could not see her reflection. Only a singular desire lingered. "Why are you reluctant to converse with me? I merely have a few inquiries to make." San Jinghe, with a hint of exasperation, held her knife defensively before her. Li Chang'an crouched down, and in an instant, San Jinghe felt a chill run down her spine. Although it appeared to be a posture of submission, she understood it was the stance of a predator preparing to pounce. "If I am not dead, you may ask again." With that, Li Chang'an vanished from San Jinghe's sight. At that moment, San Jinghe realized that upon their next encounter, Li Chang'an had grown stronger and faster, leaving her struggling to keep pace. In a setting devoid of constraints, she found herself at a disadvantage. Without a moment's hesitation, San Jinghe swung her blade repeatedly through the air, her strikes increasing in speed. Within a mere 10 seconds, she could have carved her mark all around her. Yet, she refrained, deliberately leaving a gap that pointed directly at her heart. "Come, enter the trap." The intentional exposure of a flaw was undoubtedly a ruse, but she intended to force Li Chang'an's hand. Her abilities were more suited for counterattacks than direct confrontation. Her style favored gradually eliminating her opponent while maintaining a defensive stance. "You wish to kill me, yet there is but one path to my demise. Will you strike or retreat? Will you be a reckless gambler or a timid coward?" A stone hurtled towards San Jinghe's chest, and even in that fleeting moment, Li Chang'an's presence remained elusive, moving with an unpredictable swiftness that rendered San Jinghe's eyes unable to follow. "Have you lost your composure?" With a swift strike, she shattered the stone, a smile of condescension gracing her lips. She had witnessed much, and thus learned the nuances of the art. An enraged beast may lose its reason, but a mindless beast poses no threat. The shattered fragments rained down upon San Jinghe, who calmly raised her blade to slice through them. Employing a tactic she had seen Li Chang'an use in their first encounter, this maneuver not only proved ineffective, but also left her with more scars. No, if it were futile, why would such a desperate individual attempt it again? Cursing under her breath, San Jinghe abandoned her fixation on the intentional gap at her chest and turned, only to find Li Chang'an silently positioned behind her, his palm penetrating the barrier of blade marks. "How could you have passed through the blade marks?" San Jinghe gasped, pivoting with the force of her turn and executing an upward strike without hesitation. "Because I have memorized the locations of your every strike." Li Chang'an disregarded the risks, his fist crashing through the barrier and striking San Jinghe's face. He swiftly withdrew, narrowly avoiding her blade, which only managed to graze his arm. With a devastating blow to her visage, San Jinghe was certain her nasal bone had fractured, and her facial structure had sustained minor fractures as well. Yet, she did not retreat, steadfastly guarding her now precarious bastion of blade marks. Wiping the blood from her face, she fixed a cold stare upon Li Chang'an. "You memorized the locations of my every strike?" Indeed, Li Chang'an was not in haste to attack again. The exertion from his previous sprint had drained his energy, and he needed to recuperate, secretly wishing for his opponent to engage in meaningless banter to buy time. "You were able to locate even the tiniest gap amid the blade marks. Your combat talent is the highest I have ever encountered, even as an adversary." San Jinghe did not withhold her praise. Li Chang'an smiled faintly. "You are quite intriguing. Not in a rush to kill, yet you have the leisure to commend me. You do not seem like someone participating in a trial, but rather a martial enthusiast seeking a breakthrough." "You are partially correct." San Jinghe sheathed her blade, her aura steadily rising. "I did not come here to participate in the trial, nor to seek a breakthrough. Encountering you has been a delightful surprise, inspiring me to consider a different approach to combat." Damn it! Without hesitation, Li Chang'an turned to flee, now certain that this woman was not merely an ordinary ability user. The sudden surge of her aura hinted at a more complex power. Too late. San Jinghe shook her head, and in an instant, her blade was drawn. Nothing transpired. What? San Jinghe felt a faint resonance of her abilities within her, recalling the gloves Li Chang'an had not worn during their last encounter. For a reckless combatant, unnecessary embellishments could prove to be a liability. Did that glove harbor a secret? Perhaps his ability was that of enhancement, a comprehensive augmentation. It could slow my powers. It must be related to those gloves, a divine gift. He has indeed found this trial ground's divine artifact. San Jinghe hesitated, contemplating whether to pursue. The glove's power was uncertain in duration. To chase him in her current state could lead to her own demise. Could he possess dual abilities? If not from the glove's power, then from a second ability. No, if he truly had a second ability, he would have utilized it by now. What remarkable talent and instinct. Yet merely a weak, comprehensive enhancement. His fate had long been predetermined. With a sigh, San Jinghe relinquished her desire to pursue. Since entering the trial ground, Li Chang'an was the only opponent who piqued her interest. Not even Charles could compare. She held sympathy for the weak, especially those who earnestly fought to improve themselves. The weak are deserving of respect, particularly those who wager their lives for a chance to rise above their circumstances. Their fates are often sealed, yet they continue to hope for miracles. Such a tragic existence, such a lamentable reality. With that thought, San Jinghe turned to leave. After taking just 2 steps, she regained her complete mastery over her abilities. Only 30 seconds? Casting a glance back at Li Chang'an's retreating figure, she hesitated several times before ultimately restraining herself. Go and shine your most brilliant light before your demise. Dying by my hand would be too regrettable. Even if it is a predetermined fate, it should at least create a splash. Chapter 33. The Invincible One. When Anren was leisurely licking a can of food when she noticed Li Chang'an barreling towards her, only to find herself hoisted onto his shoulder as his feet left the ground. Wait, what just happened? Being carried like this was rather uncomfortable, with his shoulder pressing against her abdomen, making her feel as if the meal had been in vain. Without reducing his speed, Li Chang'an adjusted his breathing and replied, San Jinghe's second ability is terrifying. She merely sheathed her blade, yet I felt a tearing sensation at my neck. If she had struck, I might have died. No, not just might. Li Chang'an reiterated with conviction, you will undoubtedly perish. When Anren was left speechless, he held no doubts regarding Li Chang'an's instincts in the face of peril, which seemed almost superhuman. Yet, how could San Jinghe possess such formidable strength? Until now, Li Chang'an had never uttered words of certain death, even daring to plot the assassination of Charles. What kind of extraordinary ability could instill such fear in Li Chang'an? The mythical system, Li Chang'an declared, revealing that the unique ability of Sakura City was the invincible blade drawing sect. How could there exist an invincible ability? When Anren immediately countered, unable to fathom it, and had never even heard of the blade drawing sect, Li Chang'an remained silent, only halting after sprinting several kilometers, having sensed no murderous intent trailing behind him. He could ascertain that he was temporarily safe, and thus took the time to explain to Wen Anren. It is an ability not recorded in the trials, but can be found on the black market. I had only heard whispers of it before, yet San Jinghe undoubtedly wields that power. Gasping for breath, Li Chang'an continued. But even a mythical ability is not truly invincible. When Anren insisted, Li Chang'an shook his head. It is indeed invincible. Are you aware of the characteristics of abilities? For instance, the burning and heating of fire elements. The essence of blade drawing sect is inevitability and fatality. Any enemy within sight can be slain. Well, if what you say is true, then it is indeed invincible, when Anren replied, his expression grave. He then queried, if that is the case, she should have already claimed the title of the world's strongest. That is not the case, Li Chang'an explained. The blade drawing sect is one of the few abilities that come with limitations. Firstly, the wielder must be attacked. Secondly, the opponent must be acknowledged as a formidable adversary by the blade drawing sect. There are various other restrictions, but that is all I know. Li Chang'an sat down, still shaken. One Anren furrowed his brow, absorbing everything Li Chang'an had disclosed. The blade drawing sect was entirely unfamiliar to him. Today was the first he had heard of it, and unlike other abilities of the mythical system, it seemed to lack something. The blade drawing sect of Sakura City stemmed from ancient folklore, yet it remained merely a tale, where the protagonist, despite their extraordinary combat prowess, was still an ordinary human and had not reached the realm of myth. When Anren remained silent, waiting for Li Chang'an to regain his strength. He had not witnessed the previous battle, but Li Chang'an's urgency indicated that it was far from simple. Suddenly, a smile broke across Li Chang'an's previously calm demeanor. I wounded her, he exclaimed with fervor. I was so close to killing her, but alas, I had yet to acclimate to my current speed and hesitated for just a moment. Wait, you are rejoicing over the fact that you nearly killed her? I cannot comprehend what is so joyous about that, when Anren replied, baffled. She regards me as a formidable opponent. The blade-drawing sect acknowledges my strength, and I almost killed her. You do not understand. She proves that I am not worthless. Li Chang'an's smile grew ever more radiant. But you are not worthless. When Anren struggled to comprehend, attempting to offer clumsy consolation, you are already impressive. I believe you are strong. No one can do what you have done, hunting so many endowed individuals without possessing powers yourself. No. Li Chang'an shook his head vehemently, his demeanor bordering on madness. I am a worthless individual without abilities. Everyone says so. I have known since childhood that I am different from others. I lack abilities, not even comparable to a producer. In the summer, they would use ice and fire abilities to splash boiling water on me. Li Chang'an removed his shirt, revealing a large burn that spread across his shoulder and onto his chest. In winter, they would steal my coat and force me to run home in the snow without clothes. They would step on my head, and teachers claimed that this would help me awaken my abilities, so no one cared for me. My first job was unloading cement at a construction site. I tried to act like a strength-type ability user, but the boss discovered that I had no abilities and fired me, withholding half a year's wages on the grounds that I was not an ability user. I appealed at the arbitration office to reclaim my wages. But since I could not register my abilities, I had no social security. You cannot fathom a life like mine. It is not truly bitter, but it is undeniably difficult. I cherish the trials. Every opponent treats me as an equal and fights with all their might to kill me. Yet she alone acknowledges me as strong. No, it is indeed a hard life. When Anren gently patted Li Chang'an's shoulder, unsure how to console him. Perhaps Li Chang'an bore no blood feud, but he faced the purest malice of humanity. It is precisely this unadulterated malice that renders one unable to find relief. He could not exact vengeance. Thus he retaliated against himself for all the suffering endured. Actually, you are incredibly strong, stronger than you realize. Many endowed individuals are not your equal. When Anren spoke softly, with the physique of a mortal, you stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. You are unique in this era. Is it not your lack of abilities that makes you the most exceptional? Li Chang'an lifted his head, now calm, and smiled faintly. Isn't being exceptional merely being different? When Anren fell silent, unable to refute this notion, he sensed the deep-seated insecurity within Li Chang'an. Perhaps even Li Chang'an himself remained unaware of it. It was hard to imagine that this ruthless individual could harbor feelings of inferiority. All right, Li Chang'an rose, bending down to signal one Anren to climb onto his back. I will take you to hunt others. We cannot kill Xinjiang. I quite like her. Now I understand. Your affection is certainly not a good thing. One Anren chuckled helplessly, allowing Li Chang'an to carry him through the city. Li Chang'an also carried one Anren's backpack, from which the occasional sound of clinking bottles could be heard. Why do you carry so many external injury medicines? You have never even used them. As a precaution, I am not like you. If I were to sustain your injuries, I would undoubtedly succumb. Do not worry, I will not allow you to be harmed. My self-healing ability is quite robust. I will take the brunt of any battles. Then consider these medicines as provisions for you. Stop speaking such ominous words. Chapter 34. The final battle. Thunder struck like a blade, effortlessly severing the head of a mortal, the severed neck emanating a charred aroma and warmth. Charles glanced up, his score of 41 points firmly placing him at the top, while the second-place contestant, when Anren, had only 27 points, and the third, Xinjiang, barely managed to score less than 20. Yet, only 7 survivors remained. Regardless, no one could surpass his score, so the remaining contenders had no choice but to eliminate him. Who would be the first to approach? Observing the bracelet in his palm, Charles humorously pondered whether this trinket could truly facilitate his escape from the trial. If he relied on this, he would never attain the title of the strongest. Lightning gathered in the palm of Charles' hand, resembling a tempest contained within his grasp. As he resolved to destroy the bracelet, the storm of electricity surged and dissipated, leaving no trace, and ultimately, Charles placed the bracelet into his pocket. It would be a shame to destroy it. Don't run. The scent of blood clings to you. Even if you leap into the river, I can still track you down. Li Chang'an declared, leaning against the doorframe with a dagger in hand. The city offered an array of weapons, and this dagger was an unexpected boon, its origins unknown, manufactured by some company before the apocalypse. It was nearly flawless, save for its overly lightweight. To Li Chang'an, however, that lightness was a flaw. The man cornered against the wall bore multiple stab wounds, each striking a vital area. Damn it. How could you possess such powers? If I hadn't been ambushed, you would be dead without a doubt. He snarled, his words escaping through a mouth with few remaining teeth. Say what you will, Li Chang'an shrugged, stepping closer, and in a sudden move, evaded the man's desperate final attempt. In a mere second, the dagger struck twice, severing the man's arms. Before the man could cry out in agony, Li Chang'an swiftly covered his mouth and plunged the dagger into his thigh, rendering him completely incapacitated. All done, Li Chang'an said, retrieving a pair of headphones from his pocket. Come over. Before long, the number of survivors in the sky diminished to 6, and when Anren's score rose to 28. By the campfire, the two sat across from each other, Li Chang'an meticulously wiping the blood from his dagger. The maintenance of weapons was of utmost importance, despite having alternatives. Now there are 6 of us left. You, me, Charles, and Sanjingha. With just 2 more must we engage? When Anren pondered, absent-mindedly stirring the campfire, he felt this trial was entirely different from his expectations. It should have been a chase, a constant evasion, exhilarating and perilous, perhaps a matter of life and death. Yet, he found himself merely biding time, waiting for Li Chang'an to weaken the opponents before swooping in for the final blow. This was not the life he desired. Li Chang'an shook his head, speaking earnestly, we cannot act. The remaining 2 are either formidable or skilled in evasion. Your name has already been recorded. We cannot become the target of all. What we need now is to find a place where we can take down Charles. After 7 days of relentless combat, the city lay in ruins, devoid of any battles atop its skyscrapers. Yet Charles could still soar. Li Chang'an's aim was to keep him as close to the ground as possible. Ultimately, it would be when Anren who would conclude the fight. The 3 bullets he possessed remained untouched, all reserved for Charles. Li Chang'an's caution led him to refrain from confronting the remaining 2. After days of battle, he too required rest. Once when Anren selected a secure location, he leaned against the remnants of a wall and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, when Anren set up a sniper rifle at a distance, ensuring their proximity was not suspicious, he truly fell asleep. Through the scope, when Anren observed Li Chang'an and smiled faintly. Given the current circumstances, his final confrontation would likely be lackluster, as over half of his points were not earned by his own hand. Thus, he must personally deliver the fatal blow to Charles, and could not wait until Charles was weakened. However, would that be sufficient? It was uncertain whether he could secure points from the remaining 2. The sensation his powers provided felt promising. Should he take the risk? After another glance through the scope, when Anren frowned. If he left now, Li Chang'an might be ambushed. Nevertheless, he had promised to keep watch, and one must not be untrustworthy. He would forego those 2 points for now. For hours later, Li Chang'an awakened as he had predicted, not even snoring, maintaining the same position throughout his slumber. When Anren began to suspect that he may not have truly slept, merely closing his eyes in feigned repose. After getting up and splashing water on his face, Li Chang'an looked around. Overnight, the number of survivors had decreased once more. Time to get to work, he exclaimed with a smile, opening his headphones. Would you like to rest a bit longer? We still have time. No need. I had a nap on your back yesterday, and I feel quite alert now. Then let us set off. In the sky, when Anren's score decreased by 3, each point corresponded to the locations of the remaining 3 contestants. Charles was situated farther away, while Sanjingha and another were closer, seemingly on a collision course. The other individual would naturally be left to Sanjingha, and Li Chang'an hoisted when Anren onto his back, heading towards Charles' location. The Law God is considered the most formidable external aid for elemental manipulators, possessing nearly limitless mental power that amplifies the efficacy of their abilities and includes a unique form of mental perception. Within a certain distance, any being with mental energy could be sensed. Therefore, Li Chang'an did not immediately approach Charles, but halted approximately 200 meters away, enough to see Charles' silhouette. This would be when Anren's battlefield, and his ground would be within 3 steps of Charles. 3 bullets cannot be wasted. If I cannot get close enough, fire a shot to help me close the distance, but only fire once you are certain you can deliver a killing blow, Li Chang'an emphasized earnestly. When Anren nodded solemnly, this journey would lead to their conclusion. The original dagger was discarded by Li Chang'an, who replaced it with a rubber baton. In essence, his intent was not to slay Charles, but rather to create an opportunity for when Anren. On the other side of the city, Sanjingha gazed at his opponent standing before him, more accurately, shrouded in an endless radiance. Mastery of light elements. It is said your speed can approach that of light itself. Sanjingha sheathed his blade, pondering whether his sword was swift or if light was even swifter. Chapter 35. A revolting sight. Having put away his sword, Chang'an found a clean stone to sit upon, unfastened his small water flask, and sipped the pure water slowly. Not far from him lay a corpse with unclosed eyes. He had endured from the very beginning, awaiting the moment of ultimate revelation, only for his brilliance to fade away in an instant, leaving him to die without understanding how a blade could catch up to light. Placing the flask beside him, Chang'an retrieved a small paper pouch from the inner lining of his pocket, opening it to reveal exquisite pastries exuding a peach fragrance. Finally, he could indulge. With a sweet smile reminiscent of a young girl, Chang'an took a pastry and turned his gaze toward the direction where Li Chang'an and others were engaged in battle. There were 3 pastries remaining, which he reluctantly stowed away, fastening the flask before rising to head towards that direction. "Do you wish to approach me?" Charles remarked with a semblance of amusement, observing the young man charging toward him from 50 meters away. "While I engage Salmon, you have disposed of a despicable ambusher for me. You may forfeit. I shall spare your life." Li Chang'an remained silent. Evading the incessant thunder was an exhausting endeavor. Sheets of lightning intertwined to form an electric web, obstructing his path, and he needed to find a way through. Lacking speed, he relied on his reflexes. Unable to match the pace of the lightning, yet he could discern every movement of Charles, down to the tremor of his eyelashes. It was certain that Charles had attained a new level within the trial grounds, though he had yet to master the terrifying power. Each time he unleashed a bolt of lightning, his gaze involuntarily darted toward his intended target. This was Li Chang'an's sole opportunity. Sensing the imminent threat, he executed a swift evasive maneuver. Only the slightest adjustment was necessary to maintain his forward momentum. From being detected at approximately 70 meters, he now found himself within 50 meters of Charles. Charles frowned. Among all the opponents he had encountered, he had never seen anyone confront lightning in such a manner. Lightning was no easy foe to evade. When did close combat abilities become so audacious? Advance! Advance! The sole thought resonating in Li Chang'an's mind was the need to close the distance to Charles, thereby creating an opportunity for Wan'anren. "Stop!" Charles commanded, raising his hand as a dense net of electricity descended upon Li Chang'an. Unfaltering in his speed, Li Chang'an hurled his outer coat forward as the electric web approached. The coat, lined with rubber, commonly used as insulation, proved insufficient against the might of thunder, for the powerful current would render rubber a conductor. Yet, Li Chang'an required only a momentary shield. Using the gap created by his coat, he leaped through, landing and continuing his relentless charge, secretly relieved that Charles had not seized the opportunity to strike. In that fleeting moment of his leap, his vision had been obscured, preventing him from perceiving Charles' movements, an ideal moment for Charles to counterattack. "You seem quite adept at evading my attacks," Charles remarked as he began to retreat, marking the first time he had done so since entering the trial grounds. The young man before him exerted tremendous pressure. Like an assassin, Li Chang'an wagered everything to deliver a fatal blow, one that would surely claim a life. Li Chang'an had now closed to within 30 meters. Yet Charles could not land a hit. The ranged advantage he once possessed had become a liability in the face of Li Chang'an's approach. His abilities were triggered by his thoughts, yet his mind could not keep pace with Li Chang'an's speed. Each dodge resembled a staggering drunkard, yet he managed to narrowly evade every bolt of lightning. Charles continued to retreat, but Li Chang'an drew ever closer. He could choose to turn and flee or ascend into the air, yet his pride forbade him from doing so. The Pendragon family harbored no cowards. With a fierce roar, Charles' resolve solidified as he strode toward Li Chang'an, wielding a spear of lightning as if he were a deity. 10 meters. No slowing down. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth, narrowly dodging the spear, catching the scent of singed hair, yet he finally breached within 5 meters of Charles. Charles, gripping the silver blade formed from concentrated lightning, slashed horizontally before him, leaving a trail of charred remnants in his wake, the air heavy with the scent of burning. Leaning back to evade the strike, Li Chang'an rebounded like a compressed spring, surging toward Charles with renewed vigor. With clenched fists, he struck. A translucent barrier flickered into existence beneath the force of his blow, vibrating violently, yet ultimately stabilizing. Years of experience taught Li Chang'an not to be greedy. Sensing the futility of his punch, he swiftly retreated into Charles's blind spot. Feeling the tremor of his protective barrier, Charles instinctively swung his sword downward. But Li Chang'an had already vacated the position. The strike missed, yet the surging lightning rent Li Chang'an's garments, leaving charred marks upon his sturdy chest. The remnants of burns previously inflicted by boiling water appeared even more grotesque. Li Chang'an tore away the tattered remnants of his shirt. Now, clothing would only hinder him. He contemplated shedding all his garments, for the insulating fabric would only increase his exposed area. However, both Jiang Shu and Wen Anren had advised him that battles should retain an air of elegance. Fighting unclothed would render him akin to a mundane human devoid of abilities. Thus, he ultimately settled for removing only his shirt, which left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Huff! Charles gasped. Witnessing the multitude of scars adorning Li Chang'an's body for the first time, wounds from blades, bullets, and burns, rendering him a living canvas of various injuries. You must be insane. Charles tightened his grip on the sword. The massive blade, originally around 1.5 meters long, began to shrink. With the dissipating thunder confined within a blade less than a meter in length, the silver-white edge of the sword distorted the very fabric of space around it. In less than 10 seconds, a sword pierced through Li Chang'an's left rib, slicing through flesh and skin, the intense heat searing the wound, while currents of electricity ravaged through his body. Such formidable swordsmanship. Could it be that his trump card lies in his sword skills? Li Chang'an barely evaded the oncoming thrust, the tingling sensation from the electric shock impeding his movements. Charles, holding the sword, smiled slightly. Didn't he expect that, did you? I've been wielding a sword since I was 3, mastering every sword technique in the world over the years. No one knows that my true aspiration is to become a sword saint. I envy you, he continued. Envy your prowess as a close combat ability user. If I possessed your physical capabilities, I would be even more powerful. Li Chang'an's expression froze, gradually turning cold, his fury morphing into a mocking smile. Envy me? Don't be ridiculous. Would you truly wish to become a worthless being like me? Would you be willing to swap places with me? Faced with Li Chang'an's serious tone, Charles found himself momentarily speechless. Look at you, merely a hypocritical display of feigned compassion from a self-righteous individual. Li Chang'an exclaimed, his voice rising with intensity. I do not require your pity. The murderous intent surged, causing the lightning to flicker. Chapter 36. When will the gunfire resound? The scene viewed through the scope appeared chaotic. Wen Anren was oblivious to the exchange between Charles and Li Chang'an, which had seemingly propelled Li Chang'an's speed to new heights. His offensive grew increasingly rapid, so much so that it was impossible to track with the naked eye, leaving behind trails of afterimages on the retina. What was he trying to achieve? Wen Anren pondered, still unable to find an opportunity to fire. Watching as Li Chang'an gained the upper hand, the chance to strike still eluded him. Suddenly, Wen Anren noticed a distinct change in Li Chang'an's displayed strength compared to their earlier encounters. Was he concealing his true abilities from me? The thought surged uncontrollably. Wen Anren was convinced that Li Chang'an was now performing at over 50% greater capacity than in the previous days. You are hiding from me, wary of me. With the sniper rifle loaded, Wen Anren's finger hovered over the trigger. I never wished to be a born loser. Yet fate has dealt me this hand, leaving me no choice. I can only strive to alter my existence. However, what I cannot endure is your condescending empathy. Li Chang'an roared as he unleashed a flurry of punches, Charles struggling to keep pace with his full speed, the transparent barrier on the verge of collapse. As the lightning sword struck once more, Li Chang'an ceased to evade, charging directly at the sword. The blade cleaved into his shoulder, and he seized Charles' wrist in return. The sword flickered, slipping from Charles' grasp, reverting to its primal form of thunder and electricity. My power, Charles gasped, sensing his abilities being hindered. Each attempt to mobilize them became increasingly elusive. He dared not hesitate, decisively detonating his shield. The shockwave from the shield's explosion sent Li Chang'an hurtling backward over 10 meters. Seizing the moment, Charles retreated, creating distance. After rolling twice on the ground, Li Chang'an sprang back to his feet, charging toward Charles once more, deliberately avoiding Wen Anren's direction to keep her position concealed. Yet, with Charles' shield dissipated, it should have been the opportune moment to fire. Why did Wen Anren not pull the trigger? Perhaps Charles still possessed a trump card he had yet to reveal. Wen Anren's abilities should be infallible. Li Chang'an chose to trust Wen Anren, intending to inflict further damage while Charles was weakened. However, before he could close the distance, he noticed Charles' eyes shift ominously. Not good. A warning surged within him. Li Chang'an lunged forward, the thick lightning grazing his back as it fell. But this was intangible lightning. Even a mere brush was akin to a direct hit. The violent currents surged through every corner of Li Chang'an's body in an instant, flesh and skin twisting and tearing, releasing a scent reminiscent of burning. In the span of a mere second, half of his body was charred. Despite his formidable physical prowess, he could not withstand the true might of the thunder. That he had not perished was a miracle in itself. Had he not lunged, the outcome might have been less dire. Charles did not strike immediately. His fingertips crackled with electricity as he bolstered his shield and slowly approached. A hint of suspicion in his demeanor. Your power is the ability to suppress others' abilities? Approximately 10 seconds later, my abilities became uncontrollable. Your power is truly terrifying. How can you, such a being, still claim to be worthless? Li Chang'an grimaced. He had surmised that it was due to the god of law that his originally half-minute suppression had dwindled to a mere 10 seconds. This 20-second error left his life hanging by a thread. As for Charles' words, he paid them no mind, since Charles showed no intent to deliver the final blow. He should seize this moment to recover. Are you not going to respond? Charles frowned, reluctant to end Li Chang'an's life. He recognized the latter's potential, and the Pendragon family needed talent. Perhaps it is better to eliminate him, he concluded, raising his hand to point at Li Chang'an, electricity dancing at his fingertips. Before the electric bolt could be unleashed, Li Chang'an's figure vanished before Charles' eyes. Charles was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by how Li Chang'an still retained the ability to move. Yet there was no time for contemplation. On all fours, Li Chang'an surged forward with increased speed, reaching Charles in an instant. Before Charles could evade, Li Chang'an struck down with a fist. This time, his gloved hand collided with the shield, the immense backlash fracturing Li Chang'an's wrist bone, yet simultaneously shattering the shield. Now was the moment. Li Chang'an felt time slow, unable to convey the opportune moment for Wen Anren to fire. He could only trust her judgment. But the moment slipped away. Coughing violently, blood surged from his throat as he looked down to see the lightning-formed sword piercing through his lower rib, puncturing his lung. Charles gritted his teeth, his face a mask of fury akin to that of a provoked young lion. Wen Anren's fingers rested on the trigger. Both his extraordinary abilities and the scene before him urged him that now was the opportune moment. With a single shot, he could pierce through Li Chang'an's body. The 20mm bullet would tear apart Li's upper torso, ultimately passing through Charles' own chest. Just one shot could resolve this trial, securing all the points for him. Given Li Chang'an's performance in this battle, eliminating him would elevate my evaluation to the highest level, granting me the supreme baptism I sought. I should pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. Li Chang'an's voice echoed in his earpiece, causing Wen Anren's finger to tremble, nearly squeezing the trigger. It was he who urged me to shoot. It was he who beckoned me to fire. Li Chang'an, forgive me. Having uttered those words, Li Chang'an could no longer afford to be distracted. Charles tightened his grip on the sword's hilt as thunder raged within him. Even the mere act of speaking had drained him of nearly all his strength. You continue to provoke me time and again. Charles lifted Li Chang'an by the throat, exclaiming, You lack the demeanor of an extraordinary being, a mere lowly beast. Li Chang'an smirked, placing 2 fingers against Charles' forehead, and with a resounding pop. Damn! Charles drew the thunder sword and thrust it toward Li Chang'an's chest. But in the next instant, agony pierced his eyes. Rage clouded Charles' mind. Although his powers were suppressed, he could relinquish his shield to focus on the assault, for he could only control one aspect. However, allowing Li Chang'an to raise his hand was Charles' gravest error. The 2 fingers pressed against his forehead pierced into his eye sockets. Even though the electric current rendered Li Chang'an incapable of exerting much force, the pain in Charles' eyes brought forth a howl, momentarily halting his actions. In that fleeting moment, Li Chang'an summoned all his strength to deliver a knee strike. The excruciating pain obliterated all thoughts from Charles' mind. He doubted whether he had lost his abilities. Amidst the overwhelming agony, it felt as if some switch had been flipped, and instinctively, Charles swung his sword. The blade cleaved through Li Chang'an's chest, revealing his beating heart. The gun finally fired. Chapter 37, The End of Youth. The game is over. When Anren approached the battlefield, gun still loaded, his finger poised on the trigger. Li Chang'an leaned against the shattered wall, covering his ribs, gasping for breath, as if he were a near-drowned soul. Yet, exposed to the air, his lungs could not withstand any irritation. His greed had to be cautious. The bullet grazed beneath his ribs, and despite his robust physique, a large chunk of flesh was torn away, his innards laid bare to the open air. Had he not covered himself in time, he would have been reduced to a mere puddle of blood. As Li Chang'an had surmised, Charles had exploded in a brilliant display of fireworks. Yet the headless corpse had not fully hit the ground before disintegrating into a shower of light. Some individuals in this world truly grasped the situation within the trial. and Charles was evidently one of them. His family must have prepared something for him. Even now, with his head shattered, Li Chang'an felt he had not yet perished. Hey, come help me bandage this. I can't reach the back. Li Chang'an weakly beckoned to Wan Anren, turning slightly to present his back. Bandage? Wan Anren's expression was complex, several times contemplating raising the gun. Hurry up, Li Chang'an urged feebly. I'm gravely injured. I might die. Wan Anren hesitated, hastily jogging over, tossing aside the gun, and retrieving his supplies. Li Chang'an's complexion was pale, and he forced a smile, saying, restraining Charles was rather challenging. He is far stronger than we initially imagined. However, I didn't anticipate his prowess in close combat. I thought I could create a better opportunity for you. I'm sorry, Wan Anren snapped impatiently, saying, with such severe injuries, you should speak less. But Li Chang'an struggled to turn his head slightly, expressing, I'm afraid if I don't talk, I might fall asleep. You should talk to me too. With a shudder, Wan Anren lowered his head, exasperatedly replying, what is there to say? If you find it so difficult, you should retreat. Don't you want to survive? When I was 13, I escaped death thanks to my abilities. But I could only watch helplessly as my parents perished in flames. I rummaged through garbage bins for 3 days, seeking something to eat. When I encountered a man who promised food, and I followed him, I thought there was a glimmer of hope, only to find he intended to sell me to a brothel. I killed him and took his money to escape. After taking a life, I felt nauseated, yet I could not survive without food, so I vomited and then ate again. A revolting cycle, right? My abilities guide me, revealing whether a person's intentions are benevolent or malicious. I have seen countless individuals disguise their malevolence with kind words. However, I can always see through their facades. The only person beside me who offers a sense of security is you. I have never sensed a hint of malice from you. Why does someone like you exist in this world? When Anren blurted out incessantly, lost in his own thoughts, not even realizing what he was saying, merely needing to release the words trapped in his throat. Until the wounds were bandaged, Li Chang'an had fallen silent. Hey, when Anren's eyes widened, holding his breath as he gently pushed Li Chang'an, asking, are you all right? Don't sleep. No response, his heartbeat slowing, barely perceptible. Don't die, Li Chang'an. Wake up quickly. Don't pretend to be asleep. Hey, I didn't mean to shoot you. I'm sorry. Please wake up, don't scare me. I beg you, don't die. Can you please open your eyes and look at me? Don't give me hope only to leave me alone. Li Chang'an. Wan Anren's tears streamed down his face as he clung tightly to Li Chang'an's body, afraid to let go, while the warmth of the form in his embrace began to fade. Are you cold? I'll give you my clothes. Wan Anren hurriedly removed her coat and wrapped it around Li Chang'an, carefully taking out the chocolate she had found and prying open his mouth to insert it. Eat this, and once you're full, you won't feel cold anymore, truly. Hurry up. Are you trying to choke me? Li Chang'an slowly opened his eyes and gave a bitter smile. At least let me have a sip of water first. After a brief moment of daze, when Anren seemed to awaken from a dream, clumsily twisting open a bottle and bringing it to Li Chang'an's lips, he propped himself up to sit, taking the water bottle and sipping slowly until it was empty. His complexion noticeably brighter. You're not dead. Wan Anren quietly wiped away her tears and playfully punched Li Chang'an. Cough, cough, I'm not dead. You seem rather disappointed. Li Chang'an draped the coat over Wan Anren and leaned against the wall to stand. Sanjinghe is coming. You should step back. Wan Anren resolutely shook her head, picking up the sniper rifle and positioning herself by Li Chang'an's side. Li Chang'an chose not to insist. Although he was uncertain why he had survived, his physical condition was far from ideal. However, as long as Sanjinghe refrained from employing blade retreat, he was still willing to take a chance. They did not have to wait long before Sanjinghe's figure appeared several dozen meters away, seemingly oblivious to their vigilance. She continued to approach with a light step. Li Chang'an. Sanjinghe suddenly raised her hand and waved. Li Chang'an smiled faintly. Sanjinghe, do you intend to come and reap my life? Not at all. Sanjinghe shook her head, stopping about 3 meters away from them. I am here to bid farewell. The trial is coming to an end, and perhaps we will never meet again. The trial is ending? Are you planning to forfeit? Li Chang'an furrowed his brow. Despite suspecting that Sanjinghe was not fighting for victory, hearing it from her lips still felt incredible. Sanjinghe did not respond. Instead, she retrieved a pastry wrapped in a handkerchief hidden within her inner lining. After taking a piece for herself, she placed the handkerchief and the remaining pastries on the ground. I invite you to have this peach blossom cake. It is quite precious, so do not discard it. If we meet again in the future, you must treat me to this. Li Chang'an felt somewhat dazed. He bore no murderous intent towards Sanjinghe, as she was an unbeatable opponent. but inviting him to partake in pastries was perplexing. Was there poison in them? Just as Li Chang'an pondered this, Sanjinghe's form began to fade into shadows. You truly have no supernatural abilities, do you? Thus, you are recognized as a strong individual by Blade Retreat. I look forward to the day you awaken. Sanjinghe's figure vanished completely. She could see through my greatest secret? Li Chang'an was left stunned, the revelation of his biggest secret causing a surge of fear within him. He even contemplated forfeiting and avenging himself on Sanjinghe in the real world. Yet, such thoughts were fleeting. The outcome of who would kill whom was uncertain. And it appeared that Sanjinghe would not spread this knowledge, though Li Chang'an thought her rather foolish. Is this woman unwell? When Anren frowned, casting a disdainful glance at the pastries on the ground, ready to crush them underfoot. Don't. Li Chang'an quickly intervened. She said it's very precious. And I haven't had it before. When Anren retorted angrily, can you not have some dignity? She is the enemy. Are you really going to eat something given by the enemy? Aren't you afraid she poisoned it? It's not poisoned. Li Chang'an shook his head. He could tell she genuinely cherished the pastry and would likely not poison it. Grabbing the handkerchief, he took the fragrant peach blossom cake and placed it in his mouth, instantly breaking into a joyful smile. This is truly delicious. Here is another piece for you. I don't want it. When Anren turned her head away, unwilling to witness Li Chang'an's lack of resolve. After contemplating, Li Chang'an wrapped the remaining pastry and placed it in his pocket, intending to bring it back for Xiao Wu, believing the girl would enjoy it. Well then, I shall take my leave. Waving at Wen Anren, he looked up at the sky, the moment he chose to forfeit. A beam of light descended upon him. Taiye trial concluded. Contestant Li Chang'an confirmed as a survivor, not the final victor. All rewards from this trial will be nullified. Teleportation will commence shortly. Please remain still. 5-4. Chapter 38. The Coming of Night Wait. As she watched Li Chang'an's figure disappear, Wen Anren murmured. And then everything spun around her. When she opened her eyes again, she had already left the trial grounds. However, before her was not the Taiye trial site, but a bright expanse, devoid of anything but light. Victor, Wen Anren, preparing for baptism. Crossdire kills, 19, commencing highest level baptism. Victor possesses 3 supernatural abilities. Initiating potential evolution. Numerous beams of various colors descended upon Wen Anren from different corners. Her minor wounds began to heal, and the fatigue that had enveloped her vanished. When Anren closed her eyes in comfort, feeling as though she were submerged in warm water, akin to a child in the womb. Time passed unnoticed until the warmth surrounding her dissipated. When Wen Anren opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in a small room, furnished with a chair, a bathroom, and a small bed. On the chair lay a set of clothes. When Anren recognized them as military attire and promptly entered the bathroom to take a shower. After more than half an hour, when Anren emerged from the room, having cleaned herself and changed into the prepared clothes. Outside the door stood a middle-aged man in military uniform, accompanied by 4 personal guards. Though the answer is singular, I must ask you this according to protocol. The middle-aged man cleared his throat and solemnly inquired, Wen Anren, do you wish to join the Imperial military? I do. Wen Anren nodded calmly. Initially, she thought she would be overly joyous upon reaching this day, yet faced with the moment, she realized it was not as exhilarating as she had expected. The middle-aged man nodded, a smile breaking across his face. I am Brigadier General Li Chang'an of the Imperial Special Operations Department. I am currently the highest-ranking officer of the Special Operations Department, and I will be your superior from now on. Wen Anren furrowed her brow, skeptical. Generally, winners of the trial are taken to Tongtian City, where they meet high-ranking military officials. Yes, but this time is different. Li Chang'an shrugged, retrieving a photograph from his breast pocket. Besides this trial's victor, I am also looking for this person. Did you encounter him during the trial? Upon receiving the photograph, Wen Anren revealed a smile, for it depicted none other than Li Chang'an. You seem to know him? Li Chang'an chuckled. Not only do I know him, but it seems there is a story behind it. Indeed, not just I, but all 3 remaining individuals are acquainted with him. With a playful grin, Wen Anren returned the photograph. What do you seek him for? Li Chang'an tucked the photograph away and replied earnestly, he is quite exceptional, having participated in the trials multiple times and survived each one. The last victor sustained injuries at his hands, and there are orders from above. If possible, it would be best to recruit him into the Special Operations Unit. I fear your journey may be in vain. Wen Anren shook her head. He cannot join the military for the time being. He has something of utmost importance to attend to, but there should be opportunities in the future. Is it a case of mutual respect among the strong? Li Chang'an regarded Wen Anren with curiosity, unable to fathom how she could make such a declaration. However, when Anren's significance took precedence, the unexpected revelation that the victor of the Taya trials was a tri-ability user was quite astounding. Presently, the priority was to ensure when Anren's safe returned to the military. After all, someone was already keeping an eye on Li Chang'an. There was no fear of losing track of him. The route was familiar. Even with his eyes closed, Li Chang'an could navigate effortlessly. He collected his compensation and personal belongings with remarkable ease before departing the trial grounds. After 11 arduous days, he had ultimately survived. The sunlight outside the trial grounds felt somewhat dimmer. Li Chang'an offered a faint smile, donning his long coat as he hailed an empty taxi. A visit to the hospital was imperative. However, treatment at the hospital was not an option. His current injuries could not be postponed until he returned to Beijing to find brother Lin. He needed to procure some medication at the hospital before seeking treatment in the black market. Directly using black market drugs would be exorbitantly costly. Yet with the proof of his survival in the trials, he could save a considerable sum at the hospital. An hour later, Li Chang'an emerged from the clandestine clinic, unable to resist glancing back with a surge of indignation. It's outrageous. The cost of dressing his wounds exceeded 100,000. I'd love to rid the world of you all. He sighed, merely contemplating the thought. For brother Lin's sake, he needed to return promptly. The time spent in the Taya trials was even shorter than Li Chang'an had anticipated, and the subsequent trials would likely follow suit. As humanity's starting point rose, the new generation would grow increasingly formidable, perhaps leading to scenarios where half of the participants were slaughtered from the outset of the trials. There was no need to rush the final trial, as the remaining trial grounds were still ongoing. Upon arriving at the station, Li Chang'an realized he had arrived prematurely. The next train would not depart for another 4 hours. He reluctantly purchased a ticket. During this interval, he could enjoy a meal and perhaps rest for a moment. By some twist of fate, Li Chang'an found himself back on the street he had first arrived at, inexplicably compelled to visit the retired veteran and indulge in 10 servings of stir-fried noodles, along with a generous bowl of awful soup. More than anything, he wished to convey that he had survived. If memory serves, it should be around here. Li Chang'an paused. Noticing that the once humble yet clean little shop had undergone a transformation, it was now a butcher's. Stepping inside, he squinted slightly. Though the proprietor behind the counter bore a similar round face, he was not the same individual from his memories. If he weren't afflicted with severe prosopagnosia, it would imply a change of ownership. Boss, how much for 2 pig-s trotters? Li Chang'an inquired, examining the trotter display that reached half his height. The boss, puffing on a cigarette, frowned. Are you blind? Can't you read the sign next to you? I'm not very literate, Li Chang'an replied sheepishly, recalling that this place had not been a meat stall before. Perhaps I remembered incorrectly? Kid, are you here to buy meat or stir up trouble? The boss brandished a cleaver, quickly assessing that Li Chang'an, based on his attire, was no one of consequence, hence his rude demeanor. Onlookers in the vicinity turned instinctively toward the source of the commotion, witnessing a corpulent figure being unceremoniously ejected from the shop. Li Chang'an, holding the cleaver, stepped out slowly, placing his foot atop the boss's head before he could rise. From now on, I will ask the questions. Refrain from any superfluous chatter. Kid, you're asking for it. Before he could finish, his words morphed into a pained wail. The blade pierced the boss's shoulder, and with a slight exertion, Li Chang'an carved away a substantial chunk of flesh along the boss's arm. Without a hint of emotion, he inquired, I'll ask again. Where is the former owner of this shop? A kid injured a member of the Tiger Gang, and they heard he dined here. So they took him away and handed the shop over to me. I heard he returned to his hometown. The boss, enduring the agony in his shoulder, still harbored a fierce glint in his eyes. The Tiger Gang? Li Chang'an chuckled coldly, the blade prying open the boss's shoulder to reveal a tattoo beneath. You're not being honest. The blade plunged once more into the boss's shoulder as Li Chang'an expertly severed the tendons and sliced through the flesh, removing an entire arm in less than 2 seconds. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He raised the knife again. Suddenly, when Anren's words echoed in his mind, prompting him to pause and spit disdainfully, consider yourself fortunate. Just as the boss believed he had escaped, the cleaver pierced his brow. Unable to contain himself, Li Chang'an kicked the lifeless body that would not close its eyes and tore his train ticket into shreds. The fragments floated down like fluttering paper money. Chapter 39. A legend has emerged. How could the trials conclude so swiftly? Lin Yubai stood anxiously outside the hospital, awaiting a taxi that was nowhere to be found. After her injury and subsequent withdrawal, she had taken up residence in the hospital, anticipating that within a day or two, the poison would be completely eradicated from her system. However, she never imagined that this round of trials would finish so rapidly. She had intended to wait at the trial grounds for the man who had saved her. But now, upon rushing over, he was likely long gone. I am such a fool. Frustrated, she stomped her feet, suddenly recalling something. I think I forgot to ask for his name. How will I ever know if he survived? Standing by the roadside, Lin Yubai was momentarily stunned. Nonetheless, she yearned to take another look, for hope is essential to the human spirit. Trees, thick as a man's waist, lay in scattered heaps, revealing the towering silhouette of an iron tower behind them. Wiping away the thick, crimson blood from her face, the barbarian god discarded the 2-meter-long wolf carcass from his grasp. Alita, in charge of logistics, chuckled. Is that the 7th one today? Indeed, the barbarian god nodded, grinning widely, his sharp teeth glistening. What rank are we at now? Let me see. Alita retrieved a tactical tablet, flipping through its contents, and replied with a smile. You and Bull are tied for first place. Both of you have over 300 effective kills. Bull. The name echoed in the barbarian god's mind, conjuring the image of a tall woman. Observing the barbarian god, who had settled on the ground, Alita couldn't help but laugh. After 6 days, you finally decide to take a break. I heard your trial lasted for 6 months. It's different. The barbarian god shook his head. Fighting against humans is far more exhilarating. These monsters simply do not evoke the same thrill. Alita nodded in agreement. Having survived her own trials, yet she preferred the logistics over the front lines. As drowsiness began to envelop her, the barbarian god suddenly jolted awake and inquired. Jinxing Si mentioned there was a particular survivor in your trial? I assume it was the same individual I encountered? Not assumed, but indeed the same person, skilled in close combat. With remarkable abilities in stealth and survival, Alita elaborated, recalling the individual with a shudder. He is a beast. I would rather face those monsters outside than confront him. Before meeting him, I thought my appearance was a weapon, only to discover that he was far more ruthless. The barbarian god caressed his waist, a sinister grin creeping across his face. If Jinxing Si brings him back, it will certainly be a spectacle. Indeed, Alita agreed, lighting a cigarette. Including you and me. 7 individuals have allegedly crossed paths with him. If it truly is the same person. Alita shrugged. It doesn't concern me. I have no desire to encounter him again. But I do. The barbarian god stood, invigorated at the mere thought of that individual. As Alita watched the barbarian god exit the tent, she exhaled a puff of smoke, a faint smile gracing her lips. As the memory of the blade that nearly severed her in two lingered in her mind. If I see you again, I must ask why you ultimately forfeited. Was it out of pity for me? Or perhaps someone like you would actually take a liking to me? Before nightfall, the bar was already alive with energy. Brawny men freely displaying their bare torsos. Some ignited flames with their fingertips to heat their drinks, while others condensed ice cubes in their palms before tossing them into their beverages, a matter of personal preference, with the establishment refraining from interference. Damn it. I've had too much to drink. I need to use the restroom, a burly man declared, setting down his glass and tossing his tank top onto a nearby seat. As he walked, those who glimpsed the tattoo on his shoulder instinctively made way for him. The Rose City Tiger Gang, formerly known as the Dig Family, had undergone a leadership change following global unification, adopting a homophonous name. They governed a significant portion of Rose City's producers and low-tier supernatural beings through a workers' coalition, even wielding influence over the Hunters Guild. Now, they were one of the foremost powers in Rose City, and no one dared provoke the Tiger Gang. Li Chang'an followed the burly man into the restroom. As the latter unzipped his pants, Li Chang'an approached him swiftly. One hand seized his throat, while the other plunged a dagger upward from the small of his back. Overwhelmed by pain, the burly man was rendered voiceless, unable to cry for help or scream in agony. I have a few questions for you. Li Chang'an's voice slithered like a demon's whisper, devoid of emotion. Merely uttering that phrase, the burly man ceased his struggles. Having lived on the streets for years, he could discern the profession of his assailant solely by his voice. The speed and precision of the attack indicated that the newcomer was undoubtedly a professional assassin. Although he was oblivious to whom he had offended, he understood that resistance was futile in such a scenario. Recently, you sought revenge and abducted a restaurant owner. Where is he now? Li Chang'an pressed, applying slight pressure to the knife's hilt. Your time is running out. If I draw the blade, you will perish within 5 minutes. Desperately racking his brain, the burly man finally recalled the answer. He was taken by our leader. I had no part in it. Where did they take him? Tell me everything you know. You have 1 minute left. Cold sweat trickled down the burly man's forehead. He wished for Li Chang'an to exhibit some rage, for it was the absence of emotion that terrified him the most. Without hesitation, he relayed an address. Li Chang'an posed one final question. Is he still alive? Yes, yes. The burly man hastily replied, aware that this was the only acceptable answer. The truth held no significance for him. Li Chang'an nodded and released the dagger. But just as the burly man relaxed, he crushed his windpipe. A clean kill is essential, Li Chang'an murmured, donning a pair of half-finger gloves. He left behind the lifeless body, for it was not his intention to carry any burden today. Lin Yubai walked disconsolately down the street, ultimately failing to catch a glimpse of that person. Yet, surprisingly, many had survived. Could he be among them? A man so handsome, courageous, and gentle. How regrettable it would be if he truly perished in the trials. Lin Yubai sighed, lamenting the fleeting nature of her feelings for someone of the opposite sex. Would this be a love that would end without fruition? Suddenly, Lin Yubai halted in her tracks, her gaze snapping back to the opposite side of the street. Hadn't she just seen him pass by? Realization struck her, and she hurriedly quickened her pace, a smile blossoming on her face as she drew closer. It truly seemed to be him. I must confess my feelings. I must speak up, for there may never be another chance. Summoning her courage, Lin Yubai prepared to call out to him. But wait, he walked so swiftly. Did he have pressing matters to attend to? Watching as his figure turned into an alley, Lin Yubai rushed to follow, only to find the alley utterly deserted. Chapter 40. A sacrificial offering. The four-story building, adorned with mottled spray paint, housed a gathering of over a dozen burly men loitering around a fire, smoking and engaging in casual banter. The entire structure belonged to the Tiger Gang, serving as their local branch with a regular presence of over 50 personnel, predominantly enhanced individuals from the strengthening category. As only a select few among them were afforded basic human rights, it could be asserted that the foundation of the current society was composed of these strengthened individuals. Though many others with less remarkable abilities existed in abundance, the realm was largely filled with mediocrity. Li Chang'an stood at a nearby corner, merely a building's width away. Though not perceptive by nature, he could discern the general number of individuals present through the sounds and movements within. A forceful breakthrough was out of the question. Regardless of his capabilities, a violent rampage would inevitably attract the patrolling military. Becoming a wanted criminal of the empire was not his ambition. However, dealing with such individuals was not a novel experience for Li Chang'an. He possessed his unique methods. As he approached the entrance, he was halted by a towering figure. The man extended an arm, as solid as stone, to block Li Chang'an's path and frowned. Kid, do you not know where you are? I seek your leader. Li Chang'an replied, lifting his gaze with an icy demeanor. Remove your hand. Don't be too arrogant, the burly man scoffed. Our boss is not someone just anyone can meet. Scram. Tilting his head with a faint smile, Li Chang'an retorted, you dare to act so brazenly before someone of the strengthening category? In the next instant, a dagger sliced through the man's shoulder, encircling his arm, severing it in one swift motion. As the severed limb dropped to the ground, the man's wail barely escaped his lips. Who's next? Li Chang'an surveyed the surroundings, his sudden and formidable display of power instilling fear among the onlookers. In the company of those who lived on the edge of danger, nothing instilled more dread than sheer strength and cruelty. Leaning against the wall nearby was a tall, slender man who had been silently observing. Only when Li Chang'an's gaze fell upon him did he approach with a slight smile. Chen Shui, may I ask your name? Chen Shui extended his hand towards Li Chang'an. My brother here is a bit inexperienced. Please forgive him. You lack the standing to know my name. Li Chang'an dismissed him haughtily, disregarding Chen Shui's overture. Chen Shui's brow furrowed slightly, yet he remained composed, continuing with a smile. You wish to meet our boss? Shall we discuss your business? I come on behalf of the young master to negotiate a deal, Li Chang'an stated, delivering his rehearsed lines. His strength might not earn him respect from the Tiger Gang, but if he were merely a servant with such power, it would certainly command their attention. The essence of leveraging power lies not merely in being a tiger, but in at least resembling a fox. Chen Shui's expression shifted to surprise, unable to suppress his curiosity. May I inquire as to which young master you refer? You asked too many questions. Li Chang'an narrowed his eyes. Do you believe you have the right to know my young master's name? You should consider yourself fortunate that I do not take pleasure in slaying the weak. Provoked repeatedly, even the meek possess a spark of ire. Chen Shui let out a cold snort, his gaunt form seeming to swell with indignation. Do you consider me weak? You possess some skill, but are you stronger than the Undertaker? Li Chang'an licked his lips, a bloodthirsty glimmer flickering in his eyes. Wait. Chun Shue's face turned pale as he took a step back, exclaiming, "You killed the Undertaker?" Li Chang'an nodded, casually remarking, "It seems I inadvertently dispatched him while procuring goods for the young master. Enough chatter. Prove you are not weak. Let us not fight. Let us not fight." Chun Shui hastily waved his hands. The Undertaker's demise occurred on their turf, with the participants' details being Tiger Gang members. And the report of the Undertaker's death was to be handled personally by Chun Shui. The narrative indicated that the Undertaker had not even had a chance to react before being swiftly dispatched, the assailant's threat level akin to that of an elite. "Right this way, brother. I shall take you to meet the boss." Acknowledging the danger, Chun Shui dared not provoke further, knowing he was no match for the Undertaker. Li Chang'an regretfully shook his head, sheathing his dagger and following Chun Shui into the building. He silently thanked the Undertaker, who had unwittingly provided him with this unexpected opportunity. Upon passing through the titanium alloy door, an unpleasant, pungent odor assaulted Li Chang'an's senses, one he was all too familiar with, an amalgamation of human blood, decay, alcohol, and the foul stench left behind after copulation. The atmosphere within was no different. Faint cries of women echoed from the first floor, accompanied by the heavy panting of men, punctuated by the occasional sound of rolling bottles. "The boss is on the third floor. This way, brother." Chun Shui led the way, kicking aside a drunken subordinate. Li Chang'an halted, feigning indifference. "I believe I see a woman of great interest. Would you mind if I took a closer look? A lecher, are we? That makes you easy to handle." Chun Shui chuckled. "Of course, if you don't mind, I can have my men clean her up. You can take her with you when you leave." "That sounds splendid," Li Chang'an smiled, patting Chun Shui on the shoulder. "Thank you in advance. But what about that one?" Chun Shui turned in the direction Li Chang'an indicated. In the next moment, a surge of murderous intent washed over him. Instinctively, he prepared to unleash his powers, yet suddenly found them unresponsive. In that fleeting second of hesitation, a sharp dagger pierced through Chun Shui's neck, entering through the intervertebral foramen. Thud! His head fell to the ground, yet Chun Shui's consciousness lingered, the world around him fading into silence. One down, Li Chang'an flicked the dagger, and in the dim light, no one noticed the death that had just transpired, as another life was quietly extinguished. In the shadows, Li Chang'an resembled a predatory beast, hunting its prey. Even those women crushed beneath the weight of others could not escape their fate. Outside, someone was watching. The first floor was sparsely populated, and within less than 10 minutes, blood had saturated the floor. The number of individuals present was somewhat fewer than anticipated. Li Chang'an removed his soaked shirt and raised his hand to shut off the power supply. Instantly, the entire building was engulfed in darkness. Stepping through the viscous blood, Li Chang'an ascended the stairs. This world had never shown him kindness since the moment of his birth. Throughout his life, apart from his family, he had only encountered scorn and humiliation. Regardless of how well he performed academically, without any special abilities, he was merely seen as worthless. He had known from a young age that he was unworthy of goodwill. As he grew older, even the kindness of his family began to fade away, until the arrival of Jiang Shuibu and Lin Gu pulled him back from the precipice of despair. Had he not crossed paths with these two, Li Chang'an could not fathom what he might have become, perhaps a cold-blooded killer, perhaps a sociopathic deviant. It was only upon meeting these two that he realized there might indeed be individuals in this world who would treat him with kindness, who would confide in him, who would encourage him to confront life. Perhaps, in this world, only these two would show him any kindness. Upon arriving in Luo City, first the restaurant owner, then when Anren, Li Chang'an began to learn to believe that his fortune was changing for the better. Perhaps I, too, am worthy of trust and affection. For the first time in his life, he entertained such thoughts, and even he was unaware of the joy blossoming within him. But now, that goodwill had been shattered, as if a chain within Li Chang'an's heart had been broken. "I have killed you, bastards." Chapter 41. Death lags one step behind, like a specter traversing the darkness. Each silent strike claimed a life. Though some attempted to illuminate the surroundings with their abilities, as soon as they did, a blade would slice through their throat. In their final moments, the gurgling sounds from their torn tracheas seemed to linger in the ears of the onlookers. Others had sought to call everyone together. Yet their demise was even more tragic. A severed head thudded against the ground, while blood erupted from their chest, staining the ceiling and the faces of all present. The warm blood, akin to a mother's hand, quelled the fervor and fighting spirit of the crowd, leaving only fear in its wake. 3 minutes had passed, and the brothers downstairs had yet to offer any assistance. while those trapped on the second floor remained oblivious to the abilities of their foes. Half of them having already perished. They should never have boarded up the windows. The entire building was devoid of light, relying solely on artificial ventilation, with soundproofing added to the ceiling and sound-absorbing carpets laid on the third floor. Clearly, the boss disliked disturbances, yet now it threatened their very lives. Each person remained vigilant against the lurking dangers while cautiously making their way toward the door, unaware that Li Chang'an was seated nearby. After a brief respite, Li Chang'an gripped his dagger and approached another individual. The human eye possesses adaptability, transitioning from light to darkness. There is an initial period of discomfort marked by an inability to see clearly. After several seconds of adjustment, the naked eye can barely discern some details within the shadows. However, the dimness of the room had plummeted to a level where even the ordinary eye could not adapt. Perhaps Li Chang'an's only source of pride lay in his adaptability. No matter how harrowing the illusions, he could quickly acclimatize after an initial struggle. It was the same now. To him, the darkness within the room had depth, and the outlines of objects were discernible, sufficient for him to hunt. Moreover, the sound of heartbeats was distinctly audible. The deliberately cultivated atmosphere of terror heightened the adrenaline of these individuals, causing their hearts to race. This enabled Li Chang'an to better ascertain each person's position. He reserved the one with the fastest heartbeat for last, for they had lost their composure, potentially driven mad by the lurking peril. When he felt warmth at the throat of a man, it was too late for him to resist. A strong hand forcefully lifted his chin, and then the coldness of the dagger penetrated his windpipe. The sound of the blade scraping against the throat was excruciatingly piercing. Death inevitably brings forth sound, perhaps as the final testament to human existence, a final echo of life. In unison, everyone turned toward the source of the sound, and then a brilliant light erupted. A fireball the size of a basin emerged from one individual's hand, illuminating the entire room, including Li Chang'an, who stood behind the deceased. As he beheld the oncoming crowd, Li Chang'an realized they had abandoned their comrade. A 6-foot ice spear rushed forward, intent on piercing both individuals simultaneously. Faced with the threat of death, humans possess little aside from fear and evasion. They can only unleash their utmost fury, attempting to retaliate against overwhelming odds. A machete sliced through the air from the side, grazing Li Chang'an's arm. Rather than retreating, he advanced, seizing the assailant's wrist to prevent escape, then thrusting a dagger into their temple. The dagger lodged within the bone crevice, rendering it impossible to extract. Li Chang'an promptly relinquished his grip, pulling the individual close as a shield, just as the fireball exploded against it, forcefully tossing the shield forward. Li Chang'an pressed himself against the wall and swiftly charged toward the fire element manipulator. Sensing a sharp blade approaching from behind, Li Chang'an did not look back, recklessly dashing toward the fire manipulator. A second massive fireball began to coalesce, with no time to alter his tactics. The fire wielder's eyes glinted with malice as he regarded the rapidly approaching Li Chang'an and detonated the fireball. As a fire element manipulator, the explosion would not harm him, though the shockwave might injure his lungs. However, it would be far more detrimental to others, likely resulting in severe burns. Yet, the anticipated scene of grievously wounding Li Chang'an did not materialize. Instead, he appeared as a charred specter lunging toward the fire manipulator, who gaped in horror as the specter opened its mouth and extended claw-like hands to seize his heart. The room once again descended into darkness. A desperate strike had not succeeded in eliminating the assassin lurking in the shadows, yet the attack proved effective, a fact that undeniably invigorated the onlookers. Be alert. He has been burned. Notice the acrid scent. Someone cautioned their companions. The speaker remained unharmed, thus confirming that the assassin was indeed injured. With a resounding crash, it seemed a bottle shattered, and the sharp odor of alcohol began to permeate the air, neutralizing the previously overwhelming burnt scent, rendering it less pronounced. Each individual felt alcohol splatter across their faces and bodies, realizing that more than just a single bottle had been broken. The one who had spoken inwardly cursed, regretting his decision to speak, wishing instead to find a way to flee out the door. Reaching the third floor would surely allow their leader to intervene. In a state of trepidation, they lost track of time, suddenly noticing that no one had perished for a while. Eventually, one individual could no longer contain himself and mustered the courage to cough. After 2 or 3 minutes of anxious waiting, the man realized he was still alive, and his confidence surged. He took a step toward the door, then another, emboldened by the absence of immediate danger. Perhaps the injuries had rendered the assassin too incapacitated to pursue. He must be too wounded to follow, he thought aloud, as he dashed toward the door. Pressing against the wall, the room felt unbearable, a place he would never wish to revisit. As he hurried, his foot inadvertently struck a corpse. And suddenly he felt a chilling sensation in his legs. A swift blade sliced upward, cleaving into his chest with the ease of chopping wood. Those present, members of the Tiger Gang, were no strangers to the sound of flesh being severed, yet hearing the sound of someone being cut in two was a disheartening first. The once vibrant heartbeat within him grew cold in an instant. Coughing, Li Chang'an expelled a few breaths, though he had held his breath. The heat from the fireball still singed his airway. The left side of his mouth, extending down to his navel, was scorched. Flesh exposed to the air throbbed with pain and an unbearable itch. Even upon recognizing the source of the cough, no one dared to approach. The remaining 4 figures became increasingly distinct to Li Chang'an. What had once been mere silhouettes now revealed identifiable features. As death loomed ever closer, Li Chang'an found his consciousness sharpening, a surge of strength coursing through him, as if he possessed an inexhaustible vigor, the pain transforming into a maddening intensity. Only 4 remain, Li Chang'an declared, gripping the bloodied machete he had scavenged. Come at me together. He advanced, charging through the darkness, the room devoid of screams. Merely the sound of blades slicing through flesh and bone. Eventually, the only noise left was the rhythmic drip of rainwater falling to the ground. Chapter 42. It is I. Leaning against the wall, Li Chang'an gasped for breath, his stamina rapidly recovering, yet his injuries healed at a sluggish pace. In a daze, he glimpsed a figure cloaked in black robes standing nearby, wielding a large scythe. How dreadful! A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he straightened and ascended the stairs. Only one adversary remained. The final 4 erupted with the brilliance of impending demise, each determined to retaliate with their last breath. However, it was only the last of the hardened mutants that inflicted significant injury upon Li Chang'an. His blade proved ineffective against this foe, ultimately relying on multiple contacts facilitated by his gloves to render parts of the opponent's body incapable of maintaining their hardened state, culminating in a decisive blow to the head. Yet, Li Chang'an had suffered 3 broken ribs and lost a substantial amount of flesh in the process. Graffiti of ambiguous significance adorned the wall beside the staircase, depicting a horned devil wreaking havoc upon the world. Steadying himself against the wall, Li Chang'an climbed steadily, finally standing outside the only door on the 3rd floor. Trembling, he withdrew a syringe from his pocket and carefully injected the pale blue liquid beneath his ribcage. Instantly, the exhaustion evaporated, and the pain dissipated entirely. This stimulant, developed by the Empire, had become a regulated substance but could still be procured at exorbitant prices in the black market. Even for level mutants, it proved effective, albeit with the side effect of cardiac failure 2 hours later. Most perished from this very consequence, but for Li Chang'an, it was his last resort. A measure he would only employ when absolutely necessary, and now, necessity had arrived. With a powerful kick, he burst through the door and strode into the spacious room, furnished with a coffee table and a gaming table, at the center of which lay a large bed occupied by a blonde youth and several women, all unclothed. The air heavy with an unusual scent. Yet, Li Chang'an's gaze was drawn to a corner where a heating pipe bound a corpse. It was more accurate to say a partial corpse. From the remnants, it was clear that it had belonged to a robust man, though the skin had been flayed away. And it appeared to have been dismembered multiple times, the flesh still retaining patches of skin. Below the waist, it had been severed, displayed like a butchered carcass. The body devoid of eyes and a nose, exuding a stench of urine, with only 2 bloodied mechanical arms remaining intact. Li Chang'an felt his throat constrict. His legs trembled as he approached the corpse, each step seemingly draining him of all his strength. Even lifting his feet felt laborious. The journey felt like an eternity. Yet he finally stood beside the remains. He crouched down, yet hesitated to touch it, acutely aware of how fragile the flesh beneath the skin was, knowing that even the gentlest contact would evoke indescribable agony. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face. He didn't understand why he cried, nor could he comprehend the emotion swelling within him, labeled as guilt. Who are you, kid? The blonde youth on the bed sat up, donned a nearby garment, and casually retrieved a revolver from beneath the pillow. Li Chang'an slowly rose, keeping his head bowed as he approached the blonde youth step by step. The youth smirked coldly, raising his hand and firing a shot. The bullet grazing past Li Chang'an's ear. 3 gunshots rang out, each narrowly missing Li Chang'an's form, none finding their mark. The golden-haired youth stared incredulously at the revolver in his hand, convinced of his marksmanship, especially at such a short distance of less than 5 meters. How could this individual evade a bullet? It had been many years since he had encountered someone like him. Tossing the revolver onto the bed, he began to flex his wrist, contemplating the audacity of someone daring to provoke the Hu gang. Casting a glance at the corpse behind Li Chang'an, a chilling smile crept across his face. Are you here to avenge him? You've arrived too late. I see now. You are the one who incapacitated my subordinate. My men have been well taken care of, so I have not neglected this old fellow. With a flick of his wrist, a 50-inch television on the wall flickered to life. Li Chang'an turned to gaze at the screen, unable to divert his eyes. The footage depicted the restaurant owner, a figure grotesquely tortured, with the golden-haired youth wielding the knife. His resolve is remarkable. He refused to divulge your whereabouts, even unto death. I truly admire such individuals. The youth remarked with a faint smile, suddenly raising his hand, a crimson beam shooting forth from his fingertips towards Li Chang'an. The beam pierced Li Chang'an's shoulder. But this was merely the beginning. With a rapid succession of finger snaps, a barrage of beams erupted forth, yet none found their mark. I am Li Chang'an. He deftly evaded the beams, recognizing the inferiority of this attack compared to Charles's. Oh, introducing yourself? The golden-haired youth sneered, instinctively growing cautious and retreating. Ignoring the mockery, Li Chang'an continued. There were words I intended for him, but now that he cannot hear them, I must convey them to you. Please deliver them to him. In a sudden burst of motion, Li Chang'an lunged forward like a cheetah, closing the distance in an instant and appearing before the golden-haired youth. Just as the youth raised his hand, a flash of steel revealed 4 fingers severed from his hand before a scream could escape his lips. The blade plunged into his mouth, a gentle twist resulting in half of his tongue and shattered teeth cascading down. I am but a useless individual. Li Chang'an leaned down and severed the youth's hand. I possess no special abilities. The blade penetrated the kneecap, effortlessly separating the youth's lower leg. I fear the expectations of others, afraid of failing to meet their hopes. As he spoke, Li Chang'an struck down another of the youth's arms. Yet I am genuinely grateful that there are still those who encourage me. With a glimmer of red in his eyes, the youth's rage surged, but Li Chang'an was swifter, his fingers plunging into the youth's eye sockets, crushing his eyeballs. Thank you for showing me that I, too, can accomplish something. The youth could emit no cries of anguish as the final blow severed his head. Your fried noodles are overly greasy, yet they are quite filling. I have returned to life, and you shall not be alone. Li Chang'an repeatedly struck the lifeless body of the youth, the splatter of blood and flesh adorning his face like a delicate mask. Setting down the blade, Li Chang'an picked up the revolver from the bed. Noticing several women who had awakened, huddled in the corner, trembling. With each gunshot, another would fall. I shall send more souls to keep you company. Standing before the gruesome corpse, he poured high-proof vodka over it. I will not perish until I have the courage to face you. I will live well to prove that individuals like us can instill fear. Flames ignited, rapidly engulfing the entire floor and spreading downward. Li Chang'an walked forward, no longer confronted by the grim reaper wielding a scythe, but from this moment onward, he would grasp the scythe himself. Noticing the thick smoke billowing from the rooftop, the gang members outside rushed inside, only to be met by a blood-soaked youth. Before their leader could utter a word, they felt the world spin, their last sight being their own headless body. No need for a second fire. Li Chang'an nodded and advanced. Despite taking many detours, Lin Yubai ultimately found the person she had longed for, only to witness him step into the domain of the Hu gang. Lin Yubai was momentarily taken aback. Surely he had no ties to the Hu gang? As this thought crossed her mind, she quickly suppressed it. She could not believe Li Chang'an would be such a person, and thus waited outside, eager to seek clarity. 3 hours passed as she awaited, watching the black smoke billow from the rooftop and the gang members surge into the building, followed by a cacophony of screams. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Lin Yubai dashed towards the small building. Upon reaching the entrance, she locked eyes with a pair of cold, piercing ones, causing her blood to run cold and her neck to tingle. Is this the person I admire? The figure before her, resembling a malevolent spirit, filled Lin Yubai with self-doubt. It's you. As the murderous intent dissipated, Li Chang'an offered a faint smile, his head tilting as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hey! Lin Yubai instinctively rushed forward to support him, simultaneously glancing into the room. Had it not been for the person in her arms, this scene would have haunted Lin Yubai for the rest of her life. Chapter 43. Life's various splendors on the television. A football match unfolded, the score still a tense 0-0 in a game devoid of supernatural abilities. With no spectators in the stands, Charles lounged on the sofa, folding paper cranes, accompanied by an adorable little girl whose pockets were brimming with them. Hurry up, brother. Just 2 more, and that will make 99. I can give them to George. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Charles smiled gently. All right, Vera, no need to rush. Gifts for others should never be hurried. The girl named Vera patiently awaited her turn. After handing her the final 2 paper cranes, Charles beckoned to the butler behind him, who promptly approached with attentive ears. Replace that referee. I dislike his beard. Charles pointed at the referee on the television. The butler bowed slightly and exited. Minutes later, the bearded referee was replaced on the screen. This was a match intended for the eyes of but one. As Charles watched Vera depart in high spirits, he repressed his affectionate smile, straightened his collar, and instructed his companions to take a break while he went to see his father. Upon reaching the castle's highest tower, Charles encountered his father, Cones, the current head of the Pendragon family. In the prime of his life, Cones possessed a fierce gaze akin to that of a tiger. Yet he was, in truth, a relatively benevolent middle-aged man. My dear son, Cones said, approaching Charles with an embrace. Are you now willing to discuss the tales of your trial with your father? Who was it that inflicted such grievous harm upon my precious boy? Charles sighed, feeling a twinge of discontent at his father's disregard for his dignified image, yet he nodded and replied, to be precise, there were 2 assailants. One restrained me while the other, from a distance, shot me with a sniper rifle. Thank you, father, Charles bowed deeply. Had it not been for the protective charm you bestowed upon me, I might have met my demise. Cones gazed at his son with growing pride, a smile spreading across his face. You are the hope of the Pendragon family. I do not relish conflict, but I can endure the pressures. I await the day you mature. Charles lifted his gaze to meet his father's, and in that moment, Cones appeared extraordinarily imposing. Very well, Cones said, placing his arm around his son's shoulders as they approached a chair. Tell me about those 2 opponents. What are your thoughts on them? Are they mere schemers? Without hesitation, Charles shook his head. It was not a conspiracy. Rather, it was a strategy. The one who impeded me possessed a peculiar ability that suppressed my powers. It is unfortunate. He sighed. He was a commendable adversary, adept at manipulating my emotions and displaying a fearless tenacity, a true warrior. However, it seems his companion intended to sacrifice him, and thus that final shot ultimately claimed his life. He may well be dead. Cones chuckled. No, he is not dead. Someone witnessed him leaving the trial, albeit in a severely wounded state. That is splendid news, Charles exclaimed, standing upright with renewed determination. Father, I wish to experience the life of an ordinary person. If I continually rely on the family, I shall never become a true warrior. Cones furrowed his brow, reluctant to see his son venture into danger and hardship. Yet he recognized that his son's greatest desire was to grow stronger, and as a father, he could not hinder that ambition. After a moment of contemplation, Cones finally relented with a resigned smile. Very well, I cannot refuse your request, my dear son, but you must take some money with you. Children of ordinary families also require living expenses. Agreed, but since I am going to experience life, I cannot take too much. Would 30 million suffice? Charles, ever humble, sought his father's counsel. No, taking 30 million would defeat the purpose of experiencing life. Cones firmly shook his head. That would merely be pointless suffering. Take 150 million. If you budget wisely, it should last you for half a month. Father, your considerations are indeed thoughtful. There is still much I wish to learn. Charles nodded emphatically, undeterred by the anticipated hardships, viewing them instead with eager anticipation. What will your lives be like? In the cafeteria of the military, one of the 3 marshals, Wang Jianjun, sat across from 5-star General Li Chang'an. No one dared to approach within a 30-meter radius of the 2 men, who represented the pinnacle of military authority, and, moreover, Wang Jianjun was a living legend. Shaolin, Wang Jianjun began, a grin spreading across his face. I must say, every time you call me that, it brings a smile to my face. Li Chang'an, holding his bowl and chopsticks, replied with a nonchalant tone, Marshal, please maintain decorum. Maintain decorum? Who doesn't know that we grew up together? Besides, any reports of misconduct will still find their way to me. Wang Jianjun rolled his eyes. You've been like this since childhood. Li Chang'an set down his chopsticks. If you have something to say it quickly. Do not disturb my meal. Wang Jianjun chuckled. Now that is more like it. I see your expression darkening. He then adopted a serious demeanor. You need to go to the northwest. I am unaware of who commands there, but you are to replace him without delay. Those special operations brats have shown commendable resolve. Just that long-legged girl managed to hold a breach by herself, resulting in significant casualties for the Northwest Army. Can you believe it? Lin Chang'an frowned, pondering briefly. Isn't the current commander in the Northwest surnamed Zhao? I read the battle reports yesterday. The Special Operations Unit has slain over 7,000 monsters while the Northwest Army has killed around 19,000, suffering 32,000 in casualties. Isn't that absurd? Wang Jianjun slammed his hand on the table, his temper flaring at the mention of it. I am issuing a military order now. Prepare to take command. You have 1 month to drive the remaining monsters out of the borders and hold the line until the walls are completed. Wang Jianjun lowered his voice, a sly smile creeping onto his face. The Northwest will certainly need to recruit. Have your granddaughter enlist. This month, her achievements will be at your discretion. Wouldn't it be better for her to return to the military with you? Lin Chang'an's eyes sparkled momentarily before he coughed to mask his delight. I will not show favoritism. I believe my Lin family's daughters do not require it. All right. Wang Jianjun waved dismissively, abruptly changing the subject. How did the recent trials turn out? Recalling the report from the Golden Star Sea, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but smile. 3 ability users emerged. You would never guess what their powers are. I have already decided to cultivate one to succeed me. Suit yourself. After all, you are a solitary old man. Free to make your own choices, as long as he possesses that capability, Wang Jianjun replied, lowering his voice. I was inquiring about the survivor. When will you bring him to me? Lin Chang'an picked up his bowl and chopsticks again, shaking his head. Half of our people lost track of him. We have identified his identity after comparing photographs and database records. I am contemplating whether to go to his home to retrieve him. Wang Jianjun stood, shaking his head. Give him some time. Isn't there another trial on the horizon? Let us wait and see. I'm heading back to rest. I have been feeling quite sore lately. One cannot deny the passage of time. As Wang Jianjun departed, Lin Chang'an remained silent, concealing the deep-seated worry in his eyes. Will the pillars of the empire also crumble? Chapter 44. Return. As a youth, the air was thick with the scent of disinfectant, and a sensation akin to a needle pricked at the back of my hand, chilling me to the core. This indicated that I was in a hospital. Li Chang'an opened his eyes to a world awash in sterile white, save for a splash of pink at the bedside. Was it Lin Yubai? The recollection of the girl's name brought a faint smile to his lips. The final scene in his memory was not merely a figment of imagination. Indeed, it would be unlikely for her to be the last illusion if they were not related. Propping himself up in bed, Li Chang'an leaned forward to grasp the water cup on the table. You're awake, Lin Yubai said, her sleepy eyes still half closed as she handed him the cup. Thank you, he replied, extending his hand to take it, then reconsidered and accepted it with both hands, feeling slightly awkward. As he drank, Lin Yubai observed him in silence, the atmosphere thick with an unusual tension. After several moments of steeling himself internally, Li Chang'an finally broke the silence. You brought me to the hospital, didn't you? I owe you my gratitude. Without you, I might have perished. Lin Yubai lowered her gaze, speaking softly. You injected yourself with forbidden drugs and were gravely injured. By the time you arrived at the hospital, you were on the brink of collapse. Your survival is nothing short of a miracle. I see. Li Chang'an smiled faintly, then fell silent once more. Eventually, he spoke again. I have a question that has long piqued my curiosity. Regarding your abilities, do they involve erasing the murderous intent of your opponents? This inquiry had lingered in his mind for quite some time. He yearned to understand whether he refrained from acting during the trials due to Lin Yubai's powers or some other reason. No, she replied, shaking her head. My ability is combat-oriented, known as exemption. It nullifies attacks below a certain threshold, though it is ineffective against toxins and other chronic injuries. The threshold for both upper and lower limits depends on the strength of the ability user. Li Chang'an was familiar with this power and could surmise Lin Yubai's identity. I will fetch your medication for today and inform the doctor of your awakening, she said, rising to leave. Li Chang'an glanced at the call button beside his bed, then at the medication packet dated for that day. Outside the door, Lin Yubai leaned against the wall, her expression one of desolation and turmoil. During Li Chang'an's unconsciousness, she had often gazed at his face, questioning whether he was truly the person she admired. The horrific scene in the small building resurfaced in her mind, resembling a hellish nightmare, with scattered limbs and bloodied remnants clinging to the walls and ceiling. Is this truly the person I admire? After witnessing such a vision of despair, could she still harbor feelings for him? The answer was no, regardless of Li Chang'an's intentions, whether noble or nefarious. Lin Yubai could not convince herself to continue her affections. The hazy sentiment was no match for the brutal truth of reality. With a bitter smile, Lin Yubai shook her head. My first love has ended before it even began. I cannot persuade myself to like someone with such cruel methods. Li Chang'an awaited Lin Yubai's return, but only the doctor appeared. You are recovering remarkably well. Your wounds have begun to scab over. The doctor, clad in a white coat, seemed astonished. You appear to be an individual with the physical enhancement ability. Your recuperative powers are impressive. Li Chang'an smiled lightly. Thank you. And what of the girl who brought me here? The doctor remained focused on Li Chang'an's injuries, not lifting his head. She just left. Don't worry. She settled your bills. You were unconscious for 3 days, and she cared for you tirelessly during that time. Looking up, the doctor adopted a knowing expression. Young man, such a wonderful girl is rare. You may regret missing this chance. Is he suggesting that I pursue Lin Yubai? Li Chang'an furrowed his brow momentarily. But the tension dissipated quickly. He sensed no malice in the doctor's words. Yet, what does it mean to pursue? Do I, lacking any abilities, have the right to seek her out? All done, the doctor finally concluded, tucking the covers around Li Chang'an. Rest a bit longer, and you'll be ready for discharge. If you have urgent matters, you may leave today. Your physical condition is astonishing. However, leaving early would not exempt him from the hospitalization fee. Li Chang'an opted for discharge that day. In the doctor's presence, he changed into fresh clothes and proceeded to settle the bill, folding it carefully. He would repay the medical expenses later. Having taken lives in a building, he expected the Imperial Army to pursue him, but the only plausible explanation was that Lin Yubai had handled the aftermath, until he discovered the truth. This remained the sole answer. He would remember this debt of gratitude and repay it in due course. His new attire was not his own. It must have been purchased by Lin Yubai later, exuding a faint fragrance. Nothing was missing. All his belongings were gathered together. The only message on his phone was from Jiang Shuabu, inquiring when he would return. On a device that could last a week on standby. Only a single message awaited him, not even a missed call. After replying to Jiang Shuabu, Li Chang'an made his way to the station. Fortune smiled upon him as he boarded a train to Beijing merely 20 minutes later. Wrapped in bandages and reeking of medicine, the other passengers cast displeased glances, tinged with disdain. Yet, Li Chang'an found their scrutiny oddly comforting. It was the very gaze in which he had grown up. As darkness fell, the train arrived in Beijing. Li Chang'an did not summon Jiang Shuabu to collect him. Instead, he flagged down a taxi by the roadside. However, the vacant cabs were somewhat obstinate. When multiple passengers hailed them, the taxis could not discern the order and prioritized the nearest ones. Thus, the cab he had signaled was snatched away. Wait. Before the other passenger could enter the vehicle, Li Chang'an seized the collar of his shirt. You just insulted me on the train, didn't you? The man, infuriated, retorted, what of it? Get lost. But his words were cut short as Li Chang'an delivered a swift punch to his face, sending him crashing backward. His nose obliterated in an instant. Perhaps subconsciously, Li Chang'an had regarded the tavern as his sanctuary. Upon sighting it, the fatigue of the past few days dissipated like mist. Chang'an, the exuberant Wu Youyan, who was busy wiping the table, sprinted towards him with uncontainable joy. Was my bond with Xiao Wu truly that strong? Could it be that Xiao Jiang had tormented her? Despite his doubts, Li Chang'an affectionately patted Wu Youyan's head. Hey, you little rascal. Let go of Chang'an. Can't you see he is injured? Jiang Shubu approached with a frown, pulling Wu Youyan aside. When he turned back to Li Chang'an, his expression softened as he said, It's good to have you back. Not exactly. Li Chang'an shook his head. What? Jiang Shubu was taken aback. Are you arguing with me? Li Chang'an retrieved a copper sparrow from his pocket and offered it with a faint smile. I've returned to bid farewell. I am going to enlist. Chapter 45. My journey to the Qing Mountains. The tavern hung a closed sign, yet Wu Youyan insisted on sitting on Li Chang'an's lap. Although he could not comprehend why his lap was preferable to a stool, he indulged her, given her slight frame weighed less than 70 pounds. The challenge lay in persuading Jiang Shubu and Brother Lin. I disagree. There are countless things you could do. Why choose to enlist? You must distinguish between the military and special operations. Jiang Shubu was resolute in his disapproval. Brother Lin, however, remained silent, pondering deeply. Li Chang'an chuckled softly. Please, don't rush me. Let me explain. Whatever you say, I still won't agree. Jiang Shubu turned his head away, appearing dismissive. All right. Brother Lin finally spoke. Let us hear Chang'an's reasoning first. Casting a glance at Jiang Shubu, Li Chang'an began narrating his tale. From his arrival in Luoqing to the moment he awoke in the hospital. During this time, Jiang Shubu's gaze gradually shifted, and no one interrupted Li Chang'an. Though his storytelling was mediocre, it was significant as it marked the first instance they heard him recount his experiences. After what felt like an eternity, Li Chang'an concluded his story, his eyes resolute. I hope you will support me. In this lifetime, I may never have another chance to express my gratitude or apologize. So I wish to see him. Li Chang'an smiled, embodying a sense of anticipation for the world. Perhaps one day I will understand what drives him to sacrifice for a fleeting acquaintance. In the face of Li Chang'an's smile, Jiang Shubu's cheeks flushed, rendering him speechless in his opposition. He turned away, trying to maintain a facade of indifference. Do as you wish. Even if I say no, you will still go. No. Li Chang'an shook his head. If you all do not support me, I will not go. I cannot live solely for myself. Go. Brother Lin patted Li Chang'an on the shoulder. The fact that you can articulate such thoughts convinces me you know what you are doing. So pursue your desires. Li Chang'an grinned widely. Brother Lin, you must agree to one condition. Brother Lin chuckled, shaking his head. You little rascal. Are you trying to say I shouldn't return home? Do you think I can't see through your intentions? All right. I agree, he conceded. Both turned their gazes toward Jiang Shubu, awaiting his response. What are you looking at me for? Jiang Shubu snapped, flustered. If you wish to go, then go. Wu Yoyin tugged at Li Chang'an's sleeve, whispering in his ear, Uncle Jiang is just Sundara. He means he supports your decision. Li Chang'an could not suppress a laugh. But upon noticing the cold glint in Jiang Shubu's eyes, he quickly stifled it. Brother Lin observed the exchange with amusement. Enough of this. Where do you intend to enlist? The Northwest, Li Chang'an replied without hesitation, having already made up his mind. The border is in crisis, many have perished, and they are recruiting soldiers directly for the battlefield without training. After a moment's thought, Brother Lin nodded. According to imperial law, during wartime, recruitment is permitted as long as the provincial examination is passed. Accumulating enough military merit can lead to admission into the Imperial Military Academy, where one can graduate as a captain after 3 assessments. Aside from special operations, enlisting during wartime has been a successful path for many, and countless individuals await the call to action. Jiang Shubu furrowed his brow, hesitating several times before finally speaking. I realize this may be demanding, but you must promise me to return alive, regardless of whether you are whole or not. Of course, Li Chang'an replied without hesitation, though he lacked confidence in his survival. He knew that if he did not assure Jiang Shubu, the latter would remain restless. I have researched the war in the Northwest. It will not conclude in 2 or 3 months. This beast tide is fiercer than ever, and numerous marine monsters have also invaded. You must be cautious. Brother Lin, being the elder, was careful not to place undue pressure on Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an nodded. Rest assured, I will return after it concludes. I still wish to participate in the 9th trial. The 3 clinked their glasses, toasting to Li Chang'an's success, with Wu Yoyin joining in with her juice. Li Chang'an, disliking procrastination, resolved to act immediately on his decision. After a few drinks, he prepared to bid farewell. Brother Lin, while I am away, please look after my family. Li Chang'an smiled wryly. I don't know how to face them yet. They are unaware of my enlistment, having known each other for many years. This was the first time Li Chang'an expressed concern for his family. Brother Lin was momentarily taken aback, finally responding with a hint of confusion. Have you forgiven them? I wouldn't say it's about forgiveness, Li Chang'an replied, lowering his gaze and forcing a laugh. In truth, my mother has always tried hard to care for me, though her methods were misguided. I used to blame her as a child, and even as an adult, but now, having survived this ordeal and reflecting on the past, it doesn't seem so painful anymore. She would hit me, but that was simply because she knew no other way. She is merely a producer, lacking in formidable abilities or a distinguished lineage. In our household, there isn't a single man who can step forward to lend a hand. Her only desire is for me to survive. She brought me into this world and nurtured me, yet she owes me nothing. Lin Gu remained in a daze for a moment before suddenly breaking into a comforting smile, gently patting Li Chang'an on the shoulder. It is truly wonderful that you can think this way. To be honest, Li Chang'an said, feeling a bit shy as he scratched his head. I really want to go back and see them, but I fear I might not want to leave when the time comes. Go ahead, go ahead. Lin Gu replied with a smile, waving his hand. I will take good care of your family, but when you return, you must at least bring back a few medals. A personal achievement of slaying over 500 monsters of the same level would earn a 2nd-level medal. At the very least, bring 1 back for me. Li Chang'an raised 2 fingers. At least 2. I want 1 too. Wu Yoyin raised her hand high. Jiang Shubu, polishing his cup, sneered, if you have extras. I wouldn't mind. All right, then 1 for each. Li Chang'an took a few steps forward, turning back to wave his hand. No need to see me off. Lin Gu had never seen Li Chang'an so cheerful. For over a decade, he had endeavored to help him emerge from the shadows of his heart. The current Li Chang'an was precisely what he had always hoped for. The journey ahead is long. May your martial prowess flourish. He would not halt in the northwest. Jiang Shubu shook his head and set down his cup, waiting for the inevitable surprise upon his return. Lin Gu chuckled softly. I don't care about surprises. Just seeing him improve bit by bit brings me genuine joy. I will never forget the first time I met him, his eyes filled with disappointment towards the world. Yet now he is happy. As long as he is content, that is enough. Li Chang'an boarded the train heading northwest, unaware of what awaited him, yet he was unafraid. He remained the same Li Chang'an as before. He had not changed fundamentally. He had merely reclaimed some lost fragments of himself. The Green Mountains do not belong to me. I cleave through the Green Mountains. Chapter 46. The Medal of Man. Saibei City, one of the few three-character large cities within the empire, is situated in the border region of East Continent before the apocalypse, standing as a sentinel opposite West Continent's Xiqing. The apocalypse was heralded by beams of light descending from the heavens, obliterating life and causing cataclysmic destruction. The once flourishing Middle Eastern region sank beneath the waves, while more than half of Oceania's islands vanished, rendering the original world map obsolete. Now, the expanse of ocean lies between Saibei City and Xiqing. Only 5 continents remain as human settlements within the 7. Africa, teeming with wildlife, has fallen, becoming a paradise for monsters. Freshwater creatures adapted to marine life in less than 40 minutes when the apocalypse struck, transforming the seas into the most perilous place on Earth. People erected defensive lines along the coast, constructing towering walls. However, prior to this, there was a period that could only be described as a nightmare. The pace of animal evolution outstripped that of humanity. As humans were just beginning to harness their extraordinary abilities, various bizarre monsters had already commenced their predation. Their intellect surged, and their combat prowess far surpassed that of humans, rendering humanity utterly powerless in the face of these beasts. The apocalypse claimed over a third of the population, and the monsters exacerbated this toll. The people of East Continent were once driven to the interior, struggling to survive. All of this transpired within a span of 2 years, after which 3 paramount marshals emerged like invincible deities of war, leading humanity in their resistance. To the citizens of East Continent, Marshal Wang Jianjun represented not only a god of war, but also an idol and a faith. During those dark days, he was like an everlasting torch, illuminating the path for the people. War breeds war. The corpses of monsters served as sustenance, supplies, and materials for the advancement of weaponry and technology. War is brutal yet ceaseless. For those living in inland cities, it is difficult to fathom that even in the precarious semblance of peace, border towns like Saibei City remain perpetually on high alert. The inhabitants here are undoubtedly unfortunate. Upon his arrival in Saibei City, Li Chang'an tightened his backpack. In the square outside the station, tents had been pitched, and under military organization, refugees struggled to survive within the city. The city lacked sufficient housing, forcing them to temporarily utilize public facilities, while the vast lands beyond offered no solace, as venturing out meant certain death. Make way. Someone shoved past Li Chang'an towards the square, brandishing a flyer and shouting, recruitment for the 3rd city wall. Earth and steel ability users preferred. Wages doubled. All workers provided meals. Daily settlement of 100, limited to 2,000 workers. Before the person could finish speaking, the crowd surged forward. Had it not been for the patrolling soldiers maintaining order, it was uncertain how many might have been trampled. Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Within the empire, a daily wage of 100 had become pitifully low. Automation had replaced much of the labor force, yet the empire refrained from implementing widespread automation to address employment issues, resulting in a labor market where workers were exceedingly cheap, albeit with daily wages typically above 100. Even such wages were fiercely contested, indicating the dire state of affairs outside Saibei City, likely far worse than reported on television. Hailing a taxi, Li Chang'an directed the driver to the area outside the 2nd city wall, where troops were stationed and enlistment was taking place. Border cities differ somewhat from inland cities. Akin to ancient divisions of inner and outer cities, Saibei City boasted multiple walls. The 1st city wall had already fallen, the 2nd city wall now serving as the current defense line, while the still under construction 3rd city wall stood no chance against the tide of beasts. Outside the 2nd wall, a considerable crowd had gathered. More individuals had come to enlist than Li Chang'an had anticipated, some even carrying bedding as they queued. Li Chang'an possessed nothing but the clothes on his back. Half an hour later, hunger gnawed at Li Chang'an. Should I go eat first? He murmured, glancing at the nearly 100-person line ahead, hesitating for a moment. Never mind, I'll eat first, then buy some food and bedding. Once he made up his mind, Li Chang'an decisively stepped out of the queue. Hey, wait a moment. Someone shouted from behind. Are you calling me? Li Chang'an turned in confusion, confronted by an ostentatious display of muscularity. A bear of a man. Could this be the so-called bear man that Jiang had mentioned? It was his first encounter. And indeed, he was quite large. Li Chang'an looked up and down, surveying the towering figure before him, and with a broad grin, asked, May I take a photograph with you? You know me? The giant scratched his head, clearly taken aback by such a request for the first time. I don't. But this is my first time seeing a bear man, and I'd like a picture to show my friends, Li Chang'an replied, shaking his head. The giant scowled and retorted, I am not a bear man. I'm just a bit taller and hairier than most. Supporting his forehead, the giant suddenly remembered he had more pressing matters at hand, denying Li Chang'an any further opportunity for inquiry. Tell me, were you about to leave just now? Why would you consider leaving after waiting in line for so long? Because I'm hungry, Li Chang'an responded politely, feeling a twinge of disappointment that the man was not actually a bear man. I didn't realize there were so many people. I just arrived and haven't eaten yet. Isn't it permissible to eat? The giant awkwardly shook his head. It's not that you can't. I just thought you might have had a sudden change of heart about joining the army. If you don't mind, why not come with me to the mess hall for some leftovers? Sure, Li Chang'an nodded, having heard that military rations were ample and satisfying. And he was not particular about taste. Upon hearing this, those still waiting in line clamored, Commander, I'm hungry too. Yeah, take me along. The giant shot them a fierce glare and barked, Get lost. You think you're on the same level as him? The crowd protested, Why can't we compare? Yeah, Commander, that is a bit much. Li Chang'an remained silent, patiently waiting. The giant's expression darkened as he pointed at Li Chang'an and shouted, Look at the scars on his hands. If I'm not mistaken, this brother is a hunter, and hunters have priority for enlistment. So what is wrong with me taking him for a meal? Upon hearing hunter, the crowd quieted considerably, though some still murmured in dissent. Then let us see proof of him being a hunter. Isn't it too blatant to pull strings like this? That can't be right. Even if he has connections, he wouldn't flaunt them in front of us. The giant's face grew grim. He found Li Chang'an appealing. After years of service, he instinctively recognized whether someone was suited for the military, and Li Chang'an undoubtedly fit the bill. Yet, facing such skepticism made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Suddenly, gasps erupted from the crowd. Following their gaze, the giant turned to Li Chang'an, who had just removed his shirt. Goodness, brother, did you fall into a meat grinder? The sight of the scars was chilling. There were hardly any unblemished areas on his torso, and from experience, the giant could ascertain that many of those scars were life-threatening. Is this sufficient? Li Chang'an scanned the crowd, and no one dared meet his gaze. What more proof of being a hunter do you need? These scars are my medals. Come on, let us get you something to eat. The giant smiled broadly, then added, What is your name? Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an. I've struck gold. The giant beamed with delight, already resolved to recruit Li Chang'an into his team. Unbeknownst to Li Chang'an, he was being clearly arranged before even having a meal. Chapter 47. The leftover food in the mess hall was surprisingly palatable, far better than Li Chang'an had anticipated. Reminiscent of the unnamed chef's fare he had yet to learn about, it was rich and flavorful. The giant, Zhang Chong, who had already exchanged names with Li Chang'an, was more focused on scrutinizing him than on the meal, growing increasingly satisfied, almost like a mother-in-law praising her prospective son-in-law. However, Li Chang'an was too engrossed in his meal to pay attention to Zhang Chong's lengthy monologue. Don't just eat. Have you thought about what I mentioned earlier? Zhang Chong urged, realizing that the 2 pots of food were nearly empty and that other teams would soon arrive to poach recruits. Li Chang'an, mouth full, mumbled something indistinguishable. Zhang Chong was taken aback, struggling to articulate his thoughts. After several deep breaths, he patiently continued to promote his proposal. You see, we get along well. And since you're here to enlist, why not join my team? What are the benefits? This time, Li Chang'an finally managed to engage. Benefits? Zhang Chong paused, pondering what advantages military service could offer. Li Chang'an countered, If there are no benefits, why do you want me in your team? To increase the chances of my brothers surviving. Zhang Chong replied, as if it were self-evident. The stronger you are, the greater the odds everyone survives. That's only natural. As he lifted his empty plate, Li Chang'an dipped the last bun into the sauce and tossed it into his mouth, finally nodding in agreement. All right, you agree? Zhang Chang joyfully lifted Li Chang'an off the ground and spun him around, delighted like a child. Li Chang'an was puzzled. Was it truly worthy of such exuberance? Come on, let me introduce you to the others. Zhang Chang, feeling a bit shy, set Li Chang'an down and eagerly grabbed his backpack, only to be astonished by its weight. I'll carry it myself. Li Chang'an reclaimed the bag. Let us go. A few minutes later, they stopped before a barack, where 3 individuals were already seated inside. The one oiling a knife was Hu Chai. The stout fellow fumbling with his shoelaces was Ma Hao. And the one with heavy dark circles under his eyes was Ha Ka, while the fierce-looking one was Li Chang'an. You think I look fierce? Li Chang'an frowned but refrained from arguing, as he had always considered himself quite approachable. The 3 in the tent stood to greet Li Chang'an, though their enthusiasm was evidently lacking. So each group consists of 5 members, correct? You only have 4. Did your previous teammate die? Li Chang'an inquired. The trio exchanged glances and burst into laughter. The lanky Hu Chai approached, patting Li Chang'an on the shoulder. I like your way with words. Same here. Ma Hao gave a thumbs up. Ha Kan nodded in agreement. In the span of a moment, Li Chang'an gradually integrated into the group. Zhang Xiangzhuang explained in a hushed tone. Indeed, there are 5 of us, but we consider the one who is absent as deceased. A newcomer joined us previously. A remarkably capable individual, who declared on his first day that his dream was to become a general. As he spoke, Zhang Xiangzhuang sighed. On our last mission, that newcomer bravely sacrificed himself to hold off the beast tide, yet he managed to slay a leopard bull in the process. His valor earned him a significant compensation for his family, but Hu Chai then deceitfully claimed the credit for that kill, resulting in his promotion. Li Chang'an nodded. Recognizing that such occurrences were not uncommon among hunters, he had witnessed numerous instances where individuals would deliberately refrain from acting, waiting for their companions to fall. He did not doubt the credibility of their words for 2 reasons. First, there was no need for strangers to fabricate tales, and second, while many emotions could be feigned, guilt could not. Let's not dwell on unpleasant matters. Let us welcome our new comrade, Zhang Xiangzhuang said, ushering Li Chang'an into the tent, suggesting they discuss their abilities for future cooperation. After sharing his own abilities, Zhang Xiangzhuang departed to assist Li Chang'an with some formalities. True to his name, Zhang Xiangzhuang possessed the ability known as Strength, classified under the combat category, which manifested in enhanced regenerative capabilities and significantly increased combat attributes. Most notably, he exhibited high resistance to weapon damage. However, this ability was nearly ineffective against the beast tide, as the monsters had yet to evolve to wield weapons. Currently, the classification of weapons remained limited to metallic objects. Non-metallic items did not fall under the purview of Strength. Hu Chai, who specialized in blades, possessed the ability called Blink, which allowed him to teleport to any visible location within 3 seconds. This ability could only be utilized within a direct line of sight and could not penetrate walls or transport him into midair. It required a tangible landing point. To Li Chang'an's surprise, Ma Hao's ability was Firearm Enhancement, an exceedingly rare talent that exceeded his expectations. This ability could amplify the effectiveness of firearms, artillery, and even tanks and aircraft. However, the enhancements were unpredictable, rendering the ability uncontrollable, which left Li Chang'an somewhat displeased. Finally, Haka served as the team's eyes and ears, wielding the mind-based ability Mental Resonance, which extended its range to 200 meters. Within this radius, he could perceive any sentient beings, allowing him to use his ability as a form of heightened awareness. The offensive capability of this ability was minimal. Currently, Haka could merely hum tunes within the minds of his enemies. Li Chang'an was somewhat taken aback. The composition of this team was undeniably impressive. If every squad were similarly equipped, yet still failed to repel the beast tide, one could only imagine the formidable strength of the tide itself. I believe I have encountered that leopard bull before, he mused. Noticing Li Chang'an's momentary distraction, Ma Hao cleared his throat. Chang'an, what is your ability? Is it too sensitive to share? Li Chang'an shook his head. I was momentarily lost in thought. My ability is stasis, which allows me to slow the operational speed of my opponent's abilities, causing a delay in their actions. The 3 exchanged glances, and Hu Chai frowned. This ability is formidable, but it holds little relevance against monsters, as few of them possess the capacity to utilize abilities. Those that do belong to higher-tier beasts, which are handled by Special Operations Forces and do not concern us. Hu Chai's words were somewhat diplomatic. It was more accurate to say that Li Chang'an's ability was ineffective. Li Chang'an chuckled. No worries, I understand your sentiments. My close-quarters combat skills are competent. I should not hinder your efforts. Hu Chai laughed. Are you jesting, Brother Chang'an? Can I interpret this to mean that you can hold your own in close combat without relying on your abilities? Li Chang'an nodded, confident in his abilities, which had been recognized by Wen Anren, with endorsements from Charles and over 50 lives from the Tiger Gang. As Hu Chai's skepticism lingered, Ma Hao appeared contemplative. While Hu Chai could no longer contain himself. Since you believe so, how about we lend a hand? Rest assured, we will keep it moderate, but be warned. Combat is unpredictable, so if you happen to sustain injuries, do not hold it against us. Li Chang'an readily agreed. Very well. I shall exercise caution to avoid injuring you. Hu Chai, now agitated, tossed aside his dagger, retrieving 2 rubber training knives, one of which he tossed to Li Chang'an. I must teach you a lesson, you reckless rookie. Chapter 48. Finding an opportunity. Once all the formalities were completed, Li Chang'an was fully integrated into the team, much to Zhang Qianzhuang's delight. Now, no one could take him away unless commanded by the general himself. The addition of an experienced hunter would significantly enhance the team's survival rate, irrespective of their abilities. Upon returning to the tent, Zhang Qianzhuang blinked in surprise and stepped outside, only to re-enter after confirming he was not hallucinating. The individual sprawled on the ground, bruised and battered, was none other than Hu Chai. Not just Hu Chai, but Ma Hao bore visible bruises as well. Hako appeared relatively unscathed, though a closer inspection revealed dark circles under his eyes. What transpired? Did another team come to bully us? Zhang Qianzhuang inquired, casting a glance at the only unscathed member. Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an shook his head. Hu Chai wanted to spar to assess my close combat capabilities, so we had a friendly match. Why did you say again? Zhang Qianzhuang questioned. You couldn't have beaten him to this extent. He swallowed hard, feeling it seemed as though Li Chang'an was venting his frustrations on Hu Chai. While it was normal to retaliate when one's abilities were questioned, excessively rough play was not suitable since they were now teammates. Li Chang'an bent down, gesturing to the various injuries on Hu Chai's body. These occurred during our initial spar. He then claimed he was not proficient with knives and insisted on a barehanded rematch. These are the injuries sustained during the second sparring session. Later, he mentioned that he was not adept at solo combat. The 3 of them attacked together, and he endured 3 hits, resulting in more injuries. Zhang Chang looked on in disbelief at the other 2 comrades, while Ma Hao nodded silently. Was it true that the 3 of them could not win? Zhang Chang found it hard to believe. Although the squad had not attained notable achievements, it was primarily due to his orders being focused on survival. In reality, the squad's strength was not to be underestimated. Hu Chai managed to open his eyes with difficulty and sighed, saying, Captain, he could predict my blink position, and he hit me 3 times in a row. I lost fairly. Predicting the blink position? At first, Zhang Chang thought it was nonsense, and upon further reflection, he still deemed it absurd, but he had no intention of testing it himself, especially since Hu Chai was already in a pitiful state. I wanted to help him up, but he said he wanted to lie down for a while, so I did not exert too much force. Li Chang'an felt helpless regarding Hu Chai's stubbornness. We are not weak. Haka finally spoke, as Li Chang'an had once thought him mute. Now, we will be even stronger. After saying this, Haka closed his mouth again. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Ma Hao cleared his throat a couple of times, specifically explaining to Li Chang'an, we are indeed strong, but at least in close combat, you are stronger. And with your addition, we will become even more formidable. Does individual combat strength contribute to team strength? Li Chang'an nodded in understanding. He was aware of his weaknesses, yet he remained confident in close combat. Hu Chai appeared battered, though his injuries were not severe. Even without medication, he would recover within hours, regardless of the ability. As long as one reached a certain level, they would possess comparable healing capabilities. Humanity was evolving day by day, enhancing its baseline through reproduction. Hu Chai got up from the floor and leaned against the bed, suggesting, Captain, why don't you spar with him as well? You have been both the commander and the breakthrough specialist. Now you can take it easy. After casting a deep gaze at Li Chang'an, Zhang Chang resolutely shook his head, dismissing Hu Chai's proposal. What nonsense. I have seen Li Chang'an bare-chested. The scars he bore were not from stray bullets or accidental injuries. Nearly every scar was near a fatal area. The person who could inflict such scars was certainly no ordinary individual, having guarded the Empire's borders for so many years. Zhang Chang felt that compared to Li Chang'an, he was merely delicate and could not fathom the experiences Li Chang'an had endured. The good news from the brawl was that it was evident Li Chang'an had integrated into this group. Male camaraderie often relied on mutual brawls. The remaining half depended on feasting and drinking. Just as a new task was assigned, a minor one at that. It provided everyone an opportunity to bond. Zhang Chang patted Li Chang'an on the shoulder, saying, "You have worked hard." Li Chang'an smiled, remaining silent, perhaps rather looking forward to it. The procedures could be handled by others, but clothing had to be collected personally. It was uncertain what kind of peculiar rule dictated this, but the logistics side was already lined up in a long queue. A whole team accompanied Li Chang'an to collect clothes, claiming it was out of concern. Li Chang'an chose not to expose their smugness. Their pride stemmed from showcasing their formidable companion. Being a source of others' pride brought Li Chang'an a quiet sense of joy. With tens of thousands in the same military camp, the chances of encountering an enemy were quite significant. Such was the nature of this world, where coincidence often played a role. Less than 5 minutes after Li Chang'an queued, Hu Chai's incessant chatter abruptly ceased. "That disgusting guy is here." Ma Hao had just spoken when Li Chang'an sensed someone approaching, followed by a hand landing on his shoulder. "Oh, have you all found a new recruit?" The newcomer not only placed a hand on Li Chang'an's shoulder, but also squeezed it, commenting, "You seem a bit frail. I hope you won't return from a mission in a body bag." Zhang Chang frowned and admonished, "Zhou Mu, release your grip. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself in public." "Captain Zhang, are you threatening me?" Zhou Mu sneered coldly, giving Li Chang'an's shoulder another hard pat. "A perfectly good recruit. And after one mission he's dead? What gives you the right to bring in new members? What makes you worthy of being a captain? Little brother, why not join my team instead?" Zhou Mu looked down at Li Chang'an, towering over him by a head, and with Li Chang'an consistently lowering his head. The size disparity was even more pronounced. "Take your hand off." Zhou Mu glanced around, seemingly incredulous that Li Chang'an had uttered those words. The hand resting on Li Chang'an's shoulder tightened its grip as Zhou Mu chuckled, leaning in to hear better. "What did you say? You are bothersome." Li Chang'an twisted his body, catching Zhou Mu off guard. With his grip still unrelenting, Zhou Mu instinctively leaned forward due to the force. Li Chang'an slightly bent his body, delivering a left hook to Zhou Mu's ribs. The impact caused Zhou Mu to instinctively recoil. Stepping forward, Li Chang'an launched a punch. Zhou Mu raised his left arm to block, but the defense seemed inadequate, as he could not keep pace with Li Chang'an's rhythm. Though he could see the incoming attack, he was always a beat too slow. But Li Chang'an altered his maneuver, retracting his fist to unleash an elbow strike. He would not waste time on his opponent's defenses. This elbow broke through Zhou Mu's guard and struck hard against his jaw. Zhou Mu stood rigid as a log before collapsing to the ground. Li Chang'an rubbed his shoulder, appearing displeased. It wasn't painful, merely nauseating. Zhang Chang opened his mouth several times, ultimately settling on a bitter smile. "You all wait here. I will report to the captain to prevent this guy from distorting the truth." Before departing, Zhang Chang offered Li Chang'an a slight smile. He initially intended to pat Li Chang'an's shoulder, but reconsidered after witnessing Zhou Mu's outcome. Hu Chai, being quite familiar, showed no psychological barriers. Wrapping an arm around Li Chang'an's shoulder with a smile. "Don't feel pressured. He brought this upon himself. We will only give him a verbal warning at most." "Pressure?" Li Chang'an nodded. Indeed, there was some pressure. If the roots of the problem were not eradicated, trouble would surely follow. Zhou Mu, with his undisguised pettiness, would undoubtedly seek to undermine him in the future. An opportunity to eliminate him must be found. Chapter 49. The purpose is to survive. Zhou Mu brought this upon himself. Indeed, a beating is merely a verbal warning. The last sentence was uttered by Haka. On the journey back, the atmosphere was harmonious, with Li Chang'an sandwiched in the middle. Compared to the newcomers in other teams, this group felt more like seasoned comrades. The military uniforms combined features from multiple nations before the apocalypse, resulting in a lack of distinctiveness, resembling the special forces attire of the Eastern continent, yet entirely different. The fabric was primarily made of mutated silk, along with some metals that Li Chang'an did not comprehend, capable of withstanding bullets from small-caliber firearms, ensuring warmth in winter and coolness in summer. There was no concern about fit, as he was naturally well built for clothing. Zhang Xiangzhuang returned to the barracks shortly after and immediately began to hurriedly pack his belongings. The captain indicated that they had a mission and they were to set out at once. Upon completion of the task, any transgressions would be absolved. The other three nodded, clearly accustomed to this routine. Zhang Xiangzhuang handed his packed backpack to Li Chang'an, saying, "This is yours. It contains water, military rations, and some other equipment I'll introduce to you along the way. First, let me take you to collect your weapons, and then we shall depart." Li Chang'an remained silent, merely nodding and following suit. Given his temperament, he still sought an opportunity to assassinate Zhou Mu, but for now, he decided to go along with the group. The process of collecting weapons was relatively simple. As a fresh recruit, he did not have access to firearms, so it was merely a choice among cold weapons, all of which were adequately varied in length and weight. Li Chang'an selected a saber of less than 3 feet in length, finding it well suited in both heft and balance. Of course, a heavier option would have been preferable, but standard issue did not permit much leeway. They took a vehicle towards the outer city, stopping roughly 5 kilometers away at a defensive post, from where they would have to proceed on foot. Once outside the military compound, conversation flourished among the group. We nearly got pushed back to the second city wall. Luckily, the Special Operations Unit arrived and executed a decapitation plan. As they spoke, Zhang Xiangzhuang recalled the differences between hunters and the military, explaining once more to Li Chang'an. Many beasts lack supernatural abilities, so we cannot apply human classifications. We categorize them into 4 levels: black, red, yellow, and blue, corresponding to the levels of supernatural abilities. However, their strengths are not equal. For instance, a red-level beast is roughly equivalent to 3 or 4 level 1 supernatural beings. Yet, the Special Operations Unit consists entirely of geniuses, and they cannot be assessed in the same manner. With their assistance, we can drive those beasts back to 10 kilometers away. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are there many beasts?" "More than you can imagine," Zhang Xiangzhuang sighed. "I have served as a soldier for 15 years, and the combined beast tides of the past 15 years do not compare to this one. In previous years, a red-level beast was considered the pinnacle of power, but this time, there are multiple black-level ones. If you encounter a red-level beast, do not hesitate, run immediately." Upon reaching the defensive station, Zhang Xiangzhuang parked the vehicle and led the 4 of them beyond the defensive line, heading towards the designated target approximately 3 kilometers ahead. "Captain, look over there," Hu Chai suddenly exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Following Hu Chai's pointing finger, Li Chang'an frowned and stealthily retreated a few steps, hiding behind Zhang Xiangzhuang. "That is the barbarian god of the Special Operations Unit. My idol. He has single-handedly killed a double-digit number of red-level beasts." Zhang Xiangzhuang was beside himself with excitement. Hu Chai swallowed hard. "No, the one next to him is boulder, isn't it? The leader of Team 1 in the Special Operations Unit. She is even more beautiful in person. Look at those legs, look at that waist." As the two prepared to approach for autographs, Li Chang'an quickly interjected, "Enough. Aren't we supposed to be executing a mission?" "Right." Zhang Xiangzhuang scratched his head sheepishly. "We are soldiers. Let's focus on the task at hand." The others nodded, somewhat embarrassed, and hurriedly followed, glancing back intermittently. Not far away, the barbarian god wrinkled his nose and sniffed the air, turning to look back. "What is the matter?" Boer, who was of similar height to the barbarian god, turned around but saw nothing unusual. "It seems I detected a familiar scent," the barbarian god said, frowning as he walked towards that direction. "That small team consisted of 4 people, right? Yet I smell the presence of 5. Curious." Boer followed, raising a finger to her brow and softly chanting, "Vision," her eyes instantly transforming into a golden purple hue. After a moment, Boer shook her head and said, "For supernatural energy fluctuations, you must have misinterpreted the scent." "Very well," the barbarian god replied, casting a deep glance before shaking his head. "Let us return." Boer nodded, glancing back in the direction of the barbarian god. Her vision was an ability that allowed her to perceive any fluctuations within a 3-kilometer radius. Yet, just near the 4 supernatural energy signatures, she had also seen a faint, elusive shadow of dark energy. However, there was no need to inform the barbarian god of this. After all, they were competitors. Boer failed to notice the subtle self-deprecating smile of the barbarian god. How could that fellow possibly be part of the lower-tier army? I must have been mistaken. 3 kilometers was inconsequential for the 5 individuals, but since the target was mobile, they could afford a brief respite while assessing its direction. The objective was a few wandering wolf deer, residing near the remnants of the first city wall, where producers had come to construct fortifications. They dwelled adjacent to the vanguard troops, safe unless the beast tide breached the foremost defenses. However, there had been numerous reports of producers going missing lately, seemingly snatched away during the night, with witnesses claiming it was the wolf deer responsible. All the intelligence was shared with Li Chang'an, and the 4 waited silently for him to speak, eager to witness his expertise. Li Chang'an shrugged. "They are indeed wolf deer, but not quite. The scent left at the scene is that of wolf deer. But wolf deer are creatures with the head of a wolf and the body of a deer. Their hind legs can overturn a truck. Though carnivorous, they are not fond of nighttime." Zhang Xiangzhuang pondered this. "Are you suggesting they do not hunt at night?" But wolves are nocturnal creatures, are they not? Precisely. Li Chang'an nodded in acknowledgement. Both wolves and deer can traverse the night, yet the deer prefer the safety of light to rest. Furthermore, deer are not inclined to attack humans. One rarely spots them amidst a beast tide. Upon reflection, the four of them nodded in agreement, recognizing their scarcity in such events. Li Chang'an continued, "Thus, I assert that while the traces left behind resemble those of a deer, the true culprit is not one. Moreover, these footprints appear chaotic, suggesting a hurried escape rather than a mere passage." Raising his gaze towards the nearby forest, he added, "Perhaps we may encounter an unexpected delight." "Very well. Let us return and report our findings," Zhang Qiangzhuang exclaimed, pulling Li Chang'an along as they made their way back. "What's the matter?" Li Chang'an was momentarily perplexed. "Shouldn't they be pursuing the trail?" "Chang'an," Zhang Qiangzhuang whispered, "do you know the secret to surviving on the battlefield? It can be summed up in one word." Without hesitation, Li Chang'an replied, "Courage." "No," Zhang Qiangzhuang shook his head earnestly. "You must remember, if there's only one word, it is certainly cowardice." Chapter 50. The tingling of the scalp. They had scarcely taken a few steps when Zhang Qiangzhuang found himself unable to move, as if a mighty mountain were standing before him, anchoring him in place. Upon seeing Li Chang'an's expression, he understood his thoughts. Over the years, he had encountered numerous fresh recruits, all wearing the same eager expression. It radiated a sense of anticipation, an innate sense of justice without needing external accolades. Yet, Li Chang'an's demeanor seemed distinct, resembling someone interrupted during an engrossing game. "I know what you wish to ask," Zhang Qiangzhuang sighed. New soldiers always harbor great expectations of the outside world, hoping to become heroes. As he began to elaborate, Li Chang'an furrowed his brows, his face a canvas of confusion. "I do not care about being a hero, but I promised a friend that I would return with a medal of honor. Hence I cannot afford to be cowardly." Momentarily taken aback, Zhang Qiangzhuang prepared to counter, but Li Chang'an was quicker. "You idolize the special forces because of their strength, do you not? There are many formidable individuals, yet your idols stand apart." Silence enveloped the group. No one could contest, yet none were convinced. Li Chang'an surveyed each of them, asserting, "You are not weak. At least at your level, the barbarian god was not significantly superior." "How do you know?" Zhang Qiangzhuang inquired, lifting his head. In a bid to correct Zhang Qiangzhuang's misconceptions, Li Chang'an opened up, "I have crossed blades with him, and in equal circumstances, I have bested him." "Seriously? No way." The disbelief was palpable among the four. They could hardly fathom that their new recruit had not only sparred with the prodigy of the special forces, but had triumphed. Li Chang'an quietly loosened his collar, pointing to the prominent scar on his chest. "This is his mark. Had he not healed, you would find another scar on my waist. Now it makes sense." Ma Hao mused. "I suspected your recent actions were somewhat unusual. You were deliberately avoiding him, weren't you?" "Indeed," Li Chang'an replied with a slight smile. "At that time, he was at the same level, yet after advancing, he pursued me. Now he has likely reached a higher rank. If he harbors a grudge, I cannot guarantee my escape. You may inquire about the scar on his waist." All eyes turned to Zhang Qiangzhuang, a fan of the barbarian god, and thus a credible source on the matter. "It is true," Zhang Qiangzhuang deliberated. "The idol bears a significant scar, which he has openly admitted was left by a formidable opponent." The sound of collective swallowing echoed as the camaraderie intensified. When teammates are exceptionally strong, it inevitably ignites a spirit of competition. Hu Chai hesitated. "Captain, shall we give it a try? We understand you mean well, but we too wish to test our mettle. After 3 years of service, I have yet to earn a single medal," Ma Hao lamented. "I feel a tinge of guilt holding onto my salary." Hakka clapped Zhang Qiangzhuang on the shoulder. "Captain, to be honest, I too wish to return home to cheers from young ladies." Their gazes converged on Hakka. "Is it strange for a 26-year-old to have such thoughts?" Hakka blushed and lowered his gaze. "Ah, so it's not aloofness, but rather a hidden yearning." Li Chang'an nodded in silent understanding, observing his comrades. Zhang Qiangzhuang realized he had never inquired about their opinions. Despite his intentions being for their benefit, was it truly kindness if imposed? "Let us give it a try." Zhang Qiangzhuang grinned, quickly adopting a serious demeanor. "However, if danger arises, you must heed my orders to retreat." "Agreed," Li Chang'an nodded. "We shall address any danger should it arise. For now, I do not sense any imminent threat." Li Chang'an was open to many things, yet cowardice was intolerable. He sought not only to experience the life of a soldier, but also to grow stronger. He had come to realize that mere physical training could only take him so far. Only when faced with death could one transcend their limits. He He lacked extraordinary abilities, and thus his potential was inherently lower than others. It was through repeated challenges against his limits that he could keep pace with the evolving times. Survival amidst death. He had lived by this principle since childhood, and there was nothing to fear. Li Chang'an had never experienced teamwork, yet he understood its significance. His actions against Zhou Mu were not solely due to annoyance, but also served as a testament to his commitment. As anticipated, he garnered the approval of the four. However, mere acceptance was insufficient. It was imperative to kindle their desire for battle. With the promise of victory and enticing rewards, one could ignite the yearning for combat. Power may be unequal, yet desire must be uniform. If aspirations differ, fissures are bound to emerge within any team. I seek neither power nor wealth, only shared honor. Thus, betrayal shall not befall us. In the future, Li Chang'an will comprehend the truth behind the saying. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be toppled by the wind. It is not those who err who are treated differently, but rather those who excel too greatly. Following the tracks of the wolves and deer, the 5 individuals ventured into the dense forest. Zhang Chang wished to transfer command to Li Chang'an, but Li firmly declined. You are the captain, and I am merely a team member. My intention in mentioning my encounter with the barbarian deity is to earn your trust, not to usurp your authority. Moreover, I am not skilled in leadership. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang reluctantly acquiesced. The veracity of Li Chang'an's encounter with the barbarian deity remained uncertain, yet at the very least, he was not someone one could easily dislike. Stopping before a tree, Li Chang'an noticed mottled bloodstains beneath it, and a 3-inch deep claw mark etched into the trunk. Comparing his palm to the claw mark, he asserted, "The wolves and deer have been pursued. The predator is a sizable creature, approximately 10 meters in length. Should we continue the chase?" Haka closed his eyes in concentration, and after a moment, opened them to reveal a mental disturbance less than a kilometer ahead. In Zhang Chang's mind, a creature of 10 meters already posed a significant threat. The strength of monsters is typically proportional to their size, but it also correlates with their pre-evolution dimensions. Take, for instance, the nearly 4-meter-tall African elephant, which can evolve to reach 40 meters. Thus, a 10-meter creature would merely be a juvenile, not particularly perilous. Of course, one would not encounter African elephants here. Under the expectant gazes of his companions, Zhang Chang gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us pursue." "Very well, we must hasten our pace. If the wind remains unchanged, we will remain in the advantageous position, and the creature may detect us first," Li Chang'an replied, leading the charge while explaining the situation. Most monsters possess a low level of intelligence, retaining primitive predatory instincts. They tend to hide downwind to evade the prey's sense of smell. Therefore, we require a surprise attack. A decisive blow is essential. If the initial encounter fails to inflict substantial damage, we must withdraw without hesitation. Zhang Chang concurred with this strategy. As they drew closer to their target, a foul stench permeated the air, allowing Li Chang'an to deduce the nature of their quarry. A millipede. Precisely, an 11-meter-long millipede. This creature must be vanquished before it induces nausea. Chapter 51. A clash. As the group marveled at the terrifying creature before them, Li Chang'an had already leaped into action. As he had articulated, they occupied the advantageous position. If their assault did not come swiftly, the roles of hunter and prey would quickly reverse. Thus, Li Chang'an acted without hesitation, his speed surging as he covered the remaining 5 meters, leaping atop the millipede's head. With a fierce downward strike, he severed the creature's 2 antennae, yet his horizontal blade shattered into 2 pieces, with the remaining half plunging decisively into the multitude of eyes. Accompanied by the millipede's anguished shriek, Li Chang'an leaped down and bellowed to his still-dazed companions, "Fire!" Ma Hao, as if awakening from a dream, hastily retrieved his semi-automatic grenade launcher from his waist and promptly pulled the trigger. Judging by Ma Hao's aim, Li Chang'an anticipated that this first shot would not yield a lethal impact, and he frowned as he withdrew to the side. Indeed, the hasty trigger pull resulted in flames and an explosion that merely cracked the millipede's exoskeleton, inflicting minimal damage. The millipede advanced rapidly towards the group, its speed astonishing. Zhang Chang bellowed, muscles taut against his military uniform, arms raised to intercept the millipede's razor-like legs. After a brief delay, Hu Chai stood atop the millipede, his dagger striking thrice in a single second, slicing through the creature's single eye like a soft-boiled egg. Blood rained down as the millipede thrashed violently. Zhang Chang's tactical gloves torn by the sharp legs, leaving him acutely aware of the scratches on his bones. "Quickly, I can't hold on any longer," he exclaimed. At that moment, The sound of a sniper rifle rang out, causing the millipede to rear back in agony, hurling Hu Chai away. A bullet penetrated the millipede's gaping maw, piercing its head, yet it remained alive. The creature's massive venomous fangs lunged towards Zhang Chang, forcing him to relinquish his grasp on the leg and roll away to evade the deadly bite. Before he could rise, he felt a sudden lightness at his waist. Li Chang'an had stealthily snatched Zhang Chang's short knife from behind him. Ma Hao, don't stop. Aim for the joint where its exoskeleton connects, Li Chang'an commanded, once again charging towards the millipede. Not far away, Haka had readied his sniper rifle, his role as the team's eyes and ears concluding. Now was the time to demonstrate his marksmanship. It is worth noting that his first shot had already pierced the millipede's head. Nonetheless, the resilience of insects is astonishingly formidable. Zhang Chang swiftly regained his footing, having gleaned Li Chang'an's intentions. There was no time for retreat. Bet your life on it. Let us test the fervor of manhood. Li Chang'an's voice resonated from beneath the millipede, a phrase borrowed from a television program he once watched, uncertain of its efficacy, but worth a try nonetheless. The short knife pierced the junction of the millipede's underbelly, which was notably more fragile than its carapace, yet still not easily penetrable by a mere dagger. Faced with such a colossal adversary, Li Chang'an could only aim to gradually wear it down, such as by slicing the joints to induce bleeding. Evading the sharp legs proved no simple task. He sensed them slicing past him, even the sturdy military uniform yielding easily to their sharpness. Blood gushed from the gaping wound as Li Chang'an clambered onto the millipede's back, gripping one of the legs tightly and pulling it in the opposite direction. In pain, the millipede turned its head, exposing its venomous fangs. Before the fangs could close in, Li Chang'an clenched his teeth and, without looking back, managed to break the leg. As I turned back, I saw Zhang Zhuang, a robust figure charging towards me, his bloodied hands firmly gripping the venomous fangs. Even as they pressed ever closer to his chest, Li Chang'an seized Zhang Zhuang's shoulder, climbing up, his feet planted upon Zhang Zhuang's shoulder, leaping once more towards the centipede, his dagger piercing through the gap between the fangs and the gums, if the centipede even possessed gums. Retreat. With Li Chang'an's resounding shout, Zhang Zhuang instinctively complied. Releasing his grip and stepping back without a moment's hesitation, Li Chang'an struck the hilt of his knife forcefully, causing the entire blade to vanish at the juncture of the fangs and the bloodied maw, rendering the fangs unable to close for a brief period. He rolled and leapt down, already foreseeing his fate. In the next moment, the centipede's legs would pierce through his chest, and while airborne, he would attempt to evade the fatal blow. Yet he could also see Haka had already pulled the trigger, while Ma Hao infused his weapon with supernatural energy. At the instant he was impaled, the centipede would perish. A gunshot rang out, the sniper's bullet striking the base of the centipede's leg, which was approximately 5 meters long, causing it to fall, flesh and blood spraying as Li Chang'an's body grazed the centipede and fell to the ground. Hu Chai appeared beside Li Chang'an, hoisting him up and fleeing. At that moment, Ma Hao also squeezed the trigger, the semi-automatic grenade launcher erupting in a cacophony, mingled with the anguished shrieks of the centipede. Fortune favors the bold. Hu Chai chattered incessantly, dropping Li Chang'an onto the grass, gasping for breath. Why? Li Chang'an rose, his mouth agape. Why didn't you shoot? Zhang Zhuang responded, but doing so might result in your demise. I don't know what means you have to preserve your life, but we cannot gamble with yours. Li Chang'an found himself at a loss for words. From their perspective, was such a choice truly justifiable? The sniper rifle fired again, Haka demonstrating his precision yet again. With 2 consecutive shots, the bullet once more entered the centipede's mouth, piercing its brain. Li Chang'an furrowed his brows. It intends to flee. It won't escape, Ma Hao grinned, loading a red bullet into the magazine. Let it taste the fear that even my enchanted bullets instill. The gun's barrel ignited, and in the next instant, flames erupted across the centipede's exoskeleton, its already fractured carapace crumbling like a potato chip. The massive 11-meter body fractured amidst the centipede's cries, the 2 uneven segments still writhing. The resilience of life was evident. However, the intensity of its struggle visibly diminished. We cannot allow it to cry out. If there are others of its kind nearby, it will attract them, Li Chang'an frowned. Glancing at the grenades on Ma Hao's belt, Li Chang'an took one and handed it to Hu Chai. I will create an opportunity for you. Toss this into its mouth, and then blink away. What could possibly? Hu Chai's words were cut short as Li Chang'an charged towards the centipede. Gritting his teeth, Hu Chai had no choice but to follow suit. The wildly thrashing legs of the centipede were, in Li Chang'an's eyes, actually predictable, Mindless creatures inspire no fear, whether human or beast. Amidst the storm of blades, Li Chang'an flitted about like a butterfly. His movements lacked grace, yet perfectly evaded each assault. To the astonishment of the three onlookers, Li Chang'an ascended the centipede's exoskeleton. Confronted by this elusive foe, the centipede's remaining intellect drove it to lunge recklessly at Li Chang'an. Now, Li Chang'an bellowed, diving towards the centipede's gaping maw, his hands clutching the venomous fangs. The grenade flew from Hu Chai's hand, landing squarely in the centipede's mouth, while Li Chang'an hurled himself towards Hu Chai. After a 3-second delay, the two found themselves beside Zhang Zhuang and the others. Behind them, the explosion mingled with the stench of blood and flesh. The battle concluded with the use of firearms. Chapter 52. I must achieve merit. This was a matter worthy of celebration, yet not a time for festivities. Initially, I had severed the centipede's antennae, preventing it from directly calling for its kin, but now the stench of blood was overpowering, bound to attract nearby monsters. After this battle, the group was firmly convinced of Li Chang'an's professional caliber, even though Haka had not sensed any psychic waves nearby. Zhang Zhuang promptly organized the scene, instructing to photograph it first, then to collect some of the centipede's limbs, as a report would need to be written upon their return. Several corpses of deer wolves lay scattered about. Those unfortunate creatures had been slaughtered one by the centipede, and it was only due to the centipede's focus on feeding that Li Chang'an had managed to strike it from an advantageous position. The location was sent to the intelligence department, and soon personnel from the logistics department would arrive to recover the centipede's remains. Upon receiving feedback from the intelligence department, Zhang Zhuang and the others could depart. If they were hunters, they would merely take the most valuable parts of the centipede and swiftly retreat. However, being part of the military, Li Chang'an adhered to protocol, patiently awaiting Zhang Zhuang's arrangements before departing with the team. On the return journey, everyone wore expressions of joy. Li Chang'an had thoughts to share, but recalling the television shows he had watched, he felt it inappropriate to dampen the group's enthusiasm. Nonetheless, Zhang Zhuang did not shy away from the topic. Hu Chai, your initial strike was too slow, and the timing and positioning were off. Ma Hao interjected, in battle, one must maintain composure. Moreover, you are the team's firepower support. Your carelessness could even endanger your teammates. Haka had no major faults. Li Chang'an chuckled. You usually choose the path of retreat. It's rare for you to take the initiative, so it's only natural that there would be some awkwardness in coordination. I haven't even mentioned you yet. Zhang Zhuang's eyes narrowed. Do you not consider your teammates when you strike? Hunters do not act alone. You must temper your individual heroism. After a brief moment of surprise, Li Chang'an replied earnestly, I apologize. I will amend my ways. Li Chang'an's overly serious demeanor caused Zhang Zhuang to feel a bit bashful. It's all right. After all, we achieved significant gains today. It's normal for a first collaboration to have some flaws. The most talkative, Hu Chai chimed in, indeed. This centipede must be of the red rank. Not only did we successfully hunt it, but none of us suffered significant injuries, except for you. In truth, Zhang Chang was also injured, but his robust physique allowed for a swift recovery. The focus of everyone's concern, however, remained on Li Chang'an. It's just a minor injury. It will heal quickly. Li Chang'an waved his hand dismissively, explaining that the wound on his back did not affect the bone. It was merely a superficial injury. By the way, is this centipede of the red grade? Reflecting on past experiences, Li Chang'an vaguely recalled having slain 2 centipedes before, one of which was similar in size to this one. Is the red grade merely this? The timings of the trials varied. Occasionally, Li Chang'an would find himself with leisure time to engage in hunting and earn a bit of money. Undoubtedly a red grade, Zhang Chang replied without hesitation. Showing no need for contemplation, he presented the watches worn on the wrists of several individuals, adding, this is a microcomputer that allows for the inquiry of monster data. Of course, this is limited to monsters that humanity has previously investigated. New species can also have their data collected and uploaded for rewards. With a few taps on the interface, the image of the centipede appeared, displaying its ranking as 103rd among the red grade. Although it was ranked towards the bottom of the red grade monsters, it was still a red grade. Aside from the good equipment Chang'an brought, our luck is also commendable. After all, the centipede is a single attribute monster with only one characteristic, sheer physical strength. Indeed, a physically formidable monster can be dealt with heavy firepower. But if we encounter one with extreme speed, we might be in trouble. Li Chang'an felt a twinge of confusion. Was the Empire truly so idle? Not only gathering intelligence, but also maintaining a ranking system? Some of this information must have been sourced from hunters, right? Let's celebrate upon our return, discussing as we feast. The success of this battle had a considerable element of luck. Do not let it inflate your egos. As the captain and elder mentor, Zhang Chang felt obliged to correct the mindset of his team. Li Chang'an awkwardly raised his hand only to let it drop again. Can I receive a medal for slaying this? The others exchanged glances, all breaking into smiles. That won't do, Hu Chai remarked, patting Li Chang'an on the shoulder, unabashedly amused by his naivety. Ma Hao added, individual kills of red-grade monsters qualify. But we achieved this as a team. The conversation took a strange turn, and the atmosphere chilled considerably. Li Chang'an seemed oblivious to the shift in mood and continued. So how does one earn a medal for a team kill? There are no medals for achievements below grade 2. Medals commence from grade 2 onward. To reach grade 2, we must slay at least 5 red-grade monsters. Zhang Chang spoke while surveying the group with an unprecedented seriousness. Chang'an is not the type to falter like Zhou Mu. After a brief silence, Hako was the first to break it. I believe in Chang'an. Yes, that punch he threw at Zhou Mu was truly impressive. It was an elbow strike, not a punch. Doesn't matter, it was still impressive. The atmosphere regained its vigor. At that moment, Li Chang'an seemed to grasp something, yet paradoxically, he felt blissfully ignorant, merely experiencing an inexplicable sense of joy. Upon reaching the defense station, they could submit the samples and data collected, as well as replenish supplies. Unfortunately, Li Chang'an had no spare clothing. He had only 4 sets, and the rest were back in the camp. He lacked the time to return for a change. As the new mission was issued upon their arrival at the defense station. By the way, could someone help Chang'an retrieve his watch? New recruits receive theirs after completing their first mission, Hu Chai explained while munching on a biscuit. The regulation states that it can only be claimed after the review is completed, but since we have ongoing missions, it's perfectly fine to retrieve it early. Li Chang'an nodded, waiting patiently. After a moment of silence, Hu Chai reminded him, you need to go with someone to claim your watch. Oh, Li Chang'an exclaimed as if awakening from a dream, glancing around. Who will accompany me? I'll take you, Ma Hao smiled, leading the way, as the captain was still busy with the task at hand. Following Ma Hao, Li Chang'an casually surveyed his surroundings, surprised to see that the defense station offered so many resources. It seemed the Empire intended to establish a new front line here. The defense station would likely be swiftly developed into a new military camp in the near future, especially since the military camps outside the second wall were not adequately equipped and evidently not meant for long-term use. Upon arriving at the watch collection point, Li Chang'an understood why Ma Hao was leading him there. That's my sister. Ma Hao pointed to a girl surrounded by 7 or 8 computers. She is my most important sister. Li Chang'an observed a sense of pride on Ma Hao's face. Ma Hao quickened his pace, waving and calling out, Zhenshi, I brought a comrade to collect supplies. Ma Zhenshi? Li Chang'an chuckled softly. Ma Hao's brother was named Ma Hao, while his sister was named Ma Zhenshi. Clearly, their parents had not put much thought into naming them. Yet, it was quite endearing. Chapter 53. What is a straight man? Hearing the commotion, the girl turned her head, waving her hands in delight. Brother, Ma Hao beamed as he introduced. This is our team's newcomer, Li Chang'an. Don't be fooled by his newcomer status. He is incredibly capable. This is my younger sister, Ma Zhenshi. Li Chang'an smiled and nodded in greeting. Hello, I hope you will take good care of my brother. Ma Zhenshi formally bowed slightly, which made Li Chang'an feel a bit awkward. No need to be so formal. Chang'an is one of us. Ma Hao grinned widely, holding his head high. He has already completed his first task with the team. I brought him to collect a watch. Ma Zhenshi handed Li Chang'an a tablet, saying with a smile, just register your fingerprint and iris. It will take 15 minutes. Unless someone has higher authority, no one else can operate this. It's called a micro-tactical computer. Regardless of the name, Li Chang'an followed her instructions, recording his fingerprint and then his iris on a device resembling an eye. Subsequently, his personal information appeared on the tablet. Name, Li Chang'an. Date of birth, Imperial Calendar Year 01, February 18th. Ability level, grade, not tested. Li Chang'an frowned, pointing at the parentheses. What does not tested mean? It refers to the enlistment assessment. Ma Hao casually explained that new recruits would undergo an assembly test a month after enlistment, primarily to assess their progress, as hidden talents might emerge. Li Chang'an was taken aback by this unexpected procedure. His unique ability, derived from his gloves, could not withstand scrutiny. If subjected to testing, he was likely to be exposed, yet no mention of this step had been included in the documents he had previously reviewed. Unbeknownst to him, his unease went unnoticed by others, as Ma Zhenshi continued his rambling. Brother, You should transfer to logistics. Your patrol unit is far too perilous. Although you won't have to scale the city walls, what if you happen to encounter a gathering of beasts? Ma Zhenshi remarked. You've been in the patrol unit for 3 years without any notable achievements. You're merely passing the days. I'd feel more at ease if you were in logistics. Faced with his sister's blunt commentary, Ma Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment and retorted loudly, who is just passing the days. This time, we took down a red-tier beast as a squad. Ma Zhenshi turned in surprise, quickly stifling a chuckle. You're full of it. If it were a red-tier beast, Captain Zhang would have certainly led you all to safety. Li Chang'an, standing nearby, discreetly averted his gaze, suppressing a smile. Zhang Chang was notorious for his cowardice. You're not wrong, Ma Hao admitted, his pride deflating. He scratched his head awkwardly. The captain indeed considered fleeing, but Chang'an stopped him. After hearing what he had to say, we decided to give it a shot. Ma Zhenshi looked at Li Chang'an with curiosity, then quickly lowered her gaze. It was primarily due to Li Chang'an's fierce countenance, particularly when he wasn't smiling. What did you say to my brother and the others? Li Chang'an pondered. I forgot. I forgot too, Ma Hao chuckled. It was all very passionate, quite invigorating to hear. During their conversation, Li Chang'an's tactical watch was prepared and handed to him by Ma Zhenshi, who lowered his voice, saying, I don't care about my brother's achievements. I just want him to survive. If you seek glory, why not join another team? He's my only family left. I'm sorry, but please leave. Li Chang'an paused, accepting the watch and putting it on. What are you two talking about? Ma Hao, wandering aimlessly, turned to sense the unusual atmosphere. Nothing, Ma Zhenshi replied. Tucking her hair behind her ear, her smile radiant. Li Chang'an lifted his head. She wants me to leave this team, fearing that my aggressiveness might endanger you all. Ma Zhenshi abruptly turned to face Li Chang'an, astonished that he would divulge everything. Are you still a man? Ha ha. Ma Hao burst into unexpected laughter. Don't be mad. My sister is just like that. Initially, she opposed my joining the patrol unit, but when she learned that my captain was Zhang Chang, she eventually relented. Despite not being present, Zhang Chang was often blamed. Under the intense gaze of his sister, Ma Hao's laughter faded, and he sighed, a bittersweet smile on his face. Sis, you never asked me what I wanted. When you were younger, if I had died, you would have been left to fend for yourself. I couldn't even dare to enlist. Now that you're grown, even if I'm gone one day, you can take care of yourself. It's time for me to pursue my dreams. With a strained gesture, Ma Hao put his arm around Li Chang'an's shoulder and smiled back as they walked away. Watching her brother's retreating figure, Ma Zhenshi found herself at a loss for words. In their teenage years, her brother had been as tall as he was now, but malnutrition and arduous labor had stunted his growth, and he had never grown taller since. Now, she had surpassed him by half a head, while he remained the same as ever, aging and weary without the gifts of time. Li Chang'an contemplated for a moment and reciprocated by draping his arm over Ma Hao's shoulder to prevent him from surreptitiously standing on tiptoe. So what is your dream? Ma Hao grinned widely. I aspire to become a marshal. After a lengthy pause, Li Chang'an hesitated before speaking. Has anyone ever told you that your dream is rather unrealistic? Has anyone ever told you that you are quite the straightforward fellow? What does straightforward mean? Does it mean honest? No. Upon returning to their teammates, they encountered Zhang Chang approaching, whose expression suggested he bore unfortunate news. Indeed, as Zhang Chang spoke, the 3 others, excluding Li Chang'an, furrowed their brows. We have a rescue mission. A reconnaissance team has gone missing in the north. 4 individuals lost contact with the command center in under a minute, and the enemy's details remain unknown. Our objective is to rescue any surviving members. If none are alive, we must retrieve their recording equipment. Zhang Chang took a deep breath. We may be targeted. Li Chang'an was perplexed. What did the mission have to do with being targeted? Due to his sister's remarks, Ma Hao unconsciously drew closer to Li Chang'an and explained, we are an auxiliary team of the patrol unit, primarily tasked with eliminating threats within the safe zone. For instance, the centipede from today, when necessary, we must confront the beast tied on the battlefield. However, rescue missions are generally reserved for elite teams or special forces. It shouldn't fall to us. Zhang Chang nodded in agreement and continued, a 4-member team was annihilated without any chance to retaliate. If we go, we are likely to meet the same fate. I just heard that Zhou Mu has an uncle in the strategic department of the command center, and this mission was directly assigned by them, citing that we are the closest to the target location. Hu Chai fumed, damn it. What kind of ability is it to use connections to send us to our deaths? Li Chang'an bit his nails, hesitating. Chang'an, do you have any ideas? Zhang Chang prompted, and all eyes turned to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an, initially uncertain about speaking up, felt a surge of trust in his teammates, and said, "What if we pretend to set out, and then I turn back halfway to eliminate Zhou Mu?" After a brief silence, the four realized Li Chang'an was not joking, and panic ensued. "Absolutely not. No way. They're right. Calm down. You can't say such things in the military." Li Chang'an nodded slightly. "All right. Let us set off first and discuss further along the way." The four of them, wiping the cold sweat from their brows, finally realized something was amiss with Li Chang'an. This fellow lacked common sense. Chapter 54. Man, Hand, Cat. They continued on foot, with not even a night's rest granted, the reason being the urgency of the mission, which prohibited the squad from lingering at the defense station. Within a minute, all four would perish, with no useful intelligence obtained. The species of the enemy remained a mystery, almost indicating that the mission was akin to a death sentence. The faces of the group were grim, save for Li Chang'an, who pondered on a means of survival. Unless Zhou Mu had unparalleled connections, a mission that was certain to lead to death would not be entrusted to their squad. The military was not devoid of reason. Thus, there must be a way out. Li Chang'an's self-talk drew the attention of several others. Sensing their gazes, he spoke candidly. "I believe the mission is not as perilous as described. Otherwise, it should not have been assigned to us." After a lengthy pause, the contemplative Zhang Chang nodded. "Indeed. The intelligence department assesses the risk level of missions. We must have just met the minimum requirement. Unless General Lin personally intervenes, no one can command a squad to their demise." The remaining three still wore frowns. Hu Chai, distressed, rubbed his forehead. "Even if the captain says so, we see no glimmer of hope. Are we to gamble on luck, hoping not to encounter that murderer? Nonsense. Meeting them would mean certain death." Li Chang'an halted, a spark igniting in his eyes. "Let us camp near the target location, and I will scout the vicinity of the mission site." "No way," Zhang Chang interjected, his brow furrowing. "You promised to change. Personal heroism should not manifest on the battlefield." Li Chang'an immediately countered, "This is not personal heroism. My safety is greater if I go alone. Given our inability to resist the enemy, my going alone is hardly different from us all going together. And I can maneuver more effectively. My concealment skills are truly commendable, even surpassing my close combat abilities. Trust me this once." Zhang Chang was rendered speechless, unable to rebut. He simply struggled to accept the idea of his teammate venturing out alone into danger. Hu Chai timidly spoke up. Chang'an mentioned his close combat skills were decent, and then, "Very well," Zhang Chang ultimately relented. "But you must promise me that if you sense anything amiss, you will flee immediately. We will provide covering fire for you." With an agreement reached, Li Chang'an felt considerably relieved. He was not adept at leading so many. Unless everyone could match his abilities, it was a burden. His limit had already been stretched with Wen Anren in the trial. Any additional members would only be a hindrance. Hastening his pace, the squad was less than 2 kilometers from the target location before nightfall. Given that the disappearance had occurred 6 hours prior and the nature and strength of the enemy remained uncertain, 2 kilometers was indeed a risky endeavor. Li Chang'an halted his companions, and without dissent, they chose a more open area to set camp. They gathered logs or stones by the campfire, adding their portable blankets for warmth. As darkness descended, a well-fed Li Chang'an knew it was time to depart. "Remember, should any danger arise, signal immediately. We will provide covering fire. As soon as we see you, we will retreat." Zhang Chang still harbored some unease. Li Chang'an nodded, offering a resolute gaze before stepping into the darkness. Haka maintained his powers, keeping a 200-meter radius for caution. "We may have underestimated Chang'an," Haka shrugged, speaking less since his persona had crumbled. "His concealment is formidable, even surpassing his close combat skills. Can you imagine? A person can diminish their mental fluctuations when he acts. He harbors no distractions. As long as his mind is clear, even his mental waves become sporadic, yet a normal person cannot achieve such clarity. This might be the best news heard today, enough to uplift spirits." Strolling through the darkness, Li Chang'an felt invigorated, as if he were born for the shadows. While the moonlit path appeared hazy to most, Li Chang'an felt otherwise. Every sound in the forest, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of insects, the whisper of the wind, guided him, and he reveled in the tranquility of the night. In the darkness, he revealed his fangs. 2 kilometers was neither long nor short, within mere minutes. Li Chang'an paused beside a large tree. He sensed no immediate danger, yet a strong scent of blood permeated the air. The stench was not localized but wafted throughout the surrounding forest, from the treetops to the ground, omnipresent. It was likely that no one had been left intact. Pondering this, Li Chang'an cautiously approached the target site, mindful of every twig and dried leaf beneath his feet. After taking a dozen steps, he halted as he spotted a severed body hanging from a branch just 2 steps away, the lower half missing. Judging by the clothing, it seemed to belong to the missing squad. The severance appeared to be the work of some grotesque creature, and no sign of the other half was visible. The face of the corpse bore the lingering terror from its final moments. Activating the recorder on his shoulder, Li Chang'an advanced further. In the span of 30 paces, he encountered a hand, a foot, internal organs, and half a chewed skull. The beast that had done this was somewhat selective in its appetite. As he took a few more steps, the scene before him opened up, revealing a small clearing where a blood-colored beast lay among scattered corpses. It seemed just finished eating and was now dozing off. With the moonlight as his guide, Li Chang'an squinted to observe. Externally, it appeared to be a feline creature, approximately 5 meters in length, not including the tail, and standing around 2 meters tall at the shoulder. At that moment, it was snoring. Though it was identified as a feline, this was no mere guess. Despite the absence of fur, its massive cat-like face resembled flesh twisted into ropes, which were themselves entwined to form a head. Between the gaps of the ropes, there seemed to linger something akin to closed eyes. What rendered Li Chang'an breathless were the 2 arms upon the creature's shoulders. Human arms, not merely attached, but distinctly sprouting from flesh and blood. In stark contrast to the beast's colossal form, the 2 arms resembled underdeveloped, deformed limbs. Li Chang'an glanced at his watch. He had never encountered such a peculiar monster. And alas, his watch offered no answers. Instinctively compelled to flee, he recognized that it was the unknown that incited terror. This feline beast was no longer merely fearsome. He had never witnessed a human form entwined with a monster. Without uttering a sound, Li Chang'an kept his gaze fixed on the creature as he slowly retreated. A heavy breath escaped the monster. It flicked its tail, releasing a wave of fetid air that stirred the fallen leaves on the ground. Countless eyes opened between the bloody ropes, all gazing simultaneously at Li Chang'an. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, drawing a signal flare from his waist and launching it skyward. 3 successive shots signified the highest level of danger, the black alert. The rancid scent wafted against his neck, and in silence, the cat-like head drew near to Li Chang'an. By the campfire, several individuals wrapped themselves in blankets. Hu Chai skewered military rations on a sharpened stick, roasting them over the flames. Perhaps we should move a bit closer. I still harbor some concerns, Zhang Chang sighed, feeling it was only prudent. Especially since today marked Li Chang'an's first day of enlistment. How could they leave everything to him? Ma Hao tightened his blanket around himself, exposing only his head, while beneath the blanket, he infused bullets with special abilities before handing them to his comrades. Apart from Li Chang'an, who had yet to receive his firearm, the other 4 possessed their own standard-issue rifles. Absent specific requisites, all soldiers were typically equipped with a rifle and a handgun, though some opted out. In this era of extraordinary abilities, conventional firearms often paled in comparison. For many wielders, they could be more of an encumbrance. Charles, possessing dual abilities, required no conventional weaponry at all. He was akin to a walking artillery platform, capable of leveling a city within 10 hours if unopposed. However, with Ma Hao's presence in the squad, the enchanted bullets he crafted could retain their magical properties for 3 to 4 hours, enabling them to be shared among teammates. Let us not go. Chang'an asked us to trust him, and we can certainly trust our comrades, Ma Hao said, polishing a grenade the size of his fist. Haka mechanically nodded in agreement. Old Ma is right. Let us prepare to support him. Indeed, Hu Chai remarked, just as he tossed a roasted military ration into his mouth, noticing the distant sky illuminated by the flare's fireworks. 1 flare, it seemed, was not enough. 3. A black-level danger alert. Upon feeling the creature's breath upon his neck, Li Chang'an did not hesitate to pivot, launching a powerful kick against the creature's body. Utilizing the recoil to propel himself backward, he turned just in time to see the monster gazing up at the fireworks in the sky. Instantly, all attention focused on the signal flare at Li Chang'an's waist. Phototropic and highly intelligent. In a fleeting moment, he gleaned partial information and continued his flight. Unfamiliarity with his watch cost him precious seconds before he could share his location with his comrades. Yet, he knew he must survive until assistance arrived. But it was no easy feat. A fierce wind surged from behind him. Li Chang'an leaped forward to evade it. His military uniform, capable of withstanding small-caliber bullets, was shredded. And under the claws, it fared no better than tofu. His landing spot was a tree, wide enough for a person to embrace. Upon hitting the ground, He rolled behind the tree, hoping to evade his pursuer. The outcome, however, was that the tree, over 30 centimeters thick, was severely clawed by the beast, groaning under the strain as it slowly toppled. Behind the tree, Li Chang'an had vanished from sight. As he fled ahead, Li Chang'an noted that the creature's hearing and sense of smell were not particularly acute. However, a glance back immediately drew the monster's focus, and Li Chang'an was certain of its remarkable perception. While sight is intangible, one can feel when being watched, a manifestation of awareness. The claw that severed half the tree trunk bore testament to its strength and ferocity. Each time it pursued Li Chang'an, it arrived ahead of him, demonstrating its speed. Yet, its reflexes seemed slightly delayed. This unknown beast could easily obliterate the previous centipede. The two were utterly incomparable. Given the current pace, Li Chang'an anticipated being caught again within 3 seconds and began to consider his next hiding spot. As for counterattacking, that was a fantasy, without means of suppression. Any retaliation would be tantamount to courting death. If faced with a human, Li Chang'an might contemplate a trade of injuries. The anticipated gust of wind approached from the right. Li Chang'an was ready this time, dodging left in the same direction as the wind. The unsuspecting forest would absorb this claw strike for him. Yet, a pressure from the left signaled that the beast had learned from its initial failure, adapting its approach by employing Li Chang'an's own tactics. The initial assessment of its intelligence had been an insult. There was no escape. Li Chang'an's mind raced. Even the swiftest claw could not outpace his thoughts. He understood that a tiger's embrace would cleave him in two. In the next instant, he would be no different from the corpses hanging from the trees. If evasion was not an option, the best course was to confront it head-on. Li Chang'an retreated, feeling the claw leave bloody marks across his chest and abdomen. Yet it did not claim his life. Behind him loomed a gaping maw, and as initially surmised, the creature failed to react immediately. Otherwise, it would have bitten down on his head. As the monstrous creature opened its gaping maw, Li Chang'an gazed into the abyss-like throat, smiling as he hurled the signal flare from his hand, which vanished into the depths. A tremendous roar erupted from the cavernous mouth before him. Li Chang'an quickly shielded his ears and retreated. The flare contained magnesium powder and white phosphorus, and the type he carried could be launched without any apparatus. It had now detonated within the creature's belly. A brilliant white light emanated from the gaping maw, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning, which further solidified Li Chang'an's resolve to flee. Though the illumination flare could serve as an incendiary device, it still failed to slay the beast. Perhaps it truly would perish. Drawing a deep breath, a manic glint began to shimmer in Li Chang'an's eyes. He adjusted his watch to the intercom channel and cleared his throat, instantly eliciting the captain's voice from the other end. "Are you injured? We have called for reinforcements. Make your way to us, and we will cover you." How wonderful it felt to be cared for. Li Chang'an chuckled softly. "I'm fine for now, Captain. Remember what I'm about to say. These are all our achievements." Sensing something amiss, a heavy, robust breath emanated from the creature, but Li Chang'an was not left waiting. The captain's brief acknowledgement came swiftly. Li Chang'an meticulously summarized the characteristics of the beast into concise phrases, sending them along with the recorded footage. Without granting the captain a moment for reflection, Li Chang'an imparted his final instructions. "Next, I will toss my watch into the creature's belly and lure it into an open area. You shall bombard the coordinates." The call ended abruptly. Captain Zhang, clutching his weapon, felt an internal struggle. He had anticipated that after hearing Li Chang'an's words, he could depart without a guilty conscience. But it seemed otherwise. "Captain, what is going on?" Ma Hao could no longer contain his impatience. Zhang raised his head, his expression peculiar. The three had never witnessed such a countenance on their captain. The man, who typically opted for cowardice, now bore a look of resignation mixed with exhilaration. "Listen closely. My will is tucked within the compartment of my pillow, and I have no family. The rest is left to you little rascals. Now, as your captain, heed my final command. Get the hell away from here. Retreat as far as you can." Chapter 56. Always a step behind the watch was accurately flung into the creature's gaping maw, and Li Chang'an's pace did not falter as he continued to flee. Initially relying on the forest's terrain, he barely managed to escape from the wrathful claws of the beast. However, as the creature sustained injuries, it became frenzied, recklessly crashing through the slender trees in pursuit. The specter of death loomed ever closer, and cold sweat trickled down Li Chang'an's brow. A gaping wound had marred his back during the battle with the centipede, and now his clothing lay in tatters, revealing 3 additional bloody marks across his back. Li Chang'an felt as though he was confronting not merely a monster, but a seasoned adversary whose strength eclipsed his own, far more perilous than any human foe. Humanity had long since lost its primal instincts. Another claw descended upon him, but rather than leaping aside as before, Li Chang'an merely shifted his body slightly, evading the strike as the razor-sharp talon extended mere centimeters. He had anticipated the beast's feints, thus choosing minimal movements that conserved his energy. To leap away would deplete his stamina further and risk a devastating blow in the process. Despite possessing intelligence that rivaled, if not exceeded, that of humans, the creature remained a beast, having claimed fewer lives than Li Chang'an had monsters. The disparity was vast. Moreover, in terms of the experience of overcoming the odds, it fell woefully short. Were it not for the creature's unmatched speed and strength, Li Chang'an would have found his task considerably easier. His evasive maneuvers were reliant solely on anticipation. "Help me." A voice from behind nearly caused Li Chang'an to stumble. "It hurts. Help me." Even without turning around, he could discern the source of the voice. Could this monster speak human language? Despite knowing that some creatures could mimic human sounds to lure prey, and recalling urban legends of similar monsters, he had never encountered one with such a precise articulation, even bearing a hint of a northern accent. No, rather than mere imitation. This voice seemed to belong to a reconnaissance team member previously devoured. As Li Chang'an pondered, another cry echoed behind him. "Don't go. Why won't you save me? I'm not dead yet." Not an imitation. It could replicate the voices of those it consumed. Was it attempting to use human words to disorient him? That notion was gravely misguided. The demise of those unrelated to me is of no concern. However, this presented a splendid opportunity. Concealing a smile, Li Chang'an feigned hesitation, momentarily halting his steps. Sure enough, the creature seized the chance, its claws descending upon him. Should it connect, it could likely crush his skull into his chest cavity. But it was merely a feint. Li Chang'an twisted his body, the talons grazing his shoulder and tearing away a small piece of flesh. In that instant, Li Chang'an drew his dagger, a razor-sharp blade acquired from the captain, though its only flaw was its shorter length. He thrust upward into the creature's skull. There was no time to assess the outcome. Li Chang'an turned and fled once more, hearing the creature's furious roar behind him. He confirmed that his strike had indeed made an impact. Yet, the creature's speed seemed to surge anew, making Li Chang'an's evasions increasingly strenuous. Why was the support from the military so excruciatingly slow? Did they truly intend to watch him perish? At that moment, Li Chang'an could not help but complain. Having never been one to place his hopes in others, he now found himself yearning for reinforcements, should they arrive in time. He might avoid a desperate gamble for mutual destruction. Amidst his thoughts, Li Chang'an's expression brightened as two missiles streaked towards him, flames trailing in their wake. In this moment, there was no time to conserve strength. He unleashed all his power and quickly distanced himself from the monstrous creature. Behind him, a thunderous roar and searing waves of heat surged forth. With the momentum, Li Chang'an propelled himself far away before halting to glance back. Amidst the flames, the monster emitted a pained wail, and as the fiery curtain diminished, two missiles could be seen inflicting significant damage upon the beast. A large chunk of flesh was obliterated at its rear, and the shoulder was deeply gouged, exposing bone. Truly, the caliber of justice was evident. Li Chang'an mused. For a missile capable of penetrating buildings, achieving such results was commendable, especially considering this was no ordinary beast. Its body, ensnared as if by ropes, exhibited remarkable resilience. The explosive shockwaves and kinetic force of the impact failed to yield fatal harm. Instead, the shrapnel became the primary source of injury. Yet, with sufficient missiles, this creature would ultimately succumb, for it belonged to the realm of biology, and its capabilities had limits. However, was that all? Li Chang'an stared blankly at the direction from which the missiles had come. Just two? As the creature struggled to rise, he still awaited further support, finally confirming that indeed, there were merely two missiles. Suppressing the urge to curse, Li Chang'an gripped his short blade, its tip directed toward the ground. Escape was no longer an option. An invisible current of air was coalescing beside the beast, reminiscent of the worst-case scenario he had initially speculated. Abilities. Although he could not fathom why such powers had not been utilized from the outset, Li Chang'an's intuition led him to believe this monster was synonymous with abilities. After all, the peculiarities were numerous, and it was not surprising for it to wield such powers. But what kind of ability was it? Sensing the airflow entwining around the creature's limbs, Li Chang'an's expression hardened, and he swung his blade backward. The monstrous figure materialized just behind him, and the strike landed squarely upon its forehead, cleaving it in two. The sensation was amiss. Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow and leaped back. The contact of the blade did not yield the expected resistance of flesh and bone, but rather felt as though it had descended along a fissure. Had the head split open of its own accord rather than being cleaved by him? Before him, the grotesque head parted, and from the gaping maw sprouted rows of sharp teeth, akin to a blossoming carnivorous flower. What made Li Chang'an's pupils constrict was the sight within the flower's interior. Inside the split cranium was a human face. No, 3 faces, strangely fused together. Each visage was etched with agony, their parched features resembling gnarled roots, incessantly howling. "Help me. It hurts. It hurts so much. Why did you run away? I'm not dead. What kind of monster is this?" A chill coursed through Li Chang'an, for such terror in the face of the unknown was a common human response, often leading to paralysis. Though he was not paralyzed, his initial instinct to resist had dissipated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming urge to flee. The creature trembled once more, without thought. Li Chang'an instinctively raised his blade defensively, but the claws descended, shattering the blade and tearing away a large portion of flesh from his arm. His left hand could no longer lift the knife, and gritting his teeth, he retreated. The speed of the beast was despairingly swift. For his safety, he had intentionally distanced himself 5 meters from the creature, yet in the blink of an eye, it was upon him again. He could barely manage to flee. The monster denied him any chance of escape, instantly reappearing before him, its gaping maw lunging at Li Chang'an. The space for evasion was sealed, and he barely managed to arch his body backward, narrowly avoiding the lethal teeth, yet failing to escape the tongue that protruded from the head. The tongue slithered from his chest to his face, and a searing pain erupted, swiftly followed by the loss of vision on his left side. The threat of death loomed more intensely than ever. His body trembled, and his insides seemed to echo with desperate lamentation. In an instant, life felt as though it would slip away. This was the sensation. Li Chang'an lifted his head, his visage horrifyingly marred, half his facial skin licked away. He unleashed a punch, shattering the monstrous jaw that loomed near, propelling himself forward, strength surging from within, his mind astonishingly clear. Now let us perish together. Chapter 57, Open Fire. The regenerative power of his physique exceeded Li Chang'an's expectations. The flesh on his arm began to mend, and his stamina surged back. Unless struck dead in a single blow, nothing could bring him down. Alas, this beast possessed the capacity to deliver such a fatal strike. The exhilarating battle was no longer feasible. Perhaps he would never again engage in a fulfilling fight with another, for every moment was now fraught with evasion and opportunism. The prospect of escape felt extravagant. In a matter of seconds, Li Chang'an discerned the creature's ability. It enhanced its speed by nullifying air resistance. Thus, his speed could never surpass that of the beast. He had thrown his watch into the monster's belly, where it would continuously transmit location information until digested. If it was confirmed that the location remained mobile, military support would likely continue. "I will survive," he proclaimed loudly, merely attempting to bolster his own spirit. Negativity would only diminish physiological function. Avoiding the tail that swept overhead, Li Chang'an stepped forward and delivered a punch to the creature's ribcage. The force penetrating flesh to reach the bone. The sensation of striking dense rubber met him. As he retreated, he felt a dull ache in his wrist. The creature's resilient exterior shrugged off his blows, and the recoil left Li Chang'an more injured. Missiles had failed to penetrate, merely shredding the surface. Were his short blade intact, he might have had a chance to rely on his extraordinary reflexes, but now, without a weapon, he found himself at a disadvantage. It was absurd that he could not even achieve a mutual demise. With a bitter smile, he kicked against the monster's leg and leaped up. The soft, yielding sensation beneath his foot jolted him into realization. He suddenly understood the mistake he had made. The monster was covered in repulsive green eyes, while the rest of its body exuded formidable resilience. However, the eyes were not so. Before the creature could react, Li Chang'an deftly positioned 2 fingers and targeted the eye nearest to the monster's spine. His fingers pierced through with ease, requiring no more effort than piercing a human eye. The monster, in pain, reared its head and roared, its tail whipping through the air like a steel whip. Li Chang'an rolled aside to evade it. Yet he exerted more force, his wrist sinking into the eye socket, the texture slick and viscous, provoking a sense of disgust. Yet he still managed to grasp the spine accurately. But it would not budge. The monster's spine was sturdier than he had anticipated, and despite pouring all his strength into the effort, he could not extract it. A sense of foreboding washed over him, but he was still a moment too late. Bone spurs sprouted instantly from the spine, leaving him no time to react, nor the chance to withdraw his hand. The spurs pierced through his palm, emerging from the back of his hand. At that moment, Li Chang'an seemed to perceive a human-like mirth in the monster's grotesque face. His left arm's flesh had already been raked away by the claws and had yet to recover, while the bone spurs now perforated his right palm, leaving him seemingly cornered. The massive head leaned toward him, its bizarre mouth, split like a flower, gaping wide, revealing teeth reminiscent of terraced fields. Li Chang'an had no doubt that this gaping maw could sever his neck with ease, swallowing his head as effortlessly as a human consumes a fishball. The monster hesitated, feeling the sudden tightening of the hand still gripping its spine. Was the human's grasp becoming tighter despite the pain of his pierced palm? Yet, an even more perplexing event unfolded in the next instant. The young human opened his mouth to bite into the monster's flesh, exhibiting a madness surpassing its own. The suddenness of this scene left the creature bewildered. In its experience, humans were not meant to behave in such a manner. In that brief moment of distraction, Li Chang'an sank his teeth into the eye on its neck, juices splattering as the foul liquid filled his mouth. The stench flowed down his throat, but he paid it no mind, biting down once more. His right hand clutched the spine with increasing ferocity, while his left pressed against the monster's massive head. Li Chang'an resembled a frenzied wild dog, refusing to relinquish his grip on his prey. The monster's arm attempted to move, only to find Li Chang'an just out of reach, while the nearer arm was crushed beneath a missile strike. "You shall perish. You shall perish. You shall perish." 3 human faces echoed the same phrase. Li Chang'an hastily withdrew his hand, but the wound he had created began to close, nearly severing his arm. Never before had he encountered such a formidable foe. He paid no heed to the blood, striking the monster's back with his bloodied right hand to gain leverage for retreat. Too late. A voice rang in Li Chang'an's ears as he turned to see the massive head closing, its vertical pupils revealing a mockery akin to that of a human. He understood then, when the monster's head split, its intelligence diminished, and the 3 human faces in its mind granted its supernatural abilities while simultaneously lowering its intelligence. So now he had fallen into another trap? The crimson tendrils entwining his waist confirmed his suspicions, and before he could escape, the nearly 3-meter-long tail lashed out once more. Flesh sloughed off the tail, revealing a sharp, spear-like bone that effortlessly pierced Li Chang'an's shoulder. A gunshot rang out, accompanied by the monster's head jerking back. Blood sprang from its forehead. A deformed bullet was expelled from its skull, and the monster's eyes shifted elsewhere. "My apologies, we are late." A booming voice echoed from above as Zhang Chang descended, his fists crashing down upon the monster's head. "Li Chang'an," he shouted. But the words fell silent in Li Chang'an's throat. He was at a loss as to why he felt choked up. Hu Chai appeared beside Li Chang'an, swiftly cutting through the bloody tendrils with a dagger before he hoisted Li Chang'an and took flight. Just like last time, Zhang Chang once more brought his fists down, pounding the monster's head, bellowing, "Run with Chang'an." Another gunshot rang out, and Zhang Chang turned around, drenched in cold sweat. The tail had inexplicably appeared behind him, and if not for Hakka's timely shot, the monster would have bitten him. The creature raised its head, its gaping maw lunging toward Zhang Chang. The military uniform strained against his muscles as he exerted force, gripping the monster's upper and lower jaws to pry them apart. Not good. Li Chang'an realized that Zhang Chang and the others were unaware that the monster's head could split open sideways. He wrapped his arms around Hu Chai, twisting his waist to hurl him far away, sprinting on all fours towards his captain. Zhang Chang felt his grip loosen, and the mouth he had pried open split wide, revealing the monster's head as it gaped open, sharp teeth mere inches away, facing 3 terrifying human faces. The sniper rifle fired again, striking one of the human faces within the monster's mouth, which let out a wail as the massive maw hesitated momentarily. However, it was merely a moment's pause, for the giant mouth continued its descent. "Is this the end?" Zhang Chang thought, watching the enormous mouth open before him, a smile gradually forming on his lips. After surviving for so long, he felt he had lived enough. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Zhang Chang, kicking him several meters away, then elbowing the monster's jaw. "Chang'an!" Before the joy of surviving could wash over him, Zhang Chang's eyes widened in horror. The tailbone once more pierced Li Chang'an's body, this time not granting him the chance to escape, brutally slamming him onto the ground. Countless bones cracked within him, yet Li Chang'an smiled. "Captain, run." As consciousness began to fade, Li Chang'an vaguely saw someone descending with a knife, their aura overwhelming, as if they were not of this world. He then glimpsed a figure in red emerging from the woods, walking gracefully upon the treetops under the moonlight, only to transform into a monstrous beast midway. So impressive. Li Chang'an closed his eyes, unseen envy lingering in his gaze. Chapter 58. I have done my part. You come to this world to witness the sun. Chang'an, one day you will discover that as long as you take a step forward, darkness will not be all that lies ahead. He is my brother from the Jianshui steppe. Regardless of his actions or the lives he has taken, I believe he is justified. Spare me your moralistic views. I only acknowledge individuals. I implore you to open your eyes and see me. Do not offer me hope only to abandon me. Chang'an is not the sort to be like Zhou Mu. Let us not be overly formal. Chang'an is one of us. Son, I have prepared some pear soup for you. Do come and have a taste. It seems I have dreamt for an eternity, or perhaps I dreamt of nothing at all. Many voices echoed in my dreams, yet upon awakening, I could recall none of it. Li Chang'an opened his eyes. He had grown accustomed to the frequent bouts of unconsciousness. You're awake, a golden-haired woman said, placing her hand on his forehead and nodding. You're recovering well. Your fever has subsided. Glancing past her shoulder, Li Chang'an remained silent. Noticing the emblem of the Special Operations Unit, the woman smiled gently and waved a finger before him, asking, how many is this? 1, Li Chang'an replied, albeit feeling somewhat foolish. It seems your mind is intact. Do you remember me? She leaned closer, the scent of her perfume wafting towards him, prompting a slight frown from Li Chang'an. I do not remember. The woman chuckled softly. It appears you have suffered memory loss. You shall stay a while longer. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow, attempting to rise, only to find himself utterly powerless, as though something were restraining his body rather than the effects of anesthesia. The tent was devoid of others, and with a hint of resignation, he asked, Elita, may I at least get up? Why, are we no longer pretending? She responded, surprised, covering her mouth. Li Chang'an did not answer but fixed his gaze on Elita, unable to forget her, for she had once emerged victorious from a trial. Notably, Elita possessed a rare supportive ability. As she caught his gaze, she playfully leaned closer, her finger pressing against his brow, dispelling her powers. With newfound strength coursing through him, Li Chang'an rose, only to discover he was clad in bandages yet lacking clothing. Do not even think about leaving, Elita insisted, pushing him back onto the bed. Though your wounds are healing well, you are not yet fit to stand. You likely remain unaware of the severity of your injuries. Without proper medical equipment and medication, you would not have survived, so you ought to express your gratitude to your savior. Li Chang'an tilted his head, frowning, a life for a life. We are even. He referred to the fact that he had spared Elita during the trial. Elita shook her head. I do not know what you are talking about. All I know is that you owe me a life. Do not try to evade your debt. How bothersome. Li Chang'an surveyed the surroundings, spotting a clean military uniform on a nearby cabinet. He promptly retrieved it and began to dress. Elita, both exasperated and anxious, reached out to stop him. You cannot leave yet. However, her hand halted midway, instinctively raising her chin, as a pin that should have been in her pocket pressed against her throat. Indeed, carrying a pin in this era was ill-advised, as it served no purpose. Elita remained calm, merely observing Li Chang'an. Get any closer, and I will kill you, he warned, applying pressure so that the pin's tip was mere centimeters from her carotid artery. Yet the pin contained no ink. Its existence was rendered meaningless. Huh, Elita laughed. You intend to kill me? I am the logistics commander, and outside lies the special operations camp. Would killing me allow you to escape? I am in the special operations camp. Li Chang'an frowned, recollecting the scenes just before his unconsciousness. He finally grasped what had transpired. He offered the pin back to Elita. How long have I been out? Elita pocketed the pin, gesturing towards the hospital bed, arms crossed as she watched him reluctantly recline once more. Inwardly, she smiled. You have been unconscious for 9 days. When they brought you in, you were barely clinging to life. Your survival is nothing short of miraculous. To treat you, I postponed attending to other patients, focusing solely on your recovery, and you have yet to utter a word of thanks. That is rather excessive. After a prolonged silence, Li Chang'an softly uttered, Thank you. Elita, who had been smiling, suddenly lost her mirth, unwrapping the bandages to assess his injuries. Li Chang'an ceased to resist, allowing her to tend to him. Moments later, Elita tucked him back under the covers, tapping on a tablet, seemingly recording notes. What are my teammates? Li Chang'an inquired slowly, recalling that someone had come to assist him before his lapse. She glanced at him, then turned away. They are faring much better than you. Your captain and that taciturn one have advanced to the next level. That is good, Li Chang'an smiled. Alita paused, surprised. So you can smile. I thought you were a heartless killer. Why would one need to blink when killing? Li Chang'an countered. You appear particularly endearing now, Alita remarked, her lips curling involuntarily. In the trial, you were not like this. Why did you ultimately spare me? How to respond? Li Chang'an hesitated. The truth was that he could not kill her. With only 4 participants remaining, he had set his sights on the supportive Alita. As she neared death, the other 2 had perished together, and with Alita's demise, he would have become the sole victor. Thus, he had refrained from striking the final blow. The truth was unutterable, and he could conjure no lie. Silence, then. Li Chang'an turned his gaze to the wall. After what felt like an eternity, Alita noticed his lack of response and glanced down, realizing he was fixated on the wall. Have you grown shy? Eliminating the impossible leaves only the possible. So, this scoundrel who nearly killed me is capable of feeling bashful. In a short while, personnel from the intelligence department will arrive to inquire about the creature. If you feel uncomfortable, I can decline on your behalf. Li Chang'an did not turn around. No need. But before that, could you tell me what transpired after my unconsciousness? Alita glanced at her cluttered desk, laden with unfinished work. Of course. Allow me to take a seat, she said, pulling a chair closer and brushing her hair behind her ear, resisting the urge for a cigarette. Let's begin from what you are unaware of. After receiving the Black Level alert, General Lin personally took command, and fortunately, your watch provided the necessary location tracking. By the way, your team was collectively awarded second-class merit, while you received first-class merit. I have merit now? Li Chang'an chuckled. Chapter 59. Awakening the intelligence regarding the Black Level alert encountered no hindrance. Swiftly bypassing the cumbersome intermediary procedures and arriving directly at the command center. Based on the creature's size, General Lin issued the order to launch missiles for the mission team. Given their classification, had likely perished under the claws of the beast. The priority of neutralizing the creature surpassed the necessity of rescuing a 5-member team. After the launch of 2 missiles, confirming that the target's life signs had diminished but not vanished, 2 elite operatives specializing in nocturnal combat were dispatched. The northern city was not lacking in missiles. However, capturing a live Black Level creature was preferred, or at the very least, obtaining a relatively intact corpse. It was worth noting that if Li Chang'an and his companions had sacrificed themselves, they would likely be collectively awarded first-class merit. As the individual at the center of these events, Li Chang'an felt little disturbance, merely regarded as a pawn. Alita, however, cast a concerned glance at him, noticing his lack of anger, which encouraged her to continue. 2 members of the Special Operations Team, codenamed Night Demon and Fenrir, arrived just as Li Chang'an fell into unconsciousness. The creature was designated the codename Ripper. In the face of the joint efforts of 2 of the elite from the Special Operations Team, the Ripper unleashed its terrifying Black Level power, an experience Li Chang'an could deeply relate to. Never had he encountered such a despairing being. Its only weakness lay in its reaction time, yet this flaw was compensated for by its high intelligence. When the Ripper opened its maw again, Night Demon shattered one of its human-like faces, while Fenrir nearly tore the Ripper in 2. Did that creature perish? Li Chang'an felt a rush of excitement, or perhaps relief. The Ripper possessed immense intelligence, capable of experiencing rage and pride. Thus, if it managed to escape, it would unleash endless vengeance. It did not, Alita sighed. The leader of the Northern Beast Horde emerged, a creature surpassing the Black Level, codenamed Winged Tiger. Fenrir sustained grave injuries in their first encounter, and General Lin utilized his ability, Star Shift, to save the others, but could only watch as the Ripper was taken away. Indeed, one could only lament, Li Chang'an thought helplessly. The Ripper's significance was evident as it attracted the leader of the Northern Beast Horde. Considering the Ripper's appearance, it might well be a progeny of the Winged Tiger, perhaps akin to the status of a prince among vassal kings. The more he pondered, the more he felt it was a pity. During the battle, your captain, Zhang Chong, fell victim to a claw that pierced his heart while covering Night Demon. Remarkably, he not only survived, but also broke through to a higher rank. Third-class soldier Haka, after being backlashed by using a psychic resonance, broke through to a higher rank before his mental collapse. He is currently the only psychic resonance user at that level. After relaying this information, Alita looked at Li Chang'an, waiting for him to speak. After a couple of minutes, Li Chang'an tilted his head. Is that all? There is more. But as you have not been looking at me, I feel disrespected, Alita replied with a hint of a smile. Li Chang'an, adhering to the teachings of his parents and brother Lin about bestowing equal respect upon others, immediately turned to face her and sincerely apologized, surprised that her jest had worked. Alita hesitated for a moment before shyly smiling. The other matter pertains to you. Someone is investigating you, a lieutenant named Li Chang'an, related to your multiple participations in trials. Would you be amenable to sharing your reasons for participating in the trials? Instinctively, Li Chang'an replied, to engage with stronger beings, the kind that determines life and death. That certainly aligns with your temperament, Alita noted, wanting to say more, but ultimately refraining. Please rest. Your recovery is progressing well. However, as your doctor, I advise against any unnecessary movement for now. Li Chang'an nodded and lay quietly on the bed. The rationale was, of course, fabricated. After crafting an explanation, he rehearsed his tone and expressions countless times in front of the mirror, making it impossible for anyone to see through him. After Alita left the tent, Li Chang'an began to contemplate how to respond to the intelligence department personnel. He hoped it would merely involve inquiries about the Ripper. Before he could finalize his thoughts, someone lifted the tent flap and entered. Hello, comrade. Would you mind if I sit down to ask you a few questions? The newcomer was a middle-aged man with graying temples, dressed like an old cadre. Li Chang'an nodded but remained seated. The intelligence department ought to embody such a composed demeanor, for remaining unperturbed is a vital quality for intelligence operatives. The man did not carry a tablet. Instead, he brought only a voice recorder and a notebook, indicating his intent to take handwritten notes, a rarity in modern society. According to your teammate's report, you were the first to encounter that creature, correct? The man opened his notebook and quickly entered a state of focus. Just as Li Chang'an was about to respond, he felt something was amiss. His hand beneath the covers quietly reached for the bed frame, silently twisting a screw. Have you not introduced yourself yet? The man paused, a hint of amusement breaking through his stern expression. You are quite cautious. Stop fiddling with the screw. It serves no purpose for me. I am Li Chang'an, the temporary commander of Northern City. That indeed serves no purpose. Li Chang'an halted his subtle movements, but did not lower his guard. A city commander has no need to conceal his identity to question me. Just a personal matter. Li Chang'an closed the notebook and switched off the recorder, his gaze shifting. What relationship do you share with my granddaughter? Granddaughter? Just as Li Chang'an was about to respond, an image of Lin Yubai flashed through his mind, prompting him to ask with curiosity, Lin Yubai? Li Chang'an nodded, observing as Li Chang'an rose from the bed and solemnly bowed in respect. Miss Lin saved my life. Before I could express my gratitude, she departed. I never anticipated encountering her elder. By the way, I have the bill. Could you provide me with Miss Lin's payment details? I wish to reimburse her for the medical expenses. Li Chang'an relayed a series of numbers, and Li Chang'an quickly found his identification card in his clothing, promptly transferring the medical fee. Was he serious? Li Chang'an was taken aback. He could tell that Li Chang'an was not feigning his intentions. He genuinely wished to repay his granddaughter. It was incomprehensible. Was it that my granddaughter lacked charm? Or was my status insufficiently esteemed that you were eager to disassociate from me? After completing the transaction, Li Chang'an exhaled, acknowledging that he could not repay the favor at present, but at least the money had been returned. Thankfully, the medical expenses were modest. Previously, he had been curious about how the Empire's medical costs could be so reasonable. Now, understanding Lin Yubai's identity illuminated the matter. The granddaughter of a general. A discount was rather customary. Well then, General Lin, you may continue your inquiries. Li Chang'an seated himself at the bedside, facing Li Chang'an with composure. Though he had more to convey, witnessing Li Chang'an's demeanor prompted Li Chang'an to postpone further discussion. Tell me about your encounter with the Ripper. Let me start from the very beginning. Li Chang'an began narrating. As he spoke, Li Chang'an furrowed his brows, the furrow deepening with concern. Chapter 60. A family. As Li Chang'an recounted the scene of his fainting, the question and answer session reached its conclusion. Li Chang'an closed his notebook, stowed away the recording device, and quietly stated, do not mention this to anyone else besides me. I will issue orders to prevent the intelligence department from troubling you. Do you understand my meaning? Li Chang'an nodded, recognizing that the prohibition against leaking information hinted at undisclosed circumstances, thus opting to remain silent. Li Chang'an, who had initially appeared stern, relaxed slightly, offering a faint smile. Jinxing High from the Special Operations Department lost track of you. I didn't expect you to come to the north. With your capabilities, you should be on a grander battlefield. Would you be interested in joining the Special Operations Department? Li Chang'an shook his head, feeling uneasy, and added, not at the moment. Li Chang'an's expression soured slightly. Why not? If you engage in other battlefields, you could save more lives. I did not enlist to save people, Li Chang'an replied. Lowering his gaze, intent on remaining silent. Fortunately, Li Chang'an refrained from pressing further and donned a pair of black-framed glasses before exiting. Could the commander of the northern city be unrecognizable simply because he wore glasses? Li Chang'an suddenly recalled that Alida also wore similar glasses. Was it some form of new weaponry? It certainly did not seem so. His physical injuries had nearly healed, yet the internal afflictions remained troublesome. Alida had not deceived him. He indeed required rest. Aside from the accolades, the benefits were evident. Lying in bed, Li Chang'an could sense his transformation. Firstly, his heart, repeatedly injured, now beat with greater strength and a slower rhythm. Secondly, the shattered bones, after pain, birthed a newfound vigor, particularly in his spine. Gazing at his palm, Li Chang'an could not suppress a smile. I was right. Death makes me stronger. However, this time I nearly succumbed. I ought to devise a means of self-preservation. Instinctively, his gaze drifted towards the tent's flap, and he seemed to discover a means of salvation. What could be better for survival than an ability user capable of healing? Declining the invitation to join the Special Operations Department felt somewhat hasty. Thankfully, he had added the word temporarily. Li Chang'an began contemplating how to bind himself to Alida. What are you pondering? Alida inquired, parting the flap and entering. Upon uttering this, she noticed Li Chang'an hastily turn his head away. Typically fierce. Now he dared not even meet her gaze. How endearing. Concealing her smile, Alida closed the transparent door of the tent, lowered the flap, and approached Li Chang'an. Holding a half-finger glove, she sat beside him, adopting an indifferent demeanor. If you don't turn around, I shall hand over your glove. The glove? Li Chang'an realized, recalling that he felt a lack of something on his palm. He quickly turned to see Alida tossing the glove towards him. Accepting the glove and putting it on. He inquired, why? Because I find you agreeable, Alida replied, turning away from him. Unable to resist, she thought. Why did she return it to him when she could have used it as leverage? Li Chang'an scratched his head and softly articulated. You promised me that instead of telling others, I owe you a favor. This was your own doing. Alida smirked. Fine, you spared my life back then. We're even now. However, even if I don't mention it, you will still expose yourself in the upcoming tests. Your registered ability is clearly linked to this glove's power. You cannot wear the glove during the test, and you will inevitably reveal your original ability. Li Chang'an hesitated. Though lacking knowledge, he was not foolish. His education was limited, and he was unaware of the intricacies of social interactions. Yet he understood the treachery of human hearts. If it were discovered that he lacked abilities, he would not only be ostracized as an anomaly, but might even be taken away for experimentation. Powerful ability users, regardless of their peculiarities, were deemed normal. However, he, without abilities, would become a subject for others' research, no matter how formidable his strength appeared. After much deliberation, Li Chang'an finally resolved to speak. Can you assist me? Is there a way to deceive the tests? Internally elated, Alida maintained her composure, even as Li Chang'an failed to detect the change in her demeanor. After all, how could one argue against the notion that women are innate performers? There are methods, but why should I assist you? I owe you no favors at present, Alida mused, discreetly observing the fluctuations in Li Chang'an's expression. A favor, was it? Li Chang'an's expression was grave. I can agree to one request or assist you in eliminating someone, provided you help me pass the trial and keep it from others. Let's forget about the killing. Alida waved her hand, her prepared words faltering in the face of Li Chang'an's seriousness. You need not worry about that. I will handle it. Remember, you owe me a favor. Li Chang'an nodded solemnly, watching Alida leave the tent before lying back down. Women are truly troublesome, no wonder in childhood games. The role of a hero often included the line that women would impede the speed of one's sword. However, Li Chang'an never had the chance to utter those words, though he had practiced before a mirror at home. In typical games, he usually played as a horse or, at times, a villain defeated by the hero. On fortunate occasions, he could play the role of a watchdog, which required merely sitting aside rather than facing beatings or scoldings. Lying in bed, lost in thought, was rather dull. Yet Li Chang'an found himself adapting, even discovering a certain amusement in it. He had time to recall the battle with the Ripper, each scene replaying vividly in his mind, allowing him to identify details he had previously overlooked. Though his body was immobile, his consciousness remained active. His memory was sharp, surpassing that of most. Besides replaying battles, less pleasant memories surfaced frequently. During this time, Alida visited twice, bringing him internal medicine, urging him to finish his medication before hastily departing. When evening came, he unexpectedly encountered 4 familiar faces. Hu Chai bounded over with a meal box. Aside from Zhang Zhuang, the other three each held a lunchbox. Zhang Zhuang carried 4. You've recovered better than us. Ma Hao crouched beside Li Chang'an, poking his arm with a finger. Hakka surveyed the surroundings, quietly asking, "Where's that beautiful doctor? Hurry and bring something to serve the food." Zhang Zhuang exclaimed, unable to contain himself. "Not a single one of you is reliable." Chuckling, he set down the meal box. While Hu Chai helped Li Chang'an sit up. "Do you need me to feed you?" "No need. Just don't steal my food later," Li Chang'an replied, sitting up naturally with a resigned smile. "It appears you're in good condition." Zhang Zhuang sat directly on the ground, placing his meal box down. "Though I owe my success to you, I still have to scold you." Li Chang'an's smile faltered, and he bowed his head, for hands rested on his shoulders, followed by their unison, "Impressive." With 3 boxes of vegetables and 4 boxes of rice, prepared for 8 people, Zhang Zhuang understood Li Chang'an's appetite. Thus, 3 portions were designated for him. Injured individuals needed to eat more to recover swiftly. Ma Hao remarked, shoveling a helping of vegetables into Li Chang'an's bowl. Despite this, all 5 were injured, with Li Chang'an bearing the worst wounds. Zhang Zhuang was wrapped in thick bandages. Hu Chai's head resembled a peach, and Ma Hao's left arm was in a splint, requiring him to eat with a spoon. Only Hakka seemed unscathed. Yet Li Chang'an noted he sat a few centimeters taller than usual and soon discovered the bandages wrapped around Hakka's backside. "That beast was indiscriminate. Its tail whipped me," Hakka acknowledged, unable to ignore Li Chang'an's gaze, which prompted Li Chang'an to stifle a laugh. "Actually, you are the most unfortunate," Li Chang'an consoled, to which Hakka shrugged dismissively. "Forget him." Peach-headed Hu Chai could not contain his antics, exclaiming, "We truly shone on this mission. We survived a black-level alert and returned with crucial intelligence, without a single casualty." Zhang Zhuang rapped the table, prompting Hu Chai to quickly hush. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Hakka, who nodded slightly before Zhang Zhuang continued in a hushed tone. "You must have heard about the larger entity that appeared while you were unconscious, right? It is likely in existence above black level. The orders from above were absolute. We could not divulge a single word. Any information regarding the codename Winged Tiger is classified at the highest level, accessible only to those with the appropriate clearance. However, we felt it necessary to inform you, while no one else is around." Li Chang'an interjected, "Legends have long circulated among the hunters that only those above levels signify the true beginning. Perhaps the ultimate form of abilities is to attain divinity. Such tales are rather fanciful," Hu Chai mumbled through a mouthful. "But the creature known as Winged Tiger bears a striking resemblance to mythological beasts." Hakka gestured with his hands. "Can you imagine? Its size exceeded the range of my psychic perception. A single breath felt like an 8th-level gale." Li Chang'an set down his chopsticks, nodding. "Indeed, I've witnessed something similar." All eyes turned to Li Chang'an, eager for his next words, as knowledge surpassing their understanding piqued their curiosity. Once, the world's tallest peak, Mount Everest, stood at nearly 9,000 meters. But now it remains only 6,000. I was nearby when Everest fractured. Recalling that moment, Li Chang'an felt his breath catch involuntarily. And before the group's eager thirst for knowledge, he continued. "The mission was to escort a team to Everest. I served as the guide. After reaching our destination and completing the transaction, I began my return. The weather was poor, so I proceeded slowly, remaining within the mountain range for a day. When I sensed an earthquake, when I turned back, I realized it wasn't an earthquake. A massive white tail swept past, obliterating the summit of Everest. That single tail was over 1,000 meters long. To be honest, even now, I believe I was hallucinating." The 4 swallowed hard. Though Li Chang'an's storytelling was average, having witnessed the Winged Tiger had significantly enhanced their imaginative capabilities. A tail capable of shattering mountains no longer seemed implausible. "Did you see the entirety of that creature?" Hu Chai sensed that his voice emerged from the depths of his abdomen, low and devoid of vigor. Concerned that his words might lack energy, he contemplated inquiring once more. However, Li Chang'an had already shaken his head, stating that after a singular tail, it vanished without a trace. In retrospect, those who accompanied them likely undertook their journey for that very reason. Their demeanor and gait hinted at military affiliation. As they ventured towards the Everest to seek the master of that tail, though it remained uncertain whether he had perished, there undoubtedly existed levels beyond their current state. Yet the reason for the Empire's silence on the matter eluded them, rendering their worries futile. The group shared a light-hearted moment, with Zhang Chang asserting, "Indeed, we survived this harrowing ordeal and ascended a rank. Such matters hold no relevance for us common folk. The mysteries of the world beyond are of little consequence." Let us celebrate our survival and refrain from further reckless endeavors. Just as Li Chang'an picked up his chopsticks again, he hesitated and murmured, "Don't you wish to earn additional merits?" The others exchanged glances, and after a brief silence, Hu Chai broke it. "You sustained considerable injuries this time. I heard you were on the brink of death. This time, luck was on your side, but what about next time?" "Indeed," someone chimed in, with Zhang Chong quickly seconding. "Life does not bestow such fortune abundantly. What if next time you perish?" Haka nodded vigorously in agreement. "Exactly. We collectively earned a second-class merit. That is quite sufficient. Our team is the only one in the entire squad to achieve this honor." Only Ma Hao remained silent. Li Chang'an also furrowed his brow, choosing not to speak. The three exchanged glances, and Hu Chai nudged Ma Hao, urgently whispering, "You should persuade him." To their surprise, Ma Hao shook his head. "Chang'an knows what he is doing. There is no need for persuasion. Would it even make a difference? Would he change his mind?" Silence enveloped them. Although they had only spent a day together, it was evident that Li Chang'an was not easily swayed. "Captain, you must be aware of my background," Ma Hao continued. "My parents were pioneers in the northern city. They were ordinary soldiers without remarkable abilities, and hence, they perished in the wilderness. I was only 9 at the time, and my sister was merely 7. In my youth, I harbored resentment towards them for abandoning such young children to the void. The compensation we received was meager, barely sufficient for our survival. I concealed my age to work and earn money, thinking I was clever, yet everyone knew. No one spoke of it. Despite my small stature and limited strength, my wages were always on par with others." Ma Hao chuckled abruptly, a sound of acceptance. "When my sister graduated from university, I bought numerous gifts to express gratitude to those who had assisted us. But do you know what they said?" Mimicking the tone of those neighbors, he recounted, "Howsy, your parents sacrificed their lives for the northern city. What can our little help amount to? This isn't help. It's a debt we owe. The residents of the city owe them, those fallen soldiers." The very next day, I enlisted in the army, wishing to see the place where my parents had fought, to understand what was worth their lives. Zhang Chong produced a pack of cigarettes from seemingly nowhere, lighting one for himself, his expression shifting amidst the smoke. Li Chang'an buried his head in his rice box, his voice muffled. "I have always been a failure. At least that is what everyone tells me. Very few have shown me kindness, so few that I could count them on one hand. Yet, I encountered a man in Luocheng. He was a stranger, yet he wanted me to survive. He had once been a soldier, but his hands were severed, rendering him incapable of serving again. Thus, I fight for myself and for him. I hope that one day, I can adorn myself with a multitude of medals and stand before his grave, conveying that I am worthy of his kindness, that I deserve to live." With a sudden thud, Li Chang'an set his rice box down forcefully. "I will still go, shortly. I shall apply for a transfer from the squad." With a loud slap on the table, Zhang Chong rebuked, "Silence. Are you the captain, or am I? Eat your meal. You are the one I brought into this squad. You can't just leave without considering my position. Before I perish, you shall not depart from this team." Hu Chai stood up, putting his arm around Li Chang'an's shoulder. "What do you take us for? Are we the kind to abandon our brothers? You owe us a treat." "Indeed," Haka nodded. "Remember to introduce me to a girlfriend." Unbeknownst to when the tears had ceased to flow, Li Chang'an now felt a warmth in his eyes. "Father, look at how many friends I have." Chapter 62. Completing the merits and facing confinement, the pleasant atmosphere shattered with the arrival of Alida, who, citing the need not to disturb the patient, ushered everyone out one by one. They hastily finished their meals, leaving with playful banter. And Hu Chai even winked exuberantly at Li Chang'an, who failed to comprehend the gesture. Alida began yet another examination of Li Chang'an's recovery. "Haven't you checked me twice today already?" he wondered. Carefully unwrapping the bandages, Alida, without lifting her gaze, remarked, "Your recovery appears satisfactory. Frequent checks are for your benefit." In truth, her physique was astonishing. Standing at 176 meters and weighing over 80 kilograms, Li Chang'an exhibited no sign of corpulence. With a body fat percentage that seemed almost inhumanly low, contentedly tucking him in, Alida turned to leave, eager to escape the sound of her quickening heartbeat. Li Chang'an remained lost in thought. The Ripper was undoubtedly a black-tier entity, surpassing human ranks, and he felt acutely inadequate in its presence. The greatest issue lay in his inability to inflict sufficient harm. Apart from his fists and feet, he had naught but his words. Once a monster's size reached a certain threshold, conventional firearms failed to deliver effective damage, let alone cold weapons. Supernatural abilities were humanity's ultimate weapon in the post-apocalyptic world. Yet he possessed none, leaving him at a loss for how to compensate for his deficiencies. Undoubtedly despairing, yet for many years, Li Chang'an had encountered hopelessness more than once. He had long ceased to wallow in it, opting instead to strive harder to ascend from the abyss. 2 days later, regardless of how reluctant Alita felt, she had no choice but to discharge Li Chang'an from the hospital. His injuries were no longer visible, and all his health indicators had surpassed the standards of well-being. The final pang of reluctance could only be assuaged by watching Li Chang'an change his clothes. "Do you know an Anran?" Li Chang'an asked as he adjusted his jacket and turned his head back. Alita nodded, a new member of the Special Operations Unit, the victor of the Tai trials. A prodigy of 3 abilities, however, he is still undergoing training at the military base. 3 abilities? Li Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Realizing that Anran must have awakened during the baptism, he genuinely felt happiness for when Anran. Knowing Anran's current situation was sufficient, Li Chang'an refrained from inquiring further. Ready to leave the tent with his belongings, Alita abruptly grasped Li Chang'an's arm, biting her lip as she whispered, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" "All right." Li Chang'an turned back. "Could you please give me your contact information?" Not too foolish after all, Alita felt a surge of happiness. Li Chang'an added, "My teammate wants your contact information." With a chuckle, Alita realized he was using his teammate as a cover. It was clearly his desire. "Here you go." Although she wished to maintain some reserve, her concern over Li Chang'an's potential shyness led her to hand it over without hesitation. "Thank you." Li Chang'an nodded slightly and turned to leave. Indeed, he was still shy. Watching his retreating figure, Alita felt increasingly satisfied. Her ability, Fallen Angel, bestowed upon her an unparalleled allure. Charm is a quality so powerful that it necessitates the use of consciousness-inhibiting glasses developed by the military to suppress it. No male creature could resist such magnetism. In other words, it was inconceivable for any male to harm her, including monsters and insects, even androgynous beings. Yet Li Chang'an managed to do so. That stunning blow had caused Alita to question her own abilities, but witnessing Li Chang'an's shyness restored her confidence. Upon departing the Special Operations Unit, Li Chang'an attempted to avoid everyone, mindful that the barbarian god was still present, along with 2 or 3 others who had crossed paths with him during the trials. As he stepped outside the camp of the Special Operations Unit, he spotted Zhang Chang and 3 others grinning at him, arms draped over each other's shoulders. "Welcome back to the team, Chang'an," with Hu Chai's loud shout. The 4 produced confetti cannons from behind. Bang! Streamers and scraps of paper showered Li Chang'an. "Why is the noise so loud?" Zhang Chang hurriedly swatted at the paper on Li Chang'an. "Hurry up, we shouldn't disturb the geniuses of the Special Operations Unit." Moments ago cheerful, the group now fled as if they were thieves. The uniqueness of the Special Operations Unit far exceeded that of other teams. With most military regulations being mere suggestions for them, they were both formidable and accomplished. The term special signified their distinction, having distanced themselves sufficiently. Li Chang'an handed Alita's phone number to Haka. "You asked me to help you find a girlfriend," Haka said, staring wide-eyed at the number in his hand. Voicing the thoughts of the 4, "Isn't she involved with you?" The implication of involvement made Li Chang'an furrow his brow. "I nearly killed her during the trials. Does that count as involvement?" "Shouldn't be." Haka swallowed hard, no longer daring to ask further. "Our model." Mahao managed to give a thumbs up with difficulty. "Alita is the goddess of the entire army. How could you bring yourself to strike her?" "I'm impressed." "I'm impressed too." "Me too." Li Chang'an scratched his head, puzzled by the commotion. As adversaries, one ought to exert their utmost effort to defeat the opponent. This was survival and also a form of respect. "Hey, come look. Isn't that the lucky team?" A rotund man approached. "You managed to snag a collective second-class merit from the geniuses of the Special Operations Unit. How enviable. And one of you even has a first-class merit. How shameless of you to claim credit." The teammates behind the rotund man joined in with derisive laughter. "Who is he?" Li Chang'an asked, pointing at the rotund figure. Zhang Chang sighed with a wry smile. "Some say we obtained our accolades from the Special Operations Unit, since we're merely a low-ranking team. Just ignore them. Let them talk," he continued. "Why?" Li Chang'an retorted. "We fought tooth and nail. Why should we let them fabricate stories?" Accustomed to yielding, Zhang Chang was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. "They're just talking. We won't suffer any losses, it should be fine." Even he felt his answer was somewhat feeble. The rotund man continued his mockery. "Is fighting against the rules?" Li Chang'an quietly observed Zhang Chang. "Fighting is against the rules," Zhang Chang sighed. "As long as you don't seriously injure the opponent, it's just a verbal warning. Provided you don't use your abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chang'an had vanished from Zhang Chang's sight. The classic elbow move is back, Ma Hao exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves and charging forward. Hu Chai patted the captain's arm. Captain, Chang'an is right. We've fought hard. Why should we be ridiculed by others? Your mindset needs to change. It should be about courtesy, not submission. Besides, it's just a verbal warning. What is there to fear? Even Hu Chai saw through it clearly, leaving Zhang Chang at a loss for words. He turned to seek the opinion of the last member, Haka, only to find he had already silently followed Li Chang'an into the fray. Li Chang'an had secured Elita's phone number for him. From this day forth, Li Chang'an had bestowed upon him a significant favor. Chang'an, take it easy, don't kill him. The little brat dares to sneak attack me. Let us see what my iron fist of a master can do. Hearing the shouts of his teammates, Zhang Chang clenched his fists. Approaching 40, he should have lost his youthful fervor, yet he felt a surge of camaraderie. The rotund man, down by Li Chang'an's elbow, struggled as he shouted, "Damn it, I've been attacked. Hurry and come help." A person with a good relationship with the heavier individual rushed over to intervene. "Damn it, don't touch my soldiers," Zhang Chang shouted. Half an hour later, 5 individuals stood at the door of the confinement room. Chapter 63. No need for rules through the one-way glass. Lin Jin found the situation both amusing and perplexing. "How many did you hit?" The officer behind him wore a bitter smile. 32. And 19 of them were beaten by that Li Chang'an you mentioned. It seemed he was more accustomed to fighting humans, having absorbed various martial arts styles from before the apocalypse, blending them into his unique approach. Lin Jin turned his head, asking, "What style?" After a brief hesitation, the officer straightened his chest and replied solemnly, "The style of killing. Every move is designed to take a life. I request a thorough investigation into his background." "No need for that." Lin Jun waved his hand, turning back to observe the mirror. "General Lin," the officer urged, "he could be a killing machine trained by those organizations." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jun turned to face him. A person who would risk everything to stop a Ripper cannot simply be a killing machine. Though the reasoning was not entirely convincing, the officer fell silent. Talent is crucial, and a person willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others is even more essential. Regaining his composure, the officer respectfully inquired, "What punishment should we impose on them? A day of confinement? Punishment? Why impose punishment?" Lin Jin smiled slightly. "They are soldiers, young men, and are contributors. What is wrong with contributors having a fight? This is not before the apocalypse. Their immense power may inflate their desires, and the old ways no longer apply. Rather than waiting for their desires to spiral out of control, we should grant them privileges and guide their ambitions. The special forces approach should be applicable to all soldiers. Treat them differently, as long as we reward our contributors appropriately. We need not worry about others feeling resentful. They will only feel envious. Relay my orders. Aside from their team, everyone else who fights will run 50 laps around the training ground, while their team enjoys a day off." The officer understood the reasoning, but hesitated slightly. "Isn't a day off a bit excessive? What is wrong with that? It doesn't increase their allowances or rewards. So what is the harm in letting them have a day of fun?" Lin Jun replied matter-of-factly, "Am I the only old-fashioned one here? Are you?" The officer could only smile helplessly, knowing better than to openly contradict Lin Jun, who was famously known for maintaining rules. Yet, he had forgotten that the general only adhered to the rules he established himself. Inside the confinement room, the 5 individuals continued to whisper amongst themselves, showing no signs of remorse, simply exchanging experiences. When outnumbered, try to maintain a high position. Never let yourself be surrounded, unless you're a big guy like the captain. Otherwise, staying mobile is the best option, Li Chang'an advised. Ma Hao nodded in agreement, praising, "Impressive, my Chang'an. You must have fought a lot as a child." "I never fought," Li Chang'an replied earnestly. "My first fight was at 16. After that, I did fight often." The 4 pondered this, realizing Li Chang'an lacked common knowledge, leading them to reinterpret his words. "For instance, a little equals being very strong, a lot. I only know a little means I'm very strong. Therefore, frequently should equal daily, or even more." Through shared glances, the 4 conjured an image in their minds of a poor boy growing up on the streets, struggling through the elements, who joined a gang at 16 and subsequently embarked on a bloody path. Such narratives are common. The empire's assistance for impoverished families is limited and heavily regulated, with street orphans excluded from consideration. To survive, many join gangs, with 16 being the most suitable age, and Li Chang'an fit the majority of those conditions. He was ruthless and decisive in action, lacking social skills, yet his demeanor was childishly naive, akin to a trained thug. The only point of divergence was that he displayed no vices, at least none that were apparent. Li Chang'an keenly sensed the distraction of the four, suspecting they had misconstrued his background. As they were trusted teammates, he felt inclined to clarify. Let me clarify, I am not a gang member. Nor am I a homeless orphan. My circumstances are not as pitiable as you think. I awakened my abilities relatively late, and my father passed away early. So my childhood was indeed challenging, but that's all there is to it. Honestly, this was a disappointing revelation, lacking in narrative and intrigue. Only Hu Chai's shoulder trembled slightly, unnoticed by anyone else. The door to the confinement room swung open, prompting the five to stand promptly. In light of your team's contributions during the Ripper incident, there will be no punishment for this fight. I will now announce your rewards. The five stood in bewilderment, processing the news that not only were there no penalties, but there were also rewards. 10 minutes later, they still felt somewhat unreal standing in the camp. By the way, where can we go for a day off? Hu Chai said, unsure how to wear his shirt. Ka quickly changed into his clothes, sporting a peculiar smile. I have a great suggestion. I know a fantastic place. Stop right there. We're not going to any strange places, Zhang Chong interrupted, rummaging through his casual attire. Ma Hao is a local. Let us listen to him. Ma Hao donned his outfit and proudly pointed to himself. The little communicator from the north is here. Today, I'll show you what northern flavors are all about. We'll return to the camp by noon tomorrow, and in the evening, we can taste local barbecue. I'll take you all to karaoke, and we'll have a good rest before coming back. Hu Chai tossed his shirt at Ma Hao's head. We can discuss the rest later. Haven't you noticed Chang'an has no clothes? Li Chang'an stood there awkwardly, possessing only a sweatshirt and a short-sleeve shirt, the very outfit he had arrived in. Due to his insensitivity to temperature changes, he had prepared a plethora of clothing, especially since he had military attire. Unexpectedly, the recent drop in temperature had been severe, with nighttime temperatures plummeting below zero. Relying solely on a short-sleeve shirt and sweatshirt might prove insufficient. Our clothing is ill-fitting for Chang'an. Thus, we shall proceed to purchase new garments. Remember to bring your identification card. Zhang Xiangzhuang produced his smallest jacket and offered it to Chang'an, saying, wear this for now. We shall buy a couple more pieces shortly. The winters in the northern territories are quite frigid, and mere military uniforms will not suffice. Even the smallest size was still considerably larger than what Li Chang'an would typically wear. Given Zhang Xiangzhuang's towering height of over 2 meters and his substantial weight of around 300 pounds, Ma Hao had summoned a vehicle in advance, and as they exited the military camp, a taxi was conveniently waiting at the entrance. Let us first venture to the city center to acquire some clothing. I have already reserved a hotel for us. We shall indulge and enjoy the day, he declared with a snap of his fingers, exuding the charm of a gracious host. In the city center, the absence of many refugees allowed Li Chang'an a glimpse of the northern city's vibrancy, a stark contrast to the pervasive sorrow he had previously encountered. Neither the apocalypse nor the beast waves could suppress the people's desire to revel in life. The streets were bustling with activity, a testament to the city's continued prosperity. Perhaps liberated from the confines of the military, the group exhibited a lighter demeanor, engaging in a friendly competition to select the most appealing outfit for Li Chang'an. Zhang Xiangzhuang and Li Chang'an, who were not participating, took a moment to observe their surroundings. Do you not frequent shopping areas? Zhang Xiangzhuang noticed Li Chang'an's discomfort. Li Chang'an nodded. I am not accustomed to crowded places. Fortunately, I have a friend who enjoys buying clothes for me, though enjoy may be too strong a word. Zhang Xiangzhuang smiled slightly. He must be aware of your aversion to bustling environments. A voice, uncertain yet familiar, called out, Li Chang'an? Suddenly, a pallor washed over Li Chang'an's face, cold sweat beaded on his brow, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Unwelcome memories surged forth, darkness enveloping him like a tide. Zhang Xiangzhuang looked at Li Chang'an in astonishment. What is the matter? Before Li Chang'an could respond, four individuals approached, led by a tall, slender youth who scrutinized Li Chang'an. Well, if it isn't you. It's been several years, hasn't it? You haven't changed a bit, still as unappealing as ever. Don't you even greet an old friend? I taught you better than that. The youth raised his hand, attempting to strike Li Chang'an, but his attempt was thwarted. Zhang Xiangzhuang intervened, blocking the strike with a frown. Who are you? The youth scoffed. Is this how you treat old friends, Li Chang'an? Not even going to introduce me? He's a former classmate from middle school, Shenzhen. Li Chang'an muttered, lowering his gaze, concealing his expression. However, his voice trembled, betraying his fear. Chang'an. Zhang Xiangzhuang gently patted Li Chang'an's back, sensing the gravity of the situation. What is wrong? If something's amiss, you must tell me. Li Chang'an slowly raised his head to meet the captain's gaze. Zhang Xiangzhuang's heart sank as he recognized the familiar, yet foreign emotion in Li Chang'an's eyes. It was a plea for help. Li Chang'an, you've been doing quite well in the years we've been apart. Shall we have a chat, just the two of us? Chen Jin reached for Li Chang'an's shoulder once more. Get away. Zhang Xiangzhuang forcefully swatted Chen Jin's hand aside, stepping forward to shield Li Chang'an. Though unaware of the specifics, he understood that Li Chang'an was in dire need of assistance. It was astonishing how Li Chang'an, who had once faced monstrous foes without fear, now trembled at the presence of mere humans. Chen Jin's arms bulged with muscle, his demeanor menacing as he glared at Zhang Xiangzhuang. What do you mean by this? Nothing meaningful, simply requesting that you leave, Zhang Xiangzhuang replied sternly. As a soldier, he was prohibited from employing his abilities in public. Shouldn't it be up to him to ask me to leave? Chen Jin advanced, shoving Zhang Xiangzhuang aside with an overwhelming force. His massive hand gripped Li Chang'an's shoulder, causing pain to flicker across Li Chang'an's face, yet he made no move to escape. Chen Jin draped his arm around Li Chang'an's shoulders. You've grown stronger. You dare pretend not to hear me when I speak to you. I haven't, Li Chang'an murmured, once again lowering his head. Remove your filthy hands. Hu Chai, filled with fury, charged at Chen Jin, delivering a powerful punch. Chen Jin casually deflected it, as if swatting away a fly. The ferocious gust of wind nearly striking Hu Chai's face like a blade, threatening to shatter his bones upon impact. Li Chang'an seized Hu Chai's arm, forcefully tossing him behind himself. You've improved significantly, Chen Jin remarked with a cold smile, surprised by Li Chang'an's actions, yet predominantly filled with disdain. Get down, Chen Jin barked, causing the others to stare in astonishment as Li Chang'an seemed poised to bend down. Hu Chai stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Li Chang'an, shouting, You must fight back. Why allow yourself to be bullied without resistance? Hu Chai, Zhang Xiangzhuang cautioned softly. Chang'an is in a fragile state. Do not provoke him. Provoking? Nonsense. Hu Chai retorted vehemently. You are not the only one who awakened late. Many have suffered the humiliation you have. How can you allow this? Zhang Xiangzhuang suddenly comprehended that Li Chang'an's turmoil stemmed from deep-seated shadows, shadows that could not be erased. He was unaware of the extent of Li Chang'an's past torment, which rendered him incapable of mustering even the slightest thought of resistance in the face of Chen General. This was what they referred to as post-traumatic stress disorder. When confronted with their former abuser, the haunting memories likely resurfaced in vivid detail. Zhang Xiangzhuang clenched his fists, pondering what kind of torment could transform someone who had once faced black-tier monsters without trepidation into the fearful individual before him. Ma Hao and Hakka, still in the process of selecting clothing, approached upon hearing the commotion and Hu Chai's outcry. Chen Jin's three companions followed, smirking as they closed in on the scene. I cannot do it. Li Chang'an's voice was barely audible, yet Hu Chai heard him clearly, as if thunder had struck. If you cannot, then simply stand aside. Hu Chai released Li Chang'an and turned to face Chen Jin and his associates, declaring, I will teach you a lesson. Stop! Li Chang'an exclaimed in alarm. Ma Hao stepped forward and gently pulled Li Chang'an behind him, whispering, Do not blame Hu Chai. His younger brother awakened his abilities too late. After enduring years of bullying, he took his own life. While the brother fights on the front lines, the younger one perished at home, unable to take revenge on those who wronged him. Please understand his plight. Li Chang'an clenched his fists, memories flooding back of himself, wrapped in a blanket, running through the woods, pursued by Chen Jin and others wielding water guns. The one who hit him the least would treat everyone to dinner. The loser would unleash all their water balloons on Li Chang'an as an outlet for their frustration. To prevent him from returning home drenched in multicolored water, they would empathetically rinse him off with snowmelt. Such scenes were countless, and even after more than a decade, seeing Chen Jin again made Li Chang'an instinctively tremble. As Hu Chai charged forward, Chen Jin merely scoffed, raising his hand to deliver a slap. That's enough. Zhang Xiangzhuang seized Chen Jin's wrist, but the overwhelming force sent him flying uncontrollably. His ability, the mighty force, was designed for combat. He could overpower opponents in a contest of strength, but its sole limitation was that it could only be activated through offensive actions. Li Chang'an's voice resonated deeply. Chen Jin continued to mock him. You seem to know me well, but what a pity. You are worthless, and so are your friends. Birds of a feather flock together. Individuals like you should remain submissively on the ground. Li Chang'an, let me see what abilities you have awakened. Zhang Xiangzhuang pushed aside the clothing rack and rose, his rock-solid muscles tearing through his shirt as he advanced towards Chen General. You wish to see Chang'an's abilities? You lack the qualifications. Come and fight me. Ma Hao urgently shouted. Captain, we cannot use abilities outside. Zhang Xiangzhuang turned back with a grin. That's why I waited for him to strike first. At that moment, as Zhang Xiangzhuang turned, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, one of Chen Jin's companions, brandishing a dagger aimed at Zhang Xiangzhuang's shoulder blade. Hu Chai immediately attempted to flash, but someone was quicker. Li Chang'an had already materialized behind Zhang Xiangzhuang, seizing the assailant's wrist and twisting it backward, snapping it with ease. The dagger fell into Li Chang'an's grasp, and he seemed to transform, swiftly severing the assailant's arm along the elbow. The assailant's wail had barely escaped his lips when the dagger pierced through his mouth, sending shards of teeth scattering as the blade traced the corner of his lips. In an instant, he lost a hand and sustained a grievous wound to his face. My friends are not worthless. Li Chang'an rose, his voice chillingly deep. Do you dare strike back? Chen Jin was taken aback by Li Chang'an's decisiveness and ruthlessness. This was not the weeping child who had endured torment over a decade ago. Li Chang'an turned, tilting his head, his eyes devoid of emotion, the immense pressure causing his rationality to slip away. Chang'an, leave it to us. Zhang Xiangzhuang suddenly turned and embraced Li Chang'an. You must have felt hopeless at times, wishing for someone to help you. It's all right, we are family. Leave the rest to us. The dagger clattered to the ground as Li Chang'an nodded slightly. Do not move. A throng of individuals in city guard uniforms surged through the door, their guns trained on Zhang Xiangzhuang. Chapter 65. The Peacock. The city guards arrived at an opportune moment. Zhang Xiangzhuang snorted coldly, tossing his identification card forward. First military patrol of the northern city. Hu Chai and his companions stepped forward, encircling Li Chang'an. What brings the first military here? I believe we are still in a state of readiness, the leading officer said as he accepted the identification card. Scanning it to confirm the information. Returning the card, Zhang Xiangzhuang maintained a stoic expression. I brought my team here for a break and was inexplicably attacked by these individuals. According to imperial law, assaulting military personnel during a state of readiness is a grave offense. I demand you take them into custody. I will contact my superior to handle the matter. The officer shrugged. I'm afraid I can't do that. What do you mean? Zhang Xiangzhuang frowned. Knowing the internal chaos within the city guard, yet this could not be an excuse to disregard imperial law. Chen Jin stepped forward, sneering. It's because my rank is higher than his. As he spoke, Chen Jin produced his credentials and waved them before Zhang Xiangzhuang, Director Chen Jin of the 3rd Division of the City Guard. Initially, I thought you were fugitives, but now I suspect you might be deserters. According to imperial law, any armed enforcement agency encountering deserters during a state of readiness is permitted to execute them on the spot. Will you accompany me, or shall I have you executed here? Chen Jin leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. Li Chang'an severed my brother's hand. Hand him over to me, and take your team and leave. What do you say? Zhang Xiangzhuang's response was a punch aimed at Chen Jin, who appeared to have anticipated the move, raising his fist to meet it. Their fists collided, and Zhang Xiangzhuang staggered back 3 steps. With the mighty force ability, as long as it was activated through an offensive maneuver, he could suppress his opponent. Few abilities within the same tier could withstand it. Shaking his slightly numb right hand, Zhang Xiangzhuang glared coldly at Chen General as an imperial soldier. You are abusing your power. I will report this. Chen Jin advanced menacingly. That is a matter for another day. For now, surrender and come back with us. Chen Jin. I will go with you, Li Chang'an declared, stepping forward. Had this been earlier, I might have agreed, but not now. Chen Jin shook his head, unabashedly reveling in his triumph. It displeases me that a worthless individual like you managed to join the 1st military. You should remain underfoot forever. Kneel, bow your head, and beg for mercy. Do not speak until I am satisfied. Perhaps I will allow your friend to leave. Hu Chai whispered. In a moment, I will swiftly subdue him. And then you all can act. We will burst forth from here. Once we return to the military camp, their fate is sealed. However, this was an impossibility. Even if the city guards were weak, they still numbered over a dozen capable, extraordinary individuals, far surpassing the former Tiger Gang. The distinction between regular troops and idle ruffians was vast, rendering any comparison futile. Moreover, should matters escalate to that point, none present today would escape punishment. The mere occurrence of a death would alter the situation entirely. A group of individuals entered from outside, led by a tall, slender youth clad in a white trench coat. His long hair tied back in a high ponytail, his features so striking that one might struggle to discern his gender. The youth navigated through the city guards and approached Li Chang'an directly, his gaze fixated solely on him. Chang'an, Xiao Jiangjiang, Li Chang'an exclaimed, astonished by Jiang Shuabu's unexpected arrival. I happened to be in Beicheng for some matters, and a friend informed me that you had entered the city. Unable to access the military camp, I seized this opportunity to see you. Jiang Shuabu opened his arms and embraced Li Chang'an. After a brief moment of surprise, Li Chang'an quickly regained his composure and joyfully declared, "You're just in time. You cover me while I eliminate these people, and then we can regroup. Now that you are a soldier, you ought to exhibit some semblance of military decorum," Jiang Shuabu replied, a bemused smile gracing his face as he adjusted Li Chang'an's collar. "Leave it to me. You cannot always resort to violence." Li Chang'an's voice held no restraint, resonating clearly for all present. His teammates could only offer wry smiles. Meanwhile, Chen Jin seemed to have seized upon Li Chang'an's vulnerable moment, sneering, "Did you just say you would kill us? Are you aware that you now pose a threat to imperial officials? And what of it?" Jiang Shuabu turned, his smile vanishing, his face now a mask of frost and menace. From Jiang Shuabu's entourage emerged an elderly man clad in white, his face so wrinkled that his eyes were nearly obscured, his breath so faint it seemed he might expire at any moment. Yet, upon his appearance, Chen Jin's smile froze. "Your Excellency, the High Priest." Chen Jin bent respectfully, hand pressed to his chest. The High Priest, expressionless, spoke in a voice frail and near silent. "This is the Peacock Bishop of the Holy Church. Do you comprehend my meaning?" "I understand," Chen Jin replied without hesitation, turning to leave, the city guards hastily following suit. The group departed in haste. Jiang Shuabu opened his mouth to speak to the High Priest, though no sound emerged. Nonetheless, the High Priest immediately understood, bowing in unison with the others before turning to leave. "You see, many issues need not be resolved through violence. There are numerous alternative solutions," Jiang Shuabu said warmly, draping his arm around Li Chang'an's shoulder. Despite his awareness of Jiang Shuabu's mysterious background, Li Chang'an was taken aback by the fear he instilled in the city guards. He could not have misinterpreted. Chen Jin's eyes were undoubtedly filled with trepidation. Jiang Shuabu smiled gently at Zhang Chang and his companions, softly saying, "If you don't mind, I wish to discuss a private matter with Chang'an." Of course, Zhang Chang nodded, his expression grave yet curious, leading his teammates aside. Li Chang'an regarded Jiang Shuabu, bemused. "You aren't going to explain why you concealed your identity, are you? Our relationship seems to circumvent that necessity." "I have no desire to explain. Rather, I wish to inquire if you would be willing to join us." Jiang Shuabu's smile concealed a hint of anxiety, but predominantly, it held anticipation. "As you've observed, the city guards, affiliated with the Empire, are utterly debased. Can the safety of civilians truly rest in their hands? I acknowledge that not all high-ranking officials in the Empire are inept, yet the Empire is beyond salvation. Chaos will inevitably ensue. Human nature is such that, regardless of whether it is the apocalypse, they are eager to vie for power. The Empire requires a potent remedy. When that day arrives, none shall remain unscathed. Join us in our quest to transform this world." After a moment of silence, Li Chang'an scratched his head in resignation. "You know I struggle to comprehend these notions. If you are inviting me as a friend, I would certainly accept. However, if this invitation stems from your role as a bishop of that church, I must decline. My aspirations are not so lofty. I prefer to take things one step at a time." Jiang Shuabu sighed. "I anticipated you would respond this way, but I thought the timing today was opportune. Enjoy your day off, for you may not have another opportunity to rest." Waving farewell to Li Chang'an, Jiang Shuabu prepared to depart. "Wait," Li Chang'an called out. "Forget the rest. First tell me your true strength, and do not claim it is merely a rank." Jiang Shuabu, having taken 2 steps, turned back, a smile curling his lips. "Rank, capable of independently slaying 4 black-level monsters." Li Chang'an could only manage a wry laugh. "You, my friend, have you merely been playing pretend with me all this time?" Not far from the shop, the High Priest and his companions awaited Jiang Shuabu with utmost respect. "Bishop, we have dispatched a small team to eliminate the 3rd Division of the city guards. No survivors will remain. Should we erase any traces?" Jiang Shuabu removed his trench coat, revealing dual swords at his waist. "No need. The leader should already be en route to eliminate Lin Jun. It is time for the Empire's inept officials to tremble." Chapter 66. An unattainable revenge. After purchasing clothes and boarding the vehicle, the group lapsed into silence, each harboring thoughts yet unsure how to articulate them. "Let me make a call to the restaurant. Some dishes take time to prepare, so I will have them start cooking." Ma Hao broke the silence, embodying both brother and father in the situation. They did indeed resemble a group of bashful children. Li Chang'an softly inquired, "Can we add more meat?" The silence dissipated entirely. Add half a yak for him. I'll cover the cost. Hu Chai exclaimed, playfully wrapping his arm around Li Chang'an's neck. You've hidden your connections well. To have such a formidable friend. To be honest, I only learned of it today, Li Chang'an replied, unwavering in his honesty. Knowing full well that Li Chang'an spoke the truth, Zhang Chang still hurriedly pressed on. Are you serious? Today I learned he is one of those church people? Li Chang'an nodded, affirming the truth of his words. Only then did Zhang Chang breathe a sigh of relief, his smile returning. That's good. Just don't get too involved with them. Why not? Li Chang'an countered. While he could disregard the church, he could not ignore Jiang Shubu. If the church were in danger, he would choose to immediately rescue Jiang Shubu, even if it meant binding him. I don't know how to explain this to you. Zhang Chang shook his head. In any case, listen to me and limit your contact with them. Most of those people are lunatics. Haka, who had some insight into the matter, added, that church emerged when the apocalypse first struck, and due to the ensuing chaos, it attracted numerous followers. They preach equality among all. Originally operating mostly in the North Continent, and only a few years ago began to infiltrate the East Continent. Their influence is significant. And I've heard there are many powerful individuals within. I don't understand why the empire remains indifferent. This is not before the apocalypse. So how can they allow such a religion to flourish? The arrival of the apocalypse shattered people's former beliefs, indeed creating the most opportune moment for the rise of religion. Aside from what he gleaned from television, Li Chang'an had only acquired information on the black market and was thus largely ignorant of the world's developments, including any knowledge of the so-called Holy Church. Yet, observing the expressions of others, it seemed they were somewhat informed. As a friend, had he perhaps been too oblivious about Jiang Shubu? For the first time, Li Chang'an found himself doubting his own understanding. Temporarily setting aside his concerns, Li Chang'an engaged in light-hearted conversation with the group. The matter concerning Qinjin did not dampen their spirits. After all, for the others, it was already a closed chapter. A sentiment Li Chang'an did not share. After years of torment, it was time for resolution. Standing beside Zhang Chang and facing Jiang Shubu, Li Chang'an found clarity. He had no lingering worries. He might face execution if discovered, or perhaps perish in his quest for vengeance, but his family would remain unharmed. Though it may seem selfish to entrust his family to others' care, Li Chang'an could not contain himself. He was eager to resolve everything. Once he eliminated him, the nightmares would cease. His exterior remained calm, yet within, he was a tempest. What are you thinking about? Hu Chai waved his hand in front of Li Chang'an. Just contemplating how best to kill him. Should I torment him for 10 days before he dies, or allow him to live in perpetual agony? Hu Chai silently regarded Li Chang'an for a moment before playfully patting his head. Don't keep things to yourself. You have family and friends who are willing to listen. All right, Li Chang'an replied with a smile, though whether he truly absorbed the sentiment remained uncertain. In the rush of time, roasting half a yak was impractical, but they prepared a single leg of yak just for Li Chang'an. This was thanks to the chef, a fire element manipulator, who nearly sacrificed half his life to prepare it. I'm exhausted. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have taken on this dish, the brawny chef commented before retreating to the kitchen after sharing a drink with the group. Ma Hao presented the yak leg as if it were a treasure. You are only allowed to have a taste. The rest belongs to Chang'an. I'm not bragging, but this restaurant has the most authentic flavor in the north. I used to work here, and the leftover beef was often shared with me to take home. My sister grew up eating this beef. The group laughed, playfully pretending to snatch a piece. Yet ultimately, no one cut off a portion. Everything was reserved for Li Chang'an. After all, there was plenty of meat to go around. Their meal stretched from dusk into night, the table laden with bottles of liquor, and everyone indulged heartily. Though Li Chang'an had a decent tolerance, he endeavored to drink sparingly, yet could not resist the enthusiasm of his teammates, ultimately ending up with flushed cheeks. All right, let us head back to the hotel. We'll change clothes and freshen up. I'll take you to another place to continue drinking. Ma Hao said with a mysterious smile. You know about underground fighting, right? I'll take you to watch some matches, unrestricted fighting, where abilities can be used. Haka, don't you enjoy watching beautiful women? There will be plenty there. But let me be clear, if you want to chat them up, do it with your skills. Don't resort to financial transactions. That would be embarrassing. Haka, already flushed, turned an even deeper shade of red, nearly radiating embarrassment or excitement. After taking a taxi back to the hotel, Ma Hao reiterated, wake up from your drunkenness. We'll be drinking again soon. Let us see. We'll meet in an hour. If we catch 2 matches, we might even make it for karaoke. Back in his room, Li Chang'an, slightly tipsy, suddenly sobered up. All traces of inebriation evaporating. He shed his outer coat and, clad only in his inner shirt, leaped out of the window. The building was not tall, and he used the wall to propel himself onto the rooftop of the adjacent lower building. After confirming his direction, he rushed toward the city guard-s station. During dinner, he had discreetly checked for the guard-s location twice under the pretense of using the restroom, discovering it was not far from their current position. As a lieutenant, Chang'an was required to spend half his time at the city guard-s camp, and finding the lieutenant's quarters would not pose much difficulty. The only concern was whether Chang'an would violate regulations. Given their previous encounters, this seemed highly likely. After 20 minutes, he reached the exterior of the city guard station. Setting a timer, no matter what, he had to leave in 20 minutes, or he would not make it back to the hotel. The infiltration proved much easier than Li Chang'an had anticipated. Aside from 2 drowsy sentinels at the entrance, he encountered no patrolling guards along the way. This only deepened his understanding of the city guard's decline. However, the deeper he ventured, the more something felt amiss. The entire station was eerily silent, and a faint metallic scent pervaded the air. Li Chang'an instinctively quickened his pace, and upon reaching in the corridor on the 3rd floor, Li Chang'an discovered the lifeless body of Chang'an, a gash across his throat inflicted by a sharp blade. Just from this wound, Li Chang'an could ascertain that the assailant was a professional killer. This injury had severed all of Chang'an's chances of survival. However, something felt amiss. There should have been another person lying here. Li Chang'an crouched before Chang'an. There was more than one attacker. It seemed the other body had been removed. Who could be responsible for this? The visage of Jiang Shubu immediately surfaced in Li Chang'an's mind. It was highly likely to be him. Ding dong. The sound of a text message interrupted his thoughts. Before he even retrieved his phone, Li Chang'an had a foreboding sense of who it might be. Chang'an, by the time you read this message, Chang'an is likely already dead. I've known about the grievances between you two for quite some time, and have been waiting for an opportune moment to assist you in seeking vengeance. Those who have tormented you are also mortal. They too shall meet their demise. Your nightmare should not conclude with revenge. I hope you do not resent my unilateral decision. While slaughter may be necessary, it is not the sole recourse. Beyond vengeance and strength, life has much more worth exploring. I long to be the sword in your hand. But time is short. I have taken Xiao Wu. She wishes to follow in your footsteps, and thus I wish to grant her that chance. By the way, Xiao Wu has awakened. When we meet again, I hope we can still be friends. The world of martial arts is vast. May you achieve your desires and flourish in your pursuits. Li Chang'an's attempts to call back yielded only a disconnected line. Gazing at the scattered corpses, he felt lost. On his journey home, Li Chang'an began to reflect. Regardless of whether violence should be employed to resolve issues, Jiang Shubu had no right to act on his behalf. He should at least have been afforded the choice. Yet, his contemplation was not focused on this matter, but rather on his own shortcomings. Since enlisting, he had grown somewhat complacent, not only in his usual self-discipline but also in his vigilance. His murderous intent had dulled considerably. During his days of respite, when he should have covertly returned to the military camp to eliminate Zhou Mu and Uncle Zhou, he instead indulged in leisure. The comfort of the team made him nearly forget his true self. Perhaps this current version of himself was indeed the authentic one. Nevertheless, wrong is wrong. Those without extraordinary abilities should not succumb to complacency, even if they are confident in their capacity to eliminate most formidable opponents. It was precisely because he lacked such abilities that he needed to refine every move, striving for perfection without error. I need extraordinary abilities. Li Chang'an silently clenched his fists, his lifelong aspiration becoming ever clearer. After concluding the battle in the Northern Territories, he would immediately depart for the final trial at Tianhan, survive, and vanquish all adversaries to emerge victorious. He would undergo a transformation and attain his own powers. This was the path he aspired to tread. Once he possessed extraordinary abilities, they would no longer deem him a failure. He could build his own career, establish a family, and proudly reveal his strengths to every friend. A smile crept onto Li Chang'an's lips as his imagination painted a rare vision of the future. Upon returning to the hotel, he hurriedly showered, having perspired profusely from his journey, which also helped dissipate the scent of alcohol. "Chang'an, are you ready yet?" came the voices of his teammates from outside. "You haven't fallen asleep, have you? Your drinking skills are atrocious." Wrapping a towel around himself, Li Chang'an opened the door. "Did we not agree on an hour? I just received a call. Quite a few people are attending today, so let us head over early to secure a spot," Ma Hao said, playfully poking at Li Chang'an's abs. "Your physique is quite exaggerated. Even as a man, I envy it." Not only Ma Hao, But the other three also gazed at Li Chang'an with admiration, making him feel somewhat uneasy. "I'll go change." Li Chang'an quickly shut the door. During his previous treatment, because some wounds had been scraped off down to the flesh, the newly formed skin bore no scars. Alita had taken it upon herself to remove the scars, resulting in only a few remaining on Li Chang'an's body. It felt as though he were unclothed, and he was not quite accustomed to it. As before, they took a car, but this time it was a luxurious private vehicle, and Ma Hao and the others had dressed rather flamboyantly. The short and sturdy Ma Hao donned a gleaming black leather jacket, resembling a four-limbed paint can. However, being able to share his beloved homeland with his friends filled Ma Hao with pride. He genuinely enjoyed sharing the land he cherished with those he valued. The car did not exit the city but stopped near the third city wall, distinct from the underground blackboxing venues Li Chang'an had previously known. The blackboxing arena in the northern city was hidden within the slums, while the one in the Northern Territory was located in the heart of a bustling street, 3 floors underground in an 18-story building. Upon presenting their entrance tickets at the door, a waitress in a tight cheapao led the 3 of them downstairs. As soon as the door swung open, the familiar scents assaulted Li Chang'an's senses: blood, alcohol, tobacco, and even the aroma of burning illicit substances filled the air, accompanied by the pulsating beats of drums and the roars of the crowd. The interior was divided into 2 levels. The upper level featured soundproof private booths with floor-to-ceiling windows made of one-way glass, suitable for those who wished to conceal their identities. However, such an environment was not fitting for Li Chang'an and his companions. Despite their aversion to the noisy atmosphere, it was undoubtedly well suited for them. "Where shall we sit?" Hu Chai looked around, unable to find an empty seat. "Did you not say you had reserved a spot?" Ma Hao chuckled awkwardly. "We can reserve seats upstairs, but there is a minimum consumption requirement. When I attempted to book, I realized I might not have enough money. Why did you not mention this earlier?" "We cannot possibly stand, can we?" Hu Chai surveyed the area. The expansive boxing arena was packed, with a large octagonal cage at its center, significantly larger than the standard size. The best seats would naturally be beside the cage, but at that moment, it was already filled to capacity. Li Chang'an took the lead, stating that positions in the underground fighting arena could be claimed by oneself. Ma Hao nodded in agreement, pondering how familiar Li Chang'an seemed with the place. "Let's follow him," Zhang Chang said, quickening his pace, sensing the fierce determination radiating from Li Chang'an. However, this was an underground fighting venue, frequented by individuals not known for their law-abiding nature. "Bro," Li Chang'an halted at his chosen spot. "I find you displeasing. Shall we settle this in the ring?" The directness of his challenge took everyone by surprise. The heavily muscled man, tattooed from head to toe, rose with a cold smirk. "Is there anyone else who dares?" Before he could finish, Li Chang'an seized a bottle and shattered it against the man's head. "You talk too much. Let us fight here." As he spoke, he discarded the broken bottle and delivered a swift kick to the man's shin. The brute winced, dropping to one knee, and Li Chang'an took hold of his head, landing a powerful punch to his temple. Without checking if the man was unconscious, he grabbed an ashtray from the table and hurled it. Just as the brute's companion stood up, forming a water blade with his hands, he was met with the oncoming ashtray, which he swiftly sliced in half. Seizing the moment, Li Chang'an advanced, driving his elbow into the man's jaw, followed by a kick to his groin. As the man crumpled to the ground, Li Chang'an delivered a final blow to the back of his head. In an instant, both men lay defeated, and the audience, having only just turned their heads, found the fight concluded. "Chang'an, you." Ma Hao was too shocked to articulate his thoughts. Although fighting was permitted in the arena, it was strictly prohibited outside of it. Soon enough, towering security personnel approached, the leader stopping a few steps from Li Chang'an. "I understand your rules," Li Chang'an replied, his face icy, unmistakably radiating a murderous intent. Wiping his hands with a napkin from the table, he removed his jacket and tossed it onto a chair, offering a slight smile to his companions before turning to open the cage door and stepping onto the platform. "My brother understands the rules, hence, I shall refrain from further words," the lead security guard remarked, furrowing his brow. "Win 3 rounds on stage, and your mischief here will be forgiven." After a moment of silence, the audience erupted in a wave of cheers. After all, wasn't this what they had come to witness? "Captain, what should we do?" Haka asked, scanning the surroundings with caution. The nonchalant Hu Chai wore a grave expression. Zhang Chang shook his head. "Can't you see that Chang'an is seething with anger? Let him vent for now. If things go awry, we'll intervene immediately." Ma Hao, having opened a bottle of beer, took a hearty swig before exclaiming, "Honestly, I pity anyone who faces him right now. In unrestricted underground fights, Do you truly believe he could lose? Leaning against the iron cage, cold metal pressed against his body. Li Chang'an was indeed filled with rage. It was as if the death of Chun Jin had ignited a fury he had suppressed for over a decade. Even with Jiang Shui Bu providing justification. I understand the reasoning, yet I refuse to submit. Chapter 68. Acknowledging death in the underground fighting arena. The rules dictated that conflicts must be settled on stage. Should a brawl break out off the platform, one could either be escorted out or compelled to fight 3 rounds. The stakes were life or death. Winning meant the venue's owner would overlook past transgressions, treating the victor as a valued guest. Conversely, losing was fatal, and the matter would not conclude there. The organs of those with special abilities remained highly valuable. They would extract every last ounce of worth from you. The city guard had no authority over such establishments, which required connections to operate within the city. Moreover, the profits from underground betting were substantial, and the initial fights were often set up for maximum entertainment. With Li Chang'an's tumultuous entrance, it was clear that his assigned opponent would not be a mere novice. For the sake of spectacle, the backers would not send out a weak fighter first. Li Chang'an's rebellious behavior was inconsequential. The capitalists only cared about the potential profits. Indeed, when the odds opened, Li Chang'an's were set at 3-1, with only a handful of bettors willing to stake their money on him. Ma Hao hurriedly dashed off to place his bet, returning with a gleam in his eye. Guess how much I wagered on Chang'an? 100,000. If he wins, my sister's dowry will be secured. Li Chang'an, leaning against the cage, found the situation amusing, tossing his identification card to Ma Hao. I too have 100,000. I'll bet on myself. Can't let you bear the loss alone. Ma Hao's expression fell. Li Gu, and Gu, please don't jest. That's all my savings. You must not betray my trust. Li Chang'an smiled silently. Hu Chai and Hakka exchanged glances, simultaneously retrieving their identity cards as they pulled Zhang Chong and dashed towards the betting area. I wagered 20,000. Hu Chai returned unsteadily. I bet 500,000. If we are to perish, let us perish together. If we win, we shall revel in the club. Hakka's eyes radiated determination. The others were taken aback. You are so wealthy? Hakka scratched his head. My mother always told me that boys should carry more money. Captain, how much did you wager? 3,000, Zhang Chong muttered, lowering his head in embarrassment. It's not that I don't want to support Chang'an. It's just that this is all I possess. Ma Hao and Hu Chai immediately huddled together, whispering. The captain has always been a lone wolf. It's been years since he has stepped foot in the barracks. Where has all his money gone? Could it be that he has invested it in some game? Yet, I don't see him playing games. But he does watch live streams. Could it be that he is a top supporter in some broadcast room? Only Hakka appeared thoughtful. As the betting time elapsed, a burly man clad in black opened the octagonal cage, and a bald man in mere shorts strode in. The muscular man secured the door behind him, ensuring it would remain shut until one of the combatants lay lifeless. Of course, pleas for mercy were permitted, but not from Li Chang'an. The brutal slaughter of opponents was an intrinsic part of underground fighting. Let us dispense with the formalities. All who have arrived understand the rules. There are no winners or losers, only life and death. If you triumph, you may leave, and you shall forever be our esteemed guest. Should you lose, including your friends, you shall remain here today. The burly man glared coldly at Li Chang'an, his voice resonating throughout the arena. Li Chang'an no longer concealed his murderous intent. After 3 matches, I will add 1 more. I intend to kill you. The burly man's spine chilled, and he chuckled as he departed. The bald man remained silent, his scars serving as testament to his prowess. In underground fighting, there are no rules, nor is there any requirement for participants to disclose their abilities or ranks. Thus, taunting becomes a tactical maneuver. When unaware of an opponent's abilities and rank, it is prudent to provoke them for information. Yet, before the bald man could utter a word, with a clang from outside, Li Chang'an surged towards him like an arrow. So, an overconfident novice, the bald man thought, suppressing a smirk while feigning panic. In reality, he concentrated his strength in his right hand. His ability, Charge, allowed him to accumulate power in a specific part of his body for up to 2 hours. He had begun charging before stepping onto the stage. Should his right hand strike, it could send even a tank flying. If it struck a human, they would likely be shattered on the spot. As Li Chang'an closed in within 2 steps, the bald man ceased his pretense. He was a seasoned fighter. His lethal move hidden behind a feigned attack. He first extended his left fist as a distraction, then stealthily struck with his right palm, an approach that had proven effective time and again. However, Li Chang'an was the true master of experience. When the bald man's left fist descended, He did not flinch or evade, but met it head-on. The blow was neither painful nor debilitating, and Li Chang'an seized the bald man's wrist, pulling him towards himself. Noticing the bald man's steps falter while still concealing his right hand, Li Chang'an surmised his intentions. "I may not know your ability, but I recognize your right hand is perilous." The information was more than adequate. Li Chang'an sidestepped to the bald man's rear, delivering a powerful chop to the nape of his neck. Although lacking abilities, the force of his strike approached 500 kilograms. In the pre-apocalyptic days, such a blow could have shattered a human's neck, but now it merely rendered the bald man momentarily disoriented. Yet, that moment of distraction was precisely what Li Chang'an needed. He grasped the bald man's chin with both hands and pressed his foot against his lumbar spine, forcefully wrenching backward. The sharp sound of bones fracturing was scarcely perceptible amidst the din, yet all could see the bald man's spine snap, his head colliding with his heels. His back pressed against his buttocks. Li Chang'an did not relent. He continued to evade the reach of the bald man's right hand, inhaling deeply before delivering a devastating punch. Many had witnessed fists penetrating chests, yet few had seen one shatter facial bones and penetrate the brain. Flicking the red and white remnants from his hands, Li Chang'an surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sharp and piercing. Though the temperature remained normal, the onlookers felt an inexplicable chill, and it was unclear who retreated first. But the crowd surrounding the cage instinctively parted. Next, Li Chang'an wiped the blood from his hands on the bald man's corpse and made his way to the opposite side of the cage. Hu Chai swallowed hard. "Please don't scold me. I truly believe Chang'an resembles a villain." "Then we are accomplices." Haka elegantly sipped his cocktail. "I am quite grateful that we are friends with him." Ma Hao rolled his eyes. "Try not to tremble when you say that." Zhang Chong lowered his head to drink. Having just earned 9,000, yet he felt no joy. In Li Chang'an's eyes, he saw no reverence for death. "Strong, are you afraid of dying?" Reporting to the captain. "I am afraid." "Good. One ought to hold a healthy fear of death to ensure a long life." "Then, Captain, are you afraid?" "I fear nothing." On September 14th, 20 years after the Empire's founding, during a mission, the 1st Army's 1st Battalion's 7th Squad encountered a red alert, resulting in 4 fatalities and 1 injury. Chapter 69, A Painful Battle. The first fight concluded in under half a minute. Perhaps the unseen overseer realized they had underestimated Li Chang'an's strength. For the second opponent did not enter the ring immediately. Li Chang'an, meanwhile, took the opportunity to rest against the cage. Long-distance runners learn to conserve energy and find suitable moments to relax their muscles during a run. Muscles should not remain in a constant state of tension, as that leads to rapid fatigue. A balance between tension and relaxation is essential for enduring battles. However, during the previous fight, Li Chang'an had not relaxed for even a moment. That was simply his fighting style. This seemingly unimposing physique could deliver a regular punch weighing around 500 kilograms, and under duress could approach 1,000 kilograms. In a certain sense, honing the human body to such an extent could be considered a form of extraordinary ability. Regrettably, in the present world, there are many who surpass him in physical prowess. The audience has ceased their raucous shouts, now engaged in hushed discussions, as some have begun to recognize that the young man in the ring is unlike those who typically cause disturbances. Whether or not he has exhibited his extraordinary abilities is uncertain. Nonetheless, within mere seconds, he has dispatched a fighter, a well-known bald man among the regulars of the boxing arena. Among the fighters who have graced the ring, this bald man ranks among the top 20. The heavy metal rock music continues to blare as Zhang Chong rises and approaches Li Chang'an, leaning against the edge of the iron cage and lowering his voice. "Once we've had our fun, we should return." Li Chang'an shakes his head. "We can't leave. If we say 3 matches, it must be 3 matches. And I have added an additional one. If the boxing arena allows us to leave freely, it might as well close its doors for good." "Don't worry, Captain. I have been fighting in underground matches since I was 18. I am quite renowned in the North City." This statement reflects a rare moment of humility from Li Chang'an, the uncrowned king of the underground fighting scene, whose victories are almost guaranteed, boasting an unprecedented fatality rate. Fortunately, seasoned masters rarely engage in underground fights. Even those of lower tiers are a rarity. Each time the bookmakers in the North City set their odds, Li Chang'an's were remarkably low. Yet the number of bets placed on him continues to swell. Well then, be careful. If the situation turns dire, we retreat. Don't hold on stubbornly. Zhang Chong sighs and returns to his seat, unable to quell his concern. To Zhang Chong, Li Chang'an often resembles an innocent child, yet once combat ensues, he transforms into a feral beast. Such a person will eventually bring about their own demise or succumb to madness. For the sake of his own sense of justice and his bond with Li Chang'an, Zhang Chang wishes to avert such a fate. The second contender strides forth from the tunnel, adorned in a battle skirt crafted from animal hides, and a pelt of some unknown creature drapes over his head. By the heavens, that's a wolf servant! Ma Hao exclaims, rising in astonishment. The seventh-ranked fighter in the underground scene. That fellow is a veritable monstrosity. Hu Chai quickly seizes a bottle of liquor. What does that mean? Does it imply that Chang'an is in danger? No. Ma Hao shakes his head and retakes his seat. On the contrary, I am looking forward to this clash. After all, Chang'an resembles a beast even more than he does. As the wolf's servant enters the iron cage, the same burly man from earlier approaches to remove the shackles binding the wolf servant. Kid, if you survive this match, I'll take you on in the third. No need for the fourth. The burly man smirks coldly before stepping out of the cage. At that moment, Li Chang'an's odds have not diminished but rather increased, shifting from 3 to 3.5 to 1. As bets are placed, Li Chang'an scrutinizes his opponent. He may be a brute, but he is not without intellect. Most individuals' extraordinary abilities can be discerned from their appearance. Similarly, those who possess inherent strength or combat skills tend to be more robust. The wolf servant's injuries reveal that most were inflicted at close range, leading Li Chang'an to surmise the wolf servant's preferred combat style. As the betting concludes, the bell tolls, signaling that the boxing arena is not inclined to grant Li Chang'an any preparatory time. The wolf servant lunges at Li Chang'an almost simultaneously with the ringing bell, his claws akin to those of a wild beast, swiping at Li Chang'an's face. What a dangerous adversary! Li Chang'an leans back to evade, using his hands to pivot and roll to the side. Before he can rise, the wolf servant charges again, just as Li Chang'an is about to stand. He narrowly avoids the wolf servant's claws, but in the process, his skin is inevitably grazed. Unlike the previous bald opponent, the wolf servant's speed is markedly swifter, and he expertly controls the rhythm of the fight, seeking to stifle Li Chang'an's counterattacks. As the wolf servant's claws once again tear through the air towards him, Li Chang'an has regained his balance. He ducks and delivers a powerful hook to the wolf servant's ribs. Sensing a sharp pain in his back, Li Chang'an resolves to stop evading. He wraps his arms around the wolf servant's waist and executes a clean bridge throw. The sound of a neck snapping echoes. Yet Li Chang'an pivots and aims a stomp at the wolf servant's head. The wolf servant, who should have perished, tilts his head and rolls away, standing up as if he had not just suffered a broken neck. A self-recovery ability, Li Chang'an deduces, having sensed something amiss when he struck the wolf servant's ribs. Though the rib had clearly fractured and caved in, it appeared to heal as he withdrew his hand. No, that can't be right. Li Chang'an suddenly rejects his hypothesis. The wolf servant bears numerous scars, indicating that a self-recovery ability would not leave such marks. Or perhaps only bone injuries can heal. With no time to verify his assumptions, the wolf servant charges once more, driven wild by pain, attacking with a flurry of uncoordinated strikes, relying solely on brute strength and speed. Li Chang'an remains composed, carefully retreating while avoiding the blows, biding his time. Given that his opponent's abilities might pertain to recovery, rushing to counterattack would merely squander energy. Once again evading the wolf servant's claws, Li Chang'an seizes his opportunity, striking with a lightning-fast jab aimed at the wolf servant's eye. His fingers pierce the wolf servant's eye socket, and as he retracts his hand, he finds a bloodied eyeball ensnared between his fingers. With a slight tug, he detaches the remnants and steps back. The wolf servant, clutching his face, howls in agony as blood seeps through his fingers. The torment of losing an eye is unbearable for any ordinary person, driving him into a frenzy. Does that mean I was mistaken? Li Chang'an mutters to himself. Yet he does not relent in his assault. To ensure his safety, he darts to the side of the wolf servant and raises his hand to strike at the wolf servant's temple. Just as Li Chang'an's fist, Li Chang'an barely managed to raise his hand when an overwhelming force surged toward him, instantly fracturing the bones in his arm before he was slammed against the iron cage wall. A dizzying haze clouded his vision. Yet instinctively he rolled to the side just as a deafening crash echoed from where he had stood. The wolf servant leaped high and landed with a thud, only to find himself on empty ground, emitting an unintelligible roar of fury as he lunged toward Li Chang'an. Still disoriented, Li Chang'an was caught off guard. Feeling the sharp claws penetrate the flesh of his arm, the wolf servant let out a muffled growl. Following the sound, Li Chang'an threw a punch without hesitation. Feeling the sensation of a human face beneath his fist, and then he felt a loosening grip on his arm. At last, the dizziness faded, and he beheld the widening maw of the beast, its yellowed fangs exuding a foul stench, its canines as sharp as razors. With no time to withdraw his arm, Li Chang'an lifted his legs to brace against the wolf servant's collarbone, preventing that monstrous mouth from drawing near. A humorous thought flitted through his mind, pondering that perhaps it was his turn to be bitten. However, he found no amusement in it, straining to twist his body free from the wolf servant's grasp. His arms bore deep, bone-exposed claw marks as he executed a swift uppercut to the wolf servant's jaw, followed by a shoulder thrust. As the wolf servant reeled back, Li Chang'an seized the opportunity to leap onto its knee, this time not to strangle, but to fight back. His hands plunged into the creature's mouth, grasping its fangs. And with a fierce growl, he snapped them in two, transforming the broken teeth into weapons. I am the beast. Chapter 70. Battle. This confrontation was entirely different from before. It was no longer a one-sided slaughter. Although the spectacle was rather mundane, the audience watched with rapt attention. Li Chang'an fought with brutal ferocity, while the wolf servant exuded an overwhelming, primal force. The fangs, repurposed as weapons, might have seemed laughable to onlookers, yet the wolf servant felt nothing but imminent danger. The two fangs were gripped between the tips of Li Chang'an's fingers, serving both as nails and daggers. The wolf servant's ability was that of a berserker, which accelerated its healing through inflicted wounds while simultaneously enhancing its strength. To some extent, it bore similarities to Zhang Qiangzhuang's ability of enhancement, but the berserker merely amplified strength. The greater the injury, the more formidable the power. If that were all, the term berserker would be a misnomer. King of endurance would be more fitting. A true berserker would never fall before death, and such was the nature of its ability. Regardless of the multitude of injuries endured, it could recover instantly, though it could not regenerate severed limbs. It was as if the berserker possessed a life bar, never to perish until it was depleted, even if its heart were pierced or its head severed. The wolf servant embodied this, with blood flowing profusely, yet healing entirely in the next moment, remaining fierce and relentless. Li Chang'an, akin to a parasitic worm, showcased his agility to the fullest, his hands darting around the wolf servant, leaving a trail of wounds from the fangs. His stamina rapidly waned, muscles began to fatigue, yet Li Chang'an was not laboring in vain. He relied on experience to gauge the wolf servant's life bar. He remained composed, unlike his comrades below, who were visibly anxious. Is that thing infinitely self-healing? Hu Chai fretted as he gripped Ma Hao's shoulder. Ma Hao shook his head. It shouldn't be. It lacks such an ability. Even if it could heal, it would require mental energy. Now it's a matter of who can endure longer. Not necessarily. Zhang Qiangzhuang managed to keep his composure. Chang'an's movements are not erratic. He does not seem to be merely enduring, but appears to be gathering strength. Just then, the situation on the battlefield shifted once more. The fangs sliced across the wolf servant's back, carving a gash along its spine, prompting an enraged roar as it elbowed backward. As it turned, the wolf servant clearly perceived Li Chang'an emerging from beneath its armpit, as if he had anticipated the creature's movements from the onset. Li Chang'an ducked to evade the elbow strike, driving the left fang into the wolf servant's chest and fiercely pulling downward, tearing a gaping wound deep into its flesh. At that moment, the air was thick with murderous intent. Raising his right arm, the forearm became a weapon, and with a swift flick, Li Chang'an lunged forward. To the spectators, it appeared as though Li Chang'an wielded not his arm, but a spear of iron. The fang transformed into the spear's tip, piercing through the wolf servant's unhealed flesh as Li Chang'an converted his fingers into a fist. His right foot, poised in a half-bow, stepped forward, transitioning weight with precision, coiling all his strength into one focused point. With a resounding impact, the wolf servant expelled a copious amount of blood, a pronounced bulge evident on its shoulder. As Li Chang'an withdrew his hand, remnants of the shattered heart clung to his fist. The military officers had discerned the eclectic nature of Li Chang'an's training, recognizing the remnants of pre-apocalyptic martial arts within him, yet they remained unaware that they were merely scratching the surface. Since encountering Jiang Shuabu, Li Chang'an had absorbed every combat technique imparted to him like a sponge. Eventually, when Jiang Shuabu had nothing left to teach, he had tossed Li Chang'an a series of written texts, each of which Li Chang'an diligently studied. By the time he completed his 6th trial, Jiang Shuabu had exhausted all his teachings. Li Chang'an had become a master of martial arts, without the inclusion of abilities. Any foe that engaged him at close range was courting death. Such words had emerged from Jiang Shuabu. now one of the 12 principal instructors, lending them considerable weight. With his left hand tearing through flesh and his right employing the stabbing technique, he plunged into the wolf servant's body, following through with his movement, ultimately delivering a devastating punch to the creature's heart. The execution was as fluid and pleasing as flowing water before the audience fully comprehended the scene. The wolf servant lay sprawled on its back, though it had not yet succumbed. The agony of its shattered heart and the fleeting sensation of asphyxiation rendered it unable to stand. Moreover, it was nearing its limit. A mere mortal would have perished numerous times over, yet bolstered by its ability, it was on the brink of collapse. Indeed, it is a struggle. From his encounters with Li Chang'an until now, every action of his has seemed like a farce. To an outsider, it appears as though the two are evenly matched. Yet only he, the one embroiled in this conflict, truly comprehends the agony. The diminutive figure before him exhibits no fear. Regardless of the violent, murderous intent he exudes, or the terrifying brute strength he possesses, the small man remains unfazed. In terms of bloodlust, this little one surpasses expectations, leaving one to ponder whether such a chilling aura is innate or forged through the crucible of violence. Just how many lives must one take? You must be in great torment, Li Chang'an suddenly spoke, surprising himself by not choosing to end the wolf servant's life immediately. The wolf servant gazed at him in silence, a hint of cold amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Only now did he appear somewhat human. You ought to be a formidable being, yet you are reduced to a mere spectacle for those weaker than yourself. He shifted his gaze to the imposing figure outside the cage, whose expression was dark and brooding. Those people have never shown you respect, have they? They do not even regard you as human. I am aware of your limits. Your heart is mending, but if I shatter it once more, you will perish instantly. I respect the strong, hence I shall end your suffering. You do not deserve such a fate. Li Chang'an raised his fist, casting one last glance at the wolf servant before bringing it down with great force. As he lifted his fist, the wolf servant's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the ceiling as life ebbed away. The door of the iron cage swung open, and two individuals entered to carry out the wolf servant's lifeless body, while the burly man leapt in directly, discarding his tie and suit. You're quite impressive, but my employer is rather displeased. The burly man removed his watch, placing it alongside his clothes outside the iron cage. Allow me to be your opponent in this third match. I shall torment you mercilessly, ensuring your demise is not swift. The audience below erupted in fervent cheers as they rushed to place their bets, having experienced both victories and losses in the previous 2 rounds. Even those anticipating losses in this third match were filled with excitement. At that moment, the burly man lunged at Li Chang'an without the sound of a bell or any preparation time, offering no opportunity for Li Chang'an to recover. Li Chang'an sidestepped a punch. Fully aware of the underhanded rules of the underground arena, those who set the rules are the rules, and from the beginning, no one intended to treat him fairly. Although he had evaded the punch, a sudden sense of danger surged within him. The burly man's elbow sprouted sharp spikes, reaching half a foot in length in an instant. The spikes pierced Li Chang'an's cheek, and he barely turned his head, leaving a bloody mark on his face, fortunately not penetrating his skull. The audience gasped in astonishment. The recognition of this ability was unmistakable. Any part of the body could morph at will, transforming into an impenetrable shell or claws akin to a monster's. Among close combat abilities, it ranked among the most formidable. Unlike the wolf servant, the burly man was a true humanoid beast, possessing all the traits of a monster. He prepared to strike, ready to unleash his ability, while others reached for their weapons. Yet, on the stage, Li Chang'an suddenly smiled, the blood trickling to his lips which he licked away. If cells possessed consciousness and could emit their own voices, every cell in Li Chang'an's body was now shouting the same word. Fight! 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 Chapter 71. I am the villain. A life-and-death duel, devoid of any means to place bets, escalated the atmosphere to its peak that night. The opening was marked by blood. The wound on Li Chang'an's face revealed glimpses of his cheekbone, yet a smile adorned his face. No one knew what he found amusing. They merely assumed he mocked his opponent. Is this not a death wish? Though the battle was destined to determine life or death, who would ever wish for an extended existence? Li Chang'an felt elated. The burly man once more approached him with arms outstretched, spikes protruding from his forearms. Should he embrace tightly, he could effortlessly tear away large chunks of flesh. At less than a foot's distance, this embrace was nearly foolproof. The burly man even envisioned several potential responses from Li Chang'an. Should he choose to evade, he would fall into the traps he had meticulously prepared. However, Li Chang'an did not comply with his expectations. Leaning forward, he executed a headbutt with ferocity, slipping away from the spikes as effortlessly as a fish through water. In close combat, while hands may pause, feet must never falter. In the blink of an eye, Li Chang'an found himself at the burly man's left side. Opting for a strike to the ribs, a resounding impact echoing as his fist connected with the iron-like flesh. The next moment, the burly man swung his arm, and Li Chang'an raised his hands to shield his face, propelled backward by the immense force. Although his body collided with the iron cage, it was merely a minor inconvenience. Rather than being thrown, Li Chang'an utilized that momentum to create distance. My vital points are shielded by a toughened exoskeleton. What can you use to contend with me? The burly man sneered, advancing toward Li Chang'an once more. The ability of species enhancement allows the wielder to transcend human limitations. With just a drop of a monster's blood, one can acquire its physiological traits. He had not disclosed to Li Chang'an that he had transformed his internal organs into those of a spiny-skinned animal, allowing him to survive even if his entrails were torn out. The only true weakness he possessed was his head, but the layers of thick scales were not mere decoration. Up until this point, he had been unable to discern Li Chang'an's ability, yet that did not hinder the burly man's assumptions about Li Chang'an's strength. Given Li Chang'an's current power, it was impossible for him to shatter the burly man's exoskeleton. At least double the strength would be required. Yet even that would not constitute a fatal blow. Moreover, his regenerative capabilities were formidable. Close combat practitioners fear not injury, even without utilizing their abilities. Their physical prowess far surpasses that of other ability users. Li Chang'an's fighting spirit surged. The two previous encounters with monstrous foes had left him feeling suffocated, and the sensation of being crushed was far from pleasant. Yet among the gifted individuals of humanity, many suppress him, making the search for a worthy adversary quite arduous. He yearns for battle, for the pressure it brings is a catalyst for his growth. Ideally, he desires a confrontation that brings him to the brink of death without crossing the threshold. Today is a splendid day. Boy, let me see what kind of useless ability you possess. The burly man lunges again, this time his body adorned with bone spikes. Zhang Chang furrows his brow. Why is there such a desire to witness Chang'an's powers? And speaking of Chang'an, why does he not unleash them? The answer lies in the fact that he is not wearing gloves. The gloves rest in the pocket of his coat offstage. From the very beginning, Li Chang'an had no intention of utilizing them. The incoming fist is heavy and forceful, yet its trajectory and power resemble a child's playful antics. Li Chang'an deftly sidesteps and thrusts his finger like a sword, aiming for the burly man's throat, a vulnerable area shielded only by a layer of scales. Underestimating me, are you? The burly man lowers his head, his chin blocking Li Chang'an's fingertip. Without hesitation, Li Chang'an transitions to a fist, delivering a blow to the man's chin, following up with an elbow strike. His punches are like hammers, his palms like blades, each move as if cleaving through stone. The burly man swings his arms wildly, but Li Chang'an evades, rising to strike the man's jaw with a punch that lifts his 200-pound frame off the ground. Taking a step forward, he drives an elbow into the man's heart, following closely, his right foot stomping down like a tiger pouncing on its prey, launching another punch. The force of his fist reverberates, echoing like cannon fire, as the sound of shattered scales fills the air. As the burly man lands, Li Chang'an stands before him once more. He raises his elbow to strike downwards. The burly man barely manages to cross his arms above his head, half kneeling on the ground, straining under the effort. Taking the elbow strike directly, the burly man feels a jolt of excruciating pain radiate through his arm bones. Just as he attempts to rise, he feels his head being seized. Li Chang'an possesses more than mere fists. He has only begun to showcase his martial prowess. With a powerful knee strike, he then brings his left leg up, not for another knee strike, but to deliver a brutal kick. Aiming for the recently shattered scales, his toes crush the ribs, penetrating into the chest cavity. Despite his elbows and knees bleeding profusely from the spikes on the burly man's body, Li Chang'an is undeterred. He seeks no lethal means. His intent is simply to beat this man to death. Get the hell away from me. The burly man bellows, swinging his fists, his arms transforming into scythe-like claws. Yet, alas, Li Chang'an is swifter. The swing merely grazes his skin. You are far too weak enough to bore me. Li Chang'an finally speaks, flexing his wrists. Did you think I used my full strength just now? The crowd falls silent, sensing that something thrilling is about to unfold. Li Chang'an strides toward the burly man. I only exerted half of my strength earlier, simply to await your entrance. I dislike the way you look at me. His muscles subtly bulge, exuding an aura of a war deity, radiating a murderous intent that is almost blinding. A few spectators perceive an illusion, as if a shackle once bound Li Chang'an, but now it lies shattered. Damn it, kid, don't be so arrogant. The burly man, startled as he stands, finds Li Chang'an's face suddenly in front of him. Instinctively, he swings his fist down, only to realize Li Chang'an has vanished from his sight. As Li Chang'an declared, he had only used half his strength. As for his speed, the burly man had yet to witness it. Pain strikes his side, and as darkness swallows his vision, he swings his fist instinctively, only to miss entirely. Li Chang'an stands directly before him, extending a hand which, upon withdrawal, reveals 2 eyeballs. I dislike the way you look at me, so I must remove your eyes. In truth, my right hand possesses significantly greater strength than my left, most times. I must consciously restrain it, Li Chang'an states leisurely. No matter how wildly the burly man swings his fists, he cannot touch Li Chang'an in the slightest. He moves like a phantom, gliding beside the burly man. Li Chang'an raises his fist. Perhaps I am twice as strong. When his fist descends, the thick scales covering the burly man's head crumble like biscuits. With just one punch, he caves in the man's skull. The robust vitality of the burly man becomes a burden, rendering him unable to die or retaliate. Tell me you are afraid. Li Chang'an raises his fist once more. Revere me. The burly man desperately turns, roaring, die? Another punch lands, shattering the man's shoulder. Shout loudly that you fear me. Beg for mercy, plead for your life. Kneel at my feet like an ant. The audience below has begun covering their eyes. One punch after another. The burly man has long since lost his human form. His head resembles a crumpled ping-pong ball, his body riddled with dents. And his once proud scales are as fragile as paper. I'm sorry, the burly man utters weakly. Spare me. Li Chang'an, who had just raised his fist, suddenly halts, revealing a warm smile. Kneel. The burly man struggles to rise, crawling toward the voice. Kneeling. Please. The fist descends, as if merely smashing a watermelon. Death can strengthen me. And slaughter can too. Chapter 72. Renowned far and wide, the octagonal iron cage used by the gifted differs from that of ordinary individuals. The ground is solidly reinforced with concrete, topped with steel plates. Yet now, an imprint of a fist is left upon the steel, and above it lies a gruesome display of red and white, a nauseating scene of blood. Li Chang'an's punch not only extinguished the burly man's life, but also delivered a resounding slap to the face of the arena's owner. The door of the cage remains shut, while security personnel rush toward it. Incredible! How has Chang'an suddenly grown so powerful, and his strikes are far too ruthless? Hu Chai grasped a bottle tightly in one hand, while his other hand clutched a hidden dagger at his waist. Zhang Chong, robust and imposing, lifted a chair. It could be said that his strength had always been his forte when dealing with humans. Today, burdened by excessive provocation, he sought not only to vent his frustrations, but also to prove that he was not a worthless individual. I was unaware of the events that had transpired, yet he appeared to have broken free from his shackles, and I feared he might veer down a treacherous path. Initially taken aback, Hu Chai suddenly regained his composure. He was merely repaying others for the wrongs they had inflicted upon him. That was no path to perdition. It was the righteous way. The iron cage door swung open, and the muscular man wielding a knife surged into the enclosure, blocking the sole exit. Simultaneously, half the crowd encircled Zhang Chong and his companions. Hey, little gold, don't you want to keep your other ear? Li Chang'an called up with a grin. The eager brutes froze in their tracks, and even the onlookers fell silent. Many who frequented this arena knew that the owner bore the surname Jean. In the absence of any other individuals named Jean, it was likely that Li Chang'an was using a derisive term to refer to the proprietor here. Moreover, it seemed no one else was one-eared. The sound of a door opening echoed from the second-floor private room, followed by heavy footsteps. Before long, a small, one-eared man appeared at the top of the stairs. From his physique alone, he hardly resembled the owner of an underground fighting den, save for his hauntingly empty eyes. Wow, it appears you've been doing well. I recall your name is Jean something, Li Chang'an remarked, approaching with a smile. Jean Wu. As he descended the stairs, Jean Wu leaned against the railing, his footing unsteady. A nearby subordinate attempted to assist their leader, only to be kicked away by Jean Wu. Zhang Chong and his compatriots, poised to act, paused, sensing an unexpected shift. Li Chang'an halted, his path obstructed by others. Any movement could lead to immediate violence. Don't you want your subordinates to step aside? A crowd cannot stop me. Jinwoo stood at the staircase's edge, recalling who Li Chang'an was. You uttered those very words when you severed my ear and departed. Yet you did not believe me then. Li Chang'an shrugged. Indeed. That's why I lost all my subordinates. You and that fellow turned the Knights of Beicheng into a void. Jinwoo nodded. Li Chang'an tilted his head, a radiant smile gracing his lips. How about we lose one more? After a prolonged silence, Jinwoo waved his hand. Let them go. A wise decision. Li Chang'an stepped forward. Perhaps due to tension, one of the brutes raised his knife, but in the next moment, his wrist was severed, the hand plummeting to the ground. Blood gushing forth. I commanded you to let them go. Jinwoo's icy voice rang out. The one who acted was he, not Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an raised his hands in surrender, weaving through the parted crowd. 3 years ago was the first time, now it is the second. I hope never to see you before me again. Jinwoo turned away, indifferent to Li Chang'an's retreating figure. Li Chang'an glanced back. But you are blind. Unmoved by Li Chang'an's provocation, Jinwoo remained stoic. What a pity, refusing to be provoked, unable to unjustly harm your comrades. Li Chang'an sighed quietly. Zhang Chang warily observed the security guards until Li Chang'an returned to their ranks. It's fine. He dares not act, Li Chang'an chuckled. 3 years ago, he sent people to Beicheng, attempting to meddle in the underground fighting business, and at that time, the arena's owner sought my assistance. Upon returning to Saibei, he intended to recruit others for revenge against me, hence I and my friends sought him out. Since he did not dare retaliate before, he will not dare today. Nor in the future. Fear will only grow, and he will incessantly envision the gruesome demise of me, yet when next we meet, he will not even dare to raise a blade. No one spoke. They understood that Li Chang'an's words applied not only to Jinwoo, but to himself as well. He had once been overwhelmed by fear until today, when something had compelled him to relinquish that fear. Yet now, fear had morphed into brutality. Whether this was a boon or bane remained uncertain. Upon exiting the underground fighting den, Hu Chai suddenly threw an arm around Li Chang'an's shoulder, embracing him. It's fine to retaliate with violence, but do not become one of them. You have your own life, and at least from this moment onward, it belongs to you. After a moment of silence, Li Chang'an murmured, I am 30 years old. Hu Chai blinked in surprise. What do you mean? It seems you regard me as your younger brother. The air filled with joyous laughter. Who would have thought? You look barely over 20, Hu Chai replied sheepishly. Withdrawing his hand, Li Chang'an smiled faintly. I age rather slowly. In truth, his aging process was indeed atypical. Even at 60, his physical prowess would likely surpass that of now. However, after today's bout in the arena, he felt a newfound strength. Each brush with death had brought about a remarkable enhancement, allowing him to gauge the extent of his transformation. Yet, the act of killing had become considerably less frequent. Li Chang'an had once believed that experience derived from combat had honed his skills until a particular moment catalyzed a profound change. That day coincided with the moment he had slain 100 men. A single encounter with death equated to approximately 100 lives, which was more straightforward was evident. Enough of this. Let us go sing, Ma Hao urged the group forward. In their haste, they had not summoned a vehicle and would need to wait by the roadside. Speaking of which, Haka has been glued to his phone since earlier. With so many young ladies around, don't you dare strike up a conversation? Haka raised his phone, confusion written all over his face. Earlier, I messaged Miss Elita. She inquired where I was and what I was doing. So I told her I was watching Chang'an fight underground. Then she asked for my name and promptly blocked me. I can't fathom what I did wrong. With a goal to shift the topic, Hu Chai jested. Perhaps it's because your name is rather unappealing. Nonsense. My parents pondered over it for 2 days before settling on that name, Haka retorted, his gaze returning to his phone. However, the next moment, everyone lifted their heads towards the city outskirts. A piercing alarm echoed from beyond the walls, penetrating through the third city wall and reaching each ear. Enemy attack. The alarm signaled not just a beast tide. We must return at once. Chapter 73. The onset of war. The populace may not comprehend the significance of the alarm's duration. Yet they understood that something grave was unfolding outside the city, most likely another incursion by monsters. Thus, as the alarm blared, merchants swiftly shuttered their doors, and pedestrians hastened their steps towards home. No one contemplated whether they would make it in time. They merely hoped that the soldiers outside could hold the line. The predicament, however, lay in the paralyzed roads. Even with high-level extraordinary abilities deployed to maintain order, the streets remained choked with congestion. The five could only rely on their feet to reach the city's edge, bypassing the main gate in their haste, climbing directly up the city wall with their identification cards. "I'll scout the situation. Let's regroup at our camp," Hu Chai declared, leaping from the wall and flickering to the ground mid-air, then sprinting ahead. Zhang Chang activated his abilities and leaped down from the 40 to 50-meter wall, with Li Chang'an closely following, gripping Zhang Chang's shoulders and rolling upon landing to dissipate the momentum. The three vanished in a blur, leaving Ma Hao and Haka to descend via a rope ladder. Li Chang'an, adjusting his breath and controlling his muscles, managed to keep pace with Zhang Chang, who had activated his powers. It was not a combat scenario, so Zhang Chang's enhancement was limited. Otherwise, he could have increased his speed further. At this moment, they paid little heed to the potential destruction of public property, scaling walls when possible, ultimately resorting to running across rooftops. Hu Chai had already vanished ahead, utilizing his abilities repeatedly. After a little over 10 minutes, Li Chang'an and Zhang Chang arrived at the military camp's entrance. The camp appeared somewhat chaotic, yet it retained a semblance of order. Zhang Chang, with over a decade of military service, immediately sensed something amiss. While there were indeed many of questionable character within the Northern Army, the overall quality was not low. For the camp to descend into such disorder, it was clear that the threat was more than just an enemy attack. Observing the other soldiers, it seemed they too were unaware of the specifics. "I'll head to the Special Operations Department. They might have more information," Li Chang'an remarked before setting off. Zhang Chang did not impede him and hurried towards the tents. Navigating through the camp, Li Chang'an noticed that everyone was armed, indicating a state of alert beyond mere caution, prompting him to quicken his pace. The Special Operations Department was far from chaotic. Several tents had collapsed, and many personnel were missing, leaving only a few to clean up the aftermath. Li Chang'an avoided the soldiers clearing the battlefield and entered the Logistics Department, where he only recognized Alita and sought her out. In the familiar large tent, however, Alita was absent, and only a little girl clad in a red cloak sat in a corner, lost in thought. "Who are you looking for?" the girl inquired, lifting her gaze to Li Chang'an. He halted, instinctively sensing danger despite the girl exuding no overt malice. Calming himself, he asked, "Is Alita not here?" "She is not," the girl replied, shaking her head. "General Lin is injured, and all the healing abilities have rushed to assist him." General Lin injured? In the Northern Army's camp? Li Chang'an found it hard to believe. Was it an extraordinary being that struck and vanished instantly? Noticing Li Chang'an's daze, the girl added, "You're not a member of the Special Operations Department. What do you need with Sister Alita? I wanted to ask her something, but wait, are you Fenrir?" Li Chang'an recalled the scene before losing consciousness, the figure in the red cloak arriving under the moonlight. "You should call me Little Red Riding Hood. Fenrir sounds too harsh." The girl pouted slightly, showing discontent. Fenrir was merely a child. She had emerged from the trial grounds as well. Li Chang'an's expression turned grim. Even such a young child had survived the trials. He was undoubtedly too weak. Hesitating for a moment, he continued, "Thank you for saving me before. I'm the one you rescued." Tilting her head thoughtfully, Little Red Riding Hood smiled brightly. "Oh, it's you. You're amazing. Being so weak, yet able to fend off a black-grade monster." "Yes, I am indeed quite weak." Li Chang'an felt no embarrassment. Recognizing one's own weaknesses is an essential lesson for the vulnerable. "I heard the alarm while on leave, so I came back to see what had happened." Given that the girl belonged to the Special Operations Department, Li Chang'an felt no need to seek Alita further. Asking anyone would yield the same results, and besides, Little Red Riding Hood seemed quite approachable, and he held a certain fondness for capable children. "Wow, you actually have leave." Little Red Riding Hood gazed at him enviously before continuing. "About 2 hours ago, the Pope of the New World Church and 3 archbishops launched an unbridled assault on the command center. Within half a minute, a fierce battle erupted. The Pope bisected General Lin, while the 3 archbishops restrained the remaining strong fighters. 2 from the Special Operations Department fell, and 1 was gravely injured. General Lin unleashed his abilities in a final bid to seal off their escape, but ultimately, he was unable to detain all 4. In the military camp, General Lin was heavily injured? Li Chang'an still found it hard to believe, with so many in the Special Operations Department and other strong fighters in the camp. How could they fail to retain those 4? Was it not merely a performance of beasts? Little Red Riding Hood wore a serious expression. "You underestimate the enemy far too much. Look at the city walls outside." Following her suggestion, Li Chang'an lifted the curtain to peek outside. In his haste earlier, he had noticed something odd about the walls but had not pondered it deeply. However, now he observed that the recently repaired section of the second city wall, extending 400 meters east, had completely vanished. The Pope of the New Era teaching ranks third among the strongest within the Empire, surpassing one of the three Grand Marshals. With her innate mythical ability, Candle 9, when she opens her eyes, all that lies before her is obliterated. The two members of the Special Operations Department perished at her mere glance, along with approximately 2,000 soldiers. Had this technique not been so draining, the camp would have been obliterated long ago. Little Red Riding Hood sighed heavily, lamenting the unexpected betrayal. The military had deployed numerous supernatural beings to monitor her. What was unforeseen was that even those tasked with surveillance had defected to her side. Among the three supernatural beings, one belongs to the mythical category Azura, another to Horus, and the last is likely also of mythical origin. You, a mere soldier, would not comprehend what the four great mythical categories represent. The entire Special Operations Department has only 9 mythical beings, and including my dual mythical abilities, there are merely 10. Li Chang'an swallowed hard. He understood all too well. The mythical categories differ significantly from others, possessing a clear hierarchy of strength. Their names alone reveal their rank. For instance, Dark Fairy Tale belongs to the lowest level. Merely a narrative of dark tales. God of Law, from Charles, is of the second tier, for the legendary God of Law remains in human form. Ultimately, there are abilities conferred by divine names, such as Fenrir and Horus, including the deified Blade Master. However, Blade Master is relatively weaker among the strongest, hence the numerous restrictions placed upon it. They are all strategic weapons. Li Chang'an chuckled bitterly. This was beyond his purview. Even merely understanding the situation was a burden. Thank you for the information. Farewell. Li Chang'an had gathered more than enough knowledge, perhaps even too much, and he yearned to leave this place. Not solely due to the complications, but more so because of Jiang Shubu. That damned Xiao Jiang is the Grand Archbishop of the New Era teaching. Does he truly intend to assassinate Lin Town under the guise of performing duties in the north? This world has gone mad. Just as he planned to depart, a shrill alarm erupted outside the tent, this time twice. 2 alarms, what could that signify? While Li Chang'an pondered, a small hand nudged him aside. The beast tide is upon us. Little Red Riding Hood dashed towards the city wall, her feet barely touching the ground. 50 kilometers outside, the roars of beasts echoed ominously. Chapter 74. We advance. Little Red Riding Hood ascended the city wall, seemingly intent on engaging the enemy beyond the gates. Countless soldiers swiftly climbed the walls under the organization of their officers, with the less powerful manning the cannons atop the walls. The Special Operations Department, being an elite unit, was an exception. The majority of other soldiers remained at lower ranks, necessitating the formation of 5-man teams to combat a single monster. Li Chang'an turned and departed, weaving through the throng like a fish in water, quickly returning to the tent. Ma Hao and Haka burst in, panting heavily, immediately inquiring, "What is happening?" General Lin was attacked by the Pope of the New Era teaching and 3 Grand Archbishops, gravely injured and unconscious. The beast tide is 50 kilometers away and will reach the second city wall in less than half an hour. Zhang Chang's expression was grave. Even if a merit is earned, the team still belongs to the lower ranks and would not receive much useful information. The Special Operations Department suffered 2 deaths and 1 injury. Li Chang'an interjected, that equates to the Special Operations Department losing 3 combatants. I forgot to inquire which 3 they were. General Lin is severely wounded and will undoubtedly be unable to command. What is the exact number of beasts in the tide? Hu Chai shrugged, I don't know. We are part of the patrol team, and unless in an emergency, we are considered reserve forces and do not need to ascend the walls. Information about the beast tide will not be relayed to us immediately. Li Chang'an pointed outside at Zhou Mu, who hurried past, and asked suspiciously, what is his rush? To earn battle merits, Ma Hao scoffed. His ability is speed enhancement. The Empire has not prohibited the patrol team from being the first to reach the battlefield. The command center will register his participation. As long as he engages in battle, he will earn merits. Surviving a few skirmishes, even a pig can garner accolades. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Hao turned to Zhang Chang. Captain, I'm not referring to you. Zhang Chang offered an awkward smile. It's fine. Someone like Zhou Mu, being of that level of supernatural ability, can operate independently if his powers are unique. The battlefield is chaotic. The command center only records kills, meaning he can freely deliver the final blow. As long as the creature perishes at his hands, it counts as his merit. Li Chang'an understood. If a beast were left half dead by him and Zhou Mu dealt the finishing strike, it would be credited to Zhou Mu as his achievement. It is likely that the command center responsible for recording merits possesses a unique perception ability, but how could a single person keep track on such a vast battlefield? Captain, I wish to join. Li Chang'an was not concerned with merits. His goal was Zhou Mu's life. Zhang Chang resolutely opposed. That is a beast tide. They differ from humans. And your ability is not suited for the battlefield. The beast tide consists mostly of creatures that breed rapidly, primarily at lower ranks. Yet their numbers are terrifying, posing a significant threat to you. Li Chang'an shook his head. The beasts are inconsequential. My objective is not merit. At this point, he was being quite frank. As long as I kill him, I will return without delay. I will not allow him to continue unchecked, for our lives will only grow more difficult. Zhang Chang furrowed his brow. Conspiring against a comrade is a grave offense. I cannot permit you to go. After a moment's thought, Li Chang'an added, Then I will enter the fray for merits. The four exchanged glances, exasperated. Had Li Chang'an truly taken the captain for a fool, changing his tune so swiftly? But had he genuinely learned to lie? Perhaps he was beginning to embody the essence of a villain. Zhang Chang silently observed his teammate, seemingly attempting to commit every visage to memory. Unbeknownst to him, a fleeting thought darkened his gaze. Let us go. I will descend the wall with you. The three of them will provide cover from above. Without my command, none of you are to descend. Chang'an, you must not stray too far from me. Li Chang'an's brow furrowed. But captain, you will hold me back. Silence. Zhang Qiangzhuang's expression, once filled with emotion, was now devoid of sentiment. Chang'an had its merits, but the incessant chatter was a nuisance. The squad wasted no time, seizing their weapons and dashing towards the city walls, where numerous individuals were already stationed, bracing for the impending arrival of the beasts. The intelligence department had relayed information that the approaching horde was fewer than 30,000, categorizing it as a minor beast tide, a silver lining amidst the ominous clouds. However, the subsequent news was grim. Over 200 creatures of red rank and above were detected, with suspected black rank beasts emerging within the throng. Many of the inexperienced soldiers on the walls began to lose their resolve. Yet the morale surged as 30 elite members of the Special Operations Unit ascended the ramparts, invigorating the spirits of the defenders. Li Chang'an scanned the vicinity but failed to spot Alida, likely having transitioned fully into logistics. It was a pity, as she had shown considerable strength during the trials. The call for readiness echoed from the highest tower, where a general clad in a pure white cloak commanded, "Prepare for battle." Cannons were loaded, soldiers readied their firearms, and the artillery atop the walls was primed for action. Those with long-range abilities began to harness their powers. While firearms had once been humanity's greatest weapon, the advent of supernatural abilities had severely restricted their effectiveness. When sufficient distance was available, missiles could hardly strike the agile high-ranking beasts. Li Chang'an's previous encounter had been an exception, thanks to his wristwatch's tracking capabilities and his own self-sacrifice as bait. Thus, the true battle would commence 3 kilometers away. A dark line loomed on the horizon. 30,000 ants were not many, nor was 30,000 in a siege excessive, but the sight of 30,000 beasts, each comparable to a compact car, approached with an awe-inspiring yet terrifying spectacle. We must go. Zhang Qiangzhuang nodded to Li Chang'an before leaping from the wall. Li Chang'an followed suit, this time without assistance, rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact. With his growing strength, his physique had also strengthened, now exceeding 200 pounds. Upon landing, Zhang Qiangzhuang unleashed his supernatural ability, which, upon reaching a certain level, underwent a qualitative transformation. His height surged from around 5 meters to nearly 10, his muscular frame resembling a flesh-colored armor. Li Chang'an clambered onto his shoulder, bending his legs to sit comfortably. Ready? Zhang Qiangzhuang grinned, seemingly recalling something. Here we go? The drums on the wall thundered. The roar of artillery erupted. Machine guns unleashed a hail of bullets, and the sky was filled with various supernatural abilities, all aimed at the beast tide 3 kilometers distant. Simultaneously, the supernatural fighters at the base of the walls sprang into action, some transforming into gusts of wind, others treading on air, and yet others launching into the sky like meteors crashing into the horde. Dust swirled on the ground, while vibrant energies filled the air, all forging a battlefield steeped in bloodlust. Close combat specialists advanced like a wall of flesh, and Li Chang'an, perched on the leader's shoulder, swung a long knife he had appropriated from him. A massive serpent leapt from the throng, its jaws snapping shut around an incoming missile. Boom! Flames exploded, and the serpent merely shook its head, suffering only a slight singe without a scratch. This one is mine. A thunderous boom resonated as the serpent's head was obliterated, revealing the towering form of a savage deity beside the headless corpse. Next, a black panther abruptly appeared atop the city walls, claiming the lives of over 10 individuals with a mere flick of its paw. This is truly where I belong, Li Chang'an mused, swinging his knife as he gracefully leapt down, engaging in battle. In the command center, a group of pallid healing practitioners surrounded the even paler Li Chang'an. At least life was preserved. The severed hand would require further consideration later. Our mental energy is severely depleted. If we push ourselves further, we risk death. And Lin General may not recover either. Alita, having removed her gloves, led the healing team and recognized that many were on the brink of exhaustion. They had done their utmost. Those struck by Candle 9, which obliterated half their bodies, were fortunate to survive. Now, only one hand remained to be reformed. Had the Special Operations Unit not been dispatched to the northern regions, Lin Chang'an would surely have met his demise, as half of the Empire's strongest healers were present here. Enough. Preserving a single life is a blessing. Lin Chang'an managed a faint smile, having regained consciousness halfway through treatment, albeit unable to move. You all should rest. Battle has commenced outside the walls. Soon, there will be a multitude of wounded, and your efforts will be required once more. The group exchanged polite remarks as they wearily departed, their exhaustion evident. Alita, wait. The last to leave, Alita halted. Is there anything else? Certain matters necessitate your awareness. Lin Chang'an replied without rising, a wistful smile gracing his lips. What do you know of the New Era cult? Alita turned, puzzled but responding nonetheless, not much. A religion born during the apocalypse, dedicated to aiding the common folk. However, after today, I doubt that. Perhaps it's a cult. Lin Chang'an managed a strained smile. It is not a cult. Outsiders are largely unaware of the New Era cult and the apocalypse. The Empire has suppressed much of this information. Before Alita could inquire further, Lin Chang'an continued, both the newly compiled textbooks and folk legends suggest the apocalypse was a natural disaster. But what if I told you it was man-made? Alita furrowed her brow. Man-made? What kind of supernatural being could annihilate nearly half the world's population and cause landmasses to sink? I recognize that there are levels beyond the rank, but that seems exaggerated. Certainly not a supernatural being, Lin Chang'an sighed. The emergence of supernatural abilities dates back long before the apocalypse. The Empire's 3 marshals awakened their powers before the cataclysm. After the matter of abilities is discussed later, the Empire will gradually reveal it to you. What I wish to convey pertains to the events during the apocalypse. Alita hastily interjected, wait. I am neither related to General Lin nor part of the Empire's upper echelons. Why should you disclose this to me? You will soon be. Lin Chang'an seemed to age several years in an instant. Even if the New Era Church truly emerged after the apocalypse, nearly 30 years have passed since then. Given this span of time, do you believe the Empire has allowed their influence to proliferate unchecked? You are someone I brought from the Trial Institute to the military department. At the very least, you are considered part of my faction, whether you acknowledge it or not. The military is indeed divided in such a manner. Alita's intuition warned her that it might be best not to hear what was forthcoming. Knowing too much could yield adverse consequences. Yet, no one could resist the intrigue surrounding the apocalypse of yore. After silently observing Alita for a moment and seeing her tacit acceptance, Lin Chang'an continued. Everyone knows that the apocalypse refers to the colossal beam of light descending from the heavens, yet very few are aware that there were figures within that light. Alita's expression changed dramatically at the revelation, yet she refrained from interrupting, allowing Lin Chang'an to proceed. We do not know the specifics of those figures. They could be humanoid beings or weapons. However, the New Era Church possesses knowledge that the Empire is oblivious to, which is why I suggest that the New Era Church may not have been established post-apocalypse. The Empire permits the development of the New Era Church partly due to the information they hold, specifically the knowledge possessed by the Pope. From him, we learned that the descending beam randomly eliminated certain humans, but those who perished were not confined to its radius. It appears to be a kind of filtering mechanism, eliminating those unlikely to awaken abilities, while simultaneously altering the Earth's environment so that subsequent humans could easily manifest powers. At this juncture, Lin Chang'an took a deep breath. Alita could not resist pressing further. So who exactly is responsible for this? Such a grand scale of intervention seemed to transcend human capabilities, and Alita sensed she was about to delve into perilous territory. Do not rush. Lin Chang'an managed a strained smile. In our terms, it is referred to as deities. But the New Era Church calls it the primordial will. They believe that everything operates in an orderly fashion and all life should adhere to this primordial will. Until today, some in the military, including myself, considered it merely doctrine. However, I now understand it to be more than that. They appear to be intent on creating a world with clearly defined classes, ruling humanity by stratification, with the highest echelon comprised of mythic abilities. Pondering this, Alita found herself further perplexed. The current world already embodies a form of class rule. It merely hasn't been brought to the surface. Must it escalate to treason? Li Chang'an, propped up on the bed, continued. What they aim to construct is a terrestrial divine kingdom, adhering to the rules established by that primordial will. Are you familiar with the concept of castes? It would be 100 times more severe than that. Alita remained shrouded in confusion. Ordinary people sacrifice their flesh and souls, while those in the highest tier wield absolute control over everything. You have yet to experience the oppression of theocracy, which is far more terrifying than one might imagine. Li Chang'an rose unsteadily and made his way toward the door. The current situation is more troublesome than you realize. The sole piece of good news is that the New Era Church is currently unable to wield that world-destroying power, whether or not the primordial will exists. The figures within that beam of destruction do indeed exist, representing a force we cannot currently withstand. Upon opening the door, the sounds of battle echoed clearly from the ramparts. Where are you going? Alita positioned herself in front of Li Chang'an. To the ramparts, of course. Am I to hide away while the men of the Empire engage in combat? Shaking off Alita's grasp, Li Chang'an strode toward the walls. Stay close to me. If I falter, I will need you to heal me. The fallen angel can transform human desires into any form of energy, so you will not deplete your mental strength on the battlefield. Li Chang'an was acutely aware of the severity of his injuries and knew he should not overexert himself. Yet he could not remain idle. If even the commander of a division fails to appear, how can the morale of the troops below be stabilized? Do they truly believe the beast tide is this minor? How could these monsters be considered humanity's sole adversary? Of course, now we must also account for the New Era Church. Chaos has already erupted. No one in this world can escape unscathed. With external enemies abound, humanity remains unable to quell its internal strife. Many within the Empire's upper echelons consider Li Chang'an stubborn and dull, yet he has begun to prepare his own faction. What would it mean if the vast city of Beisai were to secede from the Empire's dominion? You old fool, you've sent me here to take full control of Beisai. Clearly anticipating today's events, Li Chang'an muttered to himself, suddenly breaking into a cold smile. This is merely a means to use me as bait to purge those restless elements. The Special Operations Department is now under my command. In the uppermost chamber of Tongtian City, 12 chairs encircled a round table, where Wang Jianjun stood beside the table, holding a headless corpse. I have grown old, my control over my strength falters, and my memory is failing. I almost forgot to ask you all a question. What audacity do you wretches possess to interrupt my speech? Chapter 76. A promise to fulfill the oncoming beast stood 17 meters tall and weighed around a ton. Before and after the apocalypse, it was known as a capybara, though prior to the cataclysm, it was considered a herbivore. Mere moments ago, this creature had crushed a soldier's skull and swallowed it whole. Since the apocalypse, sightings of herbivorous creatures have become exceedingly rare and not far off. A gigantic rabbit was seen clutching a soldier's severed limb. Li Chang'an tightened his grip on his combat knife, charging forward a few steps before executing a sliding maneuver beneath the beast. The slide was intended to disembowel, but the first to perish would be the one executing the maneuver. Yet, Li Chang'an did not plan to rely solely on the slide to vanquish his foe. Gripping one of the creature's front legs tightly, he plunged his knife into its soft underbelly, withdrawing it just before being crushed underfoot. The capybara's thick subcutaneous fat rendered Li Chang'an's strike insufficient to inflict a fatal wound. However, the pain was enough to incite the creature's wrath. With a furious roar, the capybara pursued Li Chang'an's retreating figure. 7. The number of monsters trailing behind him had reached 7. Zhang Xiangzhuang, gripping the giant rodent's jaws, tore apart its grotesque head, casting a worried glance at Li Chang'an, who galloped across the battlefield. Did he not sense any danger? The direction in which Li Chang'an headed was unmistakable. Zhou Mu was unleashing his prowess over there, weaving through the monsters like a gentle breeze. To Li Chang'an, it appeared both laughable and envious, endowed with such remarkable abilities. Zhou Mu squandered them in a display of recklessness. His command of his powers rested solely on a superficial understanding, lacking the honed physique and coordinated footwork necessary for true combat. Moreover, How could one harness speed to inflict harm on foes without first fortifying the body to become a weapon of impact? On the opposite side of the battlefield, the barbarian god leaped high, scaling the nose of a nearby monster and striking its massive forehead with his palm before landing deftly. The beast let out a mournful cry and collapsed. Possessing the dual powers of the combat system, Wushuang, and the mystical system, Indomain, the barbarian god infused the force of the Indomain into the creature's skull, reducing its brain to a pulp. Meanwhile, the tall bull radiated a sacred white light, sporting wings and wielding a spear over a meter long. Like a flash of lightning, wherever she passed, monsters succumbed to exploding skulls. A mythological figure, Valkyrie. This duo of male and female were lethal instruments of war. Thus far, Li Chang'an had not slain a single monster, yet the throng following him continued to swell, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Almost there. A cold smile graced Li Chang'an's lips as he abruptly halted, pivoted, and with a swift strike, severed the ears of the fastest giant rabbit in pursuit. Evading the rabbit's sharp teeth, he slightly bent forward, plunging the blade into its throat, slicing through the artery before turning to flee once more. To avoid detection, he feigned a guerrilla approach, preventing suspicion from arising. Now he was nearing Zhou Mu. Cautious by nature, Zhou Mu sought to accrue battle achievements without falling into the heart of the beast tide, thus remaining active within a confined area. As Zhou Mu's figure entered Li Chang'an's sight, he lowered his stance, concealing himself behind a rhinoceros monster before the enraged beasts could catch wind of him. His body was smeared with the blood of monsters. He awaited this very moment. With Li Chang'an's presence now obscured, the monsters could no longer scent him, and the dozen or so creatures in pursuit redirected their fury towards the nearest human, Zhou Mu. What the hell? Where did so many monsters come from? Zhou Mu, who had been scheming to claim others' accomplishments, panicked and turned to flee. He stumbled forward, having inadvertently tripped over something beneath his feet, hidden in the shadows. Li Chang'an frowned slightly. It was indeed risky to trip Zhou Mu while he was in rapid motion. Fortunately, Zhou Mu was exceedingly weak, having neglected the importance of a robust physique despite possessing formidable powers. Not only was his body frail, but his ability also exhibited a delay in activation, and his initial speed was far from swift. Most critically, he lacked the agility to adjust his pace. As Zhou Mu fell to the ground, his first instinct was not to rise, but rather to crawl on all fours, a testament to his speed enhancement. However, his crawling speed was still not enough to evade the oncoming monsters. In an instant, several beasts pounced upon him, and a giant rodent sank its teeth into his calf. Had Li Chang'an not been concerned about detection from the Intelligence Department's sensory specialists in his assault on a colleague, he would have seized the opportunity to cleave Zhou Mu in two right then. Yet, it was not sufficient at this moment. If the situation continued to develop as it was, Zhou Mu might still escape, especially with other ability users nearby, who would not remain passive. Not everyone was as inept as Zhou Mu, for while every individual possesses imperfections and weaknesses, the process of growth often instills a sense of responsibility. This sense of responsibility and empathy can lead many to act irrationally in perilous situations, such as rushing to rescue others. Li Chang'an remained clinging to the back of the rhinoceros monster, a creature of considerable size and low intelligence, its thick exterior preventing it from detecting his presence. The combat knife struggled against the beast's tough armor, but Li Chang'an's target was not the outer shell. Instead, he aimed for the creature's left eye, ensuring he struck true. He swiftly descended and fled, for while his speed could not match Zhou Mu's, his mastery of rhythm was unparalleled. The enraged rhinoceros charged at Li Chang'an, its vision now impaired, which had been his intention all along. Zhou Mu, still unable to rise, witnessed a shadow dart past him, encircling him before he heard the furious roar of a monster behind him. A horn nearly a meter long pierced through from behind, emerging from his chest. The furious rhinoceros shook its horn violently, attempting to dislodge the human, obscuring its vision, resulting in Zhou Mu's wound widening. Li Chang'an did not look back. Zhou Mu was doomed. Now, he needed to return to Zhang Qianzhuang's side, as their captain had already retreated from the battlefield. The relentless barrage continued. The ability users atop the city walls remained vigilant, maintaining coverage 3 kilometers beyond, where countless monsters were obliterated. Yet, more monsters surged forward. And beyond the 3-kilometer mark lay the realm of close combat ability users, where artillery fire would not reach. Once all the monsters crossed the defensive line, true melee combat would ensue. The number of monsters breaching the line increased, making it increasingly difficult for Li Chang'an to return to his previous position. Despite his efforts to evade entanglement with the beasts, a glance at the city walls caused Li Chang'an to pause momentarily. Lin Zhan, who should have been gravely injured, was inexplicably present atop the walls. Was he merely holding on? In a fleeting moment of distraction, Li Chang'an sensed impending danger as a chilling sharpness approached from behind. With no time to evade, he could only awkwardly dodge the fatal blow. The anticipated injury did not occur. As Li Chang'an turned, he witnessed a young man behind him effortlessly swatting a monstrous creature away. "Kid, which team are you from? How can you afford to be distracted on the battlefield?" The young man chuckled. "Be careful. Next time, luck may not favor you." Suddenly, a slender, pink tongue surged through the air, severing the young man in half and swiftly wrapping around Li Chang'an's waist. As he was being pulled away, Li Chang'an glanced down, noting the young man's smile fading. Much like his life, there was no time for reaction. He could hardly perceive the trajectory of the tongue. It wasn't that he was too weak. Rather, his opponent was overwhelmingly strong. A black-grayed beast, having concealed itself until now, had targeted him. Li Chang'an had no time for contemplation before darkness enveloped him. Chapter 77. Li Chang'an's abilities beyond the darkness. Li Chang'an felt the presence of a viscous liquid, akin to glue, but certainly not gastric fluid. He realized he had not been swallowed. Instead, he was trapped within the jaws of a colossal frog. This was not a behavior typical of wild beasts. No creature would bring food to the battlefield to hide it away. Such actions defied logic. At this juncture, Li Chang'an was certain he had been captured, a notion so absurd that he struggled to convince himself of it. A barrage of questions assailed him, yet his mind instinctively recalled the winged tiger. The resilience of the frog's oral cavity prevented his escape. He could not even shift his position and could only await his fate in silence. Less than 10 minutes later, light pierced the darkness as the giant frog released him, spitting him aside. The excess slime would surely hinder his ability to fight. Frowning, Li Chang'an rolled away a couple of times. The ground was strewn with fallen leaves, and he could see no trace of the city walls of the north. Instead, a massive tiger loomed nearby. "Oh no, this is bad." Li Chang'an sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing up at the immense tiger, whose tail seemed endless. The giant frog nodded its head and leaped away, covering hundreds of meters in a single bound. It became abundantly clear who the true master was. From the moment he landed, Li Chang'an's instincts offered no warning. He certainly did not believe the creature lacked the capacity to kill him. The sheer power of the white tiger exceeded the limits of his instinctual perception, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. Therefore, what use was a warning? Thus, Li Chang'an sat quietly on the ground. In a situation destined for demise, what was the purpose of resistance? However, the white tiger did not strike immediately, its enormous eyes, larger than trucks, silently scrutinizing Li Chang'an. He too was examining the creature, lacking adjectives to describe it. Only one word came to mind: vast. Even without seeing its tail, he estimated its length to exceed 300 meters. "Greetings, human," a deep voice resonated in Li Chang'an's ears. "Hello," he replied, astonished that such a high-level beast could articulate human speech. The white tiger tilted its head, as if stretching after a long repose. "You are quite special. I thought I would never see a betrayer of the gods again." Betrayer of the gods? Li Chang'an was perplexed, but refrained from inquiring further. Even without his question, the white tiger elaborated. "Betrayers of the gods are the old humans, those who cannot awaken their abilities. In the previous world, the old humans sought to harm the deities, and although that world has been destroyed, since then, they have been referred to as betrayers of the gods. When the original will gazed upon this world, it should have annihilated all old humans. You are quite extraordinary. I suspect that when the original sent forth the ancient gods to obliterate the world, your mother was likely pregnant with you, allowing you to escape the world's cleansing, existing in a state between being and non-being. Perhaps your survival amid such coincidences is fate itself." Li Chang'an furrowed his brow in silence. Much of what the white tiger said eluded him, save for the last few sentences. The revelation that he lacked abilities stirred a sense of unease within him. Even in the presence of a massive tiger, he discerned that the apocalypse was not a natural disaster, but rather the machinations of the entity known as the original will, which also had a hand in humanity's current possession of abilities. One detail particularly preoccupied Li Chang'an. "When you mentioned the previous world, are you referring to the world within the trial grounds?" he ventured, driven by curiosity, a query he dared to voice only because the white tiger had yet to make a move. "Yes," the white tiger nodded, unleashing a gust of wind. The ancient gods enacted orders to cleanse the world, and 9 of them descended, transforming into the trial grounds. The trial grounds are connected to the worlds destroyed by the original will, retaining remnants from the previous world. You must have visited. Li Chang'an blurted out. How do you know? Because you lack abilities. The white tiger's face broke into a human-like smile. You are an anomaly in the human realm, so it is only natural you would venture into the trial grounds. Moreover, your question serves as your answer. If you had not been there, why would you assume it belonged to the previous world? Realizing his blunder, Li Chang'an tucked away his other questions, opting for silence. The white tiger continued, do not worry. I harbor no malice towards you. There are few who do not. The new era cult acts as the hounds of the original. Should they discover the existence of any betrayers, they would pursue you relentlessly. Humanity would not allow you peace. As a betrayer without abilities, you are unaffected by the original's influence, thus you can impede it. You would be stripped of your consciousness and transformed into a vessel for weaponry. It is far better to perish at the hands of the new era cult. I truly have so many questions. Li Chang'an clenched his teeth, not wanting the white tiger to discern any further insights, forcing himself to hold back. You are struggling to contain yourself. Humans overthink too much. The white tiger expressed its discontent. In human terms, the original is akin to a deity. It lacks a physical form. It can be any object or life, embodying both will and imagination, traversing the crevices of time and space. Every world he gazes upon becomes a fragment of his being, akin to a return to the primordial embrace. Through his breath and his scrutiny, life acquires abilities that exist solely in one's imagination, extraordinary powers. However, once such powers are attained, the ability to inflict harm upon the primordial essence is irrevocably lost. If one were to slice you apart, utilizing your flesh and bones to forge weapons and armor, and erase the primordial aura from your being, humanity could indeed reject the return to the original state. Before Li Chang'an unfolds a brand new world, he is devoid of any sense of honor or mission. He merely feels a sense of nausea, accompanied by a hint of sorrow. It is evident that the denizens of the previous world attempted to resist, yet ultimately, they likely met with failure. However, they may have succeeded in part, which explains why Li Chang'an stands alone as the sole traitor in this world. Yet, 2 questions remain. The white tiger smirks. You wish to inquire how I know this, do you not? You are also eager to discern which faction I and my kin belong to. I can reveal to you that the life from the previous world has not been entirely extinguished. Some have arrived in this realm. You have encountered certain beings in the trial grounds. They were not devoured, as they were deemed too feeble, too insignificant to attract the primordial's disdain. Who would have thought that being weak could offer such an advantage? Li Chang'an chuckled bitterly. Having finished his digression, the white tiger gradually rose. We represent a 3rd faction. Provided there are sufficient beings to be sacrificed, we can circumvent the primordial, but the sacrifice must consist of human lives. Long ago, your human champions discovered this method, yet they refused to agree, leading us to pursue an alternative approach. What say you to joining us? I can discern your lack of attachment to humanity. The extinction of those unrelated to you holds no weight in your heart. Thus, we can assist you in ascending to the upper echelons of humanity, while you select the beings to be sacrificed. Li Chang'an grimaced. I lack any extraordinary powers. How can I ascend to the upper echelons of humanity? I can bestow upon you extraordinary powers, powers that remain untainted by the primordial essence. The white tiger's proclamation struck Li Chang'an like thunder. Was there still any room for hesitation? A fruit, the size of a fist, levitated before Li Chang'an, resembling a small fist itself. This fruit is forged from the lives of 100,000 extraordinary beings, congealing the blood of 10,000 individuals. After 3 years, we have only managed to acquire this single fruit. The white tiger reclined once more. Consume this, and you shall undoubtedly awaken the mythical ability of Xingtian. As long as death does not claim you within 5 minutes, your life may be salvaged. If it is to save your life, it will not awaken extraordinary powers. I trust you shall not squander such an opportunity. Indeed, Li Chang'an would never squander it, especially not for a mythical ability. He found himself wrestling with the urge to devour the fruit immediately. Perhaps it was due to the monstrous nature of the white tiger, or perhaps due to his uncertainty regarding the fruit's edibility. In truth, he could not fathom why he had once believed he would never miss an opportunity to awaken extraordinary powers. Do not be afraid. Xingtian is an ability born of congealed blood, a manifestation of human combat spirit, and is unrelated to the primordial, the white tiger reassured. shaking its ears. If combat spirit can be materialized into extraordinary power, and if the primordial can awaken extraordinary abilities, might it not suggest that the primordial itself is a form of extraordinary power? Li Chang'an found himself lost in thought, using this distraction to suppress his desire to consume the fruit. The white tiger blinked, and the fruit fell into Li Chang'an's hands. Take it. Whether you choose to consume it yourself or offer it to another, consider it a gesture of goodwill from my kin. Humanity is not your ally. We are. Ultimately, your choices will be limited to us. Ascend to the upper echelons of the empire, and then repay our kindness. Before this, we shall aid you in becoming powerful. My son may serve as your steed, and my subordinates can contribute to your achievements. Li Chang'an snapped back to reality and furrowed his brow. You mentioned the need for human sacrifices. How many do you require? The white tiger pondered. Not many. There are currently about 400 million humans. Approximately 100,000 fatalities should suffice. After all, humanity is quite prolific. In a few centuries, another several hundred million will arise, ensuring the species does not face extinction. Once you become the leader of humanity, we shall establish a pact. My kin will thrive in the sea, while the land shall belong to humans. Will you truly lament the deaths of other humans? A population of 100,000 is ample to safeguard those you care about. Li Chang'an nodded. I cannot place my trust in you, but I shall consider it. You may keep the fruit. The white tiger waved its paw lightly. The mythical ability can elevate your starting point to a so-called level, yet it does not render you invincible. Xingtian is an ability endowed with a divine name. Upon reaching the king level, it undergoes a qualitative transformation, at which point you shall reveal its true might. In comparable realms, you will be among the strongest. The strongest? That is an enticing prospect. Yet the white tiger's words also confirmed the existence of other realms beyond mere levels. To become a sovereign? Li Chang'an hesitated with the fruit in hand, but could not suppress his curiosity any longer. You spoke of traitorous beings lacking extraordinary powers. How do they combat those who possess them? How could traitorous beings without extraordinary powers possibly pose a threat? A stronger being at level could easily eliminate me. The white tiger narrowed its slitted eyes. Your inquiries diminish my regard for you, yet I shall enlighten you. They grow stronger through death, whether by others' demise or their own. For survival begets strength, enhancing their physical forms in every aspect. According to reports from those who fled the previous world, some traitorous beings can leap 3,000 meters and shatter mountains with their fists. Thus, most of them are killers, either engaged in murder or on the path to it, and they wager their very lives in the process. The white tiger's gaze deepened, noticing the unmistakable glimmer of excitement on Li Chang'an's face, and continued. However, once extraordinary beings reach the king realm, they undergo a qualitative change, resulting in a substantial increase in bodily strength. Consequently, the physical advantage of traitorous beings becomes moot. Moreover, beyond the king level lies the emperor level, and even higher tiers that I am unaware of. Those endowed with divine abilities will ascend to true divinity, rendering physical strength a futile struggle. A cold wave of despair washed over Li Chang'an as his countenance darkened. How am I supposed to return? Hearing the despondency in Li Chang'an's voice, by whose eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery, I shall send you to the battlefield. You must find your own way back through the tide of beasts. Very well, Li Chang'an nodded. In an instant, a surge of force propelled him into the air, the landscape beneath him rapidly receding until he caught sight of the distant city walls. It was the same colossal frog from before, leaping 100 meters high, swallowing Li Chang'an whole, and flinging him towards the horde of monsters. Was this to prevent humans from growing suspicious, thus avoiding a direct drop into the battlefield? Indeed, it would be hard for anyone to believe that one could escape from the clutches of a black-grayed beast. As he pondered this, Li Chang'an adjusted his posture, striving to protect his internal organs and head, lest he suffer grave injuries upon landing. After toppling a giant rat, he swiftly rose to his feet, feeling cracks in his shoulder blades and multiple bruises across his body, yet at least he remained capable of movement. Monsters had already taken notice of his presence. Li Chang'an dared not linger. Lowering his profile, he scurried through the throngs of beasts. The majority had already breached the 3-kilometer defensive line, transforming the area 1 kilometer outside the city walls into a veritable slaughterhouse. It was no longer a one-sided affair of monster casualties. Human losses were significant as well. There remained a chance to retreat and seek medical attention, but should an ambush occur during the withdrawal, it would spell instant doom. Death was never far from humanity, especially in the midst of war. The good news was that most red-grade monsters had been eliminated, leaving only a scant few remaining. Thus, the elite forces could now be deployed across the battlefield. Just as he narrowly evaded a claw before him, Li Chang'an felt an icy chill creeping in from behind. He barely managed to roll away, yet frost still layered his shoulders. The pain in his shoulder had turned completely numbed, and Li Chang'an knelt, gazing at the white bear no more than 4 feet away. How could there be a beast with abilities still lurking here? Li Chang'an furrowed his brow. Monsters were not necessarily stronger due to their size. At least below a certain threshold, size did not dictate everything. However, the truth remained that the smaller they were, the stronger they could be. After the apocalypse, monsters had grown in size, making it rare to observe any that had shrunk. This white bear was beyond Li Chang'an's capability to contend with. If I consume this fruit, Li Chang'an bit his lip, choosing not to eat it here. The risk of making too much noise was too great. Yet the white bear seemed fixated on him, disregarding other ability users and relentlessly pursuing him, exhaling pale blue frost that turned everything in its path into a frozen hell. Ah, it seems there is still a fish that slipped through the net. The barbarian god descended from the heavens, standing firm before the white bear, his fists clenched and brought down with tremendous force. Boom. It was as if a bomb had detonated within the bear's skull, instantly reducing it to a mass of blood and flesh. You look quite familiar. The barbarian god turned and suddenly fell silent, noticing the soldier who had just fled had vanished without a trace. Running away so quickly, afraid I might recognize him? Could it truly be that scoundrel Li Chang'an? The barbarian god snorted, planning to investigate after the battle concluded. If it truly was Li Chang'an, he would at least need to deliver a couple of blows. Chapter 79. You as bait, damn it. How could I have been discovered by the barbarian god? Li Chang'an gritted his teeth, filled with both anger and the annoyance of the situation. Judging by the power of the barbarian god's recent strike, he was certainly not a match for him at present. Moreover, even if the elite forces annihilated a regular soldier, the military would likely only issue a verbal warning. This world is terrifyingly unfair. Only those with sufficient strength garner any attention. I must find a quiet place to consume the fruit as soon as I return. Regardless of whether that tiger was deceiving me, I shall take a gamble. Xing Tian, the ancient war god, would not have a fruit named after him that was simple. I merely lack abilities. Apart from that, I am not inferior to any other prodigy. Once I acquire abilities, I will become formidable. I am strong, with abilities. I can surpass them all. Biting down on his tongue, Li Chang'an endured the pain as he wrestled with his restless heart. Amidst the tide of beasts, Zhang Zhuang continued to fight valiantly, his body stained not only with the blood of monsters, but also his own. His heart raced at over 130 beats per minute. The combination of his powerful hematopoietic and recovery abilities caused his body temperature to soar, the blood covering his skin steaming as it boiled. You bastards, return my comrades. Witnessing Li Chang'an being swallowed by a beast ignited Zhang Zhuang's fury to its zenith. That was a comrade I had brought along. Chang'an, you have returned? Zhang Zhuang, still in a state of rage, momentarily froze. Li Chang'an wielded his battle knife, swiftly severing the giant rat that had attempted to ambush Zhang Zhuang. No, his strength has increased. While still pondering this, Li Chang'an found himself hoisted onto Zhang Zhuang's shoulder. Stop running around. We must retreat to the city walls. Li Chang'an nodded silently. His left hand had yet to regain feeling. The white bear's icy breath was colder than anticipated, and severe frostbite would not heal quickly. As Zhang Zhuang repelled the monsters in front of them, he retreated, rapidly scaling the city walls with Li Chang'an in tow. He had already sustained considerable injuries, and returning was not against military regulations. By the grass, Chang'an, you made it back alive? I clearly saw you being devoured. Haka and Hu Chai hurriedly approached. Ma Hao was still behind, crafting sniper bullets, perfectly coordinating with his sensing abilities for precise shots. I wasn't consumed. It seems they mistook me for a toy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have returned. Li Chang'an fabricated an excuse, feeling a twinge of guilt. They are my friends. They would understand me. He comforted himself. As long as you're safe, do not go back down. The special forces will soon finish the fight. Zhang Zhuang patted Li Chang'an's back and turned to await medical attention. In truth, the entire squad suffered no severe injuries. The number of monsters leaping over the city walls was minimal, allowing for a swift concentration of forces to annihilate them. Ironically, the most gravely wounded was Li Chang'an, whose left arm, near the shoulder, was struck by the icy breath, and his powerful recovery was ineffective against frostbite. The medical team was limited in size, and while waiting for treatment, Li Chang'an remained at the edge of the city walls, aware that the beast tide would only advance, never retreat. After swiftly dispatching a giant rabbit with chameleon abilities alongside Hu Chai, Li Chang'an turned his gaze toward the battlefield. As the captain had asserted, the involvement of the Special Operations Unit would lead to a swift conclusion of the conflict. Battles with such a disparity in strength were mere massacres. The prowess of the Special Operations Unit varied, yet even the weakest among them stood as a paragon within their rank, unafraid to face a red-tier creature alone. The strongest squad could even handle a black-tier adversary with ease. The giant frog that had abducted Li Chang'an was currently under pursuit. Boar held a silver-white spear, its tip shimmering with electric brilliance and fiery intensity, while Li Chang'an could not penetrate even the fragile membrane of his oral cavity. Boar managed to draw blood from the giant frog with a single thrust. The disparity in strength was evident. Impressive. Li Chang'an swallowed hard. Although Boar could not kill the giant frog, it seemed the creature had simply grown weary of the fight, yet being able to injure it was already remarkable. Meanwhile, Little Red Riding Hood floated in midair, a bonfire igniting beneath her, surrounded by hundreds of monsters reveling, only to be thrown into the flames one by one to perish in self-immolation. This bonfire was no ordinary fire. It was part of the Black Fairy Tale, and the melodious tune emanating from Little Red Riding Hood's flute compelled the monsters into a frenzy. She was likely the most lethal esper on the battlefield at that moment. Li Chang'an felt envious, pressing the fruit hidden beneath his chest. Soon, he too would possess an extraordinary ability, earning admiration in turn. Although some members of the Special Operations Unit were injured, none had perished. The casualty rate among ordinary soldiers was not particularly high for Li Chang'an. The current death toll of fewer than 1,000 was remarkably low. "Chang'an, come lend a hand," Hu Chai called from afar. Li Chang'an hurried over. As several more monsters had leapt onto the wall, and a cannon operator had been injured in the shoulder while attempting to evade. After carrying the cannon operator to safety, Li Chang'an turned his attention to the vacant cannon. "May I use this?" Ma Hao looked around. "Go ahead, we could use the extra hands. Just aim at the rear of the beast tide, and don't hit our own. Rest assured, I've had my share of experience," Li Chang'an replied with a smile, positioning himself at the cannon. "Had your share of experience? What else have you dabbled in?" Ma Hao scoffed, lowering his head to continue crafting special ammunition. Moments later, Ma Hao lifted his head, staring at Li Chang'an as if he were a lunatic. "Wait, you really have experience?" Ma Hao glanced down toward the wall, where monsters at the edge of the beast tide were collapsing like harvested wheat. Each cannonball struck true toward the monster's skulls, deviating by no more than 50 centimeters. Achieving such accuracy from a kilometer away was no small feat. Was this a sniper rifle? Indeed, I've had my share of experience. I don't know why, but I adapt to these things particularly quickly, even if I don't enjoy using them. Li Chang'an shrugged, pulling the trigger once more. The exhilarating sensation of harvesting surged through him like a tide. He became enraptured, perceiving the trajectories of each target with crystal clarity, his mind rapidly predicting their paths. Then, he fired. However, it was merely a torment. The efficacy of firearms was limited, only allowing him to massacre weaker monsters. The thrill of bullying the weak became addictive. Stripping away humanity, morality, and guilt, all were unable to resist this pleasure. What curtailed Li Chang'an's indulgence was the dwindling ammunition. Minutes later, he was forced to cease. The cannon overheating and ammunition nearly exhausted, compelling him to retrieve his battle knife. On the distant city wall, Lin Zhun turned to gaze at Li Chang'an for the third time. He is quite a promising talent, well suited for the battlefield, though a touch self-serving. I must find a way to keep him. He could be a sharp blade. Having been abducted by a black-tier creature and yet returned, he harbored numerous secrets. Perhaps he had been lured by that tiger, becoming a traitor among humans. Regardless, I should transfer him to the elite team. He could serve as bait to ensnare that tiger. Behind him, Elita furrowed her brow. Li Chang'an remained unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. He was still waiting for the battle's conclusion to acquire his extraordinary ability. Chapter 80. The final stand. The last red-tier monster fell beneath the fist of the barbarian god, signaling the end of the battle. The remaining beasts could not withstand even half a minute. It was a victory for the North, a triumph for humanity. "The North is undefeated," roared a general atop the city walls, prompting all soldiers to cheer. Following an attack on their commander, humanity required a resounding victory to bolster morale. And the timing of the beast tide could not have been more fortuitous. A relatively small beast tide was just what was needed. The leader of the beast tide could potentially be that white tiger or perhaps an even more formidable creature commanding lower-tier monsters to deplete humanity's living strength. In this battle, over 100 espers perished, yet for the monsters, the loss of 30,000 low-tier beasts was but a drop in the ocean. Evolution encompassed not just individual strength, but also reproductive capabilities. Prior to the apocalypse, rabbits and rodents could produce over 10 litters at once, potentially breeding up to 7 times a year, with their offspring reaching sexual maturity within 3 to 4 months to continue the cycle. Not to mention the thousands of eggs laid by amphibians and fish. The beast tide comprised not only amphibious frogs, but also many aquatic creatures. The 30,000 beasts lost would not take long to replenish. In about 2 days, their numbers would be restored, and within 3 to 4 days, individuals could grow to the level of tiered espers. While humans boasted individual strength and intelligence far surpassing ordinary monsters, at least 16 years of development and learning had constrained human combat effectiveness. While there are indeed those born with formidable supernatural abilities, the correlation between high-level powers and combat prowess is tenuous at best. True martial strength is cultivated through prolonged practice and rigorous honing. Supernatural abilities may be innate, yet warriors are not. The patrol team has contributed enough to the battle. It is not their duty to clear the battlefield. As the squad returned to their tents amidst jubilant cheers, I reflected on my accomplishments. Besides the accolades for defending the city, I had vanquished 4 foes, which should yield a considerable reward. Hu Chai, counting on his fingers for a moment, broke into a grin. Li Chang'an, lost in thought, was searching for the right opportunity to consume that fruit. The crowd in the barracks was overwhelming. He could wait until nightfall. He had memorized the patrol routes, planning to bypass the guards and venture outside the city to partake of the fruit, hoping that the awakening of his powers would not attract too much attention. There were still numerous individuals in the Special Operations Department, particularly those with sensory abilities, so he needed to avoid their detection. Being discovered would lead to untenable explanations. If caught, it would be an excellent chance to test the might of Xing Tian. Li Chang'an unconsciously smiled at the thought. What are you grinning about? Zhang Xiangzhuang clapped him on the shoulder. Nothing, just thinking of something delightful, Li Chang'an replied with an easy smile. I feel like after all this recent fighting, I might awaken a second ability. After a brief silence, the group erupted in exclamations. No way, really? A dual ability wielder? Incredible. I now have a friend with dual powers. Don't forget to introduce me to your girlfriend once you're popular. The excitement faded as everyone turned their gaze toward Haka. Aren't you infatuated with Miss Alita? Haka scoffed. Can a goddess and a girlfriend be the same? If Miss Alita were to fancy me, how could she still be my goddess? A goddess is someone you admire but can never possess. What a profound statement. Among the 5 present, 3 were lifelong singles, unable to conjure a rebuttal. As the battle concluded and the crowd cheered, Lin Zhun had already returned to the command center under the protection of his subordinates. The more humans that perished, the stronger those creatures became, and their numbers showed no sign of diminishing. As he was aided to sit by the side of his bed, Lin Zhun coughed a few times. We need a significant battle. We must eliminate at least 10 of those black-gray creatures. Prepare yourselves. The storm is approaching. Several officers nodded solemnly, saluted, and exited. A female soldier entered, nonchalantly taking a seat at a nearby table and pouring herself a cup of tea. It's time for you to step into the limelight, Lin Zhun remarked with a smile, reclining back on his bed. Let us pay a visit to the Special Operations Department. A few troublemakers need to be dealt with. You are my secret weapon, hidden for over 20 years for this very moment. The soldier set her cup down, smiling slightly. For me, it has been a long wait. The vengeance for my parents and the honor of my family will be reclaimed by me. I shall be the one to establish order. She picked up her cup and turned to leave. Alita watched the soldier depart, a cold smile flickering across her face. Did she truly believe that challenging the Special Operations Department was an impossible victory? Lin Zhun snugly covered himself with a blanket. Please treat me. My internal injuries have reopened. Alita could only use her powers to attend to Lin Zhun before continuing. Even the 3 great marshals dare not claim they can subdue the Special Operations Department. Although I am merely from the Logistics Division, I am still more than a match for the average ranks. Do you think that little girl can surpass Bull? Lin Zhun chuckled and closed his eyes for a brief respite. Let us wait and see. She is worthy of that name. Before nightfall, the patrol team, following orders, ventured beyond the city to inspect for any remaining monsters within a 30-kilometer radius. During the patrol, Li Chang'an took the opportunity to observe his surroundings, seeking a suitable location for awakening his abilities. As darkness fell and they confirmed no other monsters lingered, the group returned to the barracks. a few kilometers from the camp. They heard a thunderous roar from within, accompanied by a surge of crimson light shooting into the sky. Zhang Qiangzhuang narrowed his eyes. Could it be the new era sect is back? No, Li Chang'an shook his head. That light resembles the silver spear of the Valkyrie from the Special Operations Department. The Special Operations Department? Are those prodigies turning against each other? Hu Chai exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Let us hurry back. Watching geniuses battle each other will be quite the spectacle. Disregarding Hu Chai's morbid curiosity, the squad quickened their pace. Another resounding boom echoed, akin to a missile explosion. And then they saw a figure soaring from within the city, landing not far from Li Chang'an and the others. Li Chang'an frowned. It's the barbarian god, expelled by someone. Who could possess such strength? As they pondered, a woman's voice rang out from the horizon. Let us fight again. The figure leaped into the air, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. With arched brows, she lifted her leg to strike down. The barbarian god hastily dodged, but the ground where he had landed collapsed beneath the weight of her leg, forming a crater several meters wide. The barbarian god rose, roaring in anger. His arms swinging like bronze cannon barrels, the force creating a shockwave aimed directly at the woman. She scoffed lightly, the barbarian god's furious roar, infused with the power of sound domain, could not inflict even the slightest harm upon her. With a casual gesture, she deflected his incoming strikes and stepped forward, landing a punch against the barbarian god's chest. An invisible shockwave erupted from the impact, visibly caving in the barbarian god's ribcage, the sound of cracking bones echoing. You dare to call yourself a god? From today onwards, I strip you of that title. Come back to reclaim it when you can defeat me. With a flick of her wrist, she cast aside the barbarian god and turned her gaze toward the city. The figure released the silver spear and delivered a powerful punch to Boar's face. The strike, imbued with the force of thunder, shattered half of Boar's facial bones before he could even raise a defensive thought, sending him flying nearly 100 meters before he finally crashed to the ground. Is this what the special forces are capable of? The figure disdainfully shook his hand and shouted, Come at me together. Upon hearing the voice from behind, the figure turned to see 5 stunned individuals, including Ma Hao, who seemed intent on gouging out his own eyes. This cannot be my sister. I must be seeing things. Perhaps it would be better to simply remove my eyes. Chapter 81. Poor memory. The figure, no longer towering and imposing, shed the earlier aura of dominance, revealing the shy demeanor of a young girl. Brother, Ma Hao stood dazed, unable to convince himself that his eyes were deceiving him. Surely his ears were not malfunctioning as well. The other 4 could no longer doubt the reality before them. It was Ma Hao's sister, Ma Zhenshi, who had single-handedly taken down the formidable boars. Brother, you should head back first. I'll deal with the others and come find you later. After this, you can enjoy a peaceful life in the city without returning to the battlefield. Ma Zhenshi smiled sweetly and leaped several hundred meters, vanishing before their eyes in an instant. Old Ma, you had no idea your sister was this incredible, did you? Hakka swallowed hard. Recalling how he had once entertained the thought of confronting Ma Zhenshi, now he felt he was courting death. Ma Hao, his eyes wide and silent, murmured, Do you think my sister has become a subject of military experimentation? Or has she been possessed? Is my sister, whom I raised with my own hands, truly like this? Just as Ma Hao was on the verge of questioning his very existence, Zhang Chang quickly interjected, Don't think too much. She is still your sister. We'll head back, and then we'll know the truth. Zhenshi, Li Chang'an slowly uttered her name. Hey, don't call her so affectionately. Ma Hao exclaimed, suddenly realizing. Li Chang'an shook his head. No, I meant her unique ability, Zhenshi, which is the only ability listed as a separate category in the Testing Institute. Over 20 years ago, it had made a fleeting appearance in the Testing Institute, and since then, there had been no further records. Some believed it to be an error of the Institute, but I suspect otherwise. That ability was likely hidden away for some reason. Now I know it is your sister, with the power of Zhenshi. Ma Hao shook Li Chang'an by the collar. Stop with the strange talk. That can't be my sister. My sister is a sweet and lovely girl who adores pink. Her formidable strength does not negate her love for the color pink. Li Chang'an sighed. It is quite normal for strong individuals to possess peculiarities. Liking pink is merely a common quirk. I have never despised your mouth this much. Ma Hao grimaced as he released his grip, reluctantly accepting the truth. His sister, Ma Zhenshi, was likely an unparalleled powerhouse, far surpassing him. So, what have I protected all these years? Just empty air? Ma Hao reminisced about his youth when some bullies picked on them for being orphaned, often targeting his sister. He once fought valiantly, sustaining injuries to drive those boys away. believing he had safeguarded her. Now, that memory felt utterly laughable. Hu Chai initially intended to say something trivial, like having such a sister means you should take care of us, but seeing Ma Hao's expression, he wisely covered his mouth. It's better not to imitate Chang'an's tongue. The battle that erupted in the city had shifted to another corner outside, likely due to Ma Jinshi intentionally avoiding the team. Upon returning to the military camp, the team, following Li Chang'an's suggestion, took a detour towards the Special Forces encampment. Why do these people always enjoy demolishing buildings during fights? Li Chang'an frowned, observing that much of the camp had been destroyed, with 2 injured soldiers lying nearby. Alita had just finished treating the 2 and, upon rising, spotted Li Chang'an and the others peering into the camp. Hey, Li Chang'an waved, pointing to the ground, signaling if he could enter. Come in. Those who can manage things have been knocked down. Alita shrugged, suddenly displeased. What did you just call me? Li Chang'an replied nonchalantly, just a casual greeting. How infuriating. This must be a case of feigned indifference. Alita took a deep breath, forcing a smile. You're not here to mock the Special Forces, are you? I advise you not to laugh. Some of those back there are seething with anger and might not be able to restrain themselves. The group tilted their heads to sneak a glance behind them, where several individuals, still bleeding, wore furious expressions. Ma Jinshi had not only struck their bodies, but also wounded their pride. They had thought themselves to be exceptional talents, invulnerable even among the geniuses of the Special Forces. Yet they were blindsided by this unassuming girl who single-handedly challenged the entire unit. Currently, the strongest members of the Special Forces were still engaged in battle outside, with Ma Jinshi evidently holding the upper hand. Is she really that strong? Ma Hao stammered, now convinced of his sister's prowess, yet struggling to comprehend her true capabilities. Alita glanced at Ma Hao and nodded. Indeed, she is among the strongest, possibly the very best. In the younger generation of the Empire, I doubt anyone can match her. I initially found it hard to believe, but I witnessed the entire battle up close. Perhaps she is not far from a breakthrough into a higher rank. Is that nearing the king level? Li Chang'an pondered, nodding to himself. At least one of the 3 marshals of the Empire must be at the king level. Otherwise, the winged tiger could not have displayed such overwhelming strength in the past. How many king-level beings does the Empire truly possess? And among the beasts, how many are at that level? In recent years, the 3 marshals have not been recorded to have taken action, nor has the winged tiger wreaked havoc in the northern territories. Could it be that a pact has been established among those above the rank? If this is indeed the case, Ma Jinshi could never ascend to the kingly level. She would engage in battle as the mightiest among her rank, possibly the trump card of Li Chang'an. As for why it is not the Empire's trump card, Li Chang'an could only attribute it to instinct. He could not connect Ma Jinshi with the Empire. What, after all, does Li Chang'an intend to do? Soon, Li Chang'an found his answer. A messenger rushed in, whispering a few words to Alita before hastily departing. Li Chang'an looked at Alita in bewilderment. His hearing was exceptional. Yet there had been no audible sound moments ago. Surely it was a form of psychic communication. Could it be some significant news? Observing the perplexed expression on Li Chang'an's face, Alita is secretly delighted, internally urging him to inquire. After a moment's hesitation, Li Chang'an refrained from asking, and it was Alita who could no longer contain herself. The Empire is undergoing upheaval. Grand Marshal Wang Jianjun has convened a roundtable meeting and has secured unanimous consent to monopolize military authority. Major cities in the West have issued declarations, asserting their intent to sever ties with the Empire, claiming autonomy and renaming themselves the Western nation. Adopting the new era teachings as the state religion, with the Pope as the first king of the Western nation. Realization dawned upon Li Chang'an. He could surmise what was about to transpire. The sound of bells echoed from the city walls, not a warning bell, but merely a signal for all to take heed. Li Chang'an ascended the city ramparts, flanked by numerous military officials, his voice amplified to reach the entirety of Beibei. Grand Marshal Wang Jianjun, relying on brute force, has coerced the upper echelons of the roundtable meeting into surrendering military power, harboring ill intentions that disrupt the Empire's order and jeopardize societal stability. We, the soldiers of Beibei, who have fought valiantly for humanity, shall not become mere pawns in the power struggle. Henceforth, the city of Beibei will reject imperial military commands. We shall unite with garrisons from various regions and soon march towards Tongtian City, carrying justice and safeguarding peace. Li Chang'an smirked. Chaos reigned. In Chapter 82, the betrayer of the gods, within the camp, Zhang Qiangzhuang paced anxiously. How could it have come to this? What is the matter between Beibei and the Empire? The West is inconsequential. Our relations were never good. The Grand Marshal is not this kind of person. The group exchanged glances, each devoid of answers, inexplicably transitioning from imperial soldiers to Bei soldiers. And would they soon become traitors to the empire? Captain, please sit down. The situation is not as dire as it seems, Li Chang'an said, pushing a chair towards the captain. Zhang Xiangzhuang had no choice but to sit, scratching his scalp in frustration. After serving as an imperial soldier for over a decade, now suddenly being sent to Tongtian City, this is madness. Li Chang'an found the scene amusing, despite the captain's usual cowardice. This was the first time witnessing such a display. Consider it from a different perspective. Before the Grand Marshal took action, he dispatched General Lin to Bei to assume command. Do you not see the connection? Zhang Xiangzhuang retorted, what connection? There is indeed a connection, Li Chang'an patiently explained. The empire is vast. He cannot truly consolidate power, thus employing a strategy of divide and conquer. General Lin is likely a part of this scheme. Bei still belongs to the empire, merely presenting a facade of separation for the time being. Recalling the words of the White Tiger, Li Chang'an suspected that both Wang Jianjun and Lin Zhun might intend to use this opportunity to eliminate unstable elements within the empire. The new era teachings had infiltrated even the upper echelons of the empire. Surely they had their own people at the roundtable meeting. Having served as a soldier for so many years, Zhang Xiangzhuang was no fool. His thoughts simply had not yet adjusted, but now it all made sense. But what is the Grand Marshal attempting to achieve? Outside the camp, news spread rapidly. Ma Zhanshi had defeated the last member of the Special Operations Unit and was now taking command, temporarily serving as the head of the unit. By the way, the previous head was Jin Xinghai, who likely never anticipated losing his position at such a moment. Ma Hao wore a glum expression. The others wished to laugh, but dared not, fearing it would offend Ma Hao. Li Chang'an, meanwhile, prepared to leave the camp. It was the perfect moment for him to consume the fruit, as Ma Zhanshi captured everyone's attention. Which one is Li Chang'an? A school officer entered the tent and called out. Li Chang'an frowned and rose. The officer scrutinized him and said, "Come with me. General Lin wishes to see you." Damn it. Li Chang'an clenched his fist in secret. Lin Zhun chose this moment. Could it be he discovered Li Chang'an's connection with the White Tiger? It was uncertain, after all. The command center housed numerous perceptive abilities, and he had no idea if those top-tier perceptive types could have detected his earlier actions. In the military camp, a revolt at this moment would be tantamount to suicide. Thus, Li Chang'an could only follow the officer, waiting for the opportune moment to act. After all, Lin Zhun was still recovering from his injuries. At worst, he could take Lin Zhun hostage. Within 3 steps, he felt confident he could capture Lin Zhun. In the command center, the renowned Ma Zhanshi stood behind Lin Zhun, now donned in the uniform of the Imperial Guard, emanating authority, her pure white cloak complementing her beauty. After casting a fierce glare at Li Chang'an, Ma Zhanshi turned and exited, leaving only Li Chang'an and Lin Zhun in the room. Li Chang'an stood composed before Lin Zhun. If the intent was to capture him, Ma Zhanshi would have acted upon entering the room. Instead, her glare was a result of Li Chang'an's risky actions involving her brother, indicating that Ma Zhanshi had no intention of confronting him. Please take a seat. Lin Zhun inclined his head slightly, seated in a wheelchair, a blanket draped over his lap. Once Li Chang'an sat down, Lin Zhun smiled faintly. That tiger sought you out, did it not? At that moment, Li Chang'an felt as though he were not seated on a chair, but rather on a furnace filled with iron spikes pointing upwards. He could not act. Doing so would lead to certain death. Yet remaining passive still offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Li Chang'an struggled to maintain his composure and nodded. I am unaware of what promises it made to you, but surely one of them is to aid you in ascending to the upper echelons of the empire, correct? Lin Zhun said with a sardonic smile. Do not heed his words. With your innate talent, you need not his assistance to one day become a double agent among the monsters. Humanity shall not tolerate your presence. You have a mother and a sister. Consider their fate. Should you choose the path of betrayal, their demise would be far more tragic than mere death. By the way, I have dispatched someone to the North City to protect your family. A violent aura erupted from Li Chang'an in an instant, his emotionless gaze fixed intently on Lin Zhun. Are you threatening me? Ma Zhanshi opened the door and peered inside, frowning. Do you require assistance? Lin Zhun smiled and waved his hand. No need. He wouldn't dare act here. Ma Zhanshi cast a deep glance at Li Chang'an before closing the door. You still possess humanity. You should consider the well-being of your kind. Lin Zhun lifted his teacup and took a sip. What the monsters can offer, we can provide as well. I need you to feign cooperation with them. To be a double agent. Do you understand? However, the information provided to them must be false. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth, his murderous intent barely contained. Whether it was a threat or the role of a double agent mattered little to him. What incited his fury was the idea of his family being used as leverage. They are the family I had just resolved to cherish. Li Chang'an slid a laptop across the table. Take a look at this. Suppressing his rage, Li Chang'an turned his attention to the computer, and his murderous intent suddenly dissipated. The screen displayed a scene of a middle-aged man battling four opponents. The man wielded a 4-foot-long blade, his bloodlust palpable, manifesting as a divine apparition behind him. As one of his foes summoned a meteor to strike, the man cleaved it in two effortlessly. Be it thunder, flames, meteors, or tsunamis, they all seemed flimsy before him. With each conflict, the apparition formed from his bloodlust grew ever larger, towering towards the heavens. The battle remained unresolved as the footage abruptly cut off. This is footage from a previous world. Do you require an explanation of that world? Li Chang'an closed the laptop, regarding Li Chang'an with a knowing smile. No need. At this juncture, Li Chang'an was weary of concealment. Li Chang'an nodded. Excellent. You should be aware of the primal will. The scene you just witnessed depicts the battle between the betrayer and the abilities. The betrayer is merely another name for the abilities, a rather nonsensical term coined by the New Era Church. The previous world is referred to as the second sequence world, while our current realm is the third sequence world. When the second sequence was destroyed, some managed to escape into this present third sequence world. The Pope of the New Era Church, along with Marshal Li, one of the three great marshals, are formidable individuals who fled the second sequence world. However, they have since diverged in their paths. There are likely powerful figures from the second sequence behind those monsters as well. The specifics need not concern you. Merely understand that we require the betrayers. The flesh and blood of a living betrayer can obscure the primal gaze. He does not know that I am the betrayer? Li Chang'an pondered. But how did that white tiger ascertain this? Humanity is indeed perilous. Awakening one's abilities sooner rather than later is essential. Before Li Chang'an could finish, he continued, currently, 3 factions, including us, are searching for the betrayers. The New Era Church wishes to sacrifice the betrayer to the primal will. We need the flesh of the betrayer. The monsters aim to perpetuate the second sequence world's agenda by using a certain fruit to dissolve the betrayer's spirit, thus seizing control. This fruit is detrimental to the betrayers, but serves as a boon to other abilities, seemingly capable of awakening a second or even third ability. However, we remain oblivious to the method of its creation. Then does that mean I cannot possess abilities? Li Chang'an felt disheartened. Li Chang'an sighed. We have conducted numerous experiments confirming that a betrayer's body cannot harbor abilities, and may even be immune to some negative effects of abilities. Yet through slaughter and evolution, a powerful betrayer can shatter mountains with sheer physical prowess. His previously dulled heart ignited with fervor once more. Chapter 83. The powerless yet strong betrayer. The turbulence within Li Chang'an surged, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Li Chang'an keenly sensed Li Chang'an's agitation and frowned in his direction. Li Chang'an, feeling a sudden chill, promptly asked, "Isn't it said that betrayers lack abilities? How then can they evolve? After all, they are still referred to as betrayers." Li Chang'an replied dismissively. They can achieve evolution by slaying those with abilities. For instance, if a betrayer kills a fire element wielder, they gain resistance to flames. If they slay a water element wielder, they acquire resistance to water. It is akin to thievery. The stronger the foe they vanquish, the greater the benefits they reap, including physical and mental fortification. Marshal Li mentioned a betrayer who had slain a mythical level wielder and subsequently acquired a portion of that mythical power. You don't even know what divine authority is? I don't know, but you may continue, Li Chang'an silently cursed. However, the more he learned, the more perilous his situation became. Li Chang'an sharing such information was hardly a favorable sign. Under ordinary circumstances, Li Chang'an would have remained silent. Yet, the topics at hand directly pertain to his future, to his very existence. General Lin, if the betrayers are so powerful and do not require abilities, why not nurture them directly? Li Chang'an desperately sought to keep Li Chang'an from shifting the topic. Li Chang'an regarded Li Chang'an silently. A tremor coursed through Li Chang'an, realizing he had pried too deeply, perhaps raising Li Chang'an's suspicions. Nevertheless, Li Chang'an continued, betrayers are indeed formidable, but the cost of cultivating one is exorbitant. The primal will has already set its gaze upon this world, and no more betrayers shall be born. In other words, for every betrayer that falls, one less remains. The military has expended considerable resources to maintain 10 betrayers, and now they have all perished. The evolution of a betrayer stems from their hunt of other wielders, as well as self-torment. By inflicting harm upon themselves, breaking bones, piercing their hearts, shattering their organs, they can enhance their physical form. Once their body reaches its peak strength, slaying a certain number of wielders will allow them to ascend further. Within the military, there exists a tome that facilitates the evolution of the traitorous gods. However, it remains a closely guarded secret, inaccessible and untrainable for the average individual. Li Chang'an swallowed hard, as he found himself grappling with yet another desire, the yearning for that very technique. How many superhumans must he vanquish? Li Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at him, stating that to ascend through the ranks, approximately 300 lives must be claimed, and beyond that, the numbers are unknown. The traitorous gods of the secondary sequence world are akin to deities of death, deemed enemies of humanity. The traitorous gods we cultivate either succumb to self-inflicted torment or become lost amidst the carnage, rendered useless. Upon hearing the last two words, Li Chang'an could not help but furrow his brow. As one ages, the vitality wanes, making it increasingly challenging to reach the physical pinnacle. Thus, it is imperative to locate the traitorous gods promptly. Li Chang'an turned to Li Chang'an with a slight smile, explaining that survivors from the secondary sequence world possess a certain sensitivity towards the traitorous gods, yet Marshal Li is unable to intervene for specific reasons. The Pope of the New World sect and the entities lurking behind the monsters harbor no such reservations. They will likely discover the traitorous gods before us. I need you to gather intelligence from the monsters. The traitorous gods must not fall into their hands. They ought to belong to humanity's treasures. Li Chang'an scoffed, questioning whether anyone had inquired if the traitorous gods would consent. However, he suppressed his outburst, reflecting on the teachings of Shao Jiangjiang and Brother Lin. He composed himself and replied with utmost seriousness, "It is my inescapable duty. As a soldier of the Empire, I shall prioritize the Empire and its people. Rest assured, General Lin, I will exert every effort to gather intelligence and strive to ascertain the whereabouts of the traitorous gods before either of those factions." Li Chang'an nodded approvingly. "Very well. I shall assign you to an elite squad under the Special Operations Department, enabling you to report directly to me. Once we have quelled the beast tide, you may serve as my personal guard. Our true adversaries are humanity, not the monsters. Remember to exercise caution and never trust the words of the beasts. Those who are not of our kin harbor ulterior motives. Be vigilant." Li Chang'an nodded earnestly, saluted, and exited, exchanging a glance with Ma Zhanshi outside the door before hastily departing. After observing Li Chang'an's retreating figure, Ma Zhanshi returned to the room, closing the door behind him, and inquired with a furrowed brow, "Will he believe it?" Whether he believes or not is irrelevant. This is not a conspiracy, but rather a transparent strategy. Li Chang'an chuckled coldly. As long as he is human, he should not seek refuge among those beasts. I am forthright with him, which is preferable to the duplicitous tactics of others. He will undoubtedly harbor suspicions and will likely engage with that tiger soon. Keep a close watch on him. If that tiger approaches, it signifies that he may possess some knowledge. Furthermore, I intentionally instilled fear in him. If he truly knows the whereabouts of the traitorous gods, he will certainly attempt to contact them. At that point, you can simply apprehend him." Ma Zhanshi frowned, pondering, what if he is the traitorous god? That is highly improbable. Li Chang'an shook his head resolutely. Firstly, his age does not align. He was born after the apocalypse, and no traitorous gods have emerged post-apocalypse. Besides, the crystal that Marshal Li entrusted to me has shown no signs of reaction. As he spoke, Li Chang'an retrieved a pendant from his collar, which bore a yellow crystal the size of a fingertip. I have reviewed his records. The timelines do not coincide. Moreover, if he were a traitorous god, he would have had to kill before the age of 15, once his innate abilities fully emerged. How could a 15-year-old child without powers possibly kill a superhuman? Furthermore, the records indicate that he awakened his powers rather late, rendering him a mere plaything throughout his childhood. A plaything? Ma Zhanshi shook his head. The murderous intent he exhibited was not characteristic of a mere plaything. Even the Grand Marshal's murderous intent pales in comparison. Li Chang'an shook his head again, asserting, "A psychologically twisted individual, having suffered bullying in his youth, often loses a portion of their humanity upon awakening their powers. This is quite common. If he were a traitorous god, he would not exhibit such traits. A traitorous god raised in the common folk would lack abilities and would exist at the bottom of society, evading humiliation. The more deranged he becomes, the less humanity he possesses, which merely indicates a petty individual reveling in newfound power. He is but a fine blade, requiring refinement before being cast back to Tongtian City to deal with disobedient individuals. Keep a close watch on his family, if necessary. We may eliminate them to drive him to madness. By viewing his family as shackles that bind him to his humanity, we must seize the key to those shackles. Ma Zhanshe nodded silently. The crystal provided by Marshal Li could not possibly be flawed. It was a relic left behind by a deceased Imperial-level perception-type superhuman. While the secondary sequence world has seen Imperial-level beings, such crystals are exceedingly rare, with fewer than 5 in existence. Li Chang'an emerged from the command center, his shoulders trembling slightly, as the soldiers on guard whispered amongst themselves, speculating about the fright he had experienced. Yet, he was merely exhilarated. He believed he had reached the limits of his physicality. Just 2 more lives of superhumans stood between him and his goal. Both parties were speaking half-truths. The best deception lies in a blend of truth and falsehood. Did they truly consider him a fool, believing he would accept their words without question? The allegations of traitors and double agents were mere fabrications. In truth, they viewed him as bait. Li Chang'an, that old rascal, intended to use him to lure the traitorous gods, unaware that he was devoid of powers. Threatening his family? He would surely kill you. Clenching his fists, Li Chang'an remained oblivious to the fact that the gloves had saved his life. Were it not for the overwhelming temptation of powers, he might not have even accepted that fruit. There is no logic in offering benefits before requiring a service. It reeks of insincerity. Yet, even now, he still desired the fruit. Whether it was Li Chang'an or by who, their words were half-truths, and he needed to discern whose words bore more weight. The optimal method would be to eliminate 2 superhumans first. If he could indeed trigger evolution, the fruit could temporarily be set aside. He had Xiao Jianjiang, a rascal of his own, and did they truly believe he had no means to verify their claims? The dilemma remained: how to contact Xiao Jianjiang. Li Chang'an rubbed his temples in frustration. Suddenly, his phone chimed, and he retrieved it to find a text message. Meet in the north after 1 hour. The sender was Wen Anren. Chapter 84. Understanding strength during the waiting period, Li Chang'an took his teammates to the martial arts arena. As he was about to be transferred to an elite squad under the Special Operations Department. Before departing, he wanted to impart some survival techniques to his friends. Your physical bodies are too weak. Even with sufficient combat awareness, you will be hindered by your own frailty. Li Chang'an's first statement left everyone perplexed. Hu Chai, raising his hand like a student, asked, "Excuse me, Teacher Li, are our bodies really that weak?" Li Chang'an nodded and approached a machine that tested strength. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful punch. The machine jolted violently, and the red numbers on the screen fluctuated wildly before settling at 2,570. A punch with 2,570 pounds of force, he stated. The others stared in astonishment, while Li Chang'an quietly assessed his fist. He had held back some strength and believed he could unleash up to 3,000 pounds, which might be the limit at this level. Over the past few days, he had indeed seen some growth, though he suspected he was still a couple 100 pounds shy of the true limit, while his weight had been increasing dramatically. Seriously, are you not an ability user specializing in strength enhancement? Hu Chai gulped and turned to the captain. Captain, how much can you punch? Zhang Chang furrowed his brow and stepped forward, delivering a similarly forceful punch. The numbers rose slightly, finally stopping at 2,800. Do not be overly surprised. Your bodies have never been pushed to their limits, Li Chang'an remarked, speaking the truth. In an era where the ability to soar through the skies and strike enemies from afar took precedence, few were inclined to dedicate time to physical training. Even those with strength-enhancing abilities seldom prioritized physical conditioning. Many had overlooked a fundamental truth: the limits of humanity had evolved. No longer were the benchmarks mere seconds in a 100-meter dash or lifting over 500 kilograms. Even those engaged in production could effortlessly carry 100 pounds of rice. The evolution of abilities also slightly boosted physical prowess, which led to a collective forgetfulness regarding conscious training. Physical strength is the foundation of revolution. And this principle remains true today, Li Chang'an asserted. Even when not in combat mode, Zhang Chang, having activated his abilities, could run with a vehicle weighing nearly 3 tons. The impact of Li Chang'an's punch at 2,500 pounds was no less damaging than that of a bullet, while the evolution of ranks elevated potential limits. Without targeted training, one remained merely mortal. The upper limit for level 1 was 3,000 pounds, while level 2 could exceed 5,000. If one possessed abilities that enhanced physical form, this ceiling could rise even higher. You must first train your bodies so that they can keep pace with your brain's responses. Li Chang'an advised, though he was not an exemplary teacher, he merely shared his experiences. In battle, some individuals could clearly perceive their opponent's movements yet fail to respond adequately. Not due to delayed reflexes, but rather because their bodies were too weak. The necessary rhythm for engagement should be perceive action, counterattack, rather than perceive action, contemplate counteraction. Body fails to keep up, gets hit. However, it seemed that the personnel from the Special Operations Department were well-versed in physical training. As every individual Li Chang'an encountered possessed a robust physique, including Little Red Riding Hood and Alita. Even without using their abilities, they could single-handedly annihilate Zhang Chang's entire squad. The disparity in upper limits was evident. Despite Charles having never engaged in physical training, he matched Li Chang'an's strength. Li Chang'an assumed an offensive stance. Experiencing defeat is the quickest way to recognize one's shortcomings. Come, attack me. 7 seconds later, Haka collapsed, clutching his nose. A minute later, Zhang Chang hunched over on the ground. Hu Chai resolutely evaded the punishment, using blink to keep a safe distance. The remaining Ma Hao, after falling 3 times, stood up again with a dislocated arm and bruised ribs. Had Li Chang'an not moderated his strength, he might have broken a collarbone. If the disparity in power against an opponent is too great, repeatedly standing up becomes a foolish endeavor. Li Chang'an frowned, believing Ma Hao was exerting himself unnecessarily. Ma Hao shook his head. You said you were helping us identify our weaknesses. Since there is no danger to my life, how could I possibly give up? With a low growl, Ma Hao charged at Li Chang'an again, arms outstretched to embrace his waist. His arm movements were too exaggerated. If he intended to grapple, his arms should be locked at his chest and only open them when close to the opponent. As Li Chang'an spoke, he effortlessly dodged Ma Hao's lunge, his blade lightly tapping the back of Ma Hao's neck. You are done for. Despite Li Chang'an exerting minimal force, Ma Hao crumpled to the ground as if all his strength had evaporated, self-deprecatingly smiling. Am I really that weak? Indeed, you are quite weak. Your abilities rely on firearms. Without them, you could likely last only 2 seconds relying solely on your body, Li Chang'an replied earnestly. Even with firearms, if someone closes in within 7 steps, you would still perish. Hu Chai approached, chuckling awkwardly. I think old Ma's statement wasn't a question. Have you ever been in a relationship? The 2 men sprawled on the ground curiously glanced at Li Chang'an. If he had ever been in a relationship, what kind of legendary woman would it be? A normal woman would surely struggle to endure his tongue. Li Chang'an's eyes lit up. He finally found the opportunity to say, women only hinder my journey through life. Not only had he never been in a relationship, but he seemed to take pride in it. Bah, women might even affect my speed in drawing my sword. Hu Chai rolled his eyes. Li Chang'an frowned. Is that really the case? It was unwise to take this fellow too seriously. Hu Chai sighed, ignoring Li Chang'an's trivial inquiries, and bent to help Ma Hao rise. You are already quite strong, and you have protected her for so many years. What is wrong with letting your sister take care of you for once? Look at us. We've all been knocked down by Chang'an. However, when the captain activates his abilities, he can turn Chang'an into a dog. When I activate mine, he cannot even catch up to me. Everyone possesses their own strengths. You have raised your sister without hardships or hunger. That alone is a remarkable strength. Li Chang'an understood and committed this insight to memory. He initially believed that Ma Hao was sincerely asking for an evaluation of his combat capabilities. Zhang Xiangzhuang ceased to feign ignorance and sat up from the ground. Old Ma, is your mood affected by the fact that Jinshi is stronger than you? Or is it because Jinshi has concealed things from you? Ma Hao slowly raised his head and, after a lengthy pause, replied, perhaps it is due to the concealment. It's a good thing that she is stronger than I, but as her brother, she shouldn't keep secrets from me, making me appear foolish all these years. Li Chang'an interjected. If she told you, it might have endangered you. Would you still blame her? Of course not. I would definitely understand her reasons. With a significant portion of his pent-up frustration released, Ma Hao slapped his forehead. Chang'an is right. How could I have not thought of that? No, I just feel that General Lin is not a good person. Your sister working for him might be under duress. Li Chang'an spat, recalling Lin Jun, which ignited his anger. I will eventually deal with that old scoundrel. Just as Haka intended to rise, he sank back down, burying his head in the sandpit. I didn't hear anything. I know nothing. It's none of my business. You really dare to say anything? Zhang Xiangzhuang shook his head helplessly. Don't speak such words in the barracks. It could lead to trouble if overheard. Yet, he did not refute Li Chang'an's point. After all, General Lin had been parachuted into the northern region to assume command, and with the empire in disarray, the veterans sensed something amiss. Li Chang'an. A voice called from a distance. Li Chang'an turned, wearing a smile, when Anren flew into his arms. And Li Chang'an caught her steadily, saying, "You seem to have gained a little weight and grown taller." In less than a month apart, when Anren had undergone noticeable changes, which made Li Chang'an feel a twinge of envy. Growing taller is wonderful, but excessive height could hinder agility and be unsuitable for combat. I have indeed gained a bit. The military's food is excellent, filled with eating and drinking all day long. When Anren patted Li Chang'an's shoulder, frowning, "Have you bulged up again?" Li Chang'an nodded. "I've hit my physical limits, probably nearing 300 pounds. You're becoming increasingly monstrous," when Anren muttered. Only then noticing Zhang Changzhuang and the others beside them, breaking into a grin. "Hello, I am Li Chang'an's friend. Thank you for looking after my dear Chang'an." Zhang Changzhuang and the others hurriedly waved their hands. No, it's he who takes care of us." When Anren nodded, "That is certainly true. He is quite considerate." The others, still polite, wore dark expressions. Li Chang'an's friends, like him, were not adept at conversation. The last one had not even glanced at them. Ma Jinshi approached slowly, casting a glance at Li Chang'an, nodding to Zhang Changzhuang and the others before finally walking up to Ma Hao. "Brother, I have something I wish to discuss with you." "Perfect. I have questions for you as well," Ma Hao replied, his expression grave. The two siblings moved aside. "Captain, you all continue training. I will take him for a walk." Li Chang'an also intended to leave, as the forthcoming topic was inappropriate for a third party's ears. Just as Zhang Changzhuang was about to say something, Hu Chai preemptively patted him and pointed at the watch on Wen Anren's wrist. Unlike the ordinary soldier's watches, Wen Anren's deep black timepiece bore patterns resembling ink-stained rice paper, exclusive to special operations forces and officers of school rank and above. After escorting Wen Anren away from the training grounds, Li Chang'an looked around but found no suitable place. With Lin Zhun reorganizing the military, establishing specialized combat teams based on various abilities, the barracks were bustling with activity, leaving little room for seclusion. Let us head to the command center. Each office has walls infused with a special monster's bone powder that can shield against a certain level of perception. Wen Anren revealed her military rank. A colonel? Li Chang'an smiled and nodded. In the Special Operations Force, the minimum rank was First Lieutenant. But it seemed that only Ma Jinshi held the rank of colonel within the Special Operations Division. Watching his friend's ascent, Li Chang'an felt genuine happiness, incapable of feeling jealousy towards his friend. Upon returning to the command center, Wen Anren closed the door and locked it, the earlier calm replaced with a jubilant expression almost as if she might take flight. "Do you know what I found in the military?" Wen Anren instinctively lowered her voice. "There are documents regarding those without abilities, called the apostates. There is also a specialized combat technique for them, which describes how one can progressively grow stronger, even surpassing levels, even without powers." Li Chang'an grinned broadly. "Heh, I know about that too. I wanted to discuss this with you." "What?" When Anren puffed her cheeks in displeasure. "You should have pretended not to know, allowing me to bask in my triumph, rather than reveling in your own." Despite not understanding why she could not take pride in her discovery, Li Chang'an sincerely apologized and recounted everything regarding the White Tiger and Lin Zhun. Upon hearing this, Wen Anren furrowed her brows. Taking the fruit from Li Chang'an's hand, what Lin Zhun said contains both truth and falsehood, but at least this fruit is genuine. You cannot eat it. Once consumed, your humanity will gradually fade, and your body will evolve towards that of a monster, ultimately becoming a beast with immense physical power but devoid of intellect. Li Chang'an sighed. Even with foreknowledge, it was still profoundly disheartening. The prospect of physical evolution was promising, likely surpassing most abilities, yet he still envied those with powers, wishing even for a simple fire-starting ability. Soon, Li Chang'an's expression brightened again. "Then you should eat it quickly. Isn't it beneficial for you?" "I cannot eat it." When Anren shook her head, not out of politeness, for he would never expect her to be courteous. "I cannot handle more abilities. My brain cannot accommodate it." "I'm sorry for not being truthful. I am actually a triple ability user." Wen Anren's voice dwindled, feeling that she had betrayed Li Chang'an's trust, especially given the joy he expressed upon seeing her, which compounded her guilt. Why didn't I tell him sooner? If I had just revealed from the start that I was a triple ability user. Wow. Li Chang'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was the first time he encountered three extraordinary individuals, and they happened to be his friends. Just as he was about to admonish Li Chang'an for his naivety, when Anren suddenly paused, realizing that it was not Li Chang'an who was naive, but himself. He was not indifferent. The facade of surprise and joy was merely a means to comfort me, to prevent me from feeling disheartened, even during the trials. It was because when Anren concealed his true abilities that Li Chang'an had to risk his life. This fellow has expended all his limited emotional intelligence in this regard. Enough with the theatrics. When Anren turned his head away, unwilling for Li Chang'an to see the redness in his eyes. All right, it's fine. You can hold on to the fruit. It might even save someone's life, Li Chang'an said with a silly grin, concealing his own trivial sense of desolation. Wiping his eyes, when Anren returned the fruit to Li Chang'an's hands. It's not that simple. The Empire lacks the means to produce this. They have only confiscated 2 from the beasts. 2 unawakened individuals perished during the trials, so we aren't extravagant enough to confirm its efficacy yet. Moreover, I am too close to Li Chang'an. If he discovers the fruit on me, it would be detrimental. Li Chang'an is a cunning old fox. Due to the presence of 3 extraordinary abilities, the Empire granted me significant authority. I discovered that Li Chang'an had led troops to suppress certain disturbances during the initial chaos of the apocalypse. However, none of the locations he suppressed can be found on the map now. There are no records of any population, leading me to suspect that he might have committed mass slaughter. Taking a deep breath, when Anren used his powers to sense the environment, assuring himself of their safety before continuing. The authority concerning the body technique is rather high. I have yet to access it. My purpose in coming to the northern region is to earn merit. Once I accumulate enough achievements, I will gain access to that body technique. I will transcribe it for you, and then you need not worry about extraordinary abilities anymore. As for the New World sect, my knowledge likely parallels yours. Only officials of a certain rank can inquire, which is even more stringent than the requirements for body techniques. Killing 2 extraordinary beings presents a perfect opportunity. Li Chang'an was overjoyed. What opportunity? I had planned to eliminate 2 soldiers on night watch. Don't. Have some principles. It cannot be like this in the future. You may only kill those who deserve it. When Anren reproached him disapprovingly, Li Chang'an furrowed his brow in silence, refraining from retorting, sensing he had spoken too harshly. When Anren quickly shifted the topic. In a couple of days, a delegation from Sioux City will come for discussions, ostensibly to address Marshal Wang's consolidation of military power. In reality, it is an opportunity to root out the traitors hidden among humanity. After all, the coup against Marshal Wang is merely a facade. The higher-ups are tacitly aware, and the intelligence system in the northern region has yet to sever ties with the military. They will use the pretext of assessing military strength to select a few non-special forces soldiers for exchange and competition, and you may have the chance to participate then. You wish to push me into the limelight. Li Chang'an thought this initially, but quickly dismissed it, knowing when Anren, a friend who had saved his life, would not harm him. He immediately nodded in agreement. After eliminating 2 extraordinary beings, he would be able to evolve and acquire the military's body technique, paving a smoother path ahead. What does it matter if he becomes the public enemy of extraordinary beings? As long as he is the strongest, no one would dare to lay a hand on him. For the first time, Li Chang'an's mindset began to shift. After discussing trivial matters, Li Chang'an took his leave, casually glossing over the battles with the centipede and the rift. He listened intently to one Anren recounting his experiences in the military, but apart from his smile, he seldom expressed other emotions. When Anren stood by the window, watching Li Chang'an gradually disappear, furrowing his brow and muttering to himself, "Aren't you curious about my extraordinary ability? It seems you do care after all. Do you have any secrets you are keeping from me?" Li Chang'an was oblivious to one Anren's thoughts and could not fathom what secrets he might possess. The team leader and others were still engaged in combat. Minor injuries could be healed with a touch from a healer, although frequent visits might garner annoyance. Utilizing extraordinary abilities drained mental energy, and currently, the methods to restore it were limited, either costly or troublesome. Thus, apart from Ma Hao, everyone else waited for natural recovery. Li Chang'an contemplated leaving the squad, intending to impart his knowledge to his teammates before departing, but reality did not align with his expectations. Transferring to an elite squad? Upon receiving the news, Li Chang'an felt a surge of anger. The overall strength of the squad was on par with an ordinary elite squad. Having 2-level extraordinary beings was indeed commendable. Yet the training methods of elite squads under the special forces were identical to those of the special forces. In a scenario where abilities and levels were comparable, members of elite squads could generally take on 3 ordinary soldiers. Zhang Xiangzhuang's squad being transferred en masse to the elite squad would undoubtedly place them at the bottom, yet they would face the same missions, likely resulting in a high casualty rate. Li Chang'an believed that Lin Zhun was attempting to restrain him by transferring the entire squad to the elite unit, not realizing it was due to his visible concern for his teammates. Familiar with the treachery of human nature, he cherished the rare kindness around him even more, unaware that his appreciation would expose his vulnerabilities. In terms of cunning, he was merely clever. With sufficient strength, all schemes and machinations would become farcical. Yet he presently lacked that power. The group ceased their sparring, sitting in the sandpit and exchanging glances. After a moment, Zhang Xiangzhuang laughed bitterly. What was supposed to be an honorable matter has turned into something we cannot even take joy in. Being transferred at this time feels like a death sentence. Haka spoke bluntly, apologies. Li Chang'an lowered his head, suppressing his fury. Lin Zhun's scheme was overt, and even though he recognized himself as a pawn, he felt powerless to escape the chessboard. At this point, he even questioned whether Lin Zhun had sustained any serious injuries. Zhang Xiangzhuang waved his hand. What is there to apologize for? We are comrades. This matter cannot be blamed on you. No, Lin Zhun is targeting me, Li Chang'an admitted without reservation. He believes I am connected to a secret, so he uses you all as leverage to threaten me. 3 individuals exchanged glances, and Hu Chai grinned, stating, if we can be considered as leverage to threaten you, it merely signifies our importance to you. Indeed, you are of great significance to me. Though Li Chang'an did not voice this thought, his murderous intent towards Lin Zhun intensified. Zhang Xiangzhuang leaned in and patted Li Chang'an's shoulder, saying, though our time together has been brief, we are well aware of your character. You are not at fault in this matter. You have not endangered the Empire's security or harmed the people. Instead, you have risked your life for stability, no matter the secrets. Such threats should not be employed against you. The fault does not lie with you. General Lin is an excellent commander, yet some of his actions elude our understanding. The elite squad is not as perilous as it seems. I still possess some methods to ensure survival. Hu Chai chuckled. The captain remains as timid as ever. Timid? Before. Perhaps that was true due to a lack of strength. Now that we possess such strength, it can no longer be deemed timidity. Zhang Xiangzhuang blushed, yet spoke with conviction. Have you ever heard the saying, to preserve one's life amidst chaos without seeking fame among the lords? You, children born of the Empire, likely do not comprehend the prowess of the one who uttered those words. It speaks of survival, not fear or cowardice, but of prudence, preserving oneself for greater deeds. Hu Chai stared at the captain as if meeting him for the first time, exclaiming, Captain, you are different. Have you perhaps received an education? A little, after all. I am over 40 this year. With an awkward smile, Zhang Xiangzhuang straightened his posture with great effort. How embarrassing. Do you little rascals think I am merely timid? Yet upon seeing a faint smile from Li Chang'an, Zhang Xiangzhuang felt a renewed sense of pride. By the way, Chang'an currently lacks suitable weaponry. The elite squad can customize weapons. We should hurry to get him one. The awkward topic was swiftly brushed aside, and on the way to collect weapons. They heard news regarding the Sioux City exchange group. There was no need to wait 2 days. They would arrive tomorrow and commence the exchange by nightfall, possibly hastened by unforeseen circumstances. At the Beijing Yuan breakfast shop, a 70-year-old establishment, patrons affectionately referred to the owner as Old Yang, despite him being under 50. A beam of light that fell from the sky had claimed his father's life, forcing him to take over the family business for the sake of his family's livelihood. Awakened to a seemingly useless ability of temperature perception, it proved quite suitable for frying food. His shop's fried dough sticks, fried ears, and fried cakes were always in high demand. Yet today, as the closing hour approached, Old Yang hesitated. A foolish-looking lad stood outside, dressed in attire that suggested affluence. He did nothing but stare at the frying pot for 2 hours. What else could he be but a fool? What a pity. He was quite handsome. One could only wonder which family he belonged to. Surely his parents must be distraught. Old Yang sighed, smiling as he pointed at the frying pot. Would you like to eat? The foolish lad nodded, gesturing towards the fried dough sticks in one patron's hand, then to the fried ears in another's grasp, and finally hesitated before pointing to the soy milk. 1 fried dough stick, 1 fried ear, and 1 bowl of soy milk. The dough is finished. Let me fetch you some. Old Yang indicated a chair. You can sit here. The foolish lad furrowed his brow, appearing perplexed, yet he settled onto the small chair. A few minutes later, a steaming fried dough stick was placed before the lad, who looked around but found no utensils, forcing him to awkwardly pinch the dough stick with his fingers. After a bite, The foolish lad's expression shifted several times. Dipping it makes it even better, old Yang said, holding a cigarette and gesturing towards the dough stick in the lad's hand, then pointing to the soy milk, mimicking a dipping motion. After a cautious attempt, the lad's eyes sparkled, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Moments later, the plate and bowl were empty, and the foolish lad stood up. Thoroughly satisfied. How much do I owe? It's on me. No charge, old Yang chuckled, extinguishing his cigarette and beginning to tidy up the table. Such a unique delicacy I have never tasted before. Your generosity puts me at unease. The foolish lad stood, placing his identity card on the payment button. I appreciate your kindness. Paying does not hinder our friendship. I hope you can honor my invitation to visit the Pendragon family once I return home. The foolish lad bowed slightly and walked out of the breakfast shop with his head held high. What a true fool. Old Yang shook his head in exasperation. The youth today might refer to this as being CHR, how grandiose. Just as he spoke, the cash register on the counter trembled slightly, followed by a female voice announcing the account balance. Received payment of 500,000 yuan. What? The rag in his hand felt surreal as old Yang counted once more. His account had indeed increased by 500,000 yuan. Old Yang slumped into his chair, bewildered. What on earth had just transpired? Meanwhile, the foolish lad wandered beneath the vast sky, smiling to himself. Life at the bottom isn't so bad. Though the food may not be exquisite, it possesses its own charm. The living conditions are somewhat shabby and appear a bit messy, but everything else is quite satisfactory. 500,000 might be excessive. This meal should suffice for about 100,000. I must be prudent. The bewildered old Yang remained in a daze, still unaware of the foolish lad's name. Chapter 87. The Headshot King. Is this where Li Chang'an resides? Charles furrowed his brow, envisioning Li Chang'an as someone who grew up in a slum, striving to provide a better life for his family through sheer will. Yet, the dilapidated apartment building before him shattered Charles's preconceptions. With his unique abilities, he could have earned a considerable sum even as an assassin. Why then did he still reside in such impoverished conditions? In truth, this place could hardly be labeled a slum. If one must categorize it, it could be termed a commoner's quarter, after reviving from his family's demise. A calmer Charles gained profound insight into his own inadequacies, and the anger he had harbored towards Li Chang'an dissipated entirely. The fact that Li Chang'an, despite being evidently weaker than him, dared to confront him with a blade was already a testament to his courage. Moreover, he had later displayed a reckless determination, injuring Charles step by step with his feeble frame. However, the individual with the hidden firearm became exceedingly irksome, leading Charles to firmly believe that Li Chang'an and one Anren were not allies. Charles regarded Li Chang'an as a formidable opponent, one worthy of respect. As the heir of the Pendragon family, he was far from foolish. Acknowledging one's errors is a distinguished tradition of the Pendragon lineage. Charles extended his mental prowess, enveloping the entire community, only to retract it swiftly. He had completely mastered his formidable abilities. The mental energy of the law god not only facilitated his use of supernatural powers, but also served as a means of perception. To convey his respect for his adversary, he merely scanned Li Chang'an's aura. He was not home, and an uninvited visit would be discourteous. It was prudent to wait for his return. As he spoke, Charles glanced towards another window in the community. To his surprise, someone was spying on the area, their gaze imbued with malice, and an oppressive aura emanating from them. Could they be an enemy of Li Chang'an? Indeed, his father had mentioned that the strongest individuals emerging from the lower classes often tread upon the interests of others to rise. Perhaps this was someone Li Chang'an had previously offended. They did not appear to be of good character, likely stained with the blood of many. He could not allow them to endanger his family. With a disdainful snort, Charles summoned dark clouds that enveloped the sky, unleashing a torrent of thunder that struck mercilessly into the malevolent abode. Amidst the blinding flashes of lightning, not a single scream escaped from within. Moments later, Charles waved his hand, dispersing the storm, ensuring that no survivors remained before he slowly exited the community. Those who dared to spy on the strong must face the consequences. Worse still, they had the audacity to exhibit hostility towards a formidable individual. Death was their just fate. As Charles took to the skies, he aimed to witness the place where Li Chang'an had thrived, but his desires remained unfulfilled. Meanwhile, Lin Zhen was preparing to receive the visiting delegation when he received disconcerting news. Everyone had perished? Not a single individual sent to monitor Li Chang'an's family had survived? Ma Zhanshe nodded gravely. It must have been a powerful being among the ranks, most likely the Thunder Controller, with a slight chance of being the mythical thunder god. One strike annihilated all. There were no survivors, nor any signs of resistance. The corpses had been charred by intense heat, yet the neighboring residents were unharmed. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow. Li Chang'an's acquaintances are few, and none align with the conditions. Could this be directed at the Empire's personnel? Is there anyone in the New Era Church who fits the profile? There appeared to be none. Ma Zhanshe shook his head. I will ensure further investigation. Should we send more people to keep watch? Li Chang'an rose. Not for now, as Li Chang'an cannot escape for the time being. He likely harbors numerous secrets, which may require Anren's cooperation. Let us prepare for the exchange meeting. Ensure that Li Chang'an is scheduled to be second. Unbeknownst to Li Chang'an, others were plotting against him as he diligently prepared for the exchange meeting, wrapping his hands with boxing tape and acclimating to the newly acquired battle blade. The blade measured 3 feet in length, less than 2 inches in width, yet weighed a staggering 17 kilograms, exhibiting both hardness and resilience that perfectly met Li Chang'an's specifications. This was the most satisfactory weapon he had acquired in over a decade, a standard armament within his elite team, yet valued at nearly 20 million among hunters, a price he could scarcely afford. Chang'an, are you truly going to fight? Zhang Qiangzhuang inquired, bringing him a cup of coffee. The new camp conditions had improved dramatically, even boasting luxuries like a coffee machine. Yes, just 2. Once I finish, I will come down. I have examined the venue. It is smaller than the previous octagonal cage, and I will have no issues, Li Chang'an replied with a smile. The maximum width was less than 5 meters, with opponents separated by a distance of no more than 10 steps. Aware that this was Li Chang'an's directive, Zhang Qiangzhuang felt powerless to alter the course and could only whisper, "Try not to kill them," to avoid inciting their ire. General Lin intended to keep them alive, but inflicting injuries was acceptable. Once they reached the northern frontier, it would be General Lin's domain, and their severe injuries leading to death would bear no consequences for him. Li Chang'an felt warmth in his heart. It was unexpected for the usually stern captain to express such sentiments. However, he had no intention of holding back. Otherwise, he would not have made such preparations. By eliminating just 2 more, he would achieve evolution. He consumed an abundant dinner, exceeding his usual intake by a factor of 2, before lazily making his way to the exchange meeting venue, his blade in hand. Zhang Qiangzhuang and the others lacked the qualifications to enter and could only watch him depart from a distance. After finishing a conversation with his sister, Ma Hao suddenly shouted, "Come back alive." Li Chang'an paused for a moment but did not linger. The square platform was already filled with individuals seated with poise, representing the elite of the northern frontier city, nurtured by Li Chang'an over the past few years. Li Chang'an sat alongside Major General Liao Cong of Su City. General Lin, the northern frontier city is indeed teeming with talent. Even without the Special Operations Department, it must be the Empire's strongest city, Liao Cong remarked, munching on peanuts with a knowing smile, fully aware that the subordinates he had brought were traitors destined for death. Yet, as a member of Su City, observing the strength of the northern frontier city through their demise was not without its merits. General Liao, the strength of the northern frontier city has little to do with me, as I merely oversee matters, Li Chang'an replied with a slight smile, unwilling to waste further time on the topic. With everyone present, they were ready to commence. Finishing early would allow for rest. Ma Zhanshe nodded and waved to the crowd below. One individual from Liao Cong's side stood up, brandishing a rapier as he ascended the platform. Another from the Northern Frontier Army, donned in heavy gauntlets, followed suit. Sioux City Army, Lady, Combat Class, Sharp Penetration, Level. Northern Frontier Army, Kyoto, Elemental Class, Earth Element Mastery. Level. Ma Zhanshe waved his hand. Begin. The 2 on stage acted simultaneously, with Lady swiftly advancing. Kyoto stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack. Fissures spreading towards Lady, with sharp earth spikes erupting from the crevice, while earthy armor enveloped him simultaneously. The rapier pierced through Kyoto's cranium, exiting from the back of his head, while the ochre armor, which had initially shielded his head, seemed as fragile as paper before Lady. Observing from the sidelines, Li Chang'an assessed the situation in his mind. The footwork was commendable, deftly evading the ground spikes. Yet it was primarily the counter to the supernatural abilities at play. The earth element's innate defense proved insufficient against piercing attacks. Was this battle destined for demise? Li Chang'an could not possibly be unaware of who had initiated the attack. It was far too coincidental for Kyoto, the first to enter the fray, to encounter such a counter. Not only was he aware of the traitors among humanity, but Li Chang'an was also purging anomalies from the Northern Army. Likely stemming from factional disputes, Kyoto was probably not aligned with his faction. Li Chang'an stepped onto the stage, unsheathing his battle blade. Lady required no time to recuperate. The moment the signal was given, he charged at Li Chang'an once more, seemingly intent on replicating his previous victory. If you wish to slay us, you must pay a price. Lady's voice reached Li Chang'an's ears. Undeterred, Li Chang'an remained composed, swinging his blade toward the right. Lady, approaching from that side, slightly bent to evade, then propelled himself forward with a sudden burst of speed. Was he concealing his true strength? Li Chang'an retracted his blade and swiftly released it, hurling the weapon toward the oncoming lady. Caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, Lady hastily dodged, but stumbled as he saw Li Chang'an lunging toward him, aiming a punch at his face. With a cold smirk, Lady thrust his rapier toward Li Chang'an's brow, thinking it merely a trade of blows. Could he really expect to defeat him with a single punch? Li Chang'an had no intention of perishing alongside his opponent. He narrowly turned his head aside, feeling the rapier graze his cheek, penetrating through to his ear, severing half of it. The impact of this strike weakened his punch somewhat. Yet a fist and a blade are not of the same ilk. Transforming his fist into fingers, Li Chang'an drove 2 fingers into Lady's eye socket, refusing to withdraw them, while the remaining fingers gripped Lady's cheekbone, preparing to slam it into the ground. Your sword lacks a blade. Li Chang'an's voice resonated within Lady's mind, accompanied by excruciating pain. So, Lady watched as Li Chang'an seized the rapier, bending it with ease. Then without hesitation, he delivered a punch to Lady's head. Shaking off the blood and brain matter from his hands, Li Chang'an bent to retrieve his battle blade. Next, in a shadowy corner stood Wen Anren. His brow furrowed as he witnessed Li Chang'an shatter Lady's skull with a single punch, the hardened cranium succumbing effortlessly under his force. Does this fellow not know the meaning of elegance? What obsession does he have with severed heads? Sighing, Wen Anren recalled Li Chang'an's words about certain supernatural abilities surviving even the destruction of the heart. Thus, the most effective method was to obliterate the enemy's head. But did he not know that Lady's ability was piercing sharpness? Did he truly regard each opponent as merely another supernatural wielder? What darkness shrouds the world before you? How can I lead you out of it? Wen Anren did not wish to betray the heavy trust placed upon him during those unforgettable days of trials. Always standing before him, Li Chang'an, you should not yearn for the light. It is the gods who bring darkness to the world, and you, the traitor to the gods, embody that light. Together, let us ascend the altar of divinity, but before that, you have a long journey ahead. Turning away, Wen Anren ventured deeper into the shadows, hoping Li Chang'an would learn to respect his opponents, at least leaving their remains intact. On the arena, Li Chang'an rested his hand on the blade at his waist. Though not particularly tall, he stood as straight as a pine, exuding an eerie beauty in his relaxed demeanor. The remaining 4 from Liao Cong exchanged glances. According to their prior arrangement, the next to step up should be the plump man seated at the back. I'll take my turn. A lanky man rose, waving at Li Chang'an. Hey, mind if I switch? Li Chang'an shook his head. The tall man approached the stage, a slight smile adorning his face. Sioux City Army. Chengzhe, at your service. Li Chang'an observed silently, offering no response. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Chengzhe's smile faded. You don't look down on us, Sioux City Army, do you? Li Chang'an unsheathed his blade. You repulse me. Either we settle this openly, or you strike me down treacherously. Yet you wish to play both sides. I have no interest in hearing your last words. Let us begin. On high, the stern-faced Ma Jinshi chuckled softly before quickly adopting a serious tone. Commence. Li Chang'an strode forward, covering the distance of less than 10 meters in an instant, raising his blade to deliver a simple, yet decisive strike. The blade passed through a body, yet Li Chang'an frowned and stepped back, confronted by a corpse cleaved in 2, but it was not Chengzhe's. The body before Li Chang'an decayed rapidly, as if it had never existed, while Chengzhe, once in front of him, now stood 2 paces away. I've never encountered someone so audacious, Chengzhe remarked, shaking his head with a chuckle. But I've bought myself a little time. Now, behold my supernatural ability. In an instant, numerous figures materialized in the air, standing above the onlookers, men, women, old, and young, each bearing a look of despair, their eyes bloodshot. Many bore fatal wounds, with a significant portion lacking heads. The headless accounted for roughly 1/5. Li Chang'an scanned the scene, recognizing several faces, those who had perished by his hand. The supernatural ability, Soul's Return, Chengzhe explained, swallowing hard. It summons the souls of those you have slain. You've certainly left a considerable number of victims. The apparitions did not appear all at once, but manifested one by one in rapid succession, until nearly 500 had gathered. 482, Li Chang'an murmured, though none heard him. 299 supernatural wielders, 183 producers. So, there truly is a soul after death. Li Chang'an even spotted Lady, whom he had just slain. Chang'e took a deep breath to steady himself, having never witnessed such a spectacle. Was this man a bloodthirsty madman? Regardless, he is destined to die soon. Kill him, Chang'e bellowed, raising his hand to point at Li Chang'an. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. All the souls did not rush towards their adversary as usual, but hesitated instead. What is happening? Chang'e was bewildered. Although he could not comprehend the principle at play, the souls summoned by his ability were no mere illusions, but genuine souls. Were they still afraid of him even after death? It was one thing for others. But why did Lady not dare to act as well? Chang'e was perplexed. Li Chang'an, however, paid no heed to such concerns and charged at Chang'e once more with his blade. Having been killed once, what difference would it make to face him again? No. As the battle blade came hurtling towards him, Chang'e could only emit a roar of unwillingness. In the next moment, a figure leaped into the air, blocking Chang'e's path, only to be cleaved in two by Li Chang'an's strike. The figure dissipated into smoke, yet Li Chang'an did not cease his assault. The battle blade was raised again and again, while the souls, too fearful to confront him, repeatedly interposed themselves to shield him from harm. What on earth is going on? Chang'e felt as if his head would explode. The events unfolding before him exceeded his understanding of his own abilities. The summoned souls should have attacked their murderer, yet they dared not lay a finger on Li Chang'an and instead offered themselves as shields. Why was that? Li Chang'an was oblivious to everything but Chang'e. He was but one step away from evolution. You wish to die at my hands once more? I shall grant you that. Regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, Li Chang'an cut them down without a flicker of emotion. You monster! You are a monster! Chang'e's spirit shattered. How could one such as him strike down the elderly and children? I surrender, I surrender. Let me go, I won't fight anymore. Yet no one paid him any mind. As they all stood in shock, watching Li Chang'an cleave through souls. Was it apathy or utter inhumanity? Indeed, I find myself increasingly fond of this young man. Li Chang'an laughed heartily. Liao Cong chuckled awkwardly in agreement. With over 400 souls, even a murderer would feel a twinge of reluctance if they stood still and allowed themselves to be slaughtered, but not Li Chang'an. He had forgotten fatigue and would not relent until Chang'e lay dead. Ultimately, all the souls dissipated, and Chang'e found himself with no retreat left. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow slightly. The numbers were incorrect. If he could summon all the souls, there should not be any missing. The old man who sold him the bronze sparrow surfaced in Li Chang'an's mind. Among the souls just now, there was no sign of that old fellow. Another debt to settle. Li Chang'an raised his blade one final time. There was nowhere left for Chang'e to escape. No matter how he dodged, that strike would inevitably land upon him. If we are to die, let us die together. Chang'e gritted his teeth and lunged at Li Chang'an, drawing a decorative hunting knife from his waist. As Chang'e's head severed from his body, the hunting knife plunged into Li Chang'an's side. Li Chang'an frowned. Chang'e was undoubtedly doomed, and there was no need for him to exchange injury for death. Perhaps he is simply tired, Ma Jinshi murmured. Li Chang'an did not respond. Waving his hand dismissively, let him go down. I never intended for him to face the remaining three alone. Liao Cong beside them could no longer muster a smile. At this moment, Li Chang'an was desperate to escape. He could feel the beating of his heart slowing, the blood in his veins thickening as if it were congealing. The dizziness brought on by a lack of oxygen surged over him, and a single thought remained in his mind. Evolution had begun. Chapter 89. Hitting a woman leaving the military tent, Li Chang'an repeatedly bit his fingers to maintain consciousness, racing towards the logistics department with utmost urgency. He needed a place to evolve. Judging by his body's reactions, he feared he might lose the ability to move during the process, and there was likely to be considerable commotion. The options were limited. The tent was out of the question, as it would be too difficult to explain. Wen Anren's office was equally unsuitable, being too close to the seat of power. Venturing there would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus, only one location remained. The wounds on his fingers healed at an astonishing rate. It was as if they closed almost as soon as he felt the pain. The stab wound in his side healed similarly. Li Chang'an's consciousness was intricately linked with his body. He could vividly envision the reconstruction of the blood vessels within him. Evolution surged forth, unstoppable. The logistics department, aside from the medical team, was responsible for resource allocation and the construction of defensive facilities. There were myriad tasks to attend to beyond combat. As the head of the logistics department, Alita was busier than one could imagine, yet her ability, Fallen Angel, was quite extraordinary. Those with the Fallen Angel ability possessed an indescribable allure. No individual of the opposite sex could resist this charm and would find themselves irresistibly drawn to her. This desire was sacred, prompting them to trust Alita instinctively and willingly offer her anything, its intensity varying with one's strength. Yet, this desire would also be absorbed by the Fallen Angel, transforming into the energy Alita required, both physical and mental, rendering her a sort of perpetual motion machine. She could maximize every one of the 24 hours in a day, and it was due to her presence that the logistics department could function seamlessly. When Li Chang'an entered, Alita was reviewing the progress and expenditures of the wall's construction. "You are injured?" Alita sprang to her feet, flustered, disregarding any semblance of false modesty as she carefully supported Li Chang'an towards the sickbed. "I'm fine." Li Chang'an shook his head. "Do me a favor, let me be alone for a while. No matter what happens, do not let anyone disturb me. Consider it a debt to you. Whatever you ask, I will comply. I beg you. Why should I help you?" The words hung on the tip of her tongue. Yet Alita found herself unable to utter them. Meeting Li Chang'an's earnest gaze, an indescribable emotion welled up within her. In that moment, her face flushed more than any words could convey. Nodding slightly, Alita turned and exited the tent, dismissing any thoughts of what Li Chang'an might be planning or why she felt compelled to assist him. She would not dwell on the reason behind her flushed cheeks. On an invisible arena, Li Chang'an had triumphed once more, albeit unaware of his victory. A tempest swirled within him, only to settle in an instant, then surge again. His blood coursed wildly, as if unseen forces infiltrated his pores from the air, ultimately merging with his very essence. Gritting his teeth, he found the pain in his body almost unbearable. His veins expanded, bones cracked, then miraculously healed, now even more resilient. As his heart contracted to its utmost limit, it erupted, sending a surge of blood throughout his being, filtering out impurities and leaving only the most pristine essence. In his mind, it felt as though thunder had detonated, halting all thoughts and leaving a void. Various sounds filled his ears: conversations, birds soaring through the sky, beasts roaring, clouds converging, and a gentle breeze brushing across the northern plains. It felt as if countless years had passed, yet it was merely a fleeting moment. And Li Chang'an rose to his feet. He exhaled a plume of dark mist, watching it dissipate into the air, and raised his hand to feel the profound transformation of his body. Dust particles floated visibly in the air, illuminating even the darkest corners of the tent. The sound of buttons fastening reached his ears, though the source was indeterminate. His heartbeat was robust and vigorous. With each pulse, an inexhaustible strength surged within him, and his lungs expanded to their fullest capacity. Li Chang'an felt he could run tirelessly for an hour without experiencing fatigue. He pressed his hand against the skin of his arm, soft yet resilient. When he struck it, there was no pain, only a slight tingling in his fist. Drawing his knife, he exerted some effort to slice through the flesh of his arm, revealing the bone beneath. While others' bones appeared white, his were a deep shade of ink, the blade gliding over without leaving a trace, stronger than steel. His skin resembled rubber, yet the flesh and bone beneath were harder than blood itself. The impact of a blunt object first met his skin, which absorbed most of the force through its trembling. What could remain of such force upon striking iron-like bones? Though testing his strength and speed was impractical within the confines of the tent, Li Chang'an was certain he had surpassed the limit of 3,000 jin. His new threshold likely exceeded 10,000, representing at least a threefold augmentation, far surpassing the breakthroughs of ordinary practitioners. Although he yearned for a confrontation, he feared Lin Jun would notice his transformation and decided against taking that risk. With a sigh, Li Chang'an stepped towards the exit. His newly evolved body felt unmanageable at times, causing him to stagger. Just how much stronger had he become since rising? An impulse surged within him, a desire to release his blood. Gripping his knife, he focused on his own blood. To his astonishment, blood seeped from his pores, enveloping the blade as his consciousness guided it, transforming the weapon into a vibrant crimson, radiating an intense heat. He tore a piece of tissue and tossed it onto the blade, which ignited instantly. However, before he could revel in the excitement, a wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting him to sit on the ground. The blood on the knife flowed back into his body, albeit in lesser quantity than had escaped. It was not an unlimited power. but he felt a sense of satisfaction nonetheless. At long last, he possessed something distinct from the ordinary, with his combat prowess vastly enhanced. The pre-evolution and post-evolution versions of himself were worlds apart. After a brief moment of sitting on the ground, he regained his composure and chuckled bitterly to himself. I increasingly resemble something less than human. My blood is thick as mercury, and my bones harder than iron. Yet, practitioners are inherently not human. It is only natural for me to be different. Still, I do feel a bit hungry. As the tent flaps opened, Alita peered in, her expression relaxing at the sight of him. You're finally awake. If you hadn't tea-stirred soon, I would have struggled to contain myself. With an apologetic tone, Li Chang'an replied, I'm sorry, how long was I inside? Less than 2 hours, but some things transpired. I suspect they'll be looking for me shortly. Alita shrugged and squatted before him, studying him with curiosity. What were you doing in there? 2 hours without a sound. I called out to you, but you didn't respond. If it weren't for your lingering life force, I might have thought you were dead. Li Chang'an scratched his head, unsure how to explain his experience, when suddenly a thought struck him. By the way, what level are you? Level, just recently broke through. Alita replied, confused. Li Chang'an leaped up, his face alight with excitement. Then let me punch you. What? Say that again if you dare.